Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that to get it all from a mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 la.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey, go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball me, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the car.
No pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted?
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in a cut with it. One up top to this top. One up top to this top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top.
Que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie. Así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Oh, be on the drums, on the drums, on the drums. Yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man. Yeah, Jonas con flow. Woo. I'll be on the drums.
All right, hello everybody and good afternoon. Looks like we're getting set for another great day of Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. With this first game, it's Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker. And we're coming to you from Miller Park. It's some interleague action. The Brewers hosting the Blue Jays. Jaden, it's a beautiful day out here in New Jersey. How are you doing today?
It's also a beautiful day out here in Queens, New York. That's a great day for some ball for sure.
Can't wait. And since we got some time, looks like we're going over some lineups. Some standings. Looks like we got about 3 minutes until first pitch, roughly. Why don't we take some time and discuss these two teams, especially the Blue Jays? And Jaden, this team has been on fire. They hit a snag in late May and looked like they were about to crash and burn towards the bottom of that division. But now 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 5 straight. They swept the Pirates yesterday, and this team is red hot.
Yeah, only 6 games back on the Yankees have a better shot at winning the division than they do at the wild card, given how strong the AL Central is as we're looking at it here. Yeah, this team has just been really good. One thing I can say about them is that they hit for power pretty well. Their averages have been struggling a bit, but multiple guys with over double-digit home runs so far throughout this season.
And on the flip side, Jaden, the Milwaukee Brewers, which have a whole host of talent, ex-MVP Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain, not a terrible lineup, and yet this team is really struggling this year. They're 12 under, 32 and 44 on the year. They're on a 3-game skid, 3-7 on their last 10. This team is not playing good baseball right now.
Yeah, pretty surprising. One thing it's opposite from the Blue Jays that they have not been hitting for power at all. Yelich, the only player with over 20 home runs this season so far. So if the bats start to pick up, we can see some change, but we are in June, so things are going to have to pick up soon if they're going to want to make a difference in a playoff push.
Agreed. Looks like we're about set to go. To save some time as we head into Miller Park, we'll do the lineups now. For the Blue Jays, Bo Bichette, Vlad Guerrero, Travis Shaw, the 3 at the top, Teoscar Hernandez, Rowdy Tellez, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. there in the middle, and then 7, 8, 9, Randall Grichuk, Danny Jansen, and Nate Pearson, the pitcher, the rookie, getting the start today. For the Brewers, their defense across the outfield from left to right, Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain, 2 Gold Glovers they have left and center, Avisail Garcia, he's in right. Around the infield, left to right again, Brock Holt, he's at third. The double play combo up the middle is Eric Sogard at short and Keston Hiura at second. Justin Smoke plays first. The pitcher is Freddie Peralta, and his battery mate, the catcher, is Omar Narvaez. As we welcome you inside Miller Park. Not sure what the temperature is outside, but inside it is a cool and controlled 72 degrees Fahrenheit. The roof is closed. This beautiful ballpark, which was opened back in 2001, can fit 41,900, and hopefully lots of those seats will be filled today as we get set for another beautiful ball matchup here this afternoon. Again, it's Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker. And Jaden, we got Freddie Peralta, who's throwing today for the Brewers. What do we know about him?
Yeah, he does really well against right-handed hitters. Back in 2018, he held right-handed batters to the lowest batting average of all pitchers. Last season did hit a bit of a skid, 5.29 ERA, but has gotten back on track this season with the 3.42 ERA. Also leads the Brewers in strikeouts with 94 this season.
Bo Bichette set to lead things off here, as looks like we're running about 1 minute behind schedule. First pitch set for 12:15. It's going to come in at 12:16. And it's a curveball for a strike, dealt by Freddie Peralta. Bo Bichette leading things off. Yesterday, he was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Really fascinating day for the Blue Jays, which we'll touch on as we continue further in our broadcast. So that one is down for ball 1.
Bichette made his MLB debut last season and set a surprising record for the Blue Jays, 20 hits and 11-game hitting streak with a 316 OPS in that 11-game span.
He pops this one up, and over on the third base foul line is Brock Holt, the former Boston Red Sox, and he puts that one away. And that is our first out of the game. Well, the Blue Jays yesterday, they showed some real resilience, Jaden. They went down 5-0 in the first inning. Their starter, Their starter, Chase Anderson, only lasted 2/3 of an inning. They had to bring in the long man, Anthony Kay. He would go 5 1/3 and hold the Pirates scoreless. The Blue Jays would continue to just chip away at that lead, and eventually they would tie the game in the 7th. They'd score 2 runs in the 8th. Huge day for Teoscar Hernandez, who hit 2 two-run home runs, and they would take it 7-6.
Pretty surprising.
When a team comes down from 5-0, Jaden, that just shows you that they're playing with a lot of confidence, and it really says something about what that ball club is made of.
And not only 5 runs in the first inning, mind you. So that coming out of the gates and getting attacked like that and be able to come back, that's pretty huge.
Batting third.
That was Vlad Guerrero who just struck out. Now that's going to bring up Travis Shaw, who has had a lot more success at home than on the road. His average over 100 points higher when he's at home in Toronto. But Shaw has been hot as of late, and that's why he is in the lineup. Even though we're in a National League park, he'll be playing second base today. Rowdy Tellez, the normal DH, he's at first. Next inning will take care of all the defensive alignments for the Blue Jays, as Freddie Peralta's off to a good start. A 1-1 count here to Travis Shaw. Made quick work of the first 2 hitters. That was Bichette and Guerrero. And now gets Shaw to attack that one and foul it off, and we have a 1-2 count with Freddie Peralta on the cusp of an easy inning.
Ball, that's too high.
That one misses upstairs for ball 2. Should Travis Shaw be able to continue, Teoscar Hernandez, who had the big day yesterday, will be next, as that one's just inside on the fastball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count is full to Travis Shaw, the former Milwaukee Brewer, excuse me. And Shaw's going to flare one into left. That is falling fast, and it's trouble. It's going to get down the line. Shaw digs for second, fielded by Yelich. He'll dive in safely. It's a flare double for Travis Shaw, and with 2 outs, the Blue Jays have a man in scoring position.
And that's what haunts you with the shift there, just out of the reach of the third baseman there. Yelich had to come over and grab that one. A slow roller down the left field line, and 25 speed running around the base pass isn't that fast, but was able to stretch it for 2.
Jaden, it didn't appear to be a bad pitch. He jammed him on the inside part of the plate, but Shaw with the inside out, and he just put it in no man's land out there.
Yeah, the best thing you could do against the shift is try to hit it in the direction that's not directly into the teeth of it. Obviously, easier said than done. There's a reason why they're putting the shift on these specific players, because most likely they'll hit it that way, but when it goes the other way, easy bags.
So now Teoscar Hernandez, who was on fire yesterday, he drove in 4 of the Blue Jays' 7 runs. He's in a good spot to do some damage right here, as he says an advantageous count, 2 balls and no strikes. As Freddie Peralta, who was through the first 2 with no problem, now trying to work his way out of a bit of a jam.
Hernandez leading the team in home runs with 14. As we talked about, 2 home runs last game was a huge factor and the player of the game. 26 home runs last season, and looking to get close to that here.
That was a swing for the fences right there, and it didn't look like he missed it by much. And now the count 2-2 to the Blue Jays cleanup man. Pitch number 19 of the inning for Peralta. In the dirt, that stop. There goes Shaw. The throw to third is not going to be in time. Excellent base running by Travis Shaw. Omar Narvaez, he stopped it, but Shaw read it in the dirt, and he takes third.
Yeah, Shaw not known for his base running. I'm surprised that he was sent there on that wild pitch, but still able to reach back.
So now the payoff pitch here to Teoscar Hernandez. Struck him out. Freddie Peralta allows a runner to reach third base, but he does not score. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Peralta. He's through the first as we head to the bottom of 1. Eddie McCarthy, Jaden Becker here with you for this Blue Jays Brewers Major League Ball matchup. And the rookie Nate Pearson, he'll be on the hill today. Jaden making his 4th start. What can you tell us about him?
He attended FIU for 1 year before being drafted by the Blue Jays, 28th overall back in 2017. Had a 2.19 ERA in the minor leagues, which is really, really strong for a guy that didn't play as well as he did in college. Ranked 8th in the top 100 2020 prospects, and as a rookie this season has had his struggles a bit. 4.35 ERA, and also hasn't racked up as many strikeouts as he would like.
Yeah, he was the top prospect in the Blue Jays organization, along with Vlad Guerrero Jr. after he was drafted 28th overall in 2017. He's a rookie this year, and he can dial it up. He's a big guy, Nate Pearson, 6'6", 245, and this is a fly ball into left, chasing Gurriel back, and he'll make the running catch. Nice play by Gurriel, good route to the ball for the first out of the inning. But yeah, Pearson's a big guy. He's 6'6", 245 pounds, only 23 years of age, his home state, Florida. The Blue Jays are really excited about this kid.
Yeah, I would be excited about him too. He has just been one of the focal points in that rookie prospect, the grouping, and for him to develop into something big could be huge for the Blue Jays.
For the Brewers, as Lorenzo Cain steps in and takes a strike, Avisael Garcia, who just flew out to left, he leads things off. He'll be followed by Lorenzo Cain and Keston Hiura, the 2-3. The 4-5-6, Yelich, Smoke, and Holt. And then rounding off the order, 7-8-9, the shortstop Sogard, the catcher Narvaez, and then the pitcher Freddie Peralta, as the count now 1-1 to Lorenzo Cain, the former Kansas City Royal. Cain attacks but misses, and the count now 1-2. Pearson searching for his first strikeout of the ball game, as Cain slowly hit the third. Bare hand by Guerrero. What a play for the second out of the inning. Vlad Guerrero. Very flashy over there at third base.
And if you can do it, do it. And that was a beautiful play by him. Bare-hander. A little dangerous to coming on the hot corner. You want to do that with your bare hand, but he's able to grab that ball, flung it over the first. Beautiful play.
At third, the hot corner is Guerrero, Bo Bichette, Travis Shaw, shortstop and second base up the middle. Rowdy Tellez, the normal DH, he plays first today. The battery is Nate Pearson, and Danny Jansen will be behind the plate as his catcher. Then across the outfield, Lourdes Gurriel in left, Randall Grichuk, the former Cardinal, in center, and Teoscar Hernandez, he's in right, as that is your Blue Jays alignment today, brought to you by the Black Play-by-Play grant, which we remind you to please donate to in the Twitch description. Ball and a strike, the count here to Keston Hiura, and he grounds this one to short, easy for Bichette, and the kid makes easy work of the 1-2-3 in this Brewers lineup. Garcia, Cain, and Hiura go down 1-2-3, and we're through one here at Miller Park. We welcome you back now to Milwaukee,
The first baseman,
where it'll be Rowdy Tellez to lead things off this inning for the Blue Jays. Tellez was 0 for 4 yesterday with 2 strikeouts, hitting .267 on the year, and he takes strike one.
Strikeouts have been something that we've been expecting from him, but what we haven't been expecting from him is how well he's been able to get on base. 832 OPS on the season. He's also hit pretty well for power. Third rookie in Toronto history to hit 21 or more home runs, so that's a good surprise for Toronto Blue Jays.
He's settled nicely into that 5 spot, which is where he finds himself once again today. That's a ball on the inside. Rowdy Tellez was actually born Ryan John, but his parents said that when his mother was pregnant with him that he moved around so much in the womb, they called him Baby Rowdy, and when he was born, Rowdy stuck. So now they call him Rowdy Tellez, but Rowdy strikes out there. It's the third strikeout of the day for Peralta, who's off to a good start thus far.
Peralta off to a great start. 3 strikeouts, as you mentioned, and he can continue this dominance. Had been known for his strikeout pitching, and a really good 3 guy for this Brewers rotation.
That'll bring up Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who also had a nice day for himself yesterday. He was 2 for 4 with a solo shot that got the Blue Jays scoring started. And then from there, they would tack on a whole lot more.
2 balls, no strikes.
As he's now in a good spot. 2-0 the count here with no score in the game in the top of the second.
Inside, ball
That's
3.
inside. 3 balls and no strikes the count. And Peralta, who was not allowed to walk yet today, in danger of allowing his first to Gurriel. Though that catches the bottom of the zone for a strike. Fastball at 94.
Great pitch there by Peralta. Got to keep those pitches low. Do not want to hang anything against this Blue Jays lineup.
I got 3 and 2.
That one had all kinds of plate, but Gurriel swings through it. And so now a full count and a good job by Peralta. This count was once 3-0, and now it's back, or it's rather a full count, I should say, at 3 balls and 2 strikes. With Randall Grichuk on deck, as this one is hard hit into right, and it'll get through for a base hit. Overrun in right field by Garcia. But Gurriel not going to take the extra base. He'll settle for being a 1-out base runner. Second hit of the day allowed by Freddie Peralta, and that'll bring up Randall Grichuk.
Great piece of hitting there by Gurriel. Usually known more for his arm in the outfield, but if he's able to keep on hitting those like that, Blue Jays will have another bat to add to that amazing lineup.
Glad you mentioned his arm, Jaden. He led all of Major League Baseball in outfield assists last year with 9. Not a good idea to run on Lourdes Gurriel, as now this is the second count in a row where Peralta has run it up 2 balls and no strikes.
No, that's low.
And now for the second count in a row, it's 3-0. Here to Randall Grichuk with the catcher Danny Jansen on deck. Randall Grichuk, the former St. Louis Cardinal. He spent 2014 to 17 in St. Louis. He would make his debut for the team in 2014. And he would be traded in the offseason before 2018 to the Blue Jays, which is where he has remained ever since.
His time with the Blue Jays has been pretty strong. Led the Blue Jays last season in home runs and RBIs despite having a pretty low batting average at .232.
So now a full count to Grichuk. We'll see if Gurriel runs. I don't expect him to, but I've been wrong before, as he gets a good piece of that one but fouls it off. And we'll do the 3-2 pitch over again. Grichuk from Richmond, Texas. He would represent Richmond in the Little League World Series in 2003 and 2004, as he works the 8-pitch walk right there. First free pass of the day issued by Peralta.
Number 9.
And he'll stalk around a little bit. And Jaden, that pitch count is getting a little high already at 38 pitches. He could really use a ground ball right here.
100%. The bullpen for the Brewers have been a little suspect as of late, especially looking towards the back end of that bullpen with Josh Hader, who has gone a complete 180 from what we expected from him in his career.
Yeah, Josh Hader, since he settled into that closer role, you remember how dominant he was in their playoff run back in 2018, which saw them fall to the Dodgers in 7 games in the NLCS. Hader was nearly unhittable, but now this year, as he settled into the closing role, 5 blown saves and an ERA over 5. So he's been anything but reliable, and right now, Freddie Peralta unable to find the strike zone here. 3rd consecutive count that he's run to 2 balls and no strikes, although he gets a strike there on the foul ball. Danny Jansen, 4 at-bats yesterday, 1 hit, that lone hit being a home run. Trying to do some damage here. So now the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jansen gets a piece to stay alive. And we'll do the 2-2 again. Again, they try him on the curveball, but Jansen stays alive.
Jansen is a 200 hitter this season, but known for more of his glove and was a top catching prospect back in 2018.
That gets by, and that'll move the runners up to 2nd and 3rd respectively, as the scorer's decision is a wild pitch. That one looked like it may have squeaked through the catcher Narvaez. Nonetheless, now what was once first and second is now second and third. Now the force out is annulled. Payoff here to Jansen. Hanging curveball shot into right. Should be deep enough to score. Tagging is Gurriel. The throw is cut off at first. It's a sac fly for Danny Jansen. And the Blue Jays are on the board first on the road in Milwaukee.
His discipline is what got him that sac fly there. A great piece of hitting. Not only making contact with the ball, but being patient, finding his pitch later in the at-bat with runners in scoring position.
Good base running as well by Randall Grichuk, who moved up to third on that. And now Nate Pearson. I believe this is actually going to be the kid's first major league at-bat. He's in a good spot here to help his own cause with a runner at third. And Pearson hits one into left. But it looks to be enough room for Yelich, who will make the catch. Gave us all a scare there, especially Freddie Peralta. Looked to be pretty hard hit, but he got under it. But Toronto strikes first here in Milwaukee as we go to the bottom of the second. The Blue Jays up by 1. Welcome you back here to Miller Park in Milwaukee. As we'll begin the bottom of the second with Christian Yelich coming to the plate. 4-5-6 for the Brewers this inning. That's Yelich, Smoke, and Holt. As Nate Pearson begins his second inning of work.
This is one of the marquee matchups that we were looking forward to this game. Pearson and Christian Yelich. Yelich signing that 9-year, $215 million extension this offseason, doubling Ryan Braun's record contract years back. Right now is 6th in the National League for home runs and also leading his team in home runs, OPS, and RBIs.
Yelich is having a good season, but based off of his standards from previous years, he's lagging a little bit behind those numbers as he takes the ball there. The first of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is a guy who was the batting champion in 2018 and 2019, hitting a respectable .281 on the year. But we know Christian would like to see those numbers over 300, so not off to the start that he would like to be. As he takes outside there, trying to be the first base runner that the Brewers have had so far in this ballgame.
Listen, Yelich is obviously an MVP caliber player, but we have to be a little bit worried that injury ending his season last year could affect him now.
Yeah, anytime that a player as good as Yelich gets injured, you have to worry what his condition is going to be. Gets back. This is hit hard into left. And that is going to hop over the 8-foot wall out there, so Yelich will start this inning off with a double. It is his 17th double of the year. It's a great start for Milwaukee, as it'll be Justin Smoke now.
All ones the count.
They shut us up. Christian Yelich able with a great piece of hitting, driving it right into the left center field gap, bouncing over the wall. I think if that one landed and hit the wall, it could have been stretched for a triple.
This is hit hard into left, but right at Gurriel for the first out of the inning. And we talked about Gurriel's arm last inning. Yelich not even going to consider tagging right there, so that's 1 out. But going back to that Yelich double, it looked like Yelich may have found a bit of a blind spot in that outfield. Perhaps they were shifted over anticipating the pull. There was really nobody over in left center.
Yeah, stuck in no man's land is what I like to call it, when the ball just drops right in the middle. No one can get to it. Then again, just a great piece of hitting by Christian Yelich, what he's been able to do for most of his career after he left Miami.
Christian Yelich was always a really good player in Miami, but he took his to the next level upon arriving in Milwaukee. And now he's in scoring position for Brock Holt. Well, the count is 0 balls and 2 strikes. Holt trying to do his job and move Yelich over, as this is grounded right side, but foul past the reach of Tellez. Brock Holt, such a big part of that Red Sox team that won it all back in 2018. That one's down in the zone for ball 1. He signed a 1-year deal with Milwaukee this year with an option for 2021. So that one's inside for ball 2.
2-2.
Injuries also struck Holt last season, but that didn't stop him from batting .297 last season through 80 games, so looking to get back on pace with that average now.
Holt showing great poise here, working the count. It was once 0-2, and now it is 3-2 with Yelich at second and 1 out in the inning. Hold up the middle, that's a base hit. Will it tie the game? Rounding Yelich, overrun in center by Grichuk. And the answer is yes, it will. It's an RBI single by Brock Holt, and the Brewers have evened things at 1 here in the second.
Look at his hands here. Keeps them inside. Look, beautiful leg kick. Keeps his hands inside. Slaps that ball right up the middle. I think if the center fielder made that play there, it would have been a close play at the plate, but just can't let that one get past you.
Yeah, Jaden, it seemed to be shallow enough that a play at the plate certainly looked imminent, but Grichuk overran it, and that canceled out any chance they had at throwing out Yelich, who does run pretty well. As now Eric Sogard, the shortstop, will be the batter. He was the guy who just hit that one foul down the first base line. Sogard fouls off again, so 1-2 now. That was Brock Holt's 16th RBI of the season. And it tied things up at 1, because that's low for ball 2. Eric Sogard, the product of Arizona State, was drafted in 2008 by the Padres. It's been then 6 years with Oakland from 2010 to 2015, as he again fights off a good pitch from Pearson. And the Brewers, they're making Pearson work this inning. Had a relatively easy first, but now they're making him sweat, as again, that one is fouled off. It took a chunk out of Jansen, but he seems to be okay.
Yeah, Pearson has had a tough time this season, but allowing runners on base, highest whip of all the starting rotation with 145.
Hit hard to the left side and through. Gurriel fields on 2 hops. And a great at-bat by Eric Sogard. Back-to-back base hits for Milwaukee. That'll bring up the catcher, Omar Narvaez. Narvaez, a high fly ball into center. Grichuk has room. Will Holt tag? He will not. He'll hold up. A good throw by Grichuk into Guerrero, as he made the catch for the second out of the inning. And now the pitcher's spot, Freddie Peralta. He will come to the plate with 2 out and men on first and second.
Peralta could do a lot here to help his own cause. And sometimes when you need those runs, you just do it yourself. Easier said than done if you're the pitcher, but definitely looking for a nice hit here.
Peralta, 21 at-bats thus far this year, 4 hits. As he swings through that fastball right there, and now is behind in the count 0-2. Like you said, Jaden, he'd love to help himself out right here. The 0-2, and Peralta goes down on 3 pitches, and that is how the... Nate Pearson gives up 1, but it could have been worse. He limits the damage, and we go to the third, all tied up at 1. We welcome you back to Miller Park in downtown Milwaukee. It's Ed McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker for some afternoon bot ball here on Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. I'll be at the top of the order for the Blue Jays to start things off here in the third. Bo Bichette, Vlad Guerrero, Travis Shaw. As you can see, the pitching coach Pete Walker having some words with his young right-hander, Nate Pearson, who ran into some trouble last inning. He did give up a run, but he was fortunate enough to be able to pitch to his counterpart Peralta, and was able to strike him out on 3 pitches to end the inning. As this is the first pitch to Bichette, it's fouled down the line for strike 1. Bo Bichette, only 22 years of age, native of Florida. He had a scholarship to Arizona State to play baseball, but after Being a second-round pick by the Blue Jays,
One ball.
he bypassed his commitment and would sign with Toronto in 2016. As he crushes one into left, chasing Yelich back. He's at the track looking up, and that is off the foul pole for a home run. Bo Bichette, his 11th home run of the year, and Toronto quickly regains their lead here in the third.
Let's take a look at this home run here. He gripped it and ripped it. Kept his hands out in front of the plate. That one almost went foul. I believe if the roof was open, the wind could have pushed it foul, but just enough of juice to get it over and out. Great home run by him. Obviously, the son of four-time All-Star Dante Bichette. Great home run.
Bo Bichette, who had a rough day yesterday, was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Capitalizes today and shows up in a big way. It's the 11th home run of the year. As you get a look at the standings in the NL Central, Milwaukee, not even in shouting distance right now of the 2 top dogs, Chicago and Cincinnati, who have been battling it out for a while now for that #1 spot in the Central. Though the Cubs, after being unconscious seemingly in the month of May, they've cooled off here in early to mid-June,
No, that's down.
and allowed the Reds to make that division competitive once more, as Travis Shaw is now batter. And they count 2 balls and no strikes. Shaw would double his first time up. That one's on the inside corner for strike 1. The son of Jeff Shaw is Travis, who's a 2-time All-Star who played with a nice 11-year career in the big leagues from 1990 to 2001. Played for the Indians, the Brewers, the White Sox, Reds, and the Dodgers in his career. As now the count is full to Travis Shaw, with Teoscar Hernandez on deck, and Shaw draws the walk.
Great eye there by Shaw. Last season, Shaw wouldn't have done that. He has been on a good tear compared to last season with the Brewers, who obviously he's facing now. 2 for 32 start to begin the season last year. So to see him improve and finally make it out of the minor leagues, as he struggled there as well, it's a good sign.
And Jaden, this Blue Jays team, led by Charlie Montoyo, they were really struggling in May and made some changes to their lineup. Vlad Guerrero, who was hitting in the cleanup spot, they bumped him up to second. And Kevin Biggio, who was colder than a block of ice, they decided they were fed up with him. They sat him down on the bench. They decided to put Travis Shaw at second. And it has paid off in a big way. As we talked about in the Open, the Jays 8-2 in their last 10. They hit the 500 mark yesterday. They're 39-39 for the first time since May 12th. This is a very hot ball club right now as they come roaring into Milwaukee.
Statistics rankings had them as the 24th best team in the league. And 24th, you would say that's pretty low, but that's based off their statistics and rankings. But you look at their power and speed, ranked 11th in power and 16th in speed, something that's really been pushing them this way through. Also, their pitching, and especially their starting rotation, has been extremely strong.
Granted, they have gotten to play the 2 bottom teams in the NL Central. They swept the Pirates over the weekend. Now they're playing the Brewers, but you can only beat who's in front of you. As Teoscar Hernandez is called down on strikes. That high inside strike, we've seen it a couple of times already. Seems to be what the home plate umpire is deciding to give today.
Great pitch by Peralta. Put that one in there. It's a little dangerous against Hernandez, who had a great game yesterday. Right now, 2 strikeouts. So Peralta finding his groove again. 66 pitches. It's now 67 through 3. Might want to slow himself down a little bit.
The count is high for Peralta. Brewers would love to see him go deep into this game. Milwaukee was locked in a nail-biter yesterday, but they ended up losing 4-3. on a walk-off against the Arizona Diamondbacks in Arizona. Now they come home to play the Blue Jays.
The count is 1 and 2.
As Tellez swings through that one. And another inning approaching 20 pitches here for Freddie Peralta. But he could end it here to Rowdy Tellez.
That's ball 2.
That one's down in the zone.
Good
Still
waste
missed.
pitch there. Good waste pitch there. Trying to keep those pitches low. Do not want to give anything to Tellez, who can hit it out for sure.
No bite from Tellez on that last pitch. Travis Shaw at second with 2 out in the inning. As Tellez gets a piece and manages to fight it off. That's something we've seen these Blue Jays hitters do a couple of times now. Freddie Peralta problem slamming the door with 2 strikes. 2-2. Spoiled once again by Rowdy Tellez. I have not been keeping a running tally, but I believe this is pitch number 7 or 8 in the at-bat. Tellez and Peralta duel again, and it's high, and count is full. So Shaw will be in motion at first on the pitch. Lourdes Gurriel waiting on deck. For now, all eyes on Rowdy Tellez. The 3-2 is hit hard into center, but right at the Gold Glover Kane, who will make the play for out number 3. But not before Bo Bichette hits one off the foul pole, or should we call it the fair pole? We're in the middle of the 3rd here in Milwaukee, and the Blue Jays up 2-1. Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker here in Milwaukee for some afternoon bump ball. The Brewers hosting the Blue Jays. It's interleague action. As we'll see the top of the order here for Milwaukee in the bottom of the 3rd as Garcia takes a strike. And Jaden, we've seen Pearson get through the first round of this order. How do you think the youngster has been so far? Do you like what you see, or do you think he could be better?
I like what I see a lot. He's been very consistent. Not a lot of strikeouts, only 1, and that was against the pitcher last inning. But pitch to contact type of guy. Obviously would like to have more strikeouts on the season, only 22 so far. But as things start to shake down for him and the ebbs and flows of the season start to balance out, we should see him try to strike out more people.
Pearson certainly has got blowaway stuff. He can get the fastball into the upper 90s. As the count here 2-2 to Visael Garcia gets a piece to stay alive. It's fouled down the 3rd base line. Garcia would come up with the Detroit Tigers. He was on their team when they went to the World Series in 2012. As he lines this one into left center. Bad route to the ball by Gurriel, and it's going to hop off the wall. And the quick-footed Garcia can walk into second base. It's a leadoff double to start the 3rd.
Great piece of hitting there by Garcia, as we see on our little graphic from our MLB screen. 17 doubles on the season so far, and what a great piece of hitting. Able to get that ball out in front of himself towards the wall. And you mentioned that bad route, sort of a little bit of a C there. It's sort of a difficult play to make when that ball is coming directly towards you, but that C route, not advantageous if you're a Gurriel.
Gurriel, a great arm out there in left. But his tracking skills and his mobility is the one thing that's hindered him from becoming a Gold Glove outfielder. Although right now we got a Gold Glove outfielder who is at the plate, Lorenzo Cain, one of the best in the business. And he has been on fire with the stick as well this year, hitting .318 on the year. And right now it looks like Nate Pearson doesn't want any part of him as he's run a 3-0 count. Slider comes in for a strike, but the count's still very much in Kane's favor as he looks to drive in the runner at second. That's Garcia. That's outside. It's a 5-pitch walk to Lorenzo Cain. I can hear you say, ooh.
That was a little close there. I'd like to see if we have a replay on that one. Yeah, Pearson looking a little distressed too. I thought that one was right on the inside black. You see some umpires in this game call that pitch consistently, extremely consistently, that inside part of the plate on the black, but just not enough there.
Well, that's part of what both pitchers and hitters have to do in the first couple of innings. They have to feel out the strike zone. Where is it going to expand? Where is it going to shrink? Right there, that call did not go Pearson's way. It's actually the first walk he's allowed today.
Yeah, Pearson once again looking pretty angry. That was almost the same exact pitch at the same exact spot of the plate. Got to keep your head straight.
So now the kid's in some trouble. First and second with nobody out. This dangerous, the dangerous part of the Brewers lineup is set to come up as this one is hit hard into right center, and that's going to be down for extra bases. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Garcia is in. They are going to stop Lorenzo Cain at third. It's an RBI double for Keston Hiura. The score is tied at 2, and the pitching coach, Pete Walker, will walk out to the mound.
Another great piece of hitting there by the Brewers, able to slap that one into the outfield. And from what we saw on our screen, the runners were stalled for a minute as they're waiting for the ball to drop. I'm surprised they waited that long.
That's into left from Yelich. It's going to get down for a hit as Christian Yelich will be on base for the second time today. And ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I apologize. That was a two RBI double by Hiura. I thought they had held Lorenzo Cain at third. I was mistaken. Appears he crossed the plate, and so now the Brewers have a 3-2 lead.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Smoke quickly finds himself in an 0-2 hole. And Nate Pearson, who was pitching pretty well, minus that RBI double from Yelich back in the second, has now given up 2 here in the third.
This is the curse when you're pitching to contact, is that the contact can go places you don't want it to go, especially the outfield and over that home run wall. We only seen that happen. I don't believe he's actually given up a home run in this game, but he has to be very weary, especially with hanging those heavy sliders that he likes to throw.
And we've seen a lot of sliders, though right there he dialed it up. 99 on the fastball. Facing Justin Smoke. He played his college ball at the University of South Carolina. 11th overall pick by the Texas Rangers in 2008. Now finds himself playing with the Brewers after a 5-year stint with Toronto from 2015 to 19. The count 2-2 to Smoke. Pearson still yet to register an out in the inning. And Smoke will stay alive. So go ahead.
Sorry, Eddie, a ground ball here will help him out a lot. He wants to get that ball in play. That's what he's been looking for, but once again, a strikeout helps out for sure.
Strikeout certainly does help, his second of the game. And the kid's got his first out of the inning. But what I was going to say, Jaden, is so far today, the hitters, they have ruled the day.
Yeah, 100%. And that goes for both teams. Pearson, once again, trying his best here, but the contact is really what's killing him here. Only 1 strikeout to a person that's not the pitcher. He got 1 strikeout inning prior to Peralta, and the strikeout before was to Smoke, and you'd like to see more of that from him, especially with the stuff that he likes to throw.
Flied into left, not hit hard, and coming on to make the catch is Gurriel. He's been busy, overthrew the cutoff man, but Jensen there to back it up, and that's the second out of the inning. If you're wondering how we got here, this inning began with the Blue Jays up 2-1, but a leadoff double from Garcia, then a walk by Lorenzo Cain would put runners on first and second. Hiura would hit a 2 RBI double. And that is where we stand. And right now it is Christian Yelich at first, Hiura at second, with Eric Sogard, who's playing shortstop today, at the plate. This is popped up and should end the inning. Guerrero is there. He will make the catch. But not before 2 runs come across to score, and Milwaukee jumps out in front 3-2. We are through 3 in Milwaukee. The home team is up by 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
We're going to get to the top of the 4th, and that is going to be it. For Freddie Peralta, he'll go 3 innings, gives up 2 runs, both of them earned, and so Zach Brown will come on for some long relief action. And while we've seen Peralta get into some trouble, Jaden, I'm not sure this warrants being taken out so soon.
I'm not sure either, but if you want anybody to come in now, it is Brown. Brown has a pretty good ERA at 3.24. This is his rookie season, 3 years at the University of Kentucky. Drafted by the Brewers in the 5th round of 2016, had a minor league ERA of 3.80. So he has just been completely consistent for the Brewers, especially his rookie season, which is really good to see coming out of the pen.
Brown has worked a lot of innings for these Brewers this year. He's thrown 41 2/3, which is second in that bullpen to only Brent Suter, the left-hander, who's thrown just a hair under 45. And he'll come in to face Gurriel, Grichuk, and Jansen, and most likely more. As again, Freddie Peralta only lasting 3 innings, and now the count 3-1 to Gurriel. Gurriel swings through the fastball, and the count is full. First hitter Brown is facing, and Gurriel will foul it down the third base line. Lourdes' brother Yuli, the first baseman for the Houston Astros. As now Lordy will hit one into right, and right there to make the catch, Garcia for the first out of the inning.
Even though he flies out there, great at bat by Gurriel, able to put up a lot of pitches for Brown in his first outing.
Take a look at our road to the show report. The Shuckers would lose to the Blue Wahoos, while the Missions would defeat the Aviators 4-0. Had the pleasure of doing the game back on our minor league showcase 2 Mondays ago with Garrett Green, the voice of the Biloxi Shuckers, a great broadcaster. Pleasure to be in the booth with.
I'll tell you,
Sure.
Eddie, nothing beats those minor league names. You look at them, it's like,
I'll tell you.
That's a little special right there.
Oh, we've seen some great ones. You got the Shuckers, the Sod Poodles, the Trash Pandas, the Biscuits, and that's just naming a few. Great names down there in minor league baseball. As that is a strikeout here to Grichuk, who will essentially walk down the line, and Narvaez will make the throw to put him out. First strikeout of the day for Zach Brown. He's gotten the first 2, and now's Danny Jansen, who had the sac fly to right back in the 2nd. That would plate the Blue Jays' first run of the day.
So far, so good for Zach Brown. Doing a good job controlling his pitches, and obviously you saw the wild pitch there for the drop third strike, but still considering himself and being pretty stable throughout.
That's a strike there to Jansen, and the count now 1-1. Danny Jansen, 24 years of age, from Florida. Or excuse me. Yes, actually, my apologies. From Florida. Drafted in 2013 by the Blue Jays, would make his debut for the team back in 2018. Now the count 2-2 here to Jansen, with Nate Pearson, the pitcher, waiting on deck. 2-2's outside. Now the count is full. That's inside, and the Blue Jays have a 2-out base runner. First walk of the day allowed by Brown, and Jansen is on base for the first time today.
I wonder if they're going to put in a pinch hitter here for Pearson. Would be an interesting move.
Looks like they're going to stay with Pearson, who his pitch count was not as high as Freddie Peralta's, but make no mistake, his innings are numbered as starters delivering length.
Yeah, thinking about it, yes, his pitch count isn't high, but those earned runs definitely have been a factor for his start so far.
Pearson flew out to left his first time up. That's a ball down in the zone. Count 1-1. Nate Pearson, a native of Odessa, Florida. He spent last year with the Blue Jays AA affiliate, the New Hampshire Fisher Cats, another great name, Jaden. Was selected for the All-Star Futures game. And now is in the big leagues with the big club, trying to make a name for himself and proving that he deserves to stay. As he grounds this one towards the third base side and foul, 2-2 the count now. If Pearson could continue, Bo Bichette, the leadoff hitter, he'll be up next. A 2-2 here to Pearson's inside. Second consecutive full count run here by Zach Brown.
Pearson, someone that doesn't take a lot of at-bats, and so far doing a great job in this one, running up to a full count.
Jansen, an early start on the 3-2. That's grounded right side. Nice play over there by Smoke. He'll step on first to end the inning. Scoreless inning work there by Zach Brown. As we head into bottom 4, Milwaukee's still up by 1. Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker here from Miller Park in downtown Milwaukee. As it's some afternoon bop ball here with the Brewers hosting the Blue Jays. As Omar Narvaez will lead things off here for Milwaukee. As Zach Brown having a chat with the pitching coach Chris Hook. If you're just joining us, the starter for the Brewers, who was Freddie Peralta, he only lasted 3 innings, giving up 2 runs, and is in line for a no decision. Omar Narvaez, he'll lead things off, and it's a ball down as Nate Pearson begins his 4th inning of work. But if he wants to stay in this ball game, he has to have a relatively easy inning. The pitch count already at 64, Jaden.
I think he could have one here as we're looking towards the bottom of the lineup. Just needs to make sure those balls stay in zone. Can't get frustrated like he was in the previous innings. Just needs to keep himself at a level head.
That's fouled down the first base line, and the count now 1-. We'll see what the Brewers decide to do because the pitcher is due up. That is currently occupied by Zach Brown. We'll see if Craig Counsell decides to stick with him or not. Because that's inside, and now it's a full to Narvaez. And Pearson in danger of losing the 8-hitter right here. Narvaez hit hard but fouled down the third base line, and we'll do it again.
I've seen this multiple times throughout this game. Hitters pushing it up to a 3-2 count and trying their best to stay in there at bat.
That's into left, and it's going to get down in the gap. 4 hops to the wall, and Narvaez, not exactly feet of foot, but he doesn't need to be. He's into second with a double to start the 4th. And now if you're Craig Counsell, what do you do?
I'm going to have to look towards that bench once again. I really doubt they're going to have Brown go out for an at-bat.
And it will be Zach Brown, who does not have a plate appearance, or does have 1 plate appearance this season, squaring to bunt, and Pearson chases him back right there. We'll see if Brown can get the sacrifice down. Have to be careful here if you're Narvaez not to run yourself into an out. Brown squares again. They'll bunt, but foul. Strike 1. Again, Brown chops at it, but misses. And now with 1 ball and 2 strikes, what does Craig Counsell do? Does he leave the bunt on? He does.
Outside, that's a ball.
And it's outside and low for ball 2.
The continued game of cat and mouse. Pitcher and long relief pitcher Zach Brown, good effort here.
Brown this time will get it down. That's a good bunt, fielded by Guerrero. And they'll throw Brown out at first, but Brown had that perfectly placed. It's a sacrifice bunt is the official ruling. Excellent job by Brown. And now it's a runner at third as the lineup turns over.
Yeah, perfectly is an understatement there. We're able to pull the third baseman off of the bag and forcing the third baseman to make the play there, allowing for the runner to move.
So now Avisael Garcia, who started all the fireworks last inning with a double, will have a chance to drive in his first run of the day, as this is hit hard to the left side, but foul for strike one. Garcia patrolling in right field today. And again, he attacks, and it's hit into a similar spot, but foul yet again. Garcia just trying to put the ball in play here. Pearson hoping for anything but that. And he's got himself a strikeout. That is a huge out right there for Nate Pearson. His third strikeout of the day. He gets Garcia on 3 pitches. And now he is Lorenzo Cain away from getting out unscathed.
The toughest guy he's going to face right here, Lorenzo Cain. Highest batting average on this team. Not really known for striking out either.
You can't find enough good things to say about Lorenzo Cain, native of Valdosta, Georgia, which is a huge football town. This is a guy who didn't even start playing baseball until his sophomore year. The only reason he did is because he was cut from the basketball team.
Sometimes great things just work out, and oh boy, it has worked out for Lorenzo Cain.
Jaden, I think the transition was a pretty good move. Since then, a gold glove, 2 All-Star games, and now a high fly ball into center. He won't have an RBI, though, as Grichuk will put it away, and Nate Pearson will work a scoreless inning. We are through 4 as we head into top 5 here in Milwaukee. Team up by 1. As we welcome you back to Miller Park. A little bit of action in the Brewers bullpen, but for now they leave Zach game. He'll face the top of the order. Bo Bichette, Vlad Guerrero, Travis Shaw all scheduled up. As you see Jesus Castillo, Brent Suter getting loose in the bullpen.
Last time we saw Bichette, he hit that home run, and Bichette, one of 3 players on this roster right now that have had a father in the major leagues and a well-known father in the major leagues as well.
Lots of legacy on this Blue Jays team as Bichette grounds out. Bichette's dad in the bigs, same with Vlad Guerrero, as well as Travis Shaw. And you can't forget about Kevin Biggio, the son of the Hall of Famer Craig Biggio. Biggio on the bench today to start things off.
And many of these guys, power guys, especially Vladimir Guerrero, had that great showing in that home run derby, losing to Pete Alonso.
And now Guerrero's up. The Blue Jays would love some of the power right here as he strike 2, actually, 0-2.
Yeah, Guerrero, second highest exit velocity of all balls hit in the major leagues, 118 miles per hour. Imagine that coming at you. Oof, pretty scary sight.
You don't get to see it for long. No one hits it a lot harder than this guy. Although he chases after that one, and Zach Brown has got his second strikeout of the day, and the first 2 from Toronto are sat down with ease.
Caught him leaning there, reaching for that one, as they say in MLB The Show. Couldn't hit that one with an oar, and that one was far away in the other's batter's box.
Good pitch by Brown, though, and that'll bring up Travis Shaw, who has reached base both times he's been up. A double back in the first, and then he walked in the third. Now the Blue Jays just looking for a base runner here with 2 out in the inning. As that's outside for ball 1. Travis Shaw out of Kent State University. Came into today hitting .269 after going 1 for 3 yesterday with a walk. That's on the inside corner. Bit of a questionable strike right there, but we've seen that high inside strike called a couple of times now. 1-2 to Shaw is up in the zone. Too high even for this umpire to call a strike, and that's strike 2.
Yeah, the umpire has been a little bit erratic of late, but nothing's perfect, not even an MLB bot ball.
That's bounced in there as they hope to get Shaw to chase. He does not. And so it's a full count to Travis Shaw with Teoscar Hernandez waiting on deck if his teammate can keep things going. Shaw stays alive and will do the 3-2 again. It is Shaw versus Brown on the 3-2. And a good at-bat by Travis Shaw as he draws the walk. His second of the day, second also allowed by Zach Brown, and that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez.
Almost the same scenario as last time. Third batter allowed for a walk.
Counts 1-0.
Be very curious here to see what happens with Teoscar Hernandez. Already 2 strikeouts on the night.
You said it, 2 strikeouts after a huge day yesterday. 4 driven in and 2 home runs, both 2-run shots. Blue Jays would love some of that power right here as that's outside. And Hernandez now at a good hitter's count at 2-0.
A home run here gives them the lead. Don't bank on it, but Hernandez definitely could lift it out of the park.
That's a strike, first of the at-bat. And now 2 balls and a strike is the count here to Hernandez, who, as Jaden said just a moment ago, has struck out twice, once swinging, once looking. But now the count is 3-1. Shaw at first, Hernandez at the plate, and Hernandez crushes one, but it's going to slice foul. And Teoscar did not miss that one by much.
Yeah, not at all. A little too early on that one, but someone got a nice souvenir in the upper decks.
An early start for Shaw, as this one is high. Back-to-back walks issued by Zach Brown.
Now batting, number 44.
And with runners at first and second, Rowdy Tellez will come to the plate.
Gotta compose yourself here if you're Brown. Has had a great season, but not like to put a blemish on it here against an interleague matchup.
The Blue Jays a 5-game win streak on the line here in Milwaukee, as they have a good chance to do some damage here. Rowdy Tellez at the plate. A strikeout and a flyout to center thus far today. And again, Zach Brown falling behind. This time 2-0 to Rowdy Tellez.
That's ball 3.
That's high for ball 3. And now command has really become an issue here for who had walked 19 batters coming into this game. That number is now at 22.
And Navarez trying to cool him down there.
Finally, Brown locates for a strike, and you can see Navarez trying to pump up his pitcher. It's the toughest thing when a pitcher starts to lose command of the strike zone. 3-1 to Tellez, with Hernandez at first and Shaw at second, and that one is fouled off. Takes a piece out of the equipment of Narvaez. And now the biggest pitch of the day for Zach Brown. The 3-2 here to Rowdy is on the way. Slowly hit. This will be a tough play. Fielded by Brown. The throw to first is in time for the out. Zach Brown walks 2, but a good play on Rowdy Tellez will seize any further threat. We're halfway through here at Miller Park with Milwaukee on top, 3-2. We start the bottom of the 5th, and with Trent Thornton, Ryan Brucky, they're both getting loose. But Charlie Montoya will have confidence in his rookie right-hander here. Nate Pearson will stay in for the 5th inning, at least to start. This is popped up on the left side of the infield, easy for Bichette, and the kid has got his first out of the inning as Bichette takes care of that with ease.
More at-bats like that could keep Pearson in this game a lot longer. One-pitch pop-up.
Well, it was a good start, but doesn't get any easier. Christian Yelich, who singled his last time up to drive in a run. Actually, I beg your pardon. Yelich singled. No runs driven in. To get a shot, Ryan Brucky, Trent Thornton, the lefty and the righty. Both former starters warming up in the Toronto pen. Christian Yelich attacks that one, but comes up empty in the 0-2 now. And Pearson seems to be settling in a little bit after a rocky third inning.
Has mixed his stuff up a little bit, and that was a good waste pitch there, trying to keep that ball low in the zone. Once again, got to stay safe here against Christian Yelich. 20 home runs on the season, 52 RBIs. This guy is pretty scary, especially in this home ballpark.
Yelich grounds to first, backhanded by Tellez, and that is out number 2. Pearson started this inning at 81 pitches, now at 86. He's only needed 5 to get through the first 2. Now he is retiring Justin Smoke away from a 1-2-3 inning, which would be his first since inning number 1. As the first offering to Smoke is high. Nate Pearson this is his 9th appearance of the year. He had made 3 starts coming into today, as he is through 5 as Gurriel makes the catch. All 3 Blue Jays hitters retired via pop-ups, and the kids threw 5, and so are we. We head to the 6th, Milwaukee up 3-2. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. will lead things off as we start the top of the 6th. Zach Brown, despite running into some trouble, is going to remain. Again, you're watching Major League Ball on Twitch TV. Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden bringing you coverage of this one. As first pitch swinging, Gurriel flies into center. Kane is there, and that's out number 1. With Gurriel gone, it'll bring up Randall Grichuk. This, by the way, is Zach Brown's 3rd inning of work, after the starter, Freddie Peralta, only lasted 3 innings, despite only giving up 2 runs.
Brown doing a great job keeping this game in control. Has had some issues. You saw last inning 2 walks, and a little bit scary there for him, but was able to keep himself under control once again.
Grichuk attacks and swings foul. Count now 1-1. Randall Grichuk, 28 years old, from Richmond, Texas, hitting .248 on the year coming into today. Thus far, he has walked and struck out. Make that 2 strikeouts now, as Zach Brown off to a very good start here in the 6th. A flyout erased Gurriel, and now a strikeout erases Randall Grichuk.
See where that pitch was, right above the knee there. And Grichuk right on top of it. Couldn't get the barrel on the bat. Great pitch there by Brown. Continuing his dominance.
Danny Jansen, the catcher, will now be the batter as he tries to become a 2-out base runner. Interesting story about Danny Jansen. In his childhood, his family would host players for the then Seattle Mariners A-ball affiliate, the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. In 2004, he would host Adam Jones, who's gone on to have an all-star career, mainly for the Orioles, and will most likely be a Hall of Famer. As Jansen hits one hard into right, and he is on for the 2nd consecutive time, this time with a single. And with that hit, Danny Jansen extends his hit streak to 6 games, and that'll bring up the pitcher's spot. And I can't imagine Nate Pearson will continue here.
There's a possible chance, but I doubt it, given his lack of hitting throughout the major leagues.
We are going to get a pinch hitter, Reese McGuire, whose pinch hitting escapades went very well yesterday. Was asked to pinch hit in the 7th inning, and he would hit a solo shot that would tie things up at 5.
And that's the best thing you can do coming off the bench. Very difficult to do as well. You're cold, you're not ready, gotta get some swings in the cage downstairs maybe, but coming off the bench, going to bat and hitting a home run, that is pretty spectacular. Last year, only 30 games played, a backup catcher role mostly. Hit 299 last season as well, which is pretty strong for a backup catcher.
Reese McGuire from Covington, Washington, came up with the Pirates. Traded to the Blue Jays in 2016, like Jay just touched on, a September call-up back in 2018, and then hung out with the big league squad for 30 games last year. Now playing back up to Danny Jansen, and he hits one hard to the right side, but it is put away by the first baseman, Justin Smoke. How about Zach Brown? 3 innings of work, 3 scoreless innings. Middle of the 6th, Milwaukee up by 1.
Your attention, please. Now,
Trent Thornton will come into the ball game as we start the bottom of the 6th. And with that, we can safely close the book on Nate Pearson. Pearson goes 5 innings, allows 3 runs, all 3 of them earned. A good start, not a great start. And now the best he'll be able to do is a no decision if his team can tie the game, because right now he is the losing pitcher of record.
Pretty surprised Thornton is in this role right now. Has a really high ERA at over 10. Made his MLB debut last season. Went to Adrie Kelly High School in North Carolina. Same high school as Alex Wood, so I thought that was a little fun fact there. 3 years pitching at UNC. Had a nice ERA back in college, but his ERA has continued to go up and up and up. The higher that he grows in the ranks, and the minors had over a 4, and major league career has over a 4.8. So has struggled in the majors and continues to struggle now.
Well, he started as a starter for Toronto, and that just didn't work out. As this one is flared into center, Grichuk has to run hard to it, but he'll get there. Brock Holt is retired for out number 1. That'll bring up Eric Sogard.
Number 7, shortstop, Eric Sogard.
Well, you mentioned it, Jaden. Trent Thornton, 10.38 ERA on the season. That is a major red flag. He's actually only appeared in 6 games, this being his 7th. Thrown 13 innings, 15 runs allowed, all 15 of them earned, and you can see why Charlie's got 2 men up in the bullpen. Anthony K. Ryan, both getting loose. Trent Thornton, no stranger to running into trouble. So Montoya preparing for all reasonable outcomes. Although Thornton off to a good start here in the 6th. A fly out by Holt, and now a ground out there by Sogard. It was Travis Shaw's first touch of the day. 2 out in the inning now for Omar Narvaez.
Pretty surprised that they have those 2 relievers warming up in the bullpen now. They both had games the night prior. Anthony Kate went 5 innings yesterday, so having him pitch and possibly come in is pretty surprising. And also given that they're all long relief guys, not really a long relief situation. You had 3 middle relievers that didn't pitch at all in yesterday's game.
Anthony K would be terrific yesterday if not for Teoscar Hernandez hitting 2 home runs and driving 4. He would have been my pick for player of the game. He came into that ball game with the Blue Jays down 5 in the first inning, delivered 5 1/3 scoreless innings, and kept that lead, kept the Pirates' lead to only 5, and allowed his team the opportunity to chip away. He received a no decision. That doesn't take away from the outstanding job that he did yesterday.
And it's almost called them the Raptors there, the Blue Jays are very lucky to have him, given that he was not originally in their minor league system, was traded to them for Marcus Stroman.
Trent Thornton, a lot of trouble earlier on in this. done this. The Brewers go 1-2-3 on that fly out to right. Bichette, Guerrero, and Shaw as we roll in the 7th. They'll be due up. You can see Craig Counsell going out there with lineup card in hand. Baseball lingo tells me that's a twitch.
Your attention, please.
David Phelps coming into the game for Milwaukee, so he can close the book on Zach Brown. He goes 3 strong, gives up 0 runs. So Freddie Peralta, the starter, went 3. Zach Brown goes 3. As Bo Bichette comes to the plate, we take a look at what he did back in the first inning. Home run off the foul pole and left. That would give the Blue Jays a 2-1 lead at the time. But the 2-run third inning, the bottom of the third actually, by the Brewers, would have them surge up into the lead, and a lead they have not yet relinquished.
Pretty curious on how Phelps is going to do here. Has a solid ERA of 3.86, but has a tough time finding a home in the MLB. He signed a 1-year deal this offseason after spending some time with the Blue Jays last season and also with the Cubs. So he has been pretty consistent coming out of the pen, and he's going to need to do that here.
Bichette with a high fly ball into right. Back and making the catch, Garcia. I thought Bichette may have gotten a little bit more of that. It hung up there for a while. Garcia able to track it down. It's a long out, but an out nonetheless. And the first of the day for David Phelps. Vlad Guerrero with Bo Bichette gone will now be the batter. Guerrero 0-3 today. Went a miserable 2-for-13 in the series against the Pirates. And now he is 0-for-4 as that is taken care of by Yelich. So quickly 2 out in the inning, and that'll bring up Travis.
The batter, number 6.
Phelps making quick work of the top of the lineup there. 2 of the harshest bats on the team getting knocked out 1-2 just like that. Being able to knock down Shaw here will be huge coming out of the pen.
Count 1-0.
Travis Shaw, a double and 2 walks on his day thus. The Blue Jays could really use a 2-out base runner. Shaw trying to provide, and that's a strike on the inside corner. Should Shaw be able to continue, Teoscar Hernandez would be next. But right now, all eyes on Travis Shaw as he stares down David Phelps, and that's a ball up in the zone. Shaw has excellent command of the strike zone, at least he has in these past couple of weeks, and showing why right here. That's grounded left side. Great play over there by Sogard, the long throw, got him! Oh, what a play by Eric Sogard. I beg your pardon, that's actually Brock Holt who was over there on the left side. Holt with the great play, he gets Shaw. And that is how we end the top of the 7th.
Now that's what I call range right there, reaching with all his might, his full wingspan to get to that baseball. And then not only that, he turns around on a dime and makes a great throw to first.
It's a shame we didn't get to see a replay. As we head now into the bottom of the 7th, Manny Pena, by the way, is going to be the pinch hitter here, which means we can close the book on David Phelps, who goes 1 inning. Allows no hits, no runs, walks, and struck out 0. So, good outing for David Phelps as Manny Pena strikes out on 3 pitches. Not exactly the pinch hit production that Craig Counsell was looking for. And that is the first out of the inning.
Pena once a loved player of MLB Ball by the MLB Ball community, as he had a great start and an unfathomable start to his season, and has obviously cooled down since then, but Manny Pena is still in the hearts of all the Ball fans.
This is hit hard into center, but right at Grichuk for out number 2. That came from Avisail Garcia. We'll see if Manny Pena will stay into the game to catch. Usually managers shy away from pinch hitting their catcher, because if the primary gets hurt, and you already pinch hit the secondary and then took him out, you have a very bad situation on your hands. So we'll see if Pena's a one and done or not. Lorenzo Cain will try and extend the inning, as the count now 1-0, and now 2-0 as that one's up and in. Still awaiting word on who came in for the double switch, which was made by Charlie Montoyo back in the top of the 7th. That's outside to Cain, 3-1. Thornton, this is his second inning of work. At a 1-2-3-6. Has retired 5 straight, but is in danger of letting Cain get away. Although that's a strike on the outside to be a little off the plate. But Cain will have to deal. The 3-2 pitch to Cain. That one is inside for ball 4. Very borderline pitch, but it goes Lorenzo Cain's way. And he's aboard with 2 out.
Once again, right on that inside part of the plate. Very, very tough call there to make if you're the umpire. Hasn't been calling that pitch all game.
Tough call and a tough pitch for Lorenzo Cain to lay off. It's his 29th walk of the year. Actually, he's walked already once today. It's his 30th walk of the year. He's a guy who has phenomenal command of the strike zone. And he showed you why right there. As with Cain at first, Hyura, the 3-hitter, will now try and move. If he can continue, Christian Yelich would be next. They check up on Cain, who is always a threat to run. 7 stolen base attempts on the year, 5 times successful. 1-1 here to Hyura, swung on and missed for strike 2. And now Thornton just 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. This to send the game into the 8th. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. Hyura not happy. He will let the umpire hear it. But we are through 7 at Miller Park. The score, the Brewers 3 and the Blue Jays 2.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers.
Eddie McCarthy alongside Jaden Becker here for your afternoon bop ball on Twitch.tv. The Brewers hosting the Blue Jays. Corey Knebel will come on for Milwaukee. He'll face the heart of this Blue Jays order, Hernandez, Tellez, and Gurriel, 4, 5, 6. They'll bat here in the 8th, as the Blue Jays have just 6 outs to work with to try and make something happen.
With Knebel, this is a true test here. Some may say that his best years are behind him if you look at his ERA going at 5.64, but does lead the team in holds with 13. He was an all-star back in 2017 and has battled injuries throughout his career, including a bout with Tommy John.
Make no mistake, this Blue Jays team has had opportunities thus far today. They've left 7 men on base over the course of this ballgame, as we now get into the back half of this Brewers bullpen, which, Jaden, I believe you mentioned close to the top of the broadcast, has not been one of this team's strengths.
100%, and it's been very scary for the Brewers. You have this lead here, 1-run lead, and this is the exact moment where you really have to question that bullpen if you can trust it at this point. It's a little too late to make a different decision here, but Josh Hader is going to really need to step up in the 9th if he comes in.
Hernandez chases after that curveball. This is a big out here if Knebel can get it. Hernandez, one of this lineup's most dangerous hitters. The 2-2 to Hernandez is down for ball 3, and it's a full count. So in danger of having a leadoff walk here is Knebel. Struck him out! Teoscar Hernandez on a fastball at 97 goes down swinging. 3rd time Hernandez has struck out today. First strikeout of the day for Knebel, and this is a good pitch.
Yeah, no matter what, you can say about Knebel, he still has that strikeout stuff, holds that record, 45 games with a strikeout as a relief pitcher in a row. So he still has that stuff. He still has been able to use that stuff to a consistent level, as we saw there, right across the knees.
So with the dangerous Hernandez retired, Rowdy Tellez come to the plate. Tellez 0 for 3 today. A strikeout, a flyout, and a ground out to first. As that one is on the inside corner for a strike. Rowdy Tellez, 24 years old, from Sacramento, California. Hitting .267 coming into today, but with the 0 for 3 numbers, that number has surely dropped. And now the count is 1-2. Knebel throws very hard. And so far, with Hernandez being the first batter, and now both hitters behind the ball. That time he went to the curveball, and it's inside. Knebel's got that knuckle curve, which he throws in the low 80s. You here. 2-2 to Tellez. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Corey Knebel, who is making mincemeat of his Blue Jays order thus far. He'll face Lourdes Gurriel Jr. now with 2 outs.
Tellez did everything right there, ramped the count, and took some hard pitches to take, but kept those hands inside, couldn't get the barrel on the bat. Hard pitch to hit, and great pitch there by Knebel to recognizing that, keeping him on his toes.
Lourdes Gurriel, a base hit back in the second when he would come around and score, and then kept quiet since. A fly out in the 4th to center, actually to right, and then a fly out in the 6th to the center fielder as he attacks there but comes up empty, and so now the count. Gurriel trying to bridge to Grichuk, who would be next. He looks overmatched, though, thus far. The 1-2 to Gurriel from Knebel is just outside. Trying to get Gurriel to chase, he doesn't bite. Knebel still ahead. 2-2 here to Lourdes Gurriel. That's inside. Nearly clipped Gurriel's shoulder, and so count. And these Brewers fans will get to their feet once again.
This would be a huge out, would leave Hader with the 7, 8, and 9 spot.
The 3-2 is hit high in the air to left. This is chasing Yelich back. He'll have room, and 12 feet in front of the fence will make the catch. 1, 2, 3 go the Blue Jays in the top of the 8th. Yelich, Smoke, and Holt all due up as we head to the bottom. Christian Yelich will be the batter to Trent Thornton will stay in the game. This is going to be inning number 3 for him. So he'll start things off with a strike to Christian Yelich. Yelich was a first-round pick by the Marlins. He decided to sign with the Marlins, and decided also to forego a scholarship to Miami University to play baseball. Since then, he's been an all-star both 2018 and 2019, last year. Gold Glove in 2014. Twice won the batting title. In the last 2 years, he's won it, actually. He is one of baseball's brightest young stars, 28 years of best years ahead of him, and now trying to be a base runner at least to start the 8th off for the Brewers. This is hit into center. Coming on is Grichuk. He'll wait for it to come down. When it does, it's in his glove. That's out number 1.
With Thornton still on the mound, which I'm still surprised about that he's even getting this opportunity here. He has done a good job keeping this close, but if you're the Brewers, now would be a great time for some insurance.
Jaden, Corey Knebel so dominant in that 8th inning. Do you consider leaving him out there for the 9th, considering the struggles that Josh Hader has had?
Now that's the ultimate question, isn't it? Are you going to give the closer the opportunity to do the job that the closer does? That's a very tough decision to make. If you're Craig Counsell, that's something you're probably talking about with your pitching coach and the rest of your assistant coaches on the bench. I think you do bring Hader in here. He has had struggles, 5 blown saves on the season, but you never know. One save in a game like this could turn your season around for the better.
Because we watched how Knebel was really able to in the top of the 8th. It's a question for the 9th, but right now we are in the bottom of the 8th. Brewers trying to tax him. Full count here to Justin Smoke. Gets a piece and stays alive. Brock Holt on deck, the 3-2 to Smoke. Hit high in the air behind the plate. No play for anybody, and it'll go foul, and we'll do the 3-2 again. 8th pitch of the at-bat here to Justin Smoke is flied in the air to right. That is going to curl foul, and Smoke is making Thornton work here. This will be his 40th pitch. Again, Smoke in spoil mode right here. Pitch number 10 of the at-bat on the way. Thornton and Smoke duel again. They get number 11 that Smoke has fouled off. How about Justin Smoke?
What a great fight from him so far. Let's see if this continues.
This is hard hit, but he got under it. This is chasing Grichuk back. A shuffle, but a catch. 2 consecutive outs that are put away there by Randall Grichuk. And a good battle from Justin Smoke, but Trent Thornton gets the better of him. And what a job by Trent Thornton. Win or lose, the Blue Jays have to tip their cap to this guy. He came in back in the 6th, and he has been very, very good for this Blue Jays team.
Hey, you must have heard me from the booth talking bad about him, because he has been pretty consistent down throughout the back end of this game. So good on him, improving his ERA here. So far, not giving up an own run.
2 2/3 innings of work, make it 3 for Trent Thornton. 3 scoreless innings for the right-hander out of the pen. He's given the Blue Jays a shot as we roll into the 9th. Craig Counsell lineup card in hand as we begin the 9th inning. That tells you he's going to make another double switch. Josh Hader will come on to try and save things today. And Jaden, he has just not had a year of standards out.
Yeah, Eddie, our questions have been answered. He will come in here. But you got to remember his past. His past has been so strong. 2-time reliever of the year, 2-time All-Star. He even finished last season with the 2nd reliever of the year award. So last season, coming off such a great year, winning that big award and doing his best, now having a really tough time. He needs to build that confidence.
Off to a good start here against Randall Grichuk. And again, we'll update you on the double switch when we can. Right now, this is Josh Hader's show. He'll face Grichuk, Jansen, and then the pitcher spot in this inning. The 0-2 here to Grichuk is grounded right side. Hader the cover to first. The flip from Smoke is in time. And that's the first out of the inning. An excellent start from Josh Hader. The Brewers have put down 25, but the next 2, those are the hardest to get.
It'll be very difficult here, as you talked about Jansen doing a great job being able to get on base, especially for the catcher's position.
This one is crushed into left. Josh Hader once again cannot hold the lead. It's blown save number 6 of the year. And how about Danny Jansen, the catcher, with a 6-game hit streak, has tied this one with a long blast to left. we're knotted up here at Miller Park.
Eddie, my jaw is on the ground, seeing that camera angle off the bat, and the sound there as well. Perfect shot. Watch his swing here. That is just a home run swing. Get that ball out of here. A great launch to left center field, all the way by that deck over there. And wow, what an amazing shot! I'm stunned. I am honestly stunned. And maybe you brought up the good point earlier of keeping in Knable, given that he had that great 8th inning, and Hader once again letting the Brewers fans down.
They'll be talking about that one in the papers tomorrow, win or lose, regardless. Corey Knable looked so dominant, but just was not able to stay in the 9th, as now Hader will get panicked, the pinch hitter, to ground out on one pitch. And he's got his second out of the inning, but still smarting over that Danny Jansen home run. And that one was absolutely crushed. It's Jansen's 9th home run of the year. Probably none bigger than that one. Remember, the Blue Jays riding a 5-game win streak, and Jansen, for the moment, has kept it alive.
Big down stonks for Josh Hader. Terrible moment. Terrible moment if you're a Brewers fan.
5.19 ERA, that's only spike after this one. And Hader, in his 30th appearance, yet another blown save. As now he falls behind 2-0 here to Bo Bichette. Excitement in the Twitch chat, with F. Corporal and Nightbot all excited with the home run. And Anthony Ghost for MVP, reminding us that Jansen has now hit a home run in 4 consecutive games, on top of his 6-game hit streak.
And coming from the catcher's position, that is really special. Some people forget that catchers usually are not the greatest hitters in the world. And when you have your catcher, that just adds another bat to your lineup that we've seen from the best teams in this ball season, like the Chicago Cubs, who have Wilson Contreras, another great catcher that can hit consistently.
Interesting you bring that up. Yeah, I've talked about that a couple of times. A few of my other broadcast partners, as we set up a full count here to Bichette. The catcher position, not too much offense out of it these days anymore, as Bichette will stay alive on the 3-2. Like you said, Wilson Contreras, usually Buster Posey, but he's not having a great year. Mitch Garver out in the Twins, he can't be forgotten about, but aside from that, catcher's not really producing very well, as this one is lined to third on one hop. The throw by Holt to Smoke is in time, but not before Danny Jansen. This one is still flying out there in left center, and we're tied at 3. Last chance for the Brewers before we go to extras.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Blue Jays,
Ryan Borucki, who worked yesterday and picked up his 3rd win of the year after 1 inning of work, will come on for the 9th. Great job by Trent Thornton. He goes 3 innings, does not allow a single run, and now Borucki will try and pitch this one into the 10th.
Borucki made his MLB debut back in 2018. Missed most of last season with a bone spurt in his elbow and underwent a decent amount of surgery in mid-August.
The Beginner's Guide to Broadcasting Baseball says that if the Brewers get a home run, the game is over. As this is a first, this one is grounded to short for out, number 1 up. Come on, you gotta give it.
That's probably on the first page of broadcasting manual. If they get the home run in the bottom of the 9th in a tie game, that one's over, and what a moment that would be.
Yes, in the paragraph below, it also says that base runners are key in this spot, and that's what Luis Urias tries to provide right here. So there is our answer on the double switch. Luis Urias in the game now, as he flies this one into left. This is chasing Gurriel back. That one scared Borucki, but Gurriel will run it down. So Urias is now in the game in the 8th spot. That means that Narvaez is out of the game. So Okay, here we go. We're piecing it. We're piecing it together now. So,
This is it. Are you telling me this is it? Please let me know that Manny Pena is going to be the one to do this.
Manny
Agreed.
Pena, who pinch hit back in the 7th, stays in the game to catch. Omar Narvaez, his day is done. And Luis Urias, who just hit, was a pinch hitter. We'll see if he stays in the 2-0 here to Manny Pena. That was a good pitch to hit, but he let it go. It's a strike, and 2-1 now the count.
As we talked about, Manny Pena, an MLB ball fan favorite in probably one of the biggest moments of his season thus far.
Nightball in the Twitch chat already anticipating baseball, and that is what we will have. 9 innings, not enough to decide between these two. We've been going for 1 hour and 47 minutes. We'll have to go a little bit longer. To the top of the 10th would go in Milwaukee. Vlad Guerrero is going to lead things off in the top of the 10th.
Guerrero Jr.
As Toronto right now, Jaden, with all the momentum in the world, Danny Jansen, that long home run to tie the game in the 9th. And now they'll try and win it in the 10th.
You see the great animations on the left side of our screen. Free baseball, and yes, free baseball indeed.
Yes, this will most likely make Heidi Watney a little bit late to her flight for the next game, but I'm sure she'll manage to be there in time. She always does.
And she just so happens to have her mic not working at all times. It's very confusing, but you know, maybe one day we'll get her. We'll get her a working microphone.
One day we'll figure it out. I should mention, by the way, Josh Hader's staying in the game. Despite giving up that home run, the Brewers have gone pretty deep into their bullpen. Freddie Peralta, way back when, he started the game, only lasted 3. Then Zach Brown, he pitched 3 as well. From there, David Phelps and Corey Knable, they each get an inning apiece. And now Josh Hader is in the game, and he is in a Guerrero.
Got to remember here, this is the first game of a 3-game set. You don't want to waste your whole bullpen in that first game, so I do understand the reasoning beyond leaving Hader in.
Guerrero strikes out right there, and it's a good start here in the 10th.
Travis Shaw.
As now he'll face Travis Shaw. Shaw fouls off the first pitch. This is Shaw's 5th at-bat of the game. He's walked twice and doubled. So on base 3 times. The lone time he's been retired was a ground out to third. That was back in the 7th. Takes down for a ball right there. Count evened up at 1-1. There's a strike, and now the count 1-2. And Jaden, you don't want to deplete this Brewers bullpen, considering that this is the first game of 3. As Shaw chases after that one, the slider gets him. First time he's struck out today. Back-to-back strikeouts this inning for Hader, and he's off to a good start.
Caught Shaw leaning on that one. Looked like he was chasing butterflies to get that baseball. Almost stepping out of the batter's box towards the pitcher. Swinging at that ball real early.
But you mentioned right before that Travis Shaw strikeout how you don't want to go too deep into the bullpen. Well, because of the only 3-inning performance provided by the starter Peralta, as Hernandez awaits the 1-0, the Brewers only have 4 more pitchers available in their bullpen. Brent Suter and Alex Claudio, both left-handers, as Hernandez fouls down the third baseline. That's strike 1. And then Jesus Castillo and Jake Faria, 2 right-handers. So 2 lefties and 2 righties. But someone's going to have to go a lot longer than their normal 1 inning if this game starts going, much past innings 10 or 11.
Very true. Suter and Faria both pitched in the game yesterday. Both had about 1 inning. Suter had a 1 2/3.
Hader strikes out the side as Hernandez is swinging. 3 up and 3 down. Go the Blue Jays. We roll into bottom 10. Garcia, Kane, Hayura due up for Milwaukee. Top of the lineup, coming up here for the Brewers, it'll be the big bats. Avisael Garcia will lead things off. Name of the game right now for Milwaukee is base runners, as Barucki glides a strike in right there. Barucki was signed out of Venezuela by the Tigers as a teenager, now a Brewer, and he grounds out to start the inning 4-3. And just a question for you over there, Jay, since we're doing this remotely and I can't see you. Out of curiosity, how many innings does your scorebook have?
I was about to ask you the same question. I only have 10 innings here, so but I don't know what I'm gonna do yet if this does go into past 10 innings. But I might have to print out something else, or I'm just gonna have to just enjoy the game as if I was at the ballpark.
Well, I got 15, so I'm set. Okay. I'm set for a little while longer. So we'll see as Kane slowly hit left side Guerrero, set him throw, and they get him by a step. So this 10th inning is progressing very quickly. In the top of the frame, the Blue Jays went 1-2-3 with Hader striking out the side, and now 2 quick outs, both via the ground out, recorded by Barucki. And now it'll be Hayura who will try and be a 2-out base runner.
Only 5 home runs on the season thus far. 1 here would obviously win the game.
This one is up the middle for a base hit. First pitch swinging Hayura, and the Brewers have a 2-out base runner here in the 10th. Second hit of the day for Keston Hayura.
Great piece of hitting, keeping his hands inside. Keenan Broxton coming in as the pinch runner, former Met, and many other former teams as a journeyman. But great decision there, having a faster guy, and no one else better to hit a home run than Christian Yelich with 20 on the season.
Yelich fouls the first pitch away right there. You said it, Jay. Keon Broxton. He has been with a whole host of teams, both major and minor league alike, and now finds himself with the Brewers after he signed a minor league deal with them, and you can see the attention that Barucki is paying to Keon Broxton.
Broxton also was a pinch runner in yesterday's game, so not suspect on the base pass for sure.
The third base coach, Ed Sedar, leading in the signs. You have to expect that Broxton will try and take off here, although the count is 0-2. The 0-2, Yelich gets a piece and fouls it away. Broxton, 6 stolen base attempts on the year, only has been caught once as Barucki checks on him again. Hitters traditionally don't like you running with 2 strikes. But then again, this is also when you're most likely to see a pitch that's bounced. The 0-2 here to Yelich is low for ball 1. As you can see, Ed Sedar relaying over more signs. Come from Craig Counsell. Does he want Keon Broxton to run? 1-2, the count to Yelich is high for ball 2, and a good job by Yelich. He fouled off a couple, and now has taken 2. Good plate discipline. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. This is why we love baseball. This is where it gets exciting. Yelich at the plate with smoke on deck. The 2-2 is a check swing, but that's going to fall into center for a base hit. Broxton is going to hold at second, and Jaden, that is the kind of hit that you only get if you are as good as Christian Yelich is.
You know, I've talked almost all game about where these players' hands have been when they're making those swings, and some players have been out in front, some players kept their hands inside, and Yelich's hand was almost by his belt buckle there, grazing himself with that swing. Probably not the best pitch to swing at if you're Christian Yelich, but then again, got on base and continued the inning.
So Ryan Barucki was off to a great start this inning, got Garcia and Kane to both ground out, but back-to-back base hits by HOU and Yelich now put runners at first and second, with Justin Smoke, the switch hitter, who will bat right-handed for the first time today at the plate. Smoke at the dish, Brock Holt behind him if he can continue, as he takes a strike there on the outside corner. Keon Broxton, excellent speed at second base. Gonna be very tough to get him at home on a ball hit to the outfield. But Smoke swings through that one, and now it's 1-2. High-stakes situation right here for both parties. Barucki trying to get us into the 11th, Smoke trying to end it here. The 1-2 is inside, tried the slider, no dice. And now it's 2-2. Keon Broxton at second, Yelich at first. The 2-2 to Smoke is grounded left side and through. Gurriel will field. He's got a great arm. The throw home is not in time. And the Brewers will win it. Justin Smoke with the walk-off single, plating Keon Broxton, who got a great jump. And Lourdes Gurriel, who had 9 outfield assists last year, which led Major League Baseball, put the throw a little offline. And the Brewers will take Game 1 here at Miller Park. Jaden, what a ball game.
What a ball game indeed. Christian Yelich, player of the game, getting the Gatorade bath. Again, soaked there, almost getting our field reporter there soaked as well. But what an amazing game we saw from him. 3 for 5 on this game, and was able to continue that rally in the 10th inning. Was one of the key factors, but Smoke also with that big hit, Keon Broxton able to able to run in for the winning run.
Yeah, what a game from Christian Yelich, and Jaden, there goes the Blue Jays 5-game win streak. They drop a game here today, this afternoon, to the Brewers, who will, with the win, improve to 33-34. Toronto will once again fall below 500. They're now 39-39. The win, interestingly enough, will go to Josh Hader, despite the blown save, which was his 6th of the year. Ryan Barucki, who pitched pretty well up until the last few men in the 10th, he'll get the loss. He falls to 3-8. And before we look at some highlights, Ryan Barucki had gotten the first 2 men to ground out in that inning, but 3 straight base hits would end things here in Milwaukee, as we'll take a look at the highlights. Back in the top of the second, this would get our scoring started. Danny Jansen, the sacrifice fly to right. That would score Gurriel, and the Blue Jays would take a 1-0 lead. And then in the bottom of the frame, Brock Holt would ground one up the middle. This would plate Randall Grichuk, and things would be tied up at 1. It was a fairly low-scoring affair, but a lot of men left on base by both teams. And then in the top of the third, Bo Bichette, he would hit a home run into left. This would be off the foul pole. Just sort of kissed the bottom of it there, actually rebounded back onto the field. And that would be the only time the Blue Jays would really have a ball game, as in the bottom of the third, HOU would double into right, which would bring around 1. And then Christian Yelich would single into left for an RBI, and this would put Milwaukee up, and they would not relinquish this lead till now. Danny Jansen, a big bright spot for the Blue Jays today, and he goes big fly in the top of the 9th, a home run center, 432 feet. That would tie things up, but then we'd head to the 10th, and Justin Smoke would get one through Guerrero and Bichette. Gurriel would try to throw him out, he wouldn't get it. And the Brewers will take this one 4-3 as we welcome in our next 2 broadcasters, Zoe Alter alongside Dane Richardson. And Zoe, Dane, we had a great one to start the day here on Major League Ball on Twitch. We can only hope that yours is just as good.
Yeah, I saw you guys went to extra innings. Quite the fun time. Two teams that battling it out. Pretty good teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Toronto and Milwaukee, they're trying to fight their way. But then you got St. Louis and Miami coming up. Hopefully, I don't think we can get as exciting as you just got. You had Jansen hitting the home run in the 9th to tie it, then the win in extras, but hopefully we can get some good baseball.
Well, you can't ever count yourself short, as you can take a look at the box score. Our final numbers, Milwaukee is at 4-3. They have 10 hits. The Blue Jays only recording 5. No errors on either side, so a pretty clean game by both teams. Josh Hader, the win, he goes to 3-4. Ryan Barucki, he'll pick up the loss, falling to 3-8. Jaden, before we turn it over to these guys, what are your...
Yeah, looking back at this game, the Blue Jays really had a ton of fight in them, and that's something that they've done almost all season. Continue to fight and fight and fight. They're going to fall back in the standings here a little bit, but they're definitely not out of it in the AL East. For the Milwaukee Brewers, this could be one of the big games of their season that could push them towards a playoff push if they decide that this is going to be their time. So far, as it stands right now, they're pretty far back on the Chicago Cubs, but that wild card still possibly could be in question.
We started at 12:16. We end at 2:04. Our game 48 minutes had for 10 innings. The Blue Jays fall to 39-40. The Brewers, they improve 33-34. 4-3 the final from Miller Park in favor of Milwaukee. They win it in 10 on a Justin Smoke walk-off RBI single. For Jaden Becker, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Had a blast calling this one with you. And now we'll turn it over. Dane Richardson, Zoe Alter, the Cardinals visiting the Miami Marlins for a National League showdown. Guys?
Thanks, Eddie. So today we have the Cardinals and the Marlins both having fairly mediocre bad seasons. Cardinals sitting third in the NL Central, the Marlins sitting fourth in the NL East. Dane, what do you got on it?
Well, look, if you're the St. Louis Cardinals, you're having a really disappointing season. You look at the standings right now, they're at 34-43, and remember, this team was a series away. I get they got swept in the NLCS by the Nationals, but a series away from going to the World Series last year, where the Marlins, I guess you could see this as a step up. They've really been at the cellar of the major leagues the last couple of years, and on the mound today, you got a guy like Adam Wainwright, maybe even a Hall of Famer, who knows? Second all-time career strikeout for the Cardinals. Excited to see him today. Maybe he can clean up his struggles.
Absolutely, really seasoned veteran, coming in for his 16th start as we're about to get started here at Marlins Park. Adam Wainwright will be his 16th start. He's not having the best year though, 3-6, 53 strikeouts, and not the best 6.03 ERA.
Yeah, you notice his curveball really hasn't been as effective the past few years. That's really been his go-to pitch to go along. Obviously, as you get older, you don't throw as hard, but that curveball hasn't been as effective. But on the mound today for Miami, you got Caleb Smith, 16th rounder taken by the New York Yankees, guy out of Sam Houston State. Good left-handers, Tommy Edman will start it off. But can his slider be effective today? That's the question.
Caleb Smith hasn't seen too much of him. 16th start, as you said, 4.2 ERA. He'll throw this first one in the inner portion of the zone. 0-1 count on Edman currently.
Edman, California.
Which hitter looks like he's batting lefty today?
Edman's a California kid, went to Stanford, got some speed on the base pass, typical leadoff guy, but not hitting too well so far this year.
I'll take that one for another strike. Actually, he's not batting lefty, he's batting righty. My bad there. He'll try to get something started for this Cardinals team. Miami's really just been taking a little bit of a beating this season. That one bounces low in the dirt. Ball one. First ball thrown by Caleb Smith on the day.
Pitching staff hasn't been too good, and that's really been the whole story. Miami's pitching staff, when are they going to really get that ace back?
That one is grounded over to the right side. Ground fielded by Jesus Aguilar and stepped on first for the first out of the inning.
The third baseman, number 13.
Next up for the Cardinals is going to be Matt Carpenter. Now, a lot of people know the 34-year-old veteran. Listen, he's a 3-time All-Star. A lot of people know him from there. But at TCU, this guy took a 2-year medical redshirt because of Tommy John. He wasn't disciplined on the field. He wasn't disciplined with his weight activities as he takes low there. And then I believe it was a speech from his head coach, Jim Schlossnagle at TCU, saying, hey, man, you have the potential. You can turn this around. And that's all it took for Matt Carpenter, and all of a sudden he's a 3-time All-Star, now heading toward the tail end of his career. So great story there for the third baseman.
Absolutely. Also studied communications at TCU, which of course is what both of us, you're studying currently at Ithaca. I'll be looking in to study that when I start my college career. And a fun fact about him is that he played with Jake Arrieta at TCU, who went on to be obviously the Cubs pitcher in the World Series.
You know, Zoe, it's always fun to see how players played together in college or played together in the Cape Cod League because there's always so many connections.
Yeah, it must be fun to go out there and play against your friends. I know when I step on I play softball, when I step on the field and see friends on the other team, it makes the game so much more exciting and competitive. 0-2 count here. That one is low. Gets a swing out of him. Drop third. Will throw to first for the second out of the inning. Caleb Smith, only 9 pitches and 2 outs already in the top of the first.
You know, Smith, that's the effective slider I talked about before the game. Can he use that effectively? He did there against the lefty. Got his first strikeout.
Outside.
We see a ball there. An 84-mile-per-hour slider, as you were talking about before, how he's got to use the slider efficiently today. That one is high and inside, ball 2.
Goldschmidt, you can't say enough about this guy. I mean, he's been Mr. Consistent, Mr. Efficient, second in NL MVP voting as he swings through that one in 2013 and 2015 with the Diamondbacks. And he's come over to St. Louis and been exactly the same guy he was out west. Can't say enough about him. Power hitting, great defense all around.
We see another swing and a miss there, evening out the count at 2-2. Paul Goldschmidt, a guy who's really, really good at getting on base, first in the NL in on-base percentage currently, but we see a swing and a miss there, will not get on base on this one. Smith retires Goldschmidt, and that will be the third out of the top of the first. We'll be back in a moment. See Miami take a crack with this. Welcome you back to Marlins Park. I'm Zoe Alter here with Dane Richardson. Adam Wainwright stepping on the mound for the first time today.
A lot of people forget about Wainwright. Like I mentioned, the curveball. He actually was, early in his career with St. Louis, he was a closer. In 2006, he closed out the 2006 World Series. And him and Molina, they have that chemistry behind the plate. But the last few years just haven't gone as planned, not only for this team, but for Wainwright as well.
That one we see bounces away from Molina will actually be called a strike there.
Looks like VR actually tried to bump that one foul. A speedster loves to get on. 62 stolen bases back in 2016 with Milwaukee, so wouldn't be surprised if he'll try and use his speed.
You see him swing at that one there, driving it off foul. You were talking about Yadier Molina and Adam Wainwright and their chemistry. Both guys who, Yadier Molina has been on the Cardinals for his whole career. As that one will fall in the zone, flown out to left field. Going back will be Tyler O'Neill, and that one will be gone. To start off the inning, VR takes that 1 yard, 374-foot home run, 95.4 mile per hour exit velocity. Dane, what do you think of that one?
Well, again, you get behind in the count, you leave it up in the zone, and then, he wasn't behind in the count, but you throw an 0-2 pitch. I believe that was a breaking ball. You hang it in the zone, and that's what you can do. VR does have power to all fields, taking advantage. Good 2-strike hitter. It's already 1-0 Marlins.
Definitely not a great start for Wainwright. As you saw there, as you were saying, left in the zone for a little too long. Tyler O'Neill gave it his best shot, but really wasn't able to put the glove on the ball. A few feet too high for him. Coming up to the plate to try to extend the lead will be Brian Anderson, the righty from Oklahoma.
The right fielder.
This one will fall outside. Ball 1. Wainwright trying to recover after that home run.
The thing with Wainwright, though, you're a veteran pitcher. He's definitely been through these situations before, so you got to have that mental mindset. Baseball is such a mental game. You give up a leadoff home run, now you got to reset on the mound, find a way to bounce back.
And you see him able to throw a strike in there that time, fouled off by Anderson. The at-bat here will be low in the zone, ball 2. Wainwright looking steady again, not too off balance, but that one is thrown inside. Will be grounded over to third base. Matt Carpenter will fling it over to Paul Goldschmidt at first for the first out of the inning.
Find a way to jam hitters to hit those corners. You get them on the inside, you can get hitters to swing at those nasty pitches, not over the plate like they are, hit that home run. That's how Wainwright's going to get the job done.
Dickerson at the plate now, the lefty facing Wainwright, the righty. He actually had 2 doubles yesterday, so on a little bit of a hot streak. As he grounds that one foul to the right side. We'll stay alive here, 1-1 count.
Dickerson's one of those underrated guys you kind of forget about sometimes. Fantastic season a couple years ago with Pittsburgh as he takes up and away there 2-1. Couple great seasons with Tampa Bay, and he's got really good power. He showed that all throughout even the high school ranks, the college ranks, and I really think this is a good veteran pickup to Miami, why they're doing better this season.
As he grounds that one over to shortstop, Paul DeYoung will be there to field it and will throw it to Paul Goldschmidt at first for the second out of the inning. That is twice Wainwright has gotten the hitter grounded over to the left side, allowing his fielders to make the play.
Again, Wainwright finding a way to go inside, but another power hitter coming up in Jesus Aguilar. Aguilar, again, breakout season in 2018 with Milwaukee. Not too shabby last year with Tampa Bay, but staying in the state of Florida this year with Miami, having an all-right season, but in the cleanup spot, trying to do some damage here.
He fouls that one off for the first pitch of the day for him. You see, he's from Venezuela, 29 years old, and a little fact about this Marlins team, they're all very, very young.
Whoa, that's down.
Exactly. A lot of people remember, you traded away Osuna, you traded away Stanton, you traded away Yelich. So what do you expect? You're going to get a bunch of prospects back.
Well,
so obviously, they're a really young team, and that's probably why they're below 500.
Wainwright missed high and outside on the last one, trying to recover here. Throws that one low, but it will be called a ball. Looked at that could have been a border pitch, but the umpire did not give it to him. That one in the zone, fouled off again by Aguilar.
That's
Expected that one from Wainwright, a 3-1 count. Can't really afford to walk him.
No, that's it.
Finish him off here, but will not. We'll throw that one a little too close to the batter, walking Aguilar and bringing up Isan Diaz.
If you're Aguilar, you got to be a little bit angry at yourself. I get you get the base on balls, you keep the inning going, but you get a 3-1 fastball over the heart of the plate, and it's not like Wainwright throws in the high 90s. You got to hammer that to right center.
Isan Diaz will try to do some damage here with a runner on first. First pitch to him will fall in the lower outside part of the zone, called a ball. The righty versus lefty matchup here.
Diaz is a guy, a high draft pick, hit well in the lower ranks of the minors, but really hasn't panned out.
He grounds that one over to third base. Pat Carpenter is there to make the play and throws it to Colton Wong. We'll take a quick look at VR's leadoff home run here, extending the Marlins lead 1-0. We'll be back in a minute for the start of the second inning.
Leading off for the Cardinals.
So we welcome you back here. Paul DeYoung getting ready to take a crack at the ball.
Paul DeYoung, a shortstop, got some power. Understand why he's in the cleanup spot. Maybe not the average for it. And Smith, again, a good first inning. But Paul DeYoung, fun fact about him is he fouls that one off. This guy from Illinois State got a degree, I believe, in biochemistry and was on a pre-med track if he didn't go for baseball. 3.74 GPA in college. He's now 0-2. But this guy, he's a renaissance man. He knows stuff in the classroom, medicine, and he can play baseball.
I saw that when I was researching him earlier. Actually wanted to go to med school if baseball did not work out, as you said, with the pre-med track. Takes that one low and outside. From a guy who's so smart like him, Dane, do you expect a little bit more of a mental game coming from him than maybe someone else who had a lower GPA coming out of high school or college?
A little bit. You got to be smart. Of course, a lot of guys have baseball IQs. He lost one out to Aguilar for the first out. But, you know, a lot of times you see, like, you go on YouTube and you'll see compilations of these really good mental plays by players, but especially when you're in the moment and you're playing baseball, I mean, you can be smart in the classroom, but it's so difficult to think about all the various situations that could happen because baseball's such an unpredictable game. So I would say yes and no to that question.
Gotta go off the instincts a little more, I guess, as that one is flown out to right center. Settling under it will be Brian Anderson to make the catch for the second out of the inning. Caleb Smith sitting at a modest 19 pitches so far.
For Caleb Smith, you get those first pitch outs. Not much you can ask for. 5 up, 5 down, attacking hitters right away, using the slider down the zone, as well as that four-seamer in on right-handers.
Tyler O'Neill will come to the plate now, a righty versus lefty matchup here. As this one will be high at the zone in the chest level, will be called strike one. Second pitch from Smith here to O'Neill will be low in the zone, strike two. O'Neill dug himself into a little bit of a hole here. Expect Smith to throw him some sort of junk pitch, but he does not. Throws that one over the middle of the plate. That one is grounded over to Jazz Chisholm, who will throw it to Jesus Aguilar at first to end the inning. We'll be back in a moment to see if the Marlins can extend their lead versus the Cardinals. And welcome back to downtown Miami here, where the Cardinals are visiting the Miami Marlins. Harold Ramirez takes a hack at that one, grounds it over to shortstop. Paul DeYoung will be there to make the out to Paul Goldschmidt for the first out of the inning. A quick one there.
Indeed, a quick one, and I want to get back to Caleb Smith early in that top half of the second. That last pitch to Tyler O'Neill, that was a super effective use of the changeup. O'Neill's front knee was way out. You get the bat out in front, soft ground balls, easy outs. Great 2 innings for Smith.
Foul ball there by Alfaro, the catcher today from Columbia, known for hitting to the opposite side of the field.
Alfaro in the JT Real Muto trade, good defensive catcher, and I would say one of the faster catchers. You usually don't expect catchers to be that fast, but I would say one of the fastest catchers in the bigs, good defensively, and not a bad get for the Marlins in the JT Real Muto trade.
As this one will be inside, ball two. And Alfaro, another one of these guys on the Marlins who's really young, only 26 years old, as he manages to hold back at that one. Ball outside, count is now 3-1. Wainwright fighting back to stay alive. A swing there, and that will be pounded out to left field, fielded by Tyler O'Neill and thrown into Paul DeYoung at the cut. Alfaro will land himself a single and will be on first base as Chisholm comes up to the plate to do some damage.
You know, the problem is when Wainwright gets behind in counts like that, that just hurts him. I mean, hitters hunt for pitches like that on the 3-1 count. You saw, obviously, VR was 0-2, but when that's the number one thing. You can't get behind, especially to these guys. They're major leaguers. They know how to hit.
As he throws the second pitch here, Chisholm will let that one go for ball one. And you mentioned that speed of Alfaro as a catcher, but I don't think we're going to see him stealing here, Dan.
No, not at all. And speaking of the guy at the plate, Jazz Chisholm, I mean, you can't say enough about his game as Alfaro gets back safely at first. You can't say enough about his game. I mean, he makes his major league debut in 2020 in pop ball. He's hitting fantastic. Number 3 prospect in the Marlins system coming up this year. He's been good defensively at shortstop, and he's done everything you wanted him to do to go along with the speed he has on the base pass. You mentioned, Zoe, they have a young team. He's one of the bright spots that can make them maybe a contender in the future.
Absolutely. Definitely a bright spot for this really young Marlins team. If this Marlins team learns how to bond together, they could really be competitive. As that one falls for a ball there inside. The oldest player starting here today is Corey Dickerson, who is only 30 years old. Another ball there will get away from Molina, but able to keep Alfaro at first base. Full count here for Wainwright. looking to put away Chisholm to get the second out of the inning. But he will not. That ball will be low and inside. Walking Chisholm, first and second base now as Caleb Smith, the pitcher, comes up to the plate.
I mean, Smith, the guy's without a hit this season. I mean, 1 out, not necessarily a bunting situation to say the least. He hits righty, although he throws lefty. But big situation, I guess, but not expecting him to come through.
You wouldn't expect much from a pitcher. He has 8 strikeouts this year. I believe we do see the bunt, as you were saying before. That one will be flipped to second base by Wainwright. Will be off target. All runners will be safe. First, second, and third base. Bases are now loaded. Wainwright put himself in this own scenario, and Caleb Smith stands on first base after a successful bunt.
You know, if you're Adam Wainwright, you're a veteran pitcher. You should be doing, you know that PFP. You've done it for years. Pitcher's fielding practice. Set your feet, fire. If it's going to be too close at second, take the out at first. And now the Marlins could even do more damage with a guy that already hit a home run in Jonathan VR.
And now because your bases are loaded, you can't even think about potentially walking VR as he was up, hit a home run last time, as you were saying. Wainwright tries to paint the corner there, but it will fall a tiny bit outside. 1-0 count currently. And Dane, if we take a quick look at Adam Wainwright's pitch count as he throws a strike there, already at 34 pitches in the bottom of the second, a little bit high.
Exactly, and the Cardinals lost yesterday 9-5 for the Reds. They used every bullpen pitcher except 2 yesterday. So not much strength going for them.
That one's grounded over to third base. Matt Carpenter will flip it over to second base, which will be flipped over to first base. The classic 6-4-3 double play will end the inning. Cardinals get out of a scary one there. Matt Carpenter helping them escape. We'll be back in a moment to see them to the top of the third inning to see the Cardinals try to get on the board. And we return as Kellen Wong will step up to the plate, looking to get the Cardinals on the board for the first time today, trailing by 1 to the Marlins.
I mean, you cannot say enough about that big double play to end the inning. VR had already hit a home run, and you go around the horn, you turn it 5-4-3. That could be one of the turning points in this game that said, hey, that's where the Cardinals got back on track. They came to the dugout with a pep in their step, then they came to the plate and maybe scored some runs.
Absolutely, and that's what baseball's all about. It's all about those little moments that really shift the momentum. And Colin Wong looking to prosper off that momentum. 2-0 count now. Caleb Smith working his way back into this. As he'll throw another ball. 3-0 count now. Colton Wong looking for that strike over the middle.
You know, Wong is a guy that's been struggling. You wonder if Mike Schultz will try and green light him here. I don't think he will because you're looking for base runners. You haven't gotten one yet. We'll see.
That one does hit the zone, though. Top left corner. Caleb Smith, beautiful pitch there. 3-1 count. Now Wong will have the green light swing. But that one way inside. Wong will gain the walk on that one. Smith not too happy about that one. Looked like he just lost control there, Dane.
Especially lefty on lefty. You're good with that slider and changeup against lefties. 6 up, 6 down to start the game, and then you start the third against a guy you think you can get out, and then you put him on first, give him a free pass. Just can't happen.
As the pitcher, Wainwright, comes up to the plate, not having the best hitting year this year, but normally a pretty good hitter. Actually won the 2017 Silver Slugger Award, something you don't see out of a pitcher very often. He takes this one to right field. Running over will be Brian Anderson, and it will fall foul. He will be able to take another crack at this one. 1-1 count. Caleb Smith delivers the pitch, and a swing and a miss there by Wainwright. 1-2 count. Caleb Smith gets ahead in this one.
One thing I always found interesting is that the Cardinals, we've seen this before, but they're hitting their pitcher 8th instead of 9th. You want that speedy guy going from 9 to 1 there as Wainwright strikes out for the second out of the inning. But you want to go from 8 to 9 or 9 to 1 with that speedy guy, 2 speedy guys in a row, I guess. But at the same time, I mean, It just depends on the manager for me. Personally, I would hit the pitcher ninth because I want my best 8 hitters in a row there. But interesting tactic.
I agree. When I was looking at that, I was a little confused by it, but also the fact that if you look back at it, Wainwright is a pitcher who can hit. He hasn't been having the best season, only 3 hits there, adding another strikeout to the mix. But Harrison Bader really struggled in the beginning of the season, so in a sense it makes sense, almost motivates Bader to get up there and really swing if he wants to move his place up in the lineup.
Exactly. You mentioned Harrison Bader has struggled, but a home run yesterday. 2 for 4, couple runs, RBI. Obviously the 9-5 loss, but maybe you can turn it back around.
Alfaro tries to frame that one behind the plate, but cannot. 1-1 count now to Bader. Smith delivering the third pitch of the at-bat will be in, but gets a swing from Bader. Looks like he was really off balance there. 1-2 count now. Smith throws that one a little outside the zone as Bader watches it go by. 2-2 even count now.
Try, look for that slider down and in here on that 2-2 pitch.
As we see him ground that one over to third base, a nice play by VR. Flips it to second and flips it to first. We'll be able to get the double play there. A 5-4-3, just like we saw last inning.
Now, I'm not quite sure if it was a double play. Let's see if the Marlins kept their foot in the bag here at second base. No, it doesn't look like they did. So, I mean, they do get the out at first, and outs and out, but kind of an errant throw over at third base.
Not the exact same thing, but almost like what happened to Wainwright last inning, where he kind of missed second base by a few too many feet. One to Edmund will be grounded over into left field for the single. Dickerson will throw it home, attempting to get the runner, but will miss. Edmund will advance to second with his speed on the base path, and the Cardinals put up their first run of the day.
And you would assume that would be an E5 earlier on that play from Jonathan VR. He's done some good, he's done some bad. He's got you a home run, a double play, but also an error that's cost Caleb Smith a run.
And Caleb Smith there with that walk we were talking about to Colton Wong wouldn't have done anything if he had been able to strike him out. But there, that'll turn into a run, that one walk.
Leadoff walks are always terrible at all levels of baseball. It's an insane percentage. I'd have to find a stat about that, about how many people score from leadoff walks. Because even if it's a hit, I mean, leadoff walks, they just kind of get in your head, especially if you're a pitcher.
And as you're saying with the mental game, it's so important for a pitcher to be able to recover. And Wainwright tried to do that if we're talking about the guy on the other side of the mound. But it looks like he struggled a little bit too. Caleb Smith looking to come back here as well. As that one is grounded over, will be to the foul side. Aguilar takes a swing at it, but will miss the ball.
Speaking of guys that are struggling, Carpenter's one of those guys looking to get back on track.
He takes a ball low in the dirt. Saw that slider you were talking about from Caleb Smith just now. This one will be fouled off. Carpenter did a really good job of extending Caleb Smith's pitch count and staying alive in this one with a runner in scoring position.
Keep spoiled pitches. You've seen the slider, you've seen the fastball. Wouldn't be surprised to see a changeup.
He fouls another one off, extending this at bat further. Let's take a quick look at the standings to the left side of the screen. As we were saying before, both teams not really having the best season. Another foul there. We take a look at Caleb Smith's pitch analyzation of the day. He throws that one high there. Falls to a full count. On deck, the ever-scary Paul Goldschmidt.
Fantastic job by Carpenter working this count. I mean, you can't say enough. Obviously, you get the break from the air, but now you have a chance to get Goldschmidt up if you can find a way on here.
But all that work will be for nothing as we see a swing and a miss there for the third out of the inning. Smith gets out of that one with only one run. We'll head to the bottom of the third as Miami will try to extend their lead after the Cardinals were able to tie it up.
Leading off for the Marlins,
the right fielder.
Welcome back here for the bottom of the third inning. Just a reminder to donate to the Black Play-by-Play grant. That's why we're all here doing this volunteer work. Anything you can donate helps those in need. Wainwright back on the mound after throwing a ball. As he hits that one in the zone, will be fouled off to the left side.
2, 3, 4 hitters for the Marlins. You created some momentum in the second, but now you got the heart of the order coming up for the Marlins. I mean, if you're those type of hitters, you got to try and do some damage. As Anderson with a quick line out to short to start the inning. I guess you could say that's a good start for Wainwright. And we'll take a look at the NL Central standings. I talked about it in the beginning of the game. St. Louis is really underwhelmed this year. Cincinnati had a lot of hype with some of their signings coming in. They've been fantastic, but it's really tough. I mean, you're 11 games under 500, 16 and a half behind the Cubs. I can't really see this team turning it around, especially you're going to need a guy like Wainwright to really step up and have someone other than Jack Flaherty be really good in that rotation.
Absolutely. As we see Wainwright struggles continue today, as you're talking about with the leadoff home run. That one will fall in for a strike. A beautiful pitch there, hitting the bottom left corner. Corey Dickerson, 0-1 on the day. Grounded out to shortstop.
The count's 1-1.
Dickerson's a guy you got to worry about sometimes, especially Wainwright can hang that curveball sometimes, especially with that left-handed pop. He could take one deep.
Ball, that's just out.
You see, that one missed to the left of the zone. Wainwright looking to lay another strike in there, and he will upper part of the zone, the outside of the plate, evening out the count at 2-2, trying to put Dickerson away, and he will. Dickerson lets that one go by him, and Adam Wainwright picks up his first strikeout of the day.
Sometimes that curveball can work backdoor. You're looking for a fastball or looking on that inner half. You catch the outside corner with a pretty looking pick.
If Wainwright can continue that momentum into this batter, we get a foul ball there from Aguilar.
Hey.
That one again falls in the zone. Adam Wainwright 0-2 now, really recovering and bouncing back from that first couple of hard innings.
Love how he's attacking that bottom half of the zone. Aguilar, if you give him something up, he has the ability to drive it, but keep it down.
2 strikes.
And I like that pitch right there by Wainwright, going outside and low, trying to get Aguilar to swing at that one, chase a little something. Especially with an 0-2 count, you can play around a little bit, and Wainwright definitely has those pitches to be able to play around. But leaves this one in the zone for a little bit long. Aguilar able to foul that one off, staying alive here. Wainwright put him away there. 2 back-to-back looking strikeouts for Wainwright. Strikeouts 1 and 2 of the day. He'll go to the dugout looking happy. We'll be back in a moment. Hear a little bit from Tori Watney discussing the game of the day. Paul Goldschmidt preparing to step up to the plate and do some damage here.
Now, Zoe, I wanted to mention that sinker to strike out Aguilar. If he can get that sinker effective, not only can you catch hitters at the bottom of the zone looking strike 3, but that can induce a ton of ground balls, especially when you get the bases loaded. You get Jonathan VR to get into a double play. So not only does that curveball look effective in innings 2 and 3, but that sinker has looked pretty darn good as well.
Absolutely, and it's nice to have that pitch for Wainwright to fall back on if, say, his fastball isn't working. To go to, not that junk pitch, but a pitch that's going to throw hitters off. As this one is grounded over to second base. Isan Diaz there to make the play for the first out of the inning.
Been a trend this game. Caleb Smith, other than a few innings ago, the third inning, getting first pitch outs. Cardinals hitters look a little greedy at the plate, going after whatever pitch they see in the first or second pitch, and that's really attributed to Caleb Smith's relatively low pitch count.
Caleb Smith has decent speed, throws low 90s on his fastballs, mid 80s on his changer and slider.
Ball 1, no strike.
Paul DeYoung is 0-1 on the day. popped up to first base his first time up in the second inning. And he'll pop that one up, but it will fall foul. 1-1 even count now. Caleb Smith just hit his 50th pitch of the day in the top of the fourth inning. That will be grounded over to third base. PR will be there to make the play and get the out at first base.
Another quick out for Caleb Smith, and if you're Paul DeYoung, I mean, you went 0 for 4 yesterday, I believe. You're already 0 for 2 today. You gotta really find, where am I struggling here? Am I struggling on breaking balls? Am I struggling on fastballs up and in? Are they breaking balls out of the zone? Because he has pop and a lot of damage that he can do in the middle of that Cardinals order.
This one's grounded up the middle and will be a single for Yadier Molina, continuing his hot streak from yesterday with a double and 2 RBIs that he picked up.
Now batting.
You know, I would say that's an interesting decision for Molina, especially as a veteran. I mean, Smith has a low pitch count, but then you go after the first pitch. Yes, it paid off, but it's a risky play right there.
Tyler O'Neill at the plate now, looking to do a little something, as that one will fall high in the zone. Caleb Smith checking out Yadier Molina at first. Not really a threat to steal as he lays that one in the zone.
Now, Tyler O'Neill's, obviously, he's from Canada. That's rising in the country of Canada as he swings at one here.
That will be flown out to center field, and settling under it will be Harold Ramirez for the third out of the inning. We'll be back in a moment for the bottom of the fourth. Dane, you were saying something right before O'Neill hit that fly ball.
Yeah, exactly. He's from British Columbia, and Canada, well, in Canada, baseball's a sport on the rise, right? Well, a fun fact about him. Now, I'm coming in with these fun facts. I've said that about 3 times today, but I love fun facts. I mean, they're great. I mean, he plays the piano, he weightlifts, and he also weightlifts. So, also a guy that St. Louis used to have, Luke Voigt, for the Yankees. He's a big weightlifter, and you love to see those guys. I mean, might not be a huge power guy, but if you get that jam pitch inside, maybe that weightlifting can help you get an extra 20, 30 feet, whereas a couple of years ago, you weren't able to do that. So, nice little, fun little play right there from O'Neill.
Absolutely, and I love the fun facts too, Dane. When I do color, I probably say that word about 3 times per inning. But O'Neill also named Popeye in college because he was caught on video squatting 585 pounds with that weightlifting we were talking about, as this one is grounded foul.
586, did you say?
585, but close enough.
I don't even think, even if we were together squatting, I don't think we could do that together, even squat 585. I mean, geez,
I think it'd be hard to watch someone do that. It's a lot of weight. Swinging and missing here, 2-2.
In an inning or two, I'm gonna spurn you with some Marlins trivia here. They're not too hard, but we're gonna see how much you know about the Miami Marlins. 3 questions. We're gonna see how you're gonna do.
Ooh, all right, I'll warn you, I'm not too good at Marlins trivia. A Mets fan myself, so I know a little bit about them being in the division, but not too much, as Wainwright misses low in the zone there, goes to a full count.
Not going to be too much current, maybe a current question, but a couple ones back there, maybe when they were starting to win, not losing.
All right, as that one is flown out to center field, going back will be Harold Ramirez, and that one will be gone. A nice 1-run homer for Diaz there. A bomb, 419 feet, 102.2 mile-per-hour exit velocity.
Stan Diaz, that's a great sign. Like I said, he's been a top prospect for Miami. Really didn't hit well in AAA New Orleans. Really hasn't hit well average-wise in Miami. But that's a good sign. They know this kid has some pop. And the ability to hit it out of the ballpark in one of the deepest parts of the park out towards center field. An absolute blast. You mentioned 419 feet. You get it over the middle of the zone in a 3-2 count. Exactly what you're looking for, giving Miami back the lead.
Wait, I gotta feel a little unsteady, giving up 2 solo shots today. As that one's grounded over into the outfield of right field. Harold Ramirez will be there to get this one, actually get the hand on the ball this time, but that will be a single for Harold Ramirez.
You know, you're Wainwright, you're trying to bounce back, you give up another solo homer. Well, let's go with a get-me-over curveball. Well, great approach from Ramirez, looking middle of the plate early, stays up for a little bit, gets a base hit.
that's down.
That one will bounce low. Wainwright looking like he's having a little bit of trouble recovering from that home run and then single.
You already have a guy in Alfaro that hit earlier, so maybe he can continue to do some damage. Haven't really seen many hitters go 2 for 2, but he's in a favorable hitters count here already, 2-0.
And Alfaro comes from a family very athletic and gifted. His younger brother, Johandro, is actually a catcher in the White Sox organization, as he takes a swing and a miss at that one.
Plenty of family ties in the MLB, and Jorge Alfaro, one of those.
Wainwright will throw his 60th pitch of the outing. Will be fouled off by Alfaro, staying alive here. Even 2-2 count now.
I would try and go down the way with that curveball, or maybe try and jam him in with a sinker.
We got 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Tried to do that, but missed outside. 3-2 full count. Chisholm waiting on deck to get his chance at the plate.
Going on a hunch, but I think we might see Ramirez run.
That one will be fouled back, so people not have a chance to run there. Something we've seen a lot of this game. Hitters extending the pitch count, fouling off the pitches, getting rid of the ones that they don't like. But that one will not be foul. That one will drop in right center. Rounding the bases, we'll see if Ramirez will take a turn at third and go home, and he will. Alfaro standing on second base for his double of the day.
Again, another breaking ball thrown out there, and Wainwright, he's going to have someone come out and talk to him. I'm not sure. It looks like it's the pitching coach, but you get in a 3-2 count again. Diaz was in a 3-2 count, and that curveball, you hang it up in the zone, and Alfaro, beautiful hitting approach, using the whole field, blazing it out toward right center.
And Chisholm will come up to bat now with a runner on second base after Alfaro just hit that double. Chisholm 0 for 0 on the day because he actually had a walk earlier in the second inning.
Oh, that's low.
Wainwright will throw a ball there, low and outside. Even count 1-1.
You wonder if Wainwright gives up another run, 65 pitches, 3 runs allowed, we're in the 4th inning. How long of a leash does he have? Like I mentioned, the Cardinals bullpen was worked pretty hard yesterday at home against Cincinnati. So as he throws a strike there, gets ahead in the count. But how much longer can he go, especially if he gives up a hit here?
You got to expect that the Cardinals have some guys warming up in the bullpen, even if they don't want to put them in yet. That one is flown over into right center. Tommy Edman will be there to field it, but not before a run comes in, and Chisholm will be standing on first.
Like I said in his first at-bat, can't say enough about this guy, taking advantage of pitches that he can hit, behind in the count, but again, I'm noticing a trend. Up in the zone, a pitch easy to hit, and the Marlins hitters are just attacking him all afternoon.
And we'll see Daniel Ponce de Leon warming up there as this one is bunted over to the right side. Wainwright will easily flip that one over to first base for the second out of the inning, but not before advancing Chisholm to second base.
It's hard to believe there's only 1 out in this inning, and Wainwright learning his lesson there. Smith laid one down earlier, but just take the out, flip to first.
Especially something that we saw from Wainwright earlier when he made that error. Not something you'd see from a seasoned veteran like him.
Exactly. You have to expect this guy, he'd probably been in plenty of those situations before. He over a 10-year vet. So it's got to be tough if you're the Cardinals clubhouse and the Cardinals administrative staff to see that kind of thing from a veteran pitcher, because that can rub off on your younger guys as well.
We saw Daniel Ponce de Leon warming up in the bullpen as this one is blown out into deep right. Going back, and that one will be gone. Adam Wainwright gives up yet another home run. VR's second of the day. 411-foot bomb, 102-mile-per-hour exit velocity. Now, Dane, you gotta think Wainwright's day is done now.
Exactly, and Ponce de Leon, he pitched yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how he'll do when he comes in. But Jonathan VR, I mean, you have ups and downs, a home run, you get an error in this game, but then he comes up again and he hits a 2-run blast. And this pitch again, like I said, up in the zone, and he absolutely crushed that out toward right center field. That looked like the home run derby shot from Stanton and Judge a few years ago, one of those. And the Marlins, this could turn into a rout real fast.
And we'll talk about Marlins Park. This is the park that you see a lot of batters hit home runs in.
Miami's always a good place to hit. You got the warm weather, of course, not too cold. Hitter friendly, I guess you could say. Sometimes not.
This one will be grounded over to the left side, will fall foul. Wainwright surprisingly still in there. Maybe they're looking for him to close out the inning. He does have an 0-2 count on Anderson here. But Anderson will make contact, grounded over to first base. Paul Goldman will make a nice play there. Colton Wong covering first base. Second out of the inning.
See, that's where the effective pitch is. You get a breaking ball, you slide it down and out of the zone. Anderson has to reach out for that, whereas what he's been doing earlier in the game, that hasn't been sliding down in the zone. It's been sliding across, but right down Broadway, and that's why Marlin hitters have taken advantage and put up a 6 spot.
As he'll try to retire Corey Dickerson here, 0-2 on the day with a strikeout and a ground out. He will foul that one over to the left side.
A trend I'm noticing. The Marlins' bottom of the order has actually done quite well. Obviously VR with the 2 home runs, but other than that, the Marlins' bottom of the order has really done the rest of the damage. Anderson's been quiet, Aguilar's been quiet, Dickerson's been quiet, so you gotta credit the Marlins' bottom half of the order for really doing some damage on a tough veteran pitcher.
Absolutely, and this inning, Diaz, Ramirez, Alfaro, and Chisholm really doing the bulk of the damage. Wainwright will get a high fly ball out of Corey Dickerson, and that one will land fair. He will be standing on second base here. Wainwright giving up yet another hit.
That's what I mentioned about Dickerson. The ability he's got a lot of pop. It didn't look like he got all of that, obviously, but the ability to muscle it out toward left field and get a few more extra bases. A lot of hitters aren't able to do that, again, using all parts of the field. And that looks like it's going to do it for Wainwright. Another terrible performance for him this afternoon.
If I were Mike Schill, I would have taken Wainwright out after that home run by VR. I think he left him in a little too long, and you ended up giving up a double.
If you're a Cardinals fan, I believe this is Ponce de Leon coming in now. He pitched yesterday. I thought he did pretty well. I thought he did fairly well. 2 1/3, 5 strikeouts, 1 hit, no runs. He's really that long reliever guy, and the Cardinals have had to use him quite a lot. You take a look at his numbers, not too great in the ERA department, but hopefully he can come in, give them a boost, and then it's up to the Cardinal offense after that.
As he will gain a strike on Aguilar there. A nice sweeping curve bottom left of the zone. Aguilar with a walk and a strikeout on the day, leaving him at 0-1. He'll swing and miss it. That one right down the middle of the zone. A beautiful cutter by Ponce de Leon, coming in and getting 2 strikes right away on Aguilar. He'll try to finish him off here, but will not be able to. Throws that one a little outside the zone. Aguilar will not chase. But he will get him on that one. That one will be fouled back, hit, and it will be fielded by Yadier Molina, thrown to first base to Paul Goldschmidt to finally end this inning, but not before 5 runs score. Wainwright with a little bit of trouble there. We'll be back for the top of the 5th. And looking at my score sheet here, the Marlins actually batted through their whole lineup last inning.
Fantastic. We saw that fan. He put up, I got baseball fever. Ooh, Wong gets plunked right there. Walked and now hit by pitch, so he gets on twice. But I've got baseball fever. The Marlins had a fever of hitting the ball too hard last inning. Wainwright was absolutely tattooed that inning, a veteran pitcher, and again, batting around. But the Cardinals leadoff man on. You never know what they could do this inning.
Colton Wong with another walk there, as you mentioned. Actually scored the Cardinals' only run of the game last time he walked. We'll see if he can make that a 2-peat. As the pitcher, Ponce de Leon, will step up to the plate, looking like he will bunt, and he will get that ball down. Grounded over to the first base side, will be thrown to second. The runner will be safe at second and safe at first. A failed play by the Marlins defense, leaving runners on first and second with no outs here on the top of the 5th.
That's the second time, Zoe, we've seen a pitcher's bunt really confuse the defense. If you're Aguilar, I mean, Caleb Smith looks like he was going to get over in time, and with a speedy guy like Colton Wong on first, you had to take a while to get that ball in the first place. Just an ill-advised decision, and now the Cardinals, 2 men on, nobody out.
Yeah, really not the smartest decision. In addition to the Marlins' fantastic hitting on the day, the Cardinals are really killing themselves with these mental errors. Physical errors happen, but the mental errors got to be a little inexcusable.
Wasn't an error on that play necessarily. The throw was on line, but again, maybe not an error on the scoreboard, but a mental, obviously, in your head.
That ball will fall low and outside. 1-1 count to Harrison Bader now. Grounded out last time he was up, looking to do something a little more than that. The starter, Caleb Smith, still in the game. We'll throw that one right by Bader with a swing and a miss there.
I would try and stay low in the zone if I was Smith. Use that slider, use that changeup. Bader more of a fastball hitter, probably looking to do some damage out into the gap here.
And he will keep it low, but that one will be fouled off by Bader, able to get a little piece of it there. But he will eventually get the strikeout. Bader with a swing and a miss there for the first out of the inning. Runners still on first and second base. At the top of the order, Tommy Edman will step up to the plate.
Take a look at that beautiful view right there in front of Bader. That slider, perfect break. Maybe not the lowest it can get, but sometimes it doesn't have to go that low. Great movement gets Bader swinging.
Ball, that's out.
That will be a ball there for Tommy Edman. 1 for 2 on the day with a ground out, but also a single that scored a run, scoring Colton Wong earlier in the same scenario. Colton Wong is standing on second base currently after being walked. That one will be grounded over to third base. A beautiful play by Matt Carpenter. Sorry, not Matt Carpenter. Jonathan VR there at third base to gain an out for the second of the inning. I had forgotten to flip my field chart, so I was looking down and saw Matt Carpenter at third base.
Of course, VR, that wasn't a mental mistake right there. You know Ponce de Leon is not that fast of a runner. You get him out at second, so maybe we have some damage here.
This one will be flown out to center field. Harold Ramirez will be there to make the third out of the inning. Getting out of that one will be Caleb Smith. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. See the Marlins do some more damage on the offensive side of things.
Leading off for the Marlins.
And we return with yet another right-handed pitcher warming up in the bullpen for the Cardinals. Gant in the bullpen now, John Gant.
Now, I will say, if you're the Cardinals, you got to be disappointed as Diaz takes a strike. You get first and second, nobody out. And then even if Bader strikes you out, you got first and second with one out and the top of the order. I get Matt Carpenter. Baseball bounces certain ways. You hit it hard, but you hit it at somebody. But you're down 5 runs. You got to start somewhere if you want to make a comeback. And unable to do so, wasting 2 runners.
Ponce de Leon got to be really careful here. Diaz led off last inning with that solo shot to center field. And looks like Ponce de Leon is aware of that, throwing around the zone. The last pitch to the high left side, and that one falling high in the zone. So take a quick look at John Gant warming up in the bullpen. Ponce de Leon throwing around the plate again as that one is low in the zone below the knees of Diaz. He will have to throw this one in the zone if he doesn't want to walk, and he will, but Diaz is able to get a little piece of it. Goes deep, but will be eventually caught by Tommy Edman in right field. A little bit of another scare there for Cardinals fans.
Exactly, Diaz showing that power as you take a look at Wainwright's numbers. 3 and 2/3, 8 hits, 6 runs, all earned on 2 walks and 2 Ks. So not a good start again. Now, Zoe, I said earlier I wanted to hit you with some Marlins trivia, so here we go. I got 3 questions for you.
All right, you're going to be disappointed with my knowledge. I'll just warn you on that
one. You might know maybe a couple of these. I think you might know a couple of these as Ramirez takes high.
All right.
Who was the pitcher that tagged out Jorge Posada to end the 2003 World Series to win it for the Marlins?
Ooh, see, that's a tough one because I was born in 2003, so there was no way I was watching that one, so I'm pretty clueless on this one.
Correct answer, Josh Beckett, former Dodger, former Red Sox, was very good with Boston. But
You know what's sad? I've never even heard of him before.
ooh, Josh Beckett. Good pitcher. Not Hall of Fame worthy, but solid pitcher throughout his days in the major leagues. Let's see if you know the next one. Might be an easier one. Again, you weren't alive for this one, but we're going to try it.
Okay.
All right. The 1997 World Series, as Ramirez fouls it off 2-2. The 1997 World Series, first World Series title for the Florida Marlins. Who did they beat in the World Series?
Oh my god, I think I know this one. I'm gonna go with the Yankees, but I know that's wrong, but I'm just gonna go with
Not
that.
the Yankees. I'll give you another guess.
I'm trying to think who was good at that time. I want to say that will be grounded over. That will be a single there. I don't know. I'll just take a wild shot here. I'll go for. I don't think who's good back then. Let's go with like the Orioles or someone random.
It's not the Orioles. The correct answer, the Cleveland Indians. Losing in 7 games in a walk-off in the 1997 World Series. Now we got one more, and then we can get back to some of the action. Obviously, the Marlins holding that 5-run lead. Who is the longest tenured? This one's a hard one. I wouldn't even know this one if I didn't look it up. Who is the longest tenured Miami Marlin on this team?
On the team currently?
On the team currently.
Have they been on the team the whole time, or have they switched? Like, have they gone to a different team and came back?
No, they've been on the team since 2015 till now.
Okay. Well, let me think for a minute.
A lot of turnover on the roster, so this was a tough one.
I'm looking at my stat sheets to see if anyone is old enough for that, but I don't think they are. So I'm going to go with Matt Kemp.
Matt Kemp is not the correct answer. I mean the longest tenured Marlin. My bad. I think you got that question wrong.
You got a full count. 3-2.
Oh, then.
Longest tenured Marlin, not longest tenured player. I guess I worded that one wrong.
I don't know. I'm completely at a loss. I told you I was going to make a fool out of myself with these questions.
It's okay. Maybe if we're partnered together sometime, I can ease it up. I'll give you some Mets trivia. See if you can figure that one out. The strikeout right there. The answer, Jose Urena, starting pitcher for the Marlins. There since 2015. Also Adam Conley, but Urena was called up a little bit earlier. So maybe we can try. The Marlins are really an obscure team, but they're doing a little bit better this year in bop ball.
If someone had asked you these questions, would you have been able to get all the answers?
I would have gotten the first 2. I would have not gotten the last 3. Obviously, I would have gotten the 2003 one because the Yankees lost, and I think I would have gotten the Cleveland one. I think I would have gone 2 for 3. But maybe you'll have to ask me some trivia questions about some obscure team from the NL Central or the NL East sometime. Maybe ask me some Mets trivia. I'll probably go over 3 as well.
Next time we're together, I'll prepare some hard questions for you.
You know, I don't know that much about the Mets. Again, man on first, Chisholm back at the plate, the youngster. But I know Roger Clemens did throw a bat at Mike Piazza. That's one of the fond moments, Yankees-Mets right there.
That one was low in the zone there. 1-2, 2 outs here for Ponce de Leon, trying to retire Chisholm to end the 5th inning. And he will. Swing and a miss there by Chisholm, ending the 5th inning. Will head to the top of the 6th. Marlins still lead by 5. We welcome you back here to Marlins Park. I'm Zoe Alter here with Dane Richardson. If you're just tuning in, good for you. You missed my sad attempt at getting Marlins trivia.
It's tough. They were tough questions. I'll give you that. They were tough questions.
Yeah, but I feel like I should have at least gotten 1. 0 for 3 is kind of not the best stat there.
I mean, if you go 1 for 4, you're still hitting 250, and that's pretty average in baseball at least. So you think of it that way.
Get a decent contract with that one. Paul Goldschmidt took a ball for the first pitch. Here will be the second one. He will take a strike. 1-1. Paul Goldschmidt, not 0 for 3 like me, but 0 for 2 on the day, with a strikeout and a ground out in the 1st and 4th innings.
If there's any guy to start it up for St. Louis, it's got to be your main slugger, Paul Goldschmidt, leading the NL and OBP. See if he can get on for the first time today.
is he'll watch that one fall outside. We talked about how he is first in the NL for on-base percentage, but how about that he's also leading the National League in walk. As he'll pop this one up to the right side, settling under it will be Brian Anderson to make the first catch of the inning and get the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
I'm going to say Caleb Smith got away with that pitch right there. I mean, it's kind of it looked like a breaking ball, maybe a fastball up in the zone, behind in the count to Goldschmidt. Just got under it. I just don't think it's a good day for Goldschmidt. Maybe things are just working out tonight for Caleb Smith.
We were just talking about those walks, but I think there Goldschmidt was definitely expecting more of a ball, looking for the walk instead of looking for the hit, as this one is fouled off by Paul DeYoung, who sits in the cleanup spot today. Really needs to get something going for these Cardinals if they want a fighting chance of getting back at the Marlins. He'll foul another one off here, but this time to the opposite side of the field, the right side. Down 0-2 on the count now, the 26-year-old Paul DeYoung.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
And he'll go around on that one, but will not be called a strike, the first ball of this at-bat. But he will have a swing and a miss there. That will be the second out of the inning. Caleb Smith able to retire Paul DeYoung. And Yadier Molina will step up to the plate to try to get a crack at the ball.
You know, you hear a lot of times in the major leagues, you hear some players guess. Some players do guess, some players. And I have a feeling maybe DeYoung was guessing a little bit there. You get a 1-2 and you get a fastball inside as Molina takes a first pitch strike. But you get a fastball inside. You had to assume, hey, he's gone breaking ball a lot with 2 strikes in this game. I'm probably going to get that again. But Smith surprises him, goes in on the hands, and DeYoung a late swing on that heater.
A good job by Smith using that inside pitch to catch DeYoung off balance and get him to strike out there. Caleb Smith able to alternate between his speeds and also his spotting on the plate as that one is grounded right back up to him and thrown to Jesus Aguilar at first to end the inning. We'll be back for the bottom of the 6th. Miami will look to extend their 5-run lead. The pitcher, Caleb Smith, will get his chance at the plate, and after him will be the top of the order, starting with VR and Anderson. VR, just a reminder, 2 home runs on the day. Definitely looking like a candidate for player of the game.
Certainly, and they're keeping Smith in there. You had a couple guys warming up in the Marlins bullpen. Now, I got a question for you. I don't expect Caleb Smith to get a hit. I believe he hasn't gotten a hit all year. Now he's down 0 for 2, so I expect him to strike out. But do you think VR is going to hit?
Not with that swing right there, I wouldn't expect a hit. But I definitely think.
Go ahead first.
He will ground that one. He'll make contact, which is halfway there, but that one will fall foul.
On deck is VR. Do you think he's going to get the big 3-homer landmark? I mean, he's got the swing to do it as Smith pops that one up.
So Smith will not get the hit. I doubt that VR will get the home run just because Ponce de Leon has had his mental game at top capacity today and has really been good about throwing around that zone instead of in it. So I think he's really not going to give VR a chance to hit anything. But if he messes up, VR totally could take 1 yard.
Just like that, showing the replay from the 4th inning. And again, I don't think he will either. But sometimes an announcer's jinx can do quite a lot. So we're both saying no, but maybe he'll say yes in this at-bat.
The last time I announced on Friday night, I had 4 jinxes. It was so bad. I literally, it was a Twins-Yankees game, and the Twins almost blew their lead because I kept jinxing. It was so bad.
You know, sometimes the worst one, I know this is a baseball broadcast, but the worst one is a close game and a free throw. You talk about their free throw percentage, then all of a sudden, we're at 90% free throw shooter. Brick, swear. But we'll see if VR, he's ahead in the count here, 2-1. We'll see.
I got goosebumps just thinking about that one. You always feel so bad, the announcer, even though it wasn't you, as this one will be flown out into left field. He will not get that 3-peat home run, as Tyler O'Neill will make the catch there for the second out of the inning.
Can't say enough about Ponce de Leon. I mentioned yesterday, 2 1/3 scoreless to go along with 5 strikeouts against Cincinnati, and he's come in and got the job done. It's been pinpoint location all over the strike zone, mixing his pitches, and even if you don't throw that hard, Ponce de Leon, a little average, mid-90s with that fastball, but sometimes it's about changing speeds, keeping hitters off balance so they don't make that hard contact.
This will be grounded over to third base. Matt Carpenter will flip it over to Paul Goldschmidt at first for the third out of the inning. We'll be back in a moment to start the seventh. Cardinals looking to finally get back at the Marlins here.
Leading off for St. Louis, the left fielder.
We welcome you back. Once again, I'm Zoe Alter here with Dane Richardson. The Marlins up 5 on the Cardinals. Tyler O'Neill looking to get something started here. As this one he will take a ball inside.
You gotta figure this is one of Caleb Smith's better starts this year. You have to over 4 ERA coming in. If you're the Marlins, this is what you want to see. Effective uses of the slider down in the zone. You mix in the changeup every now and then, and if you hit your fastball in the corners, this is the kind of pitching performance Smith could maybe have consistently.
Absolutely. I think the Marlins are really impressed by it, but it also helps that on the hitting side, he has that pad. He does have 5 runs up on the Cardinals, and I think that really eases the pitcher's mind, knowing that if they were to give up a solo shot, it wouldn't really change the game. As this one is flown out to center, settling under it will be Harold Ramirez to make the first out of the inning.
The second baseman, Colton.
He doesn't look too happy there, even though he just made a nice catch in center field.
Yeah, again, another kind of pitch up in the zone, but the Cardinals seeming to get under it. That wasn't hard of the plate, but kind of the top of the strike zone, sort of in that middle range. And I don't know if Smith's intending to hit that, but it's finding a way to get Cardinal hitters out.
That one missed the strike zone, but swinging at it is Colton Wong. 2 walks on the day, looking like he's a little desperate to get the bat on the ball here.
And that's one of the things you wonder. You look at Wong swinging at a low pitch in the first pitch, or Goldschmidt going after maybe a pitch a little up after the strike zone. Same thing with Tyler O'Neill. You're down by 5 runs. You want to find a way to get back in it. But it's tough for a lot of hitters to be patient as that one's going to turn foul. But it's tough for a lot of hitters to be patient down by 5 runs, and that's sometimes the key. You got to take some pitches. You can't try and come back right away. It's 1 run at a time.
Especially also the fact that people say baseball is a slow game most of the time. It's why a lot of young kids will stop playing it and go to football or basketball because it's more fast-paced. But because baseball is a slow game, you really can take your time. It's not timed. You don't have a limit on how long you can stand there and wait for pitches. So it really would be smart for these Cardinals hitters to stay up there and wait for the pitch they like. Especially with Caleb Smith already at 85 pitches, he's going to get worn out. As Wong seems to find the one he likes, but lofts it up into left field, and Corey Dickerson will be there to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
So you were mentioning no clock on baseball. You can take your time, and that's sort of the beauty of it. There's those small little nuances. You can call time, step out of the box, kick the dirt a little bit. Just even the sounds of the game, that's what players love. And looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter here. It's going to be Lane Thomas for St. Louis.
I mean, if it's the time to put in a pinch hitter, I guess now is the time. If you don't really start hitting and getting runs up on the board, you can't expect yourself to get 5 runs in 2 innings. It's a lot of pressure to put on your team.
Now I'm going to talk a little bit about Lane Thomas. This is a guy, and I think he has a bright future. I mean, his first major league at-bat, hitting a home run out toward right field in Busch Stadium. Good arm out in center field, and he's been a solid player for the Cardinals so far this year. He came up halfway through the year last year for the Birds. So I think this guy can be a solid player out in center field. He's one of those bright spots that could carry the Cardinals to the future because they don't particularly have a relatively young roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were talking about a lot with the Marlins today, is that their roster is so young and that they have a bright future. But this Cardinals roster is on the older side. I mean, your catcher, Yadier Molina, 37 years old. Matt Carpenter, who's kind of the foundation of your lineup in that 2-spot, 34. So it's nice to see a guy like Lane Thomas coming in at only 24 with his second year in the MLB, not even his full second year, as you were saying last year, because he came up in the middle of the season, to start to prosper and give him those chances to really grow into the player you want him to be.
Yeah, and another thing I mentioned, in his first MLB at-bat, he hit a homer to right field. The ability to use the whole field. You notice a lot of these hitters, even in bat ball or in regular baseball, is a blast right there.
That one will end the top of the 7th. We'll continue our conversation in a moment as the Marlins try to rack up some more hits and runs here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your attention, please.
See John Gant come into the game, and Dean, you were saying a little something about Lane Thomas there.
Yeah, Lane Thomas, again, a guy, the ability to hit the other way. A lot of hitters in Major League Baseball, they're pull happy, and that's why we see so many of these shifts. And a lot of fans will say, hey, why don't you just push bunt down the line? Why don't you just hit it the other way? It's a lot harder than other people think to hit the ball the other way. I mean, you can purposely be late on it, I guess, but you don't want to take that risk. But at the same time, as we see John Gant, the new pitcher in the game, inside right there to Dickerson. But a lot of players, that's why you see so many shifts. So when you get a hitter like Lane Thomas that can go to all fields, that makes him so much more dangerous at the plate.
That's a really good point. A lot of the time in today's game, hitters are just going for power in those home runs, especially with, you know, the evolution of the game, just power hitters, as that's the second one that slips away from Molina there. So we see, you know, Aaron Judge, Pete Alonso, these guys who just rake. But a lot of the time in the league, you'll see these guys who really are just pull hitters. If they're going to hit a home run, it's going to be deep left field because they're like a solid righty. As this one is to center, flown out. Harrison Bader will be there to make the catch for the first out of the inning.
And so one of the most important things now is launch angle, right? Getting the ball up in the air, hitting home runs where you don't see as many contact guys. An example I like to use, obviously I'm a Yankee guy, but a guy like DJ LeMahieu, or even, although I'm not a big Astros guy because of the whole scandal, a guy like Jose Altuve, guys that can make contact and that can hit for average. If you have a bunch of those guys, I mean, you notice all those big strikeout teams that have a lot of power hitters. You look last year, the Yankees, the Twins, they struck out too much in the postseason to make it all the way. So you need a certain amount of contact guys and not just thinking about home runs all the time in order to make it to the final stretch.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes, you know, you have a guy who's not performing his best. Like a guy, even today, Matt Carpenter is 0 for 3 on the day, 2 strikeouts and a fly out to center. But the Cardinals aren't doing so well today, but when you have those other hitters around that power hitter who really can get on base, that's going to be really helpful, and that's what's going to propel your team deep in October. It's a swing and a miss there.
Aguilar swung through that one, but to mention, you're a Mets fan, right? Pete Alonso's your big power hitter, but you got a person like Jeff McNeil around you. That's exactly those type of hitters you need to really push your offense to the next level.
Exactly, and it's also the fact that baseball is a game about if you're on your game or if you're not on your game. We see that with pitchers all the time. Say, like, even earlier today, when Adam Wainwright stepped on the mound, he was having a little trouble with that sinker, and even with his curveball, he was having a little trouble hitting anything that wasn't a fastball. Some days you just have pitches that aren't working, or your hitter's just, you're not on your game, and you need other players around you to help build you up and make sure that your team doesn't completely fall apart because that one pitch or that one hitter isn't able to be on their best game.
Exactly, and that's why we have a 162-game schedule. I mean, Paul Goldschmidt not doing too well today, doesn't have a hit, didn't play yesterday, came in, pinch hit, I believe struck out. So, I mean, that's why you have 162 games. Not everyone's going to be on their game every single day, so you need that really supportive cast around your stars.
This one will fall outside and low. John Gant coming in to do a little bit of a job here. He has gotten 2 outs on the inning, 2-2 count, trying to retire Diaz, and he will. A big swing and a miss there. 97-mile-per-hour fastball will retire Diaz as he walks back to the bench. We'll be back in a minute for the top of the 8th as the Cardinals try to finally get on the board more than one
Your
run.
attention, please. Now pitching for the Marlins. Number 57.
We'll see a little bit of a pitching change here.
Hernandez.
Eliezer Hernandez will step onto the mound. The righty from Venezuela, another young guy for this Marlins team, only 4 years old.
Of course, didn't pitch yesterday. Only a few pitchers pitched for Miami yesterday, but interesting to see how he does. He's got a little bit of a cushion, and this is a good situation. You mentioned he's young. Come in with a 5-run lead, not too much pressure, find your footing, get your feet wet, get some out.
Another guy that I think they might put in if Eliezer gets into some trouble would be Sixto Sanchez. He's a rookie this year, only 21 years old, but he's one of those top prospects who really could prosper into something amazing in this league. You got to give him the chances.
Exactly, and he's known more of as a starter, a long man, but who knows? He's a guy that throws really hard with a lot of nasty stuff, so that's why he's toward the top of the prospect system. But then again, when he throws hard and he's got that nasty stuff, I get he's a starter, but that could make him a good late inning guy. So you want to put him sometimes in high stress situations.
And this year, especially in bot ball, the Marlins have used him as more of a reliever. He has 4 holds on the year. Hasn't really started. Has 40 strikeouts, though. Racked up a nice amount. As this one will be fouled off to the left side. Not able to get there will be Corey Dickerson. Harrison Bader stays alive with an even 2-2 count here. But there will be the strikeout for Bader. Hernandez comes in and gets that one. First out of the 8th inning as we take a quick look at Caleb Smith on the bench. A nice day for him. Only allowing 2 hits and 1 run and 1 walk, racking up 6 strikeouts in 7 innings.
Exactly. You can't say enough about Caleb Smith. I mentioned this has probably been his best start in bot ball to date. So give him credit. Mixing up his pitch. His slider was really effective. You saw Hernandez use the slider. It's the second time Bader's been took the bait on the slider. First it was down and away with Hernandez, then it's down and into Smith. So he's really got to fix that problem. We see a lot of hitters like to go after that slider down and away, and discipline's one of the hardest things to teach in the MLB.
As Hernandez misses down and low there, we take a quick look at the Marlins bullpen. A couple more guys warming up. We return to the mound, though. Tommy Edman 1 for 3 on the day with a single, looking to do some damage here and start a rally. He will fly that one over to left field, but it will curve foul. The ball boy didn't really look at the ball, not too worried about if that ball was going to hit him on the head.
I think he's got some experience over there. He knows where it's going to go.
Yeah, he's good at tracking it. As that one is popped into left field, running back will be the shortstop Chisholm to make the play, calling off Corey Dickerson there in left.
Third baseman, number 13, Matt Carpenter.
Polar opposites, to say the least. We take a look at the starter comparison. 3 innings, 6 runs, 7 innings, 1 run. And if you took this start maybe 2-3 years ago, if you showed me that stat line, I would have said, oh, Adam Wainwright, 7 innings, 1 run, couple strikeouts for sure. But no, I mean, Caleb Smith, again, great today, and Wainwright's struggles continue. You wonder how much longer does not only can he perform this way this season, but how much longer does he have in his career?
Yeah, especially with pitchers, that's hard, because with a guy like, I mean, you saw Ichiro stay in the league forever, but when you play a position where you're not pitcher, it's a little bit easier. Catcher's hard, because catcher, it takes a toll on your legs, but as a pitcher, you're always working out, always doing things. Pitcher's one of the most taxing positions you can be in, and it's hard to stay in that position for a while, as Wainwright's been in it for quite over a decade. As Carpenter takes one there for an out, that will end the top of the 8th inning. We'll be back in a moment here at Marlins Park.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cardinals.
We will see a pitching change. John Brebbia will come out to the mound to try to shut down these Marlins, who have been on fire with their hitting today.
Brebbia pitching yesterday. Scoreless inning with a strikeout. Massachusetts kid, also a Rule 5 draft guy.
Got a nice 60 strikeouts on the years. He throws a ball for his first pitch of the day. Harold Ramirez up there looking to combat the pitching. He will manage to get a hold of that one, but he will force it foul.
One of all the interesting things I've wondered about hitters, especially when they're up late in the game, you only need so many outs. Like, I feel like sometimes they're less, especially the winning team, because they're ahead, they're in the late innings. Are they less focused at the plate? I just feel like you're up by a certain amount of runs, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, we're getting to the 9th inning, I'm coming to the plate. Or do they see that more as a sense of opportunity to really tack on? And I think it could be more of a split mentality of that. I've always kind of wondered that.
That one is flown out to center field. Harrison Bader will be there to make the catch. And to your point, what you were saying, I mean, personally, if I was in that situation, I think I would look at it more of like an exciting thing, because you kind of have the adrenaline of, especially in this situation, being up 5 runs. You know you have quite the cushion. You're not really worried about striking out or grounding out and costing your team the game. So you kind of go up there looking to like swing and just hit one way out of the park.
Exactly. And at the same time, with adrenaline, that sometimes works, but a lot of times you'll talk to hitters, and sometimes it's really the adrenaline. As we see Tyler Webb and Ryan Helsley warming up in the Cardinals' pen, it's adrenaline that helps them, or sometimes they go up to the plate and it's not the adrenaline. They're not thinking about anything. And these type of at-bats, they really help them. And they just go up and they hit. And the result turns out great. So it really depends. A lot of players treat the game different mentally, but they really have to find that spot where they can excel.
Brebbia able to lay 2 strikes in there on Alfaro here, looking to finish him off with this 1-2 count. But Alfaro will get a little bit of a hold on that one, hits a high pop fly to shallow left. Running back will be Paul Young to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
Always kind of amazes me. I think we saw one last inning by the Marlins Chisholm, and now we see one by Paul DeYoung. Speaking of Chisholm stepping up to the plate, calling off the outfielders, much easier play for the outfielders, but DeYoung looking so nonchalant with that play. Plays harder than you think going backwards.
And as we were saying right before with the, do you go up to the plate as a hitter in this situation looking to rake the ball? And I think you saw a little bit of that with Alfaro there. Definitely a ball that was kind of inside, a little low in the zone, but right hovering around the middle of the zone. He got the bat head way under. It looked like he was just trying to like get the launch angle and send that one straight up into space. Chisholm takes that one low in the dirt as Brebbia releases and bounces it with an 86-mile-per-hour changeup that misses. 2-1, Brebbia fighting back with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. That one is fouled off to the left side. And a strikeout here would be really big for Brebbia because it sends the Cardinals back up to the plate. You have the momentum of sending the runners down 1-2-3 with a quick inning, and you know it's your last chance, but this one is grounded over to second base. Colton Wong will be there to easily make the play, and Brebbia will get the out. 3 up, 3 down, heading to the top of the 9th. Miami leads by 5. And Dane, we're almost at the end of this one. 3 outs left for the Cardinals in this one. What do you think? What do you think are their chances here?
Fairly slim. I mean, you got a slugger leading off in Paul Goldschmidt, but Hernandez looked solid. He looked relaxed in his first inning of work. So, chances, I'd say probably even less than 10%. Now, it could be throwing the announcer's jinx out there, but again, Hernandez looks pretty comfortable out there in the bump. I say Miami might have this one in the bag.
He managed to throw a strike low in the zone there. Hitters have really been working that all day, working the low part of the zone. When they've left, as you've been saying all day, when they've left the ball a little higher, that ball's been crushed. Goldschmidt 0 for 3 on the day. Really not his best day. Looking to do something, though. A nice swing there, but manages to foul that one off to the left side. 1-2 count now. Hernandez on top. That will be grounded over to the left side. Fielding it will be VR, sending it to first for the first out of the inning. Aguilar receiving the ball at first there. Goldschmidt not too happy about that one. He'll be 0 for 4 on the day. Not the best outing for him.
And that's what we mentioned. It's a 162-game season. You're going to go through your ups and downs. Paul Goldschmidt's been one of, if not the best hitter in the National League, even though the Cardinals haven't done too well this year. So, at the same time, but you're going to have days like this. You're going to have days where you go 0 for 4, where you go on an 0 for 12 stretch. But then, in a couple weeks, or maybe even a couple days, you'll find your swing back, and all of a sudden, you hit a 2-home-run game.
Absolutely. I mean, if I were betting on Paul Goldschmidt, I'd say he'd be back to his normal self. And, maybe not by this series. This is the first game in this series, but definitely by the next series he faces in a couple days.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
DeYoung takes 2 balls in a row here. Hernandez missing the zone a little bit. That will be a strike, however. Falls low in the zone by the knees of DeYoung. Also not the best day for him. 0 for 3 on the day. Your cleanup hitter today. Managed to get a piece of that one, however. Throws it, grounds it over to third base. Once again will be VR making a nice play, cutting in front of Chisholm to throw the ball to Aguilar at first and get the out.
1 out away again. Hernandez looking comfortable on the mound, keeping hitters off balance. And you mentioned the Marlins' heart of the order hasn't done well today, but the bottom of the order has come through, as has Jonathan VR. Well, the whole Cardinals order hasn't come through today.
Molina at the plate looking to do anything. He's been in this situation quite a few times today where he's come up with 2 outs, no one on. He hasn't really managed to produce much. was able to produce in the 4th inning when he hit a single when he was on with no one out and 2 outs. Single would be beneficial here, a walk, anything, but this one is flown out into right, will fall foul for him. And this very well could be the last pitch of this game. Hernandez winding up, laying it in there, and that one will fall low at the ankles of Molina, staying alive here with a 2-1 count.
You know, if you're a guy for the Cardinals, I would want Yadier Molina up with 2 outs. He's your most veteran guy. He's 1 for 3. He can hit. He's a solid player. So if you want a guy up with 2 outs, I get you're probably going to lose it. I'd want Molina.
Yes, he lines this one over to second base. Bounces off the glove of Diaz, thrown to first, but they will call Molina out, and that will be the ball game, folks. Miami takes that one 6-1, wins by 5. Hernandez able to close this one out. A sad outing for the Cardinals, especially Wainwright, giving up a few too many runs, 5 in the 4th inning. Miami gets a win that we don't see them get very often. Dane, thank you for joining me today. Had a blast.
Absolutely. Fun game, at least for the Marlins, and a sparkling play at the end by Hassan Diaz. Obviously, we're partnered together again. You can give me some trivia, or maybe I'll give you some Mets trivia. But again, the Marlins all over this one. Sneaking out, not really sneaking out, but winning the home victory quite easily.
Looking forward to it, and I think here we're going to take a look at the player of the game as expected, Jonathan VR. 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, 2 for 4 on the day. Just a brilliant outing for him here. Also, we take a quick look at Caleb Smith and his excellent pitching on the day compared to Wainwright, who really struggled. We're going to take a quick look at the highlights here. Here we look at the leadoff home run by VR as he homered to left field with a bomb, 374 feet, picking up his first RBI of the day. But he will not be finished, as we'll see a little later on in this highlight reel. We take a look at the top of the 3rd, where Eden was able to get the scoring started for the Cardinals, lining this one to left. Cardinals were not able to do anything else out of that, only scoring 1 run on the day. And then we take a quick look at Diaz's home run to center field in the bottom of the 4th, putting the Marlins up by 2 more runs, 419 feet. Now we look at Alfaro at the plate, had a pretty decent day. Doubled to right field, picking up an RBI there, extending the Marlins lead by 2. All the way to the warning track on that hit. And then we'll take a look at Chisholm, who also had a fantastic day for the Marlins, lining to right for a single, bringing in another run. Marlins extend their lead by 3 now, and this was really the big inning. Bottom of the 4th, VR hits a absolute bomb to center field, 411 feet, picking up 2 more RBIs and his 2nd home run of the day, earning him that Player of the Day award and of the game. And that will be all the scoring for the day. So we take a look at the top of the 9th. Molina grounded out to second base. An excellent play there by Isan Diaz, recovering, making the out, getting Molina at first, and ending this ball game. Marlins take this one 6-1. VR with an incredible performance on the day.
Can't say enough about Jonathan VR today. And again, Hassan Diaz, the great, beautiful defensive play at the end, and also showing some power, a prospect that the Marlins really haven't seen reach his potential yet. But this game can really be a bright spot for him and the rest of the organization moving forward.
And coming up next will be John Vitas in the booth, but we'll wait for him. We have to kill a little bit of time until 3:45. We'll take a look at the lineups coming up next, the Phillies and the Braves. As we take a look at the scorecard for today, the Marlins completely blowing out the Cardinals. Just a great hitting day for them. The Cardinals not really able to get anything going. Wainwright struggling. Relievers coming in and doing a decent job with what they were facing. The Marlins able to hold out, only holding the Cardinals to 1 run. We'll take a look at the schedule for later. Chris Sacchi and John Vitas, as I said. Up next, Phillies Braves. Later on, we have the Mets Giants. And then for the 3rd game coming up after, the Rangers Mariners. A good slate of games coming up for you here on twitch.tv/MLBotball.
Yeah, and again, a great game today. Obviously, the game before us with Eddie and Jaden a little bit more exciting between Milwaukee and Toronto, but Philly and Atlanta coming up, another NL East matchup. I mean, I would say Miami's probably cheering for Atlanta in this one, trying to catch up to Philadelphia one spot at a time, I guess you could say, but maybe they'll get up there.
The former Met Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Phillies today. Max Fried starting for the Braves.
You notice Wheeler really hasn't lived up to that big contract. You notice 5-6 with a 4.84 ERA, and Max Fried, a good young lefty. So two real pitchers that are kind of been unsuccessful this year.
As I mentioned before, a great slate of games coming up. There were previous games before us. We are the second game in a lineup of 5 today. So we take a quick look at the Phillies lineup coming up. JT Realmuto, one of the best catchers in baseball right now, sitting in that second slot in the lineup. Bryce Harper, as always, so dominant. Didi Gregorius from the Yankees sitting in that 5th slot. Pairing it up at shortstop for the Phillies.
And you mentioned Alfaro, Sixto Sanchez. They were in that Realmuto trade. And Realmuto, one of those studs along with Stanton, Yelich, and Osuna that was with the Marlins. But Realmuto doing well with the Phillies. New manager in Joe Girardi. Phillies, I thought, would be a better team than 500 so far, but I think they'll do better the rest of the season.
Also a really competitive league this year. The NL especially, really hard to get to the top of your division. You'll see some teams that are sitting in 3rd or 4th place in their division who really in any other season would be atop the division.
Go ahead.
As I mentioned before, I was just taking a look at Didi Gregorius there, having a decent year, not as great as his year last year with the Yankees, but really keeping that reputation afloat.
Yeah, again, Didi Gregorius, you notice a bunch of former Yankees. You got Andrew McCutchen, played with the Yankees for half a year. You got David Robertson in the back of that bullpen. So, again, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the NL East does. Obviously, the Mets not too successful. But, of course, you got the Phillies who reload, and the NL East is a tough division. The Marlins are getting better, as you just saw. We called their win over the Cardinals 6-1. And you got the defending World Series champion in the Washington Nationals. So the NL East is one of, if not the most competitive division in baseball. They obviously, the AL Central isn't ball, but at the same time, they have a ton of talent. As we take a look at the rest of the Phillies roster right here, Realmuto, who we just talked about. But again, the NL East, that's going to be competitive all the way to the final game of the season.
I'm really excited to see how the playoffs go this year. I mean, there are definitely a couple teams who are ahead of the rest, but it's definitely going to be a battle once we get to October.
It's always a battle when we get to October. Of course, October baseball, I mean, a lot of people debate about this, which is the best playoffs. The Stanley Cup playoffs is pretty good, but even if people think that's the best, I think the MLB playoffs is right behind. I mean, you have a ton of drama going on all the time. You just think about the Yankees and Astros this year, the LeMahieu home run to tie it, then you go Altuve to win it, and of course the Nationals beating the Dodgers. That comeback in the NLDS was absolutely fantastic. So we always love to see those big moments, and we get those every year, and we're fortunate to see those.
So we're talking about Didi Gregorius before we take a quick look. 26 doubles on the year, 16 home runs, 34 RBIs. Racking up the strikeouts a little bit, though. 51 with only 29 walks.
Fun thing about Didi Gregorius, in his time with the Yankees, he's an avid photographer. Didi Gregorius loves taking photos, and from the Netherlands, also from the Caribbean, but he's an interesting guy, loves to smile, and I really like Didi Gregorius. I was sad when he left the Yankees, but, you know, everything's got to happen for a reason, and he's got a good manager there in Philadelphia.
Definitely. There are some of those players that you see in the league where even if they leave the team that you root for, you still root for them in general just because they're good guys. You see that with, like, Mike Trout. I'm sure Angels fans wouldn't be too happy if he were to leave, but I think they'd still root for him just because of his personality and the way he brings everyone up around him as a player.
And it's sad to see. You speak of Mike Trout. That guy's never been in the postseason before. And you wonder, you're like, really? And yeah, I mean, it's tough. He's going to go down as one of the all-time greats. Maybe the all-time greatest if he keeps up this level of play for the next couple of years, 3-4 years. But he's going to go down as one of the all-time greats, no doubt. And he hasn't played in a playoff game. Like, that's the thing. So that's really tough. You got to think about that. And hopefully, you hope to see him in the postseason one day because he's such a prolific player. And you'd like to see him finally in those clutch moments.
And it just goes to show you how you can literally be one of the best players in the entire league, but you still might not get that World Series ring because you need those people around you. As we welcome Chris and John into the booth. Welcome, guys. We just called a brilliant 6-1 win, Marlins over Cardinals.
Great to be with you guys. How's it going, Zoe?
It's good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. First game with Chris. I think this is my my third ball game since doing the minor league celebration a couple weeks ago, but getting into the swing of things now.
Absolutely, it's a fun one, especially once you get used to the graphics and everything going on. Really keeps us going during this Corona time and just weird time in our world in general.
No doubt.
You guys did a great job, by the way. I was listening to you two in the car just before getting home, 7th, 8th, 9th innings. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
We got 2 National League East teams going on right here.
Thank you. It was my first ball game, but Zoe was a good partner. Miami getting the win, and excited to listen to your NL East matchup. Phillies-Braves, going to be a good one.
Thanks, Dane. Appreciate it. Great job on your guys' end. I guess we'll take over from here as we look at the starting lineup for Atlanta today. A couple of NL East teams, 2nd and 3rd in the division, respectively, trailing the Washington Nationals, who have a nice cushion on the rest of the pack right now. Chris, really competitive National League. Got to look at the standings before this one. And there's right now, Atlanta is actually on the outside looking in at the playoff picture. They're a half game out of the second wild card. Obviously still plenty of baseball left, more than half the season left to go, but half game behind the Diamondbacks for the second wild card, 2.5 back of the Reds for the first wild card, and 3 back of the Nationals in the division. So for a team that's 13 games over 500 at the end of June, you don't expect to be on the outside of the playoff picture.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But Atlanta's been a team who's finished in first place the past couple of seasons, and this could be a time when they start coming on strong. Like you said, Washington last year coming off the World Series win. They've had an even better start to their 2020 season as compared to last year. But this Braves team can get hot and get back in that first place picture, as opposed to the Phillies, who are still hanging around 500 and find themselves in the race. But as we get towards July, it can get kind of a situation for them where they got to pick up their ball, or they can find themselves out of at least NL wildcard contention.
Yeah, just looking at these two teams statistically, individually, I mean, there's a lot of room for positive regression. I think both these teams are going to finish well over 500 by the end of the season. I mean, you look at some of the OPSs, which is my favorite individual number offensively. I mean, Bryce Harper, 752. JT Real Muto, 717. Those guys are going to hit, and they're going to finish well above those numbers. So when they start to get hot, as the weather does, their numbers are going to go up. The Phillies have a really solid roster from top to bottom. I think they'll be above 500. I don't know if they'll be able to catch those teams in the wild card, Cincy, Arizona, and this Atlanta team. But you could say the same thing for the Braves. I mean, there's great numbers you see from Freddie Freeman. That's basically what you expect from him. 22 bombs, and we're not even at the halfway point of the year. But there's a lot of other guys who still have a lot of room for growth. The Braves have one of the most high-octane pitching staffs in baseball. I don't think they've lived up to expectations, especially the guy we're going to see on the mound today, Max Fried, ERA in the 6s. Just with the naked eye, seeing him in person and virtually in this ball simulation, he's a guy with top-of-the-scale stuff. I mean, there's no reason he can't be a really good number 2 for a very long time. I mean, he's teammates this year with Cole Hamels. That's a perfect guy for him to learn under. A couple of lefties, very similar stuff. Hamels always had above-average stuff, but not overwhelming. I would say Fried's probably in that category where stuff-wise, he would slide into a number 2 or a number 3 in a major league rotation, but just a perfect guy to learn under. I mean, he's 15 years younger than a guy like Hamels, who might be a Hall of Famer. So we're just about ready for this one. But Chris, I know you go to Syracuse. You've done a bunch of these games. Any advice? It's just my third one.
Hey, look, I'm the guy you're the guy I should be taking advice from, but just enjoy it, man. Seeing live baseball play out and seeing these managerial choices, I've had a blast, and this is all for fun. It's for charity too. We have that aspect, so I'm just looking forward to this game with you, man, and enjoying live baseball play out because it's been so long. All we got was spring training this year. So if you think of live regular season play, ever since Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, we haven't seen Major League Baseball in a while, and in real life, it looks like they're going to come to some sort of an agreement today, one way or the other, on a 60-game season, or maybe slightly less, depending on whether the MLB players approve the deal. So hopefully we have a solution either today or tomorrow, and we have real baseball coming your way by the end of July. But we're going to enjoy this in the meantime. It's been a great outlet for us to get some reps on play-by-play and for folks at home to actually watch some live baseball, even if it is just simulated MLB The Show. But we are ready to go from SunTrust Park, a couple of NL East rivals with their eyes set on the postseason here in 2020. It's the Philadelphia Phillies visiting SunTrust Park to take on the 45-32 Atlanta Braves. I'll take the play-by-play for the first three, and I'll toss it over to you, Chris, for the middle three, and I'll wrap it up 7 through 9 as we get ready for our third Botball game of the day. There you see the numbers on Max Fried. We talked a little bit about him in the open. ERA in the low 6s, not what you would expect for the young, promising lefty who looks like he's going to have to deal with some raindrops over in Atlanta today. But you see 77 hits in 66 innings. He should probably improve on that as the season goes along. He is a guy with premium stuff. The lefty Adam Hazley leads it off for Philadelphia, to be followed by Real Muto and Harper here in the first. Fried's first offering of the night is on the outside corner for strike one as we are underway under the lights in Atlanta. Phillies coming in at an even 500, 38-38. We're about a week away from the midpoint of the 2020 season. The 0-1 is grounded towards third. Easy play for Johan Camargo. Low throw, not handled, though, by Freddie Freeman, and we've got a throwing error to start the evening.
Well, you mentioned this is a big start for Fried, whose ERA is ballooning over 6 now, and it doesn't help when you give the Phillies an extra out to begin the ballgame. Friedman couldn't dig it out, and now leadoff base runner for the Phils, and looked like Fried could have gotten a leadoff out.
You have to think the wet grass caused a bad grip from Camargo. Freeman's pretty adept at picking balls out of the dirt there, but couldn't handle that one. And so the Phillies with an early opportunity, as maybe the best catcher in baseball, JT Real Muto, comes to the plate. He and the man after him, Bryce Harper, off to slow starts this year, but we expect them to pick it up as Real Muto digs in. Former Miami Marlin taking on the lefty Fried. Fried into the stretch now with a man at first. It's Hazley. The pitch is a slow curve that misses down and in for ball one. Hazley's got some good speed at first base. Former Virginia Wahoo. Went through the Phillies system quickly. I got a chance to see him in the Florida State League, and as that season wore on in 2018, he just got better and better, and that hit tool really develops. The 1-0 is inside for ball two. He's a guy that can spray the ball to all fields. You could say the same for Real Muto as well. Both guys pretty professional hitters. 2-0 from Fried is chopped foul behind home as Max hits 95 on the radar gun. That's normally where he'll be, 93 to 96.
Good location there from Fried. He knew Real Muto probably hunting fastball, but buried it away.
High fastball there. Real Muto chasing, and it's 2-2. See Eric Summergill behind the plate today. Pretty inexperienced crew. We'll see what they have to offer this evening. 2-2 on Real Muto. Fried deals, and the backdoor breaking ball does not get there, and the count is full. Chris, do not want to face Bryce Harper with 2 men on.
Yeah, I like that pitch choice with 2-2, but that one an easy take for Real Muto. It started in the left-hand batter's box.
Oh, there's a fastball, and Real Muto comes up empty. Came inside with that heater, and Fried has his first strikeout of the night.
Yeah, but there it was. He went right back from slow outside curve to fastball, busts it in, and Fried, after the leadoff error, has Real Muto down on a 3-2 count.
So here is Bryce Harper, the highly paid right fielder for the Phillies. Second year in the city of brotherly love. Left-on-left matchup. Front door curve. Misses a bit low for ball one. Rhys Hoskins will be up next, and then Didi Gregorius, should the inning get to him, in the 5-hole. 1-0 pitch to Harper. Slider just off the plate, and now the lefty is up 2-0 in the count, that being Harper.
big at bat here for Fried, a first-round pick of the San Diego Padres back in 2012.
That one's fouled off for a strike. Padres have had so much talent within their system over the last 5 years or so, some of which they still have, some of which they've gotten rid of. Fried is one of them, Trey Turner another. The 2-1. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, strike 2. Looking for his second K in the inning. That one's popped up. Left field, playable for Marcelo Zuna, who will make the catch through the raindrops for out number 2.
Well, what I've liked from Fried today is he hasn't been afraid to attack fastball from maybe the 2 of the 3 best hitters in the Phillies lineup. Real Muto and Harper both got fastballs to hit, and both of them retired.
Yeah, as a young lefty, Fried's got to trust his fastball. It's a good one. And even though he's facing the best competition in the world, he's going to get away with some poorly placed fastballs just because of the late life that it has.
Yeah, that's the magic of throwing 93 through 96 primarily.
So here's the cleanup man, Rhys Hoskins, and he takes a high strike to start him off. A lot of power in the middle of this Phillies order, the 0-1. Big curve, foul back, strike 2. You don't think of Didi Gregorius as a power hitter, but he's on deck with 16 home runs through less than half a season. Hoskins here already with 22, and we know what Harper can do in the 3-hole. The 0-2 is down and in for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, you mentioned that Didi Gregorius signing was huge here for the Philadelphia Phillies. Gregorius had lots of experience batting 4th, 5th, 3rd for the Yankees in his tenure with that team.
1-2 fastball is in for a called strike 3. Fried with a couple of Ks to work around the error in the first. It's a hitless top of the first for Max Fried. The Braves will try and take the lead when we come back. There's no score here on MLB Ball. Bottom of the first, no score as the new Philly, Zach Wheeler, takes the ball tonight for Philadelphia. It's a little bit of a slow start, ERA in the high 4s through his first 15 outings. Now this will get him to the midpoint of the season. 90 hits already allowed for Wheeler, but a guy with another live fastball. We've got a couple of hard throwers in this one, Chris. We saw Fried in the mid-90s. Wheeler can get it into the upper 90s.
Yeah, Wheeler, a second-half pitcher in his tenure with the Mets, his first season in a 5-year, $118 million contract in the NL East rival Philadelphia Phillies. But you mentioned ERA close to 5. Expect that to come down a bit, and like Fried, he will attack with that fastball and work his off-speed stuff off of that pitch.
Dealing with Ronald Acuna Jr. here in the bottom of the first as the count goes even 1-1. Wheeler pumping 96 here in the first. We've seen him up to 100 throughout his career, but he's a guy that can give you some length, and he's got that margin for error like we talked about with Fried. When you have above average big league stuff, you don't have to be pinpoint as the slider misses away for ball 2. And when Wheeler's locked in, he can really command the baseball, but it does come and go at times, that command. But teams were willing to give him that $100+ million contract in the offseason. There were 3 or 4 teams that were willing to go to $100 million, and they ended up choosing the Phillies. This one's lifted out towards right center field. Hazley over to the gap is there, and he makes the grab for the first out.
Another interesting point to compare Fried and Zach Wheeler here is that Wheeler, like Fried, was drafted in the first round by a team in the NL West. This time for Wheeler, it's the Giants. For Fried, it was the Padres, and both men traded. Wheeler, of course, traded for Carlos Beltran back when the Mets dealt him at the deadline years ago.
Yeah, really interesting parallel you just drew there as Albies takes up and in for ball 1. A really tough top 4 in the Braves order. Acuna, Albies, Freeman, and Ozuna. That one slashed foul into the third base dugout for strike 1. But good for those guys, Fried and Wheeler, to really find themselves in a good spot years after being traded. It can really mess with the psyche of young players, knowing that organization that originally took a chance on you no longer wanted you. That one's fouled back for strike 2, but guys eventually will realize it's just the nature of the business. And fortunately for Wheeler and Fried, it's worked out well. That one's outside for ball 2.
Yeah, both pitchers also have gotten the Tommy John surgery in the past. Wheeler missed both 15 and 16 full seasons with the injury.
Liner to left there, and it drops in front of Kingery. So Ozzy Albies has a 1-out single, first hit of the night.
The first baseman, Freddie Freeman.
We'll bring up Freddie Freeman with 1 out and 1 on. Wheeler had a few options in the offseason to sign and eventually chose the Phillies. His wife has some family in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey area. But there were some other options and ended up going with a contender, and now will have to face his former team, the New York Mets, at least a few times each year. Here's Freeman. First baseman bats left. The pitch is a fastball just inside for ball 1. Now, looking back, of course, no one could have predicted the COVID shutdown. But looking back at this past offseason, a lot happened. It was a very busy offseason, and some players got some really nice deals, including Wheeler. This one's lifted out to left center. Hazley towards the left center field gap this time. He'll make the grab for the second out as Albies retreats to first. Now, going into the offseason, Wheeler and Jake Odorizzi were both free agents, both probably in that 3 to 5 range of the best starting pitchers available behind Garrett Cole, of course. And they chose to go 2 very different directions. Both got qualifying offers. Wheeler ended up, negotiating his way to a deal well over $100 million. Odorizzi took the qualifying offer for just under $18 million. Now he's only going to get a fraction of that because of the COVID shutdown. And now he's going to be a free agent in a year where nobody has any money to spend. That one's in for a strike, 0-1. And several folks at the beginning really applauded Odorizzi for taking that chance, staying in Minnesota, which is where he wanted to have his family stay. And they were like, $18 million, that's a good salary for 1 year. As that one's inside, the throw to second, the tag, and he is out at second base to end the inning. Albies cut down by Real Muto, and we'll head to the second. We'll continue the conversation, but Chris, now you look at what Odorizzi did, and he was even asked at the end of the offseason after guys like Wheeler got such big contracts. And they asked him, do you regret this? Do you wish you had stayed on the open market? Because you certainly would have gotten well more than $18 million and would have gotten at least a 3 or 4 year deal. And he said no, he wants to stay in Minnesota, and he knows that he can get a nice contract in the next offseason. Well, now we're looking at a season that's going to be a third of the length of what we're used to. Teams are not making the profits they're used to. And Odorizzi is going to be on an open market that's just completely dried up. So you kind of have to feel for him. There's no way you could have predicted what was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Odorizzi going with that 1 year qualifying offer. Both players just finished up their age 29 season in 2019. But a big difference also, I think, was the fact that Odorizzi entered with 1,028 and 2/3 innings. Meanwhile, for Wheeler, because he missed all of 2 full seasons, entered with only 749 and 1/3. So almost 300 innings of difference, Odorizzi over Wheeler. That could have been a factor too, because Odorizzi, coming off his first All-Star year, only got that qualifying offer. And you're right, the 2020 free agent class could look a lot different. Who knows what his contract will look like, but it could very well pale in comparison to Zach Wheeler's from this offseason.
Yeah, now you're looking at Odorizzi might having to take another 1 year deal. If he can get 10 or 15, even if he pitches well in a 60-game season, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams that can break the bank this year, as that one's lined towards the shift, and the third baseman, Camargo, will make the catch at the shortstop spot. Gregorius retired one away, and it'll bring up Kingery here in a scoreless ball game. But this past offseason was an interesting test case for a lot of different reasons. But when you look at evaluating pitching, I mean, there were several pitchers on the open market with better career numbers than Wheeler, whose ERA was around 4 for his career and had several injury problems. Kingery takes low for a ball, and you mentioned how Odorizzi was the same age as Wheeler. But I don't think anybody expected Odorizzi to get more than Wheeler, even if he had tested the market. That 1-0 is in for a strike. I mean, nowadays, every team has such deep pitching analytics. They have all kinds of measurables where they can try and project the guy moving forward, and not just based on the wear and tear they've had, as it does almost benefit you to have pitched less innings and more mileage left on the arms. That one's in there for out number 2. Dansby Swanson makes the play, and it'll bring up Alec Boehm here with the bases empty. But all along, I think people thought that Wheeler would benefit from those TrackMan readings and all the different measurements they have on pitchers and how he projects moving forward, because we've seen it the last few years. Players are no longer paid for what they've done in the past. They are paid for what the models say they'll do in the future.
Yeah, and Wheeler, another factor of him is that the past couple of years, I mentioned it at the open, but his second halves have been so strong. He pitches like an all-star quality pitcher, seems like after the all-star break. And I think it could very well happen here in this 2020 ball year. But I think a lot of teams saw that and figured if they can channel that good type of play from Wheeler all season, that he can be a really valuable asset going forward.
Exactly. And he's a guy, too, that if there's a line drive towards left field, it'll bounce in for a base hit. So Alec Boehm has a 2-out single here in the second inning of a scoreless game. But with Wheeler, he is prone to a clunker every now and then. He'll have 2 or 3 outings a year where he'll give up 6, 7, 8 runs. If you take those 2 or 3 bad starts out of the season, his ERA drops from 4.3 to 3.3. So they're hoping that if they can just eliminate a couple of those bad outings, he can really put together a complete season. As Gene Segura banks one off the wall in deep left and will pull in at second base with a 2-out double.
The pitcher.
Yeah, back at this game, I mean, Segura is a great hitter. This Phillies lineup is dangerous. And now with 2 outs and first base open, we'll see how Fried operates here. The first rally of the game, really, for either team.
And a chance for Zach Wheeler to help himself out. 5 for 29 this year, so batting over 170 in the early going. He does have a chance to drive in a couple of runs here with runners at second and third and 2 down. Fried trying to keep this game where it is. The 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. Got to throw strikes here. Of course, you don't want to let the pitcher spot go by without getting it out.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for Fried to cut this rally short here, but like you said, you have to attack the opposing pitcher. You think he will here.
That one misses inside ball 3, and he's going to have to groove a couple here to Wheeler. And of course, Zach's not a bad hitting pitcher, so a chance for him to drop the bat hit on something hard. 3-0 pitch. Curveball misses high for ball 4. Might have actually been a slider, but a 4-pitch walk to the pitcher. And now the bases are loaded for Adam Hazley.
Oh, slider on 3-0. Interesting pitch. You mentioned Wheeler, good hitting for a pitcher, but still, that's under the Mendoza line at 200. He's got bases loaded here.
So here's Hazley, who reached on an error his first time up, and he takes a high strike. Big point here early in the ball game. He won. Tried to front door him with a curveball and missed. 1-1. Fried set. The kick and the pitch is drilled out towards right field, pretty deep. Markakis back towards the wall and will make the catch right in front of the Nike swoosh. Markakis reels it in, and Fried escapes in a scoreless second. Bottom of the second inning here in Atlanta. John Vitas, Chris Sacchi with you on MLB Bot Ball. Marcell Ozuna leads it off. Saw a couple of pitches from Zach Wheeler in the first inning before his teammate was caught stealing. Wheeler's first pitch bends down and in for ball 1.
Ozuna, a great pickup for the Atlanta Braves this past offseason. Just 1 year, $18 million, but is hitting over 300, which he only did in 2017 and 15, and also has hit 15 home runs so far.
That one's fouled back for a strike. So a hot start for Ozuna, who has now played for 3 different National League teams. Guy with a lot of tools. He'll have a nice long career. 2-1 is low for ball 3.
And John, I know we talked a lot about the offseason and the market, but I'm surprised the market for Ozuna worked slower than it did this past year.
As that one misses outside and he reaches base with a leadoff walk. Seems like that outfield market developed a little bit later than the rest. I mean, you saw Yasiel Puig not even get a contract. He's a free agent right now. So those guys didn't really quite get to where they had wanted. Apparently, Ozuna did have a few multi-year offers on the table in the neighborhood of $50 million over 3 or 4 years, but chose the $1 million deal to try and make more next year. But he, like Odorizzi, might be regretting that. So the leadoff man on for the veteran Nick Markakis. First pitch from Wheeler is down the middle for a strike.
Well, Markakis making that catch with the bases loaded and two-way on the warning track just in front of the Just Do It sign. And just like the logo and the Nike slogan, he just does it. In his age 36 season, his first All-Star team was 2018. He's been so great for this Braves team, a locker room presence, and there's a productive out right there. John moves the runner over.
Ozuna gets into scoring position, but I don't know if anybody's been as solid or as consistent as Markakis over the last decade. He has had such an under-the-radar career. Obviously a long time with the Baltimore Orioles, now a few years with the Braves. I mean, you could basically pencil him in for a 270 average, 500 at-bats, good defense, good arm, and solid base running. I mean, there's really no weakness to his game. He doesn't hit for a ton of power. He can get to double-digit homers, but, I mean, there's no one player in the league that might be more of a certainty than Markakis. So now it's Tyler Flowers with a man in scoring position. Still no score in the second inning. Wheeler's pitch is grounded towards the whole right side. Long way to go. Flag down by Segura, and he flips to first in time to get the catcher. 2 down. Ozuna goes to third, but it'll be left to Camargo.
Yeah, the interesting thing between these two teams is the Phillies lineup, as you see them right here on the left, has just a bit more depth as you go down 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, Camargo, like Nick Markakis, made that productive out, but Flowers isn't too imposing of a presence, especially against right-hand hitter, where the Phillies have Gene Segura in the 8 slot.
This one's looped to left by Camargo. It's going to fall in for a base hit, and the Braves have a 1-0 lead. With Camargo able to flare one out there, and Ozuna scores.
As if on cue there, John, the bottom of the lineup for the Braves scratches out the game's first run. Good piece of hitting there by Camargo. Didn't try to do too much. Slops that one the opposite way.
I actually really like the Braves' depth. I think they've got a solid roster 1 through 25. I think their bench is better than most. And from the pitching standpoint, I mean, they might have as much depth as any team in baseball. If Swanson takes a hack and comes up empty for strike one, it might not wow you in terms of name recognition. I mean, Markakis might have a little. But some of those bench guys, Camargo's so versatile. You've got Travis d'Arnaud, the other catcher, who gives you some offense. Adam Duvall packs a punch as a hitter on the bench. Same with Austin Riley, who might be a star in the making. Ender Inciarte, an elite center fielder, is on their bench. Adeiny Hechavarria, an elite defensive shortstop, is on their bench and probably the last man on that bench. And then, of course, you do have some star power at the top as Swanson rolls one out to third. Bohm goes to second, and we'll get the third out the short way, 5-4 to end the inning. Braves get on the board. RBI single from Johan Camargo gives them a 1-run lead as we move to the third. Two, 3, 4 coming up in the Philadelphia batting order against Max Fried, who worked his way out of a bases-loaded jam in the second. First pitch fastball clips the edge for a strike. Fried's next pitch is down and in for a ball. Chris, any opinions on which of these two teams might have a brighter future? I mean, there's a lot to consider, a lot of good long-term assets on both these rosters.
Oh, I like that question. The Phillies have Harper for 11 more seasons after this. Real Muto, they have some building blocks, but I think I'll go with the Braves here as Fried gets a punch out there to begin the top of the third inning. I'll go with the Braves here because their star power is a bit younger. You have Albies locked up for a while. Ronald Acuna Jr. has immense potential. I think he could be one of the best players in the game if he's not already. Freddie Freeman has been a rock for them, so I think barely. And also the pitching side, I think, helps me go with the Braves here.
That one misses low to Harper for ball one. Real Muto went down swinging on another high fastball, so 3 strikeouts now for Max Fried. I completely agree with you. I think that both of these teams would definitely be in the top 10 in terms of wanting to take them over long term and where they kind of stand. That one's on the corner for a strike. The Braves have a much better farm system than the Phillies, but putting that aside, just looking at their current rosters and the ages and the contracts, I mean, I think you got to take Atlanta. That one's swinging a miss for strike 2, and the guy at the plate right now would, for me, be the biggest reason why. Yes, he's a great player, but you've got well over $30 million committed to him every single year for the next decade. To me, that's a bad thing, not a good thing, as that one's in for strike 3. That's 4 Ks now for Fried, as Harper thought it was low. But that takes away a lot of flexibility. The Phillies do have a decent amount of money to play with, but when you're the Braves and you've got Acuna and Albies locked up for such a low price for the next 6+ years, I mean, I think you got to like that roster a little bit better.
Yeah, no doubt. And just like the first time through the order, John, Fried attacked Real Muto and Harper with fastballs, and this time he gets 2 strikeouts out of it. So he pitches with the lead here in the top of the third, and the same confidence he had in the first.
Yeah, he has really settled in now the last few batters after struggling in the second. Was fortunate to get out of that inning with no runs, and now has taken advantage of that, falling behind, though, 2-0 on Hoskins with 2 outs and nobody on. The pitch is high for ball 3.
And now here, he might have to do the same thing he did with the last 2 hitters, is attack fastball 3-0, or he might just want to put Hoskins on here in a tough spot and deal with the next hitter.
Here's the pitch, and it's lifted out towards right, pretty shallow. Markakis easing on in. Will make a basket catch to end the inning. So a 1-2-3 bounce back frame from Max Fried, who is through 3 scoreless. Bottom of the third here at SunTrust Park is Zach Wheeler goes back to work, trailing by a run. So Fried will bat against his opposition. And the fastball clips the top of the zone, strike 1. Braves can jump into a playoff spot with a win today. Swing and a miss. Fried late on the fastball from Wheeler, strike 2. Braves just a half game behind the Diamondbacks for the final playoff spot in the NL. This one's ripped down the line. That is a foul ball wide of the line. Fried almost coming through with a base hit.
He has a pretty good hack there, just a little bit out in front. Just John 0-2.
Yeah, squaring one up on 0-2. That one's up high. Wheeler wasn't going to give him anything to hit there, and decided to fire 98 at his eyes.
Fried last year actually hit 4 points just below 200 and 4 RBIs, first 4 of his career.
Not bad. If my memory serves, he was on that unbelievable high school team with Jack Flaherty and another big leaguer. Can't remember who it was, but I believe they had 3 major league starters on 1 high school team. This one's ripped out to pretty deep right. Harper towards the corner. Now at the wall, looking up, and that's gone. Max Fried takes the opposite pitcher deep, and he gives Atlanta a 2-run lead. Well, he was able to drop the bat hit on a Wheeler fastball, and for the second time in the at-bat, he squares one up, and this one leaves the yard.
Yeah, we were just talking about his hitting. He squared one up on 0-2, just got out in front, and that one stayed fair and got under that ball quite a bit to get it out of here.
Here's another look at it. Not what you expect against a guy like Zach Wheeler. Perfect swing from Fried, who puts one in those seats and right.
We saw Wheeler last time up for the Phillies. Sorry there, John. Having a great chance to help himself out. He walked with second and third and 2 outs. He did his job. The Phillies couldn't get it around to score. But this time, Fried takes matters into his own hands, helps himself out a little more, doubles up the lead.
Yeah, both pitchers perfect at the plate in this one. As Acuna swings and misses strike 2. We could talk all day about whether we think there should be a DH long-term or not, but I think there's a pretty good chance we've seen pitchers hit in real life for the last time. That one's outside for a ball.
I'll tell you what, John, I unfortunately have to agree with you. It's sad for me, but Bob Ball gives us a chance to get more National League Baseball. I'm hoping to see a double switch in this game, some key pinch hitters. I love National League Ball, and hopefully it'll be here to stay, but if not, we got Bob Ball.
That one's high for ball 2. I've always kind of been in the middle of the argument. I'm usually pretty opinionated, but not really on that one. I definitely can see both sides. The 2-2 is high. I've called a lot of college baseball and minor league baseball, and the DH gives you all kinds of flexibility to get guys at bats that otherwise would kind of be stuck on the bench. The one thing I do like about National League Baseball in terms of from a competitive standpoint is it gets your bench more involved. You have all kinds of opportunities to pinch hit. As this one's rolled out to third, handled by Bohm, will wind up and fire to first. I mean, if you're an American League team with 9 clear-cut starters that are clearly better than your 4 guys on the bench, those 4 guys on the bench are never going to play. Unless they're going to be a defensive replacement late, or if somebody gets hurt, of course. Otherwise, they might not get 100 at-bats in a season and be active on the roster all year. In the National League, your bench guys are basically guaranteed 100 to 200 at-bats just from pinch hitting and getting that 1 start a week, because guys get tired more easily when they don't have the DH available to them. So I definitely see it from both sides. I just can clearly see it trending towards the direction of not having the pitchers hit anymore.
Mm-hmm. And just as maybe to wrap up the conversation and give a shout out to National League managing. I mean, as Mets fans, John, Davey Johnson in '86 was a brilliant mind in using his bench. I mean, Kevin Elster came up and made his debut in September. He was just a defensive guy at shortstop. You had Danny Heap, Rafael Santana as different players who came in and out of the lineup. I mean, the Game 6 win with the Bill Buckner game over the Red Sox in that World Series, people forget that Darryl Strawberry was double switched out of the game, and that was a key point in allowing the Mets to rally late in that ball game. So National League managing is a beautiful thing, I think. And like you said, it lets the players on the bench be active parts of any game.
Wow, you've done your 1986 research there. Nice job.
Hey, the quarantine, they were replaying it a lot. I saw interviews about it. I can't love it more as a Mets fan than 1986.
Got to assume that was on SNY.
Yeah, they even had some segments where they had players come on and Zoom middle of the game, analyze. It was quite the dream.
Yeah, that's fantastic. There's been a lot of old broadcasts finding their ways to the airwaves. That one's down and in, and Albies has a 1-out walk here for the Braves. One of the few things I miss about the New York area being down here in Florida is no SNY.
Oh, yeah.
MLB at that obviously, but can't watch the pre- and post-game shows down here. They cut it off as soon as the game's over, so definitely miss some of those Mets-centric broadcasts. There's a throw over to first, and Albies back in, always a threat to run.
Yeah, they have Todd Zeal a lot now in the post-game. I don't know if you're into that, but let's give you a little update.
Any Nelson Figueroa left?
Yeah, unfortunately, they did away with Figueroa. I remember when I was younger, it was Bobby Ojeda, and then they transitioned to a lot of Nelson Figueroa, both pitchers for the Mets. But as of late, it's been Todd Zeal, and actually sometimes they have Zeal and Martino on there with Gary Apple.
Not a bad crew.
Yeah.
I was in for a strike. I thought Ojeda was great.
Me too.
Figueroa was pretty good. Probably better than Zeal, but...
Yeah, Zeal's an interesting guy. He's bold. He kind of was like that as a player. Loves going back on old stories, but he's got energy, so can't ask for much more.
Wheeler's 1-1, misses away. Ball 2-2, Freddie Freeman. I don't know if anybody's more consistent. If anyone's more consistent than Markakis, it would probably be Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
That rain continuing to fall here in Atlanta. It's been consistent. That one's rolled over to second. Easy play for Segura. With the runner going, he'll have to settle for one as he flips to Hoskins for the out.
Yeah, not sure if it was a hit and run there, John, but either way, it was a nice play to get the runner in motion and stay out of the double play.
Yeah, 2-1 count there. I'd have to assume it was a hit and run as they get Albies to scoring position for Ozuna. Open stance for the former Cardinal and Marlin. Wheeler from the stretch. Fastball on the outside edge for strike one. Long inning for Wheeler. Closing in on 50 pitches. The 0-1 is off the plate away with a slider.
Good spot for the Braves here to keep on hitting Wheeler. Like you said, the inning was long, and it started with a Max Fried home run, the opposing pitcher. And now you keep putting the pressure on. You had the hit and run or moving the runner over. So scoring position with a key bat in your lineup can give yourself another run.
Yeah, that's got to get in your head a little bit, right? Giving up a homer to the other pitcher.
Oh, yeah.
He's bounced back pretty well with the exception of that walk, as that one misses up and in, ball 2.
One strike.
Ozuna in a hitter's count. The pitch. Inside for ball 3. So we've seen both starters, again, with good stuff. see the command come and go, but they have battled through it. The 3-1
Nope, that's ball.
is inside ball 4. 97 in on the knuckles. Close pitch. But Ozuna gets the call, and it's 3 walks already for Zach Wheeler. And he's going to get a visit.
Yeah, you mentioned giving up a home run to an opposing pitcher. It could get in your head, but the thing with Wheeler today, no matter what happens, is that he's missing inside a lot with that fastball. 2 walks in the inning. He didn't really have any piece of Ozuna there, and now he has Margevicius, but he'll have to start pitching in here before this gets real dangerous for him.
Yeah, chance for the Braves to really put a stranglehold on this game. Already up 2. First pitch to Margevicius is off the plate away. Tried to backdoor him with a slider and just missed. Slider at 90 from Wheeler. And it's a power mix for the righty pitching in his home city tonight. "1-0 is lined out to center field, but Hazley will get there to pick it off on a line and retire the side. But Max Fried gives himself a 2-run cushion with a solo homer to start the inning. Braves on top 2. Chris has the play-by-play when we come back.
Well, John, thank you so much, and thank you so much everyone following along on Twitter. We encourage your comments below, and also donations to the Black Play-by-Play grant. That is certainly something in our broadcast industry that could use some representation, could use some extra voices, some different voices. So if you so have the funds, we'd love to have you donate. Of course, this is all for free. We do this for the love of the game and for a great cause. So here's Fried. As like Jonathan just said, 2-run lead for himself, his own homer at SunTrust Park on a rainy afternoon. And he quickly has an 0-2 count. Didi Gregorius in the hole. Lefty on lefty matchup to begin the 4th. The 0-2. Tried to find it there with the curveball. Good take there by Didi Gregorius. And the first miss from Fried. Five, 6, 7 here for the Phils. Trailing 2-0. Pitch swung on and missed. Another high fastball. That's been the feature today for Fried. His 5th punch out. And as if on cue here, the pitch speed comparison. Both pitchers bringing a power mix, but Fried has been on the high side so far in terms of his outing.
Yeah, major power combination between these two starters. They're going to be fun to watch, not just this year, but in the years to come. Both locked into long-term contracts with Kingery coming up.
So 1 away, bases clean for the 6th hitter in the Phil's order. First pitch is just inside amongst the hands. 1-0.
Chris, seeing Didi Gregorius there kind of brought me back to the last game I saw in person, which was here in Florida on that day, March 12th, when the whole sports world came crashing down. As that one swinging and miss there from Kingery, but the Phillies were in Port Charlotte for a spring training game against the Rays, which is the team I work for.
In there at the knees, 1-2.
And I was doing the PA announcing when all the news was coming down about MLB canceling spring training and then pushing back the start of the season. And it was a surreal day. I mean, we knew coming in that stuff was going to happen because the NBA had their positive test the night before, and the NCAA had canceled fans in the seats for the NCAA tournament, and then eventually canceled the tournament. So we kind of knew it was coming, and we're all over Twitter while we were working, which isn't normally how we do it, but everyone knew that it was only a matter of time.
Meanwhile, Kingery gives this a ride to deep left field. Going back is Ozuna. That's gone, a homer. And the Phillies cut the deficit in half. Scott Kingery, his 5th of the year, tucks it just over the left field wall. I thought Ozuna might have had a shot, but it gets out of here. 2-1. Braves still on top here in the 4th.
Yeah, we've seen 3 fly balls now come really close to the top of the fence. The first 2 hit the fence, but this one does clear it for Kingery's 5th of the year. Caught it way out in front and was able to pull it over the wall.
And that's the thing with these pitchers and their power mix. We saw Fried hit a homer off Wheeler on a fastball. When the pitcher throws hard, you could hit it out of here.
Now that
it's just as high as velocity.
Alec.
So Phils get on the board for the first time this afternoon. Previous set, an 0-1 count. Pitch. In there, 0-2 now as Freed bounces back with 2 quick strikes. Here it comes. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 6th strikeout of the game for Freed. After the home run, he comes right back. It looked like 3 fastballs there, John.
Yeah, challenging the youngster Bohm. He's a guy who's still getting comfortable at the big league level. I got a chance to see him with the Clearwater Threshers in the Phillies system. He's a guy that might eventually play a little more first base than third base. Kind of a big, bulky player. Not too big by any means, but he does have longer arms. So if he's not sitting on that high elevated, hard fastball, he's a guy that could get beat.
So that brings up Gene Segura with 2 outs and the base is empty. Segura is age 30 season, second with Philadelphia. He hits this one the other way. Albies has it on the run and throws on to Freeman for out number 3. But the Phillies hit their first run of the ball game. Scott Kingery tucks it over the left field wall. 2-1 Atlanta as they come to bat here in the 4th. Welcome back, everyone. Beautiful view here of SunTrust Park in downtown Atlanta. Heidi Watney reminds you to donate to the Black Play-by-Play grant if you so have the funds. We also appreciate your viewership and your comments on Twitter as we get you your baseball fix here. A National League East matchup. Both teams, Phillies hanging around just at 500. The Braves would get a wild card spot with a win today. And here on this rainy afternoon, it'll be 6-7-8 for the Braves. Tyler Flowers will lead it off for Atlanta against Zach Wheeler. Flowers is 0 for 1 today. Here's Wheeler's first pitch of the 4th. In there, strike 1.
Braves have had some really strong catching tandems the last few years. Of course, Brian McCann was their long-term guy, but they're not always prodigious hitters, but they always seem to have pretty steady hands behind the plate and always seem to overachieve a little bit batting-wise.
Strike 2 is that fastball's in there at the knees. And, yeah, last year you saw catching tandems really start to get their full traction as this one lifted out in the air. Under it is Bryce Harper as he makes the play for the first out. But last season's World Series winners, as you take an example with Kurt Suzuki and Jan Gomes behind the plate. Both of them with significant action, both in the regular season and the playoffs. And the Braves trying to do the same here with Travis and Flowers. And John, that's a good catching tandem idea, just to keep the catchers fresh. And if 2 guys aren't so special, you platoon them against good matchups.
Yeah, and the key is you have 2 of them. So if one gets hurt, then the other guy can start to play a little bit more, and you're kind of covered there. I was just about to bring up Kurt Suzuki because he played for the Braves and the Nationals, and he puts up similar offensive numbers to Flowers and Darno. Darno maybe a little more offense, but both guys are 240, 250 hitters, a little bit of pop. If they play enough, they'll hit you 12, 14 home runs.
Yep.
And Flowers has a great defensive reputation, and later in his career, he's starting to hit a little bit more too. So if you can just find 2 guys like that, you're pretty much set.
0-2 to Camargo. He goes down on strikes. Curveball that drops in from Wheeler. So Camargo, after an RBI single his first time up, is down on strikes. 2 away. Bases clean for Dansby Swanson.
It's just the first strikeout today for Zach Wheeler. But you don't need to overspend on a guy like Real Mutso or Buster Posey back in the day. And if you can find 2 guys that are going to hit 240 with 12 homers over 90 games, I mean, you're set. You can get those guys for $4 million, maybe $6 million a year. So that seems to be the route that a lot of teams are going, just signing these veteran catchers to 1 or 2 year deals.
1-0 from Wheeler is hitting the air from Swanson, and that one has some carry on it. But right in front of the warning track, there is out number 3. Zach Wheeler will lead it off for the Phils as we get to the 5th inning. Braves still with a 2-1 lead here at SunTrust Park. Welcome back, everyone. The Braves 2 runs today, a RBI single from Yohan Camargo and a home run by their hurler Max Fried will face off against Didi Gregorius here as we start inning number 5. A look at Joe Girardi, or what I assume is Joe Girardi in his first season with the Philadelphia Phillies at the helm.
Yeah, the virtual Joe Girardi doesn't really look like Joe Girardi.
Yeah, I can't tell if he was younger or older. Definitely a little bit rounder in the face. Didn't look like Joe. But I take it that was him. Give him a little manager shot.
May have been the pitching coach. They seem to have some sort of virtual version of both. But definitely, they do have some really good animations. That was not one of them.
I agree. It's this one from Wheeler off of Fried at the mound. He will have himself a base hit. So, John, a fascinating set of pitchers versus pitchers in their at-bats. Fried with the home run today, and Wheeler has now walked and singled.
The pitchers remain perfect. What a storyline.
Of course, one of the highlights was the Fried homer off of Wheeler on that fastball. And the Braves still out to that lead, but I spoke too soon. This one looking to go foul, and Hazley, it does go foul. He was hoping for that one to trickle its way fair. Instead, allowed strike one. Oh, to Hazley, ripped another foul ball. 2 strikes.
Well, that's now 2 pitches in a row that Hazley is absolutely covered. If I'm Fried, I'm throwing one full foot off the plate.
Yeah, hopefully I'd go fast. I'd go off-speed pitch too. He goes right back with the fastball, however. He's been attacking all night. His 7th strikeout of the afternoon, and Hazley is down.
Well, this is the Max Fried we've been waiting for. The guy that can dominate an order when he's locked in. He's allowed just 1 run through 4 1/3 so far, and 7 strikeouts already. Had been averaging exactly a strikeout per inning this year. He's a guy that can get over that, maybe 10 Ks per 9 long term. And he is feeling good right now.
Yeah, entering the ballgame with an ERA over 6, but so far today, pitching with the lead.
And he sent messages to some pretty good hitters. I mean, he just came after Hazley with a high fastball after Hazley had squared 2 up. Real Muto, maybe the best catcher in baseball, and he buzzes him inside, backs him off the plate on the first pitch.
Yeah, I like it. Does it again, this time with the off-speed tough. So both times Real Muto has had to dance away from danger.
I mean, if you're trying to establish yourself as a top end of the rotation and the pitcher facing a good team, this is the way to do it. Kind of bully your way into the center of their minds.
Here are a right-hander and left-hander heating up in the Braves bullpen. So Fried so far, 3-0 count here to Real Muto on even 69 pitches. Here it comes. Ball 4. After a 3-pitch strikeout, a 4-pitch walk, we'll have 2 on and 1 out.
Yeah, Fried might be a little too amped up right now. He's kind of yanking the fastball a little bit after that strikeout to Hazley, so he's going to have to kick in the command real quickly here with Harper coming up.
Harper has not reached base yet today, 0 for 2. Big at-bat here for the Phils. Trailing here, but just by 1 run. First pitch swinging is Harper, opposite way. Marcelo Zuna runs in and makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out. Harper is retired. Big at-bat there from Fried, and now there are 2 away.
Yeah, that's a major bailout right there for Max Fried. He was backed up against the wall, first and second, 1 out against Bryce Harper, and he bails you out by popping up on the first pitch. That's a huge sigh of relief for Fried and just 1 more guy to get.
And Fried has been coming in with the fastball, so Harper maybe looking fastball, trying to get ahead and get aggressive. Instead, though, it was a bit behind it. Pops it up. So here's Hoskins, still a dangerous hitter. 22 bombs entering play. He hits this one in the air. This time, right field side. Nick Markakis comes in, and Max Fried will get out of danger here. His Braves still on the high side, 2-1, and they come to bat in the home 5th inning from SunTrust Park. Welcome back, everyone. Max Fried with a home run. He gave the Phillies a lead, 2-0, and has since been trailed down to 2-1. He will lead things off against Zach Wheeler. A theme of the broadcast so far here today, John, is pitchers have been perfect at the dish. We'll see if it continues.
Well, not that time with that high fastball. Tough
First
match.
pitch, aggressive hack, though. Sorry there, John. Here comes the 0-1 from Wheeler. Hit up the shoot. Real Muto appears out of the play. So for the first time this afternoon, the pitcher has been retired, and that opens up the home fifth.
Well, with the exception of that freed home run, Wheeler's done a good job limiting damage today. He hasn't had his best stuff. He's walked 3. He's allowed a couple singles as well, but he's been able to get out of just about everything so far.
Back to the top for Ronald Acuna Jr. First pitch swinging. Goes fishing 0-1.
And now he's retired 5 in a row. So now you've got both starters really getting comfortable out there here in the middle innings and turning into a bit of a pitcher's duel.
Yeah, Wheeler started off not too hot today, but that first inning did get a caught stealing, helped him out. He's missing a bit inside as he does it right there. Count 2-1 to Acuna. But his team just trailing by 1, trying to hold the Braves here at a 2-1 ball game. This one hit to straightaway center. Heasley is there. 2 up, 2 down here in the home fifth for Zach Wheeler. That's 6 in a row.
Now batting, the second baseman, Ozzy.
Here's Ozzy Albies, who singled. Also reached base for the free pass today. So he's been a tough out so far for Wheeler. But Zach has him with 2 away and the base is empty. First pitch, hard hit. Gloved over there at third. Nice play, and that retires the side. Zach Wheeler, another 1-2-3 inning, his second straight. Braves, though, still lead 2-1 as the Phillies come to bat in the 6th. And Jonathan, back to you on the play-by-play. Let's finish it out with you.
Thank you, Chris. Top of the 6th here at SunTrust Park, and Didi Gregorius set to lead it off against Max Fried. And Fried has pitched a heck of a ball game so far. Came in with an ERA in the 6s, but just 1 run given up through 5 thus far. He's pitched around 4 hits and 2 walks in this one, and he pins the inside corner with a strike to begin the at-bat with Gregorius. Next pitch, curveball hit sharply towards the shift. Diving attempt by Albies, but it's up the gap, cut off by Acuna, and that'll hold Gregorius to a leadoff single.
Well, Fried was a bit out of sorts as Gregorius hits there right through the shift as they stack up on him. Nice piece hitting there by Didi, but Fried didn't have the easiest inning last time out. Did get out of trouble. After that high-pressure inning, we'll see if the Phillies can get another rally here in the 6th.
So here's Kingery, who homered his last time up to drive in the only Phillies run, and this time he pops it up. Easy for Flowers to make the catch, 1 away.
The third baseman.
Yeah, after his homer, first pitch swinging, quite aggressive there. Looked like another fastball, but Fried buried it enough. Just hit straight away up the chute.
Now Bohm, who made that terrific play at third base to end the bottom of the 5th. First pitch to him is down and away. Looks like the rain has picked up even more now. Players have been battling through this all night. Hasn't seemed to bother Fried or Wheeler, though. Max is set. The 1-0 is in at the top of the strike zone to level things up. Both pitchers in the low 70s with their pitch count through 5 innings, so they'll have a chance to go 7 each today. The 1-1 is flown out to left. Towards the gap goes Ozuna. He's there and makes the grab for the second out.
Yeah, both these pitchers putting in some good work. We'll see if Fried can strand the runner here now with 2 down. And the hitter, both these pitchers came into the day looking for a solid start. Fried an ERA over 6, Wheeler's approaching 5, but so far it's been the lineups that have been shut down so far.
Left to Gene Segura here in the 6th. Tying run at first for the Phillies. Fried very comfortable, pumps in strike 1. $80 pitches now for Max Fried. Both these teams with pretty reliable bullpens. That one misses down and in for a ball. And that's what it might come down to today in this tight 1-run game. The lefty kicks, and the fastball clips the top edge of the zone. Strike 2.
He's been featuring that all night, John. Fastball up. He hasn't been afraid to attack any of these hitters.
The next pitch is pulled on the ground, foul, wide of third.
And that's beautiful pitching there. Fastball in the mid-90s, then with a curve low in the low 70s.
Freed's 1-2. In the dirt, smothered by Flowers, and the count levels up. Got Wheeler on deck. You'd have to assume he'll hit for himself. But if Segura gets on, it would be a pretty tough decision for Joe Girardi. 2-2 is ripped deep to left field. Ozuna looking up, and he'll make the catch. Well, Segura squared it up, but it does find a glove to end the inning as Fried gets himself through 6.
Leading up for the Braves,
Freddie Freeman leads it off as the Braves look to add to their narrow one-run lead. Zach Wheeler back out for the 6th. The first pitch fastball is off the plate.
Yeah, Wheeler retired 6, 7 in a row now. Looking for his 3rd straight 1-2-3, but a tough part of the order.
Next pitch is ripped foul down the first base line, 1-1. Got to be careful here. Freeman, Ozuna, and Markakis. 3rd time through the order for Wheeler, and that one's well off the plate, ball 2.
Yeah, that slider had no bite to it. Started way out in the right-hand batter's box and finished there too. He has been missing in that area so far today, just a bit.
Wheeler's pitch is chopped to first, backhanded by Hoskins. Flips to Wheeler covering, and there's one away.
now batting, left fielder.
So that is now 8 batters in a row put down by Wheeler. And still under 80 pitches here in the 6th. Had a lot of base runners in the first 3 innings, but here in the middle 3, these starters have dominated. And both will likely go 7 today. The pitch to Osuna is well high, ball 1. Ozuna yet to record an at-bat, a couple of walks to his credit, scored the first Atlanta run. The 1-0 is ripped deep down the left field line, but foul. Marcel a little out in front. Seen some very hard-hit foul balls in this game. It's not going to do you any good. That one's high for ball 2. Next pitch. Just missed high, ball 3 now.
Yeah, overthrowing just a bit with the fastball. He battled back to get Freeman. We'll see if he can do the same here with Ozuna.
Wheeler winds. And this one's grounded foul. Down and in. Ozuna wastes it to bring the count full.
Yeah, today it looks like Wheeler's done a better job spotting the fastball around the knees than around, the upper parts of the strike zone.
Roller out to short routine for Didi. And the throw to first is in time, 2 away.
Now batting, right fielder.
So Markakis the last chance for Atlanta in the 6th.
You saw the error to begin the game there, John. And the wet conditions, maybe that could have been a factor all day, but it's been the only one so far.
Yeah, the defenses have been rock solid as Markakis swings through one. You mentioned it earlier, Chris, but Markakis made a catch up against the wall and right with the bases loaded in the 2nd. If it wasn't for that grab, Philly'd be winning this game. The pitch. Change up and a beauty as Markakis swings over it for strike 2.
Great job to mix that in. We haven't seen the changeup too much today or to the past few hitters. 0-2, Markakis had no chance of that one.
The 0-2, well inside as it skips to the backstop. Markakis able to get out of the way. Ball 1. That's a good changeup from Wheeler. He's got 3 big league caliber offerings. The 1-2 is high. You could even say 4. He really likes that tight slider nowadays at 90. A lot of pitchers trying to develop that, but he came into the league with a big curveball as well. The 2-2. In the dirt, tried another changeup, and Markakis has brought the count full.
Yeah, I think those other two pitches were to set up another change. Slider in, another fastball, but Markakis took it.
Full counts on Markakis. Payoff is fouled off, got in on his hands there. There you see it. We've got plenty of more baseball for you today here on MLB Bot Ball. Mets and Giants coming your way at 5:30. And that one is looped down the left field line. It'll get out of play. Big Fun and Kellen will have the call there. Baseball till midnight here on our stream. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Came inside with a fastball, and Wheeler has his second strikeout. Zach Wheeler has put down 10 Braves in a row. We'll move on to the 7th, 2-1 Atlanta.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Braves.
A.J. Minter into pitch for the Braves. So Max Fried is done after 6 outstanding innings. And Andrew McCutchen is going to come into pinch hit. So both starters now will be done after just 6 innings.
Yeah, interesting move there. I figure maybe because Fried has struggled this year, you don't want to push the envelope too much on a rainy day. But now here comes Minter, and first tough hitter to face. Both men coming right off the bench. We'll see who wins the matchup.
We talked about the strategy that you like in the NL, Chris, and here it comes into, because if this was an American League game, no doubt those starters would come out for the 7th. But one manager kind of forces the other one's hand here as Minter misses down and away for ball 1. And if you're Joe Girardi, you see, okay, he took his starter out. I've got the 9-hole up to start off the inning. I'm down a run. I might as well take my starter out, get McCutchen up there. Now, for Girardi, it makes more sense because Wheeler's up to 88 pitches, so it would be one more inning at the most. That one's down and in for ball 2. Fried was a little bit below that in the low 80s, so I am surprised to see Minter come out for the 7th, especially because he's such a similar type of thrower from Fried. They're both power-throwing lefties from a pretty low slot. Here's the 2-1, and that one's fouled back. Now, if you wanted a different look, say a right-handed pitcher against these 3 guys in the order, it would make more sense, but they're going with a pretty similar arm in Minter here, who does have outstanding stuff. Here's the 2-2. And it's fouled off. Or that one's deep to right field, sorry. Looked like it was headed foul off the bat, but Andrew McCutchen delivers a home run, and this game is tied at 2.
Hey, that one, they just gave us the home run angle, real early, but McCutchen coming right off the pine with 2 strikes, gets that fastball, goes right with it. He's only his 2nd home run of the year as he recovers from the ACL from last year, not getting too much playing time, but that's a great job coming off the bench and tying this game. How about it?
Yeah, so now if you're a Braves fan, you're really questioning the decision to take Max Fried out of the ball game, because maybe if he stays in, Zach Wheeler hits instead of McCutchen. With Fried so locked in, you certainly wouldn't expect a home run in that matchup, or even if it was McCutchen at the plate. Now all of a sudden it's a fresh ball game, 2-2.
Up next for Philadelphia.
Yeah, it could be. Sorry there, John. Could be just a little bit of overthinking from the Atlanta side. You have to take into account this game versus his performance so far this year. Entered today with an ERA over 6, but he was cruising. Instead, he had a fresh game.
And you alluded to it too, and I think you were spot on as to Brian Snicker's reasoning to take Fried out. He is a guy who has struggled all year long, and you really don't want him to face an order 4 times, which he would now be doing. You have Hazley coming up for the 4th time. So I think they just wanted to get Fried out of there with a nice confidence boost. 1 run over 6 innings is a great start, but now it kind of costs you.
There's the beauty of National League Baseball, huh?
Absolutely. Hazley swings and misses. Strike 2. Minter closes off that stretch. The pitch is cranked deep down the line. Will it stay fair this time for Adam Hazley? It will. A solo homer, back-to-back shots for the Phillies, and they've opened up a 3-2 lead here in the 7th.
Yeah, you alluded to it. Hazley earlier on in this game had a ball go just foul that he had all part of. He crushed it. This one, maybe not hit as hard, but it stays fair. Back-to-back home runs for Minter fresh out of the pen.
There you see Hazley with the high finish and the bat flip to boot. Not a ton of exit velo, but a towering shot to right field. And it's back-to-back homers for the Phillies, who have their first lead of the day. Real Muto now. Backdoor slider in for a strike. And now
you mentioned
a battle of the bullpens. Go ahead, Chris.
Absolutely. You mentioned Hazley, and you saw him a lot in a summer league and how much he improved. He's a good young piece for these Phils to stick into center field. He's got good speed, and so far showed the bat tonight. They kind of needed a player like that last year to plug into center, play great defense with some speed. They've been looking for that kind of player for a while now, but he could be a long-term fix.
Yeah, they kind of had one in Odubel Herrera, but that sort of fell apart a couple years ago as there's a backdoor slider and Real Muto is down looking. Third strikeout of the day against Real Muto's line. Harper now coming to the plate, but they do have another very similar player coming up in Mickey Moniak, another left-handed hitting center fielder, kind of a similar profile to Hazley. They both run pretty well. Moniak probably runs a little bit better, but he's no sure thing. Still a young guy, a former #1 overall pick, as Chris Martin comes into pitch now to face Bryce Harper with 1 out and nobody on. A very tough day for A.J. Minter. But the Phillies are blessed in the outfield. They signed McCutchen to a multi-year deal. The other two guys, of course, Harper will be there forever. Kingery can play out there as he is today, but also can play the infield. So they're in a pretty decent spot outfield-wise, as the Braves are. As that one's strike one, Harper swings through a high fastball. But yeah, Hazley's always hit, whether it was at Virginia or in the minor leagues and now at the major league level. He's a guy where the tools don't scream at you. They're not super loud, but they're solid across the board, and he can really hit. As Harper swings over a low pitch, strike 2.
Yeah, as we see the 34-year-old Martin here, his second full season with the Braves, came up in 2014 as a 28-year-old, but has since stuck around. Himself a solid part of this Braves pen this year.
Great pitch there from Martin.
Up next for Philadelphia.
Little breaking ball on the outside edge, and Harper not swinging it well right now.
Yeah, he was incredibly out in front there. Great slider.
So Hoskins with 2 outs and nobody on there, strike 1. So for Minter, just a third of an inning. He did strike out 1 batter, but allowed 2 solo homers. So 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, and now on the hook in this game. The 0-1 to Hoskins is at the top of the zone, strike 2. It's going to be a quality start, no decision for Max Fried. 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Keep up that 1 run on 5 hits. The 0-2 is inside for a ball. Luke Jackson was warming up earlier. We might see him next as Martin just missed. They appeal and say no swing, so the at-bat continues. Two. Swing and a miss. Perfect slider from Martin, who comes in and strikes out both batters he sees. Time to stretch in Atlanta. 3-2 Philadelphia now on top.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now,
Phillies will go to the bullpen for the first time tonight. Robert Stock, the right-hander, in to protect a 1-run lead. So 6 innings for Zach Wheeler, now in line for the win.
Yeah, we talked about the National League managing. The Phillies opting to go with Andrew McCutchen in replacement of Wheeler to begin the top of the 7th, and it paid off big time. Home run from McCutchen, and then Hazley doubled it up. They found themselves on top, and now Stock with a nice shutdown inning opportunity here with the bottom part of the Braves order.
Always out of the stretch. First pitch to Tyler Flowers is rocketed past first into right field for a base hit. So an immediate answer from the Braves as Flowers is able to pound one past Hoskins.
Good piece of hitting there. Stock in his first season with the Phils after 2 with the San Diego Padres. He is a California guy drafted in the 2nd round of the 2009 draft at the University of Southern California.
Camargo hits one hard out towards right center. Harper going back, and he can't make the catch. It's over his glove, and one hops the wall. It's going to be a single, as the runner Flowers was holding on the fly ball that Harper appeared to have a beat on, but he was unable to reach it. Oh, it is a very long single, and the Braves have the table set, first and second, and nobody out.
Yeah, the defense today, we talked about it earlier, John, how it was very solid, but it can't be easy for Harper catching that fly ball in the rain, which has not let up since the start of the day.
So the conventional old school of thought might have been the best bet for both teams, because as soon as the relievers came in, boom, boom, two very hard hit balls. For the Phillies, it was a couple of homers. For the Braves, it's a couple of well-struck singles, as Dansby Swanson watches high for ball one.
And the Braves will have to make another choice here in who they want to hit up next.
Plenty of options. The 1-0 is outside, ball 2 to Swanson. Kind of a peculiar line for Zach Wheeler today. The normal part is 2 runs over 6 innings. The odd part, he only struck out 2. 2 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits. And like we said, in line for the win, but that is in some peril now. 2-0 to Dansby. Is inside with a breaking ball, 3-0. Swanson, first overall pick by the Braves out of Vanderbilt. I believe he went right ahead of Alex Bregman. That was a hot debate for a while. Both big league regulars now. The 3-0 is in for a strike. The options on deck for the Braves: Darno, Duvall, Riley, Echeverria, and Inciarte. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Swanson with a big hack, and the count goes full. Of course, you've got the 3-batter minimum, so Stock had to stay in to face Swanson, but he could come out before the pinch hitter. So both teams can play matchups right after this. The 3-2. Fouled back. Swanson stays alive against 97.
Yeah, this has been a fun at-bat to set up a fun set of decisions coming up next.
Another payoff. Swing and a miss. He got him. Might have been off the plate away, but Swanson offered, and Stock has the first out.
The pitcher, number 55.
Yeah, Stock, after trailing 3-0, just threw fastball, fastball, fastball. Swanson fouled one off, but he was pretty behind it. Stock just went right back to the well. That one could have been ball 4. Instead, a strikeout. And here comes a pinch hitter. Looks like Inciarte will come up, the left-hand hitter on the Braves bench.
Yeah, with 2 men on, they're going to go to Inciarte, get the platoon advantage. Stock is going to stay in to face him. And the first pitch is outside, but he chased it. Strike 1. Not what you normally see from Inciarte. He's a pretty disciplined hitter, but now behind in the count. Stock's 0-1. Is line foul. Try to slash one over the bag, but now Stock is ahead 0-2. Inciarte, the lone left-handed hitter on the Braves bench. All righties the rest of the way. Pitch is ripped towards second, handled by Segura. No, it goes by him, and now it goes by Harper as well, under a couple of gloves. The game is tied. They're going to send Camargo. Here's the throw to the plate, and it's not in time. Ender Inciarte off the bench, drives in 2, and the Braves take the lead right back.
Well, we mentioned it at the top of the inning, John, the defense. Harper misplayed a ball out in left field, or excuse me, in right field. That was tough. The rain really coming down. That one, looked like off the glove of Albies and then under the glove of Harper, and that's how the Braves take the lead.
So that's going to force Stock out of the ball game. Nick Pivetta will come in. Well, with that slick outfield, that ball really took off on Harper, stayed down on him as well, and that allowed the second run to score and give the Braves the lead. So both bullpens have given up 2 spots here in the 7th, and Atlanta with a chance for more. Inciarte at second, and Acuna coming to the plate.
Yeah, both bullpens came in. Ended up being the same result, with the Braves having a 1-run lead. But now, an opportunity to eclipse that with a great hitter at the plate and a runner on scoring position.
So Pivetta in, and the pitch to Acuna is a swing and a miss, strike one. You've got Albies next and then Freeman. But with the 3-batter minimum, they're going to have to leave Pivetta in for 3 batters. You could get the platoon advantage with either one of those 2 lefties you just saw, but now you'd have to hope for Pivetta to get out of the inning before one of those lefties could face Freeman. 4-3 now, Braves lead. The pitch. Swing and a foul ball on a curveball up in the zone, strike 2.
An interesting move, too. Sorry there, John. An interesting move because you also could have left the pitcher in, pitch him carefully to Acuna, and then go to the bullpen, but first out here for Pivetta.
Got him on a curveball, so Pivetta gets his first man, and it's left to Albies here in the 7th. So Pivetta can get Albies, then you can bring in one of the lefties to face Freeman to start the 8th. Albies has been on base twice, a single and a walk in this one. First pitch is down the pipe for a strike. So now all of a sudden, no win for Wheeler. Stock is on the hook. The guy who came in to finish off the 7th, Chris Martin, is the pitcher of record on the long side. Curveball off the plate, 1-1. Things changing quickly in this one. The 1-1 is off the plate. I mean, if Segura makes that play on the hard one hopper, he could have started a double play and ended the inning.
Yeah, that ball was so hard hit. You're right.
Yeah, and instead, his team gives up 2 and has a chance for more. That one's in there on the inside edge. Strike 2 to Albies. Fastball fouled off as Ozzie stays alive. The pitch, swing and a miss, tied him up with a fastball in, and Pivetta quickly puts out the fire here in the 7th. We'll move on to the 8th. Braves back on top. Mark Melancon will check in for Atlanta. 3rd reliever in just an inning. Struggle so far for Melancon. Less than an inning per outing, so he has had some tough ones mixed in. So you see 2 more reliable arms warming up behind him. Melancon will face 5, 6, and 7 in the Phillies order. This one's been a good one, Chris. Back and forth. The changeup misses low, ball 1.
Interesting move. Oh, sorry there. Yes, Snickers got his bullpen getting loose, but Melancon, of course, will have to face 3 batters. And his season has been, to this point, close to a disaster. ERA approaching 10. He's in his 11th full season at age 35. Interesting move here by Snicker to go with a struggling pitcher, to say the least, in a close ballgame.
Yeah, this just doesn't seem like the spot. I mean, your team just battled back to take the lead, and now Melancon's behind 3-0, and he has to face 3 batters. You've got 2 extremely capable arms in Jackson and Smith ready in the bullpen, and they choose to go with the worst of the 3. That one is just low. Might have been a strike, but it's called ball 4, and there's a leadoff walk to Gregorius.
The left fielder, number 4.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out for Snicker, but in a National League game, which has featured a lot of great managerial choices that we've had to discuss and analyze, this one could prove to be the biggest. I mean, it's getting late here. The Braves have the lead. Here comes Kingery, who had a home run earlier in this game.
We've seen a few head-scratching decisions, and so far they've all come back to bite the team that's made them. There's a bunt attempt. It's put down well right side. Could be trouble. Freeman goes to second with it, and he throws it into center field. Acuna backing up will keep the runners where they are, but everybody is safe for Philly, and there's 2 men on with nobody out.
the third baseman.
Wow. I mean, you know the old baseball term, or some of you who don't, it's just get one. That would have been a tough play potentially to get the out at first. Instead, Freeman forces it in the second. I don't know if that ball, even thrown well, would have been an out. And with the lead, you could have just gotten the out at first. Instead, everybody's safe in a tough spot here for a struggling pitcher.
And that's why I said could be trouble, because Kingery had a chance to beat the pitcher Melanson to the bag at first. And that could have been part of the reason why Freeman made the attempt at second, but he had no chance to get Gregorius, and then he airmailed it. Fortunately, it went directly to Acuna, so no further advancement as Bohm swings under one for a strike. But now Melanson has to bear down, and I would have to think they might take him out after this at-bat. Bohm 1 for 3, and a chance to give his team the lead right back. Fastball away, 1-1. We'll see Mets and Giants coming up next, and then Rangers and Mariners at 7:15. It's the third game of the day here on MLB Bot Ball. Melanson ready. He pitches. And that one's fouled off, strike 2. Segura on deck. And then a pinch hitter after that. The pitch. Well outside on a slider.
Melanson came up in 09 with the Yankees, and then went to Houston, then Boston, Pittsburgh, Washington, the Giants, and here in his second season with Atlanta. Atlanta signed him to a big contract, 4 years, $62 million in the offseason a couple of years back. He is signed through this year. So he was traded from the Giants, and Atlanta absorbed the contract. My mistake. So he is in his contract year, but struggling.
3-2 is grounded towards the middle. That's going to sneak through for a base hit. Gregorius will stop at third as Acuna plays it in with his massive arm. And the bases are loaded for the Phillies here in the 8th.
The second baseman.
Well, we questioned it, John.
Chris.
Yeah, we questioned the decision to bring in Melanson. And so far, despite having no runs, it's the second worst outcome than runs scoring. It's bases loaded, no one out, and I guess this is his fight.
And they're going to stick with Melanson to face Gene Segura. First pitch is in for a strike. We've got the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second, and an insurance run at first, with Will Smith and Luke Jackson ready in the bullpen. Melanson in 0-1. And this one is lifted out to center, should tie the game. Acuna under it, makes the catch. Fires towards home plate, off the mound, the tag, and he got him! Ronald Acuna Jr. preserves the lead for Atlanta, gunning down Gregorius at home plate. A double play for Atlanta, and it's going to be left to Josh Harrison.
Wow, I mean, that's the pitcher's best friend, not in the conventional way there, John. What a play from Acuna. His team still has the lead, and here goes 2 down now.
First pitch is in for a strike. I don't know if I've ever seen a center fielder throw out a runner from third from that deep in the gap. I mean,
that was approaching the warning track.
Off the bat, I said it. I said should score the run. 0-1 is ripped foul, and that's the reason we say should, because you assume you might see something like that happen. And boy, I mean, as a scout, they rate all 5 tools for a reason. The 0-2 is pulled on the ground towards third. That's past the reaching Camargo. Will this tie the game? Ozuna winds a throw towards home, and it's cut off. The relay not nearly in time. RBI single from Josh Harrison, and we are tied at 4.
Harrison picks up his teammates there quite well, and the faster runner on the base pass allowed the Phillies to score this time. But putting in Melanson with this stake of the game, it's the 8th inning, and a win would put the Braves in a playoff spot. And now they will make the move.
Yeah, here comes Luke Jackson. Melanson faces 5 batters and retires only 1. The bunt play didn't help either, as Jackson comes in with that ERA in the low 4s. He's been a workhorse over 40 innings already. We're not even halfway through the season, trying to get the 3rd out with the go-ahead run in scoring position. You see Shane Green has gotten up as well. Will Smith likely being saved for the 9th. First pitch to Adam Paisley is inside for ball one. But again, I was about to say it with Acuna. I mean, so many times as a fan or as an evaluator of the game, you just want your position players to hit. You don't really worry about anything else. But that's why they value the arms and the legs so much when they evaluate players, because one throw like that can win you an entire ball game. That one's high for ball two. Now, Harrison did help the Phillies out and force home that tying run, so we're back to even. But that play by Acuna was a game changer. Jackson's 2-0 is off the plate away, ball three. Real Muto would be next. Jackson does not want to walk Hazley, who homered his last time to the plate. The pitch. He is in for a strike, 3-1. Jackson came up with the Texas Rangers. Always been a hard thrower. Has had a hard time placing the secondary stuff, which is why he settled into the bullpen. But when he's going right, he can be overwhelming for hitters. The 3-1 is well outside, ball four, and Hazley has drawn a free pass to load up the bases once again.
Now batting.
Interesting call from Jackson there on the slider. 3-1 when he came into the game, not locating much. He did locate the fastball in 3. But now he's got bases loaded and a powerful hitter on deck and nowhere to go. Phillies are threatening here at the chance to take the lead late.
So it's Real Muto. Bases loaded, 2 down. The pitch is ripped foul, strike one. So Melanson charged with 1 run in 2/3 of an inning, but also gave up 2 hits and a walk. Jackson's pitch is off the plate away, 1-1.
John, I'll tell you what, these fans have been rewarded for their patience here in the rain with a fantastic game. We saw the unbelievable play from Acuna to double up the runner trying to go home, and this game's still close in a big spot here.
The pitch is in for a strike. Our Robo fans don't seem to be nearly as bothered by the rain as real fans. Look at them, the tomahawk chop over Luke Jackson's shoulder. Trying to put away this long and tumultuous top of the 8th. And he got him. Beautiful breaking ball from Jackson, and he keeps this game tied. The Phillies strand 3 will head to the bottom of the 8th, deadlocked at 4. Well, Phillies could have had a lot more there in the top of the 8th. They have to settle for 1 as they leave them loaded. And now Freeman will battle Jose Alvarez. So since the starters came out, Chris, we've seen a run in every half inning.
Yeah, we have, and it's resulted in a brand new game, just like we started.
And that one is in for a strike to start off Freeman.
I was just going to say there, John, Jose signed out of Barcelona, Venezuela, made his debut in 2013 with Detroit. Spent his first season with the Phillies last year after a stint here with the Tigers and the Angels. So first couple of years in the National League.
And he's had success. That one's high for a ball. Finds himself now with the Phillies. They have pieced together their bullpen with pitchers from a lot of different organizations. They've made some moves back there. Here's the 1-1. And the curveball misses away. So Stock and Pivetta combined to work the 7th. Stock gave up 2 runs in the 3rd of an inning, and then Pivetta ended the damage with a couple of strikeouts. That one's fouled off, strike 2. And now for the first time, the Braves will face a lefty in Alvarez. And that one just missed low as Freeman has coaxed the count full. The payoff coming. And this one is cranked foul by Freeman, still 3-2. Another payoff. Low, did he hold up? I believe so. It's a leadoff walk for Freddie Freeman, and the Braves have the go-ahead run on again.
And here's another chance for him. Ozuna and then Margevicius. As we see, Duvall will run here for Freeman, get a bit more speed out there. Braves going for it here in the eighth, so they take out Freeman.
I was actually about to wonder whether they would have Duvall hit for Margevicius, so you get the platoon advantage with the 3-batter minimum. Of course, you wouldn't be able to take Alvarez out. That one misses away for ball one, but instead they elect to pinch run with Duvall. Maybe we see Austin Riley hit for Margevicius or Travis d'Arnaud, and then you can leave Duvall in the game to replace Margevicius defensively. The 1-0 is outside ball 2.
Yeah,
we will see.
Yeah, we will see some shuffling of the deck and over here for the Braves.
2-0 pitch is in at the top of the zone. Strike 1 to Osuna. So the Braves have a lot of options on their side pitching-wise. They can leave Jackson in, or they can go to Will Smith or Shane Green, who have both been warming. 2-1 is grounded towards the middle. They're going to have to settle for one, maybe. The throw is just in time. Ozuna gunned down by Gregorius as Duvall moves to second.
Well, another reason here to love the National League game. Brian Snitker, his second time today on a 2-1 count. Looks like the hit and run was in effect there. Stays out of the double play. Talk about all the decisions to make. You can pinch hit, you can pinch run, you replace pitchers, what have you. Another part of that National League game is a little more creativity there with the runners.
So they'll let Margevicius hit for himself, and he takes high from the lefty, ball one. Duvall the go-ahead run on second base with one out. And you've got Flowers on deck, so they could consider maybe using d'Arnaud to hit for him.
It's quite the beauty, huh?
A lot of options. We wouldn't be having these conversations in an American League game. And it is just after 5 o'clock now, which is when the Players Union in real life set to vote on the latest MLB proposal. Here's one lifted towards foul ground. Kingery makes the catch. So well done by Kingery to get Alvarez the out there, and it's going to be all left to Flowers as you see the starting pitching comparison. Both guys were excellent.
Yeah, they were, and like we mentioned, when both of them were pulled, we saw a run in each half inning. This is the first one we haven't seen one yet, but the Braves have a good chance.
So now it is Tyler Flowers with a chance to give his team the lead in the 8th. And he takes a front door breaking ball for strike 1. Check out a back door breaking ball. Next pitch is inside, ball 1.
And like clockwork, we have another move to analyze here. The Phillies electing to stay with the lefty even after 3 batters.
You got the switch hitting Camargo on deck, so maybe that was a consideration. 2-1 is line foul, strike 2. The Phillies electing to stick with Alvarez.
Of course, you do have first base open, too.
Swing and a miss, he got him. Came inside with a breaking ball, and this game will stay tied. To the 9th, Braves and Phillies both tied at 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Adam Duvall remains in the game to play first base. After he was stranded at second in the home half of the 8th, and Will Smith will come in to pitch here in a tie game. 2.96 ERA for the free agent signee. Signed a multi-year deal with the Braves prior to this season. After putting together an outstanding season with the San Francisco Giants in 2019. Rain continues to fall as it has throughout this game as Bryce Harper leads off the 9th inning. Left on left, first pitch is in for a called strike 1.
Shot in this game.
Sorry, Chris. Melanson pegged with 1 run. in 2/3 of an inning, and then Jackson kind of wavered but did get the final out after issuing a walk. Smith's 0-1, swing and a miss. Scott Harper waving at a fastball, strike 2.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You got to love this game. It's been back and forth. It's a brand new game here late, and we have quite the matchup here of two top dogs, Harper and Smith, going at it.
Can he put him away? Smith just missed low on a pitch corkscrewing out of the zone 1 and 2. The next pitch just missed away. Will Smith not missing by much, and it's 2 and 2. The 2-2 is fouled off. Harper stays alive against another changeup.
Yeah, 2 beautiful takes and then fouling off and spoiling that pitch. What an at-bat here, especially on 2 strikes from Harper.
And that one just off the plate, 3 and 2. Braves fans restless. In a close game late, you've got Hoskins and Gregorius waiting in the wings, both with plenty of power, and what has become a tight ball game here. The payoff from Smith is fouled off again. Harper will see at least 7 pitches in this at-bat. Actually 8. Here comes pitch number 8 from Will Smith. And this one is ripped down the line. That's a fair ball and rolling into the corner. Margevicius gets to it quickly. Harper's trying for second. The throw will not be made. It's a leadoff double for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies have the potential winning run in scoring position.
Well, what a fun way to start the night. An 8-pitch at-bat to Harper, coming back from 0-2. 3 takes just off the zone, fouling off a pitch or 2, and then getting into second for a leadoff double.
Roman Quinn will come in to pinch run for Harper. Harper runs decently well, but Quinn has that extra gear, and Hoskins will be the man assigned to try and bring him in.
And the key for the Phillies here will be, if you're going to make outs, let them be productive outs. They would love to have Quinn at third with just 1 away. Of course, they'd love a base hit, but they'd take that too.
So Smith in some trouble, will have to bear down. First pitch to Hoskins. It is low with a breaking ball, 1-0. Smith is the 6th pitcher and 3rd lefty the Braves have used in this game. The 1-0. Swing and a miss on a well-placed fastball. We want to thank Philip for his donation to the Black Play-by-Play grants. Appreciated, Philip. And we invite all of you to donate to a worthy cause. Smith's 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. This is game number 77 of the simulated 2020 season. The pitch is lifted out towards left. Ozuna coming in will make the catch as Quinn retreats to second. Here you see that 98 rating on the speed for Quinn. So really no better pinch runner out there than Roman Quinn. And Smith gets the first out. Another lefty, Gregorius, got the dish. First offering is pulled foul over the first base coaching box.
Yeah, you said it so well earlier, John. Harper ran well at second, but Quinn gives you that extra gear to almost ensure a score on a single.
The 0-1 is low, 1-1. Didi 1 for 3 in this game, has a walk to go with it. Smith checks on the runner and fires. And this one is Looped out to shallow right. That is going to be caught by Ozzy Albies. Could have given the Phillies the lead. Instead, there's 2 down.
Got Kingery.
So now Kingery will determine the fate of this inning. Bohm is on deck. They could walk Kingery if they'd prefer Bohm. They're going to pitch to Kingery. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Perfect changeup from Will Smith.
Yeah, there it was. And Kingery, like you said, he could determine this game. He's had himself a seesaw type game. They're 2 for 4, but he was instructed to bunt his last time up, and also has the homer today.
Smith ready. The pitch. Just missed in. Ball 1. Well, we might be bleeding into our next broadcast window at 5:30. Got our broadcasters in the on-deck circle. Big Fun and Kellen 3-3 ready to call the next game between the Mets and Giants. That one's fouled off, strike 2. So we'll hold off on that until we finish up here at SunTrust Park. Smith trying to put away the Phillies in the 9th. And he just missed low on a tailing pitch down. And it's 2-2 on Scott Kingery. The lefty delivers. And this one is roped towards short and handled on the fly by Dansby Swanson. And Smith gets out of the inning, able to work around the leadoff double from Harper. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Braves trying to walk off.
Your attention, please. Now playing right field. Number 24.
Roman Quinn stays in the game for Bryce Harper in right field. So now the best player on both teams done for the day. Freeman was pinch ran for earlier, and Harper pinch ran for in the 9th as Hector Neris comes in to try and send this game to extras. Bottom third of the Braves order due up. Camargo, Swanson, and then a pinch hitter. Camargo will bat left against the righty Neris. First pitch is off the plate away. Camargo checked his swing. So Jose Alvarez works a scoreless, hitless 8th. 1 strikeout, 1 walk for the lefty. .1-0 pitch is fouled back.
So here's Camargo, who had the first run of the game for the Braves, which seems like years ago, with an RBI single away early in this game.
Yeah, that made it 1-0. It's 4-4 now. This one's rolled towards second, gloved by Segura, sets his feet and fires in time, 1 away.
The batter, number 7. Shortstop.
So now Swanson, who made the final put out in the top of the 9th. Braves have just 3 men left on their bench, Darno, Riley, and Hechavarria. So it'll be one of them due up third in this inning. The pitch is low. Ball 1 to Swanson.
Neris came up in 2014 with the Phillies. Has been there ever since. His 6th full season here in 2020, age 31. Counted on to try to keep this game tied and give his Phillies another chance in the 10th.
Swanson reaching for the splitter, 1-1. Neris has been ultra reliable in the back end of that bullpen. Did have 1 down year, but guy who can get weak contact with a slider and a splitter. And of course the fastball in the mid-90s. The 1-1 is in for a strike on the inside edge. Might have been, it was a 96 mile per hour fastball. 1-2 on Swanson. The pitch is fouled off. Neris set, always out of the stretch. And that one's low. Swanson has worked it even. The next pitch. And he chased it. That was a splitter in on his shoelaces, and Swanson is out number 2.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the first splitter of the at-bat. First offering from Neris. Looked like Swanson had no idea what was coming, went way fishing, like you said, amongst the shoe tops.
Pinch hitting for the Braves.
Well, trying to do a little too much, and now the Braves will turn to Adani Echeverria with 2 outs and the bases empty. Not exactly your perfect power threat, but let's see what he can do as he fouls the first one back.
Yeah, known for his glove, but you see his numbers to the right. Not too bad. A player who maybe the Braves are looking for, batting an even 300, just get on here, then get back to the top.
Yeah, Acuna would be next as Echeverria gets a hold of one to left, but under it now is Kingery, and he makes the catch in the corner. 2 on the inning. So a smooth 1-2-3 bottom of the 9th for Hector Neris as we will head to extras here on MLB Botball.
Your attention, please.
Shane Green will come in to pitch for the Braves as we start the 10th inning. John Vitas and Chris Sacchi with you. In this NL East battle, a couple of teams hoping to make the postseason here in our simulated 2020 season. Alec Boehm leads it off, a couple of singles to his credit today. Both teams going deep into their bullpens in this one. Even though both starters went 6, that one's inside for a ball. Max Fried and Zach Wheeler were terrific today, but the bullpens both gave up 2 runs in the 7th inning. The 1-0 pitch is fouled off, 1-1. If you're tuning in to see the Mets and the Giants, that game will come your way as soon as we are done here. The pitch is a swing and a miss. Great breaking ball from Shane Green. The 1-2 is rolled sharply towards the left side. Swanson sets his feet and the shortstop guns him down for the first out.
Up next to Philadelphia.
Good start for Green, acquired at the trade deadline last year from Detroit for the Atlanta Braves. Drafted by the Yankees back in 2009, down where you are, John. Daytona Beach, Florida, Daytona Beach Community College.
Yeah, a few hours up the road from where I am in Fort Myers. We've got all kinds of baseball down in this area. First pitch is at the knees for a strike. Where I sit right now, we're about 5 miles from both the Twins and the Red Sox complex. But Chris, you're near the home of the PGA Tour for this week up in Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
0-1 is inside for a ball. We've got a heavy Northeast presence on our announcing lineup. A lot of New York area folk, including one, my buddy Eric Garment, who will be on the next call of Braves and Giants. Or sorry, Mets and Giants. The 1-1. He was low for ball 2. There's Darren O'Day, longtime big leaguer, former Florida Gator. We saw O'Day rehab down here in Southwest Florida last season in the Florida State League. 2-1. It was fouled off, strike 2. That's kind of the beauty of being down here, Chris. We've got the big leaguers here for 6 weeks every year for spring training, and then with my Florida State League schedule, we get all kinds of big league rehabs when guys get hurt. This one's popped up. Easy play for Albies, and that's the second out of the 10th.
The pitcher, number 50, Hector Neris.
So let's see who pinch hits here. They used McCutcheon earlier,
Pinch hitting for the Phillies.
as well as Josh Harrison.
73.
So this will leave the Phillies with just one bench player left. This is Davey Grione, the backup catcher. As that one is high for a ball. There you see the games up on the docket today. Mets Giants, Rangers Mariners, and then Dodgers Diamondbacks. Great pitching matchup there. David Price and Zach Gallen. High fastball and Grione's late strike 2. Or rather strike 1. Our fake bug guy's real quick down there. That one misses low, ball 2.
And Grione only had 9 at-bats as a rookie 2019, just 24 years old.
He's a defense first guy. The 2-1 is popped up foul behind home, strike 2. Saw him up in Clearwater a couple years ago with the Threshers. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Well-placed slider from Green. And it's a 1-2-3 top of the 10th. Braves are going to try and walk off again after this.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Things have settled down after a crazy 7th and a pretty eventful 8th as well. Ranger Suarez will pitch for the Phillies to try and send us to the 11th, but it's going to be a tall task for Suarez dealing with Acuna, Albies, and Duvall.
The center fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr.
Hector Neris worked a 1-2-3 ninth for Philadelphia, and there's Acuna putting one towards deep right field, and the Braves will walk it off. One pitch from Ranger Suarez, and Acuna puts it out to right. His 14th home run of the year, and this game will go to the home team.
Well, just like that, John? We could have had a long game, 11, 12, 13 innings, whatever you may have it. Instead, on the first pitch in extras, as the Braves come to bat on their side, Acuna ends it. He had a huge play back in the 7th, 8th inning to cut off a run at home to keep the game in a 4-3 Braves lead, and then wins it later on. A huge performance today from Acuna, and he puts the highlight on it today.
Well, he loves to go the other way. That was actually a pitch bearing in on him, and he inside out to home run over the wall in deep right field. And Chris, you mentioned it. Earlier in this game, Acuna saved the game for Atlanta. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even been in this spot to end it with a long home run to right. Phillies had a chance to take the lead on a sac fly to center, but instead he threw out the run at the plate and preserved what was actually the lead there for the Braves. Phillies ended up tying it later in that inning, but he delivers the winning blow in the bottom of the 10th, a solo home run to right, and there you see Acuna getting the post-game interview. So this was a long one, almost 2 hours in real time, as Ronald Acuna Jr., the budding superstar for the Atlanta Braves, gets them to 46-32. That ties them with the Arizona Diamondbacks for the final playoff spot in the National League, with the opportunity to play the Reds in the wild card game, but still plenty of season left, as there you see it. That was the only hit of the day for Acuna, but he made it count, giving the Braves a 5-4 lead. Chris, final thoughts on this one?
Fantastic game, National League game. The Braves get, on a rainy day too, an extra inning 5-4 win. Huge win for them. That gets them in the playoff spot. Philadelphia now one game below 500. Acuna, just like Ken Griffey Jr. back in his day, as I'm thinking about Griffey in that documentary that played last night there on MLB Network, has such a feel for the game, gone down a runner earlier, then gets the walk-offs. Big win for the Braves. Phillies hung around, but Acuna was a superstar that made the difference tonight.
So there you have it. Shane Green gets the win. He was excellent in the 10th. Ranger Suarez throws one pitch and takes the loss for the Phillies. As this was as good as it gets. Two really good NL East teams. Neither team led by more than 2, and it ends up being a 5-4 win as we get a look at some of the highlights. Andrew McCutchen with the pinch hit home run. That's when the game really picked up. It was 2-1 Braves after the starters came out in the 7th, and McCutchen came in to pinch hit and immediately took A.J. Minter deep before Adam Hazley, who was the next batter, delivered the second half of back-to-back jacks, and the Phillies had their first and only lead in this game at 3-2 at the 7th inning stretch. And then the Braves battled right back in the bottom of the 7th as soon as the Phillies bullpen came in. It was home run or a base hit here from Ender Inciarte, which was ended up being ruled a 2-run double, got past both Segura and Harper. That gave the Braves a 4-3 lead before the Phillies were able to tie it in the 8th. Here is a Nick Pivetta getting the Phillies out of the jam in the 7th, keep it at a 1-run margin before the double play. So here you go. Here's the play we talked about from Acuna. Look how deep he is in left center field when he gloves this baseball and was able to throw the runner out at the plate. Got an advantageous hop from the top of the mound, and Gregorius was tagged out at the plate to keep it at 4-3. Josh Harrison would then pinch hit and drive in the tying run, which is what you're seeing here, as Camargo couldn't reach it, and the Phillies did get that tying run across in the 8th to make it 4-4. Then the bullpens got a lot better. Alvarez a scoreless inning, Jackson a scoreless inning, and then Neris a scoreless frame as well. But then we got eventually to the 10th. Here you're seeing these pitchers getting out of jams. This is the lefty Alvarez striking out Tyler Flowers. Kingery lining out to Dansby Swanson in the top of the 9th. And then here it is, the walk-off home run from Ronald Acuna Jr., 372 feet into the raindrops, which have been falling all night long, and the Braves get that 5-4 win. They are 46-32, pulled within 2.5 games of the Nationals for first place in the East, now tied for the final playoff spot. As Chris mentioned, the Phillies drop under 500, now 38-39. There you look at the box score.
Well, we know, John, how great of a game that was. And for everyone who just saw the highlights, it tells you that right there. They started in the 7th inning after a pretty eventful outing by the starters. And then, like you saw, so many pitchers getting out of jams, a lot of decisions to be made with the National League rules. But Acuna making the difference late. McCutchen hit a home run as well. Fantastic game, John. It was a pleasure working for you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working with you too. Great job, Chris. And I think our next announcing duo has jumped in here, Eric Garment. Eric, I don't think we've talked since college. What, 6 years ago?
Oh, not much. A little bit on the side, but maybe not in person, not on voice like this. Great job on that one. Exciting extra inning stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we could have gotten a better game. I mean, if that's a real-life game and you bought a ticket, you feel like you got your money's worth with that one. Watching the
other than sitting out in the rain in Atlanta in June.
Yeah, our robotic fans didn't seem to mind. All 20,000 of them seemed to still be there in the 10th.
Well, good on them.
But guys, you got coming up. What do you see here between the Mets and the Giants?
Well, what we see, I think what we're really going to see is a couple of roster moves. Mets, I think they're going to be looking to give Luis Guillorme a break from the major league level. Hasn't been playing much. Last time he majorly featured in a game, committed 2 errors on the same play in the 11th inning of a loss to the Cardinals. Hasn't done much since then. And I think the Mets, with an opening on their 40-man roster, might be thinking about bringing up Matt Adams, the former Cardinals first baseman.
Yeah, that's enough to be booted.
He has been struggling at the AAA level, but he does provide that left-handed power bat off the bench that the Mets don't really have. Right now they've got Jake Marisnick, J.D. Davis, Eduardo Nunez. Yes, when they're playing against a left-hander, Robinson Cano is on the bench, but he is more of a contact guy than a power guy at this stage in his career.
Yeah, and the Mets have a lot of pressure to start winning because it's a really tough National League East, and right now they find themselves at the bottom of it. So they've got some work to do. I mean, we just saw how competitive the Phillies and Braves are across their entire roster. Who's calling that game with you, Eric? Is it J-Man or Garrett's in there making the moves, right?
Garrett's in here making the moves. J-Man is joining me on the call.
How's it going, J-Man? Tell us more about this matchup.
Well, it's a matchup between, like you said, the Mets are in last place in that NL East, and you'd expect the Giants to be in last in the NL West, but it's actually the Padres who've been struggling in that NL West so far. And
I think, sorry about that, folks. I think Garrett needs to, got to just communicate with Garrett what's going on here. So a couple of moves. First off, we're going to add Matt Adams to the 40-man roster, add him to the Major League roster. Luis Guillorme getting left behind in the Eastern time zone after the Mets' little weekend set with the Phillies. So Luis Guillorme, it says, Guillorme already went down. No? Okay, we gotta make the switch. Yeah. Guillorme down, Adams up. And then and then the Giants have a little bit too much middle infield going on. They're gonna let Donovan head to Sacramento and bring up another outfield to support Billy Hamilton on the bench.
Look at this, I'm into the GMs here.
Yeah.
Yeah. we try our best. So, yep, that'll send Solano down, and then we bring up an outfielder. Well, Hunter Bishop's not on. Chris Shaw isn't on. Gotta find an outfielder who is on the 40-man. There you go, Alex Dickerson. Could also be Jalen Davis, but Dickerson does have the major league experience, and considering Davis is a little more of a prospect, Dickerson a bit more of a veteran type, and he's going to be spending time on the bench. Probably makes more sense to have Dickerson as the bat in the outfield on the bench while Billy Hamilton brings the speed.
I would agree with you, Farhan Zaidi.
You know, I try. So let me just make those updates post-haste on our website, mlbotball.com. The place for all your ML Botball needs, and then we will get underway. Sorry to the folks behind us. Hopefully we have a nice, quick game. Solano is Sogano.
Perfect. Well, let you guys take it away. Chris, it was a pleasure. Hopefully we get a chance to call a game together in the future. J-Man and Eric, take it away.
Thank you very much, John and Chris. So we leave behind a matchup of all NL East teams as we get ready for a matchup between the NL East and the NL West. A couple of struggling clubs, the Mets and the Giants. Justin, talk about the pitching matchup today. We've got a little bit Corey Oswalt and Kevin Gausman.
Well, yeah, we see starting today for the San Francisco Giants is Kevin Gausman, and Gausman is a longtime Baltimore Oriole. Spent several years there, made his major league debut in 2013, but finds himself all the way in the Bay Area. Relies on a three-pitch mix, mainly four-seamer, split finger, and we'll throw in a slider every now and then.
As we take a look at Gausman, who will be starting this one, why don't you give us a little rundown of Gausman's pitching this year?
3-6 record on the year for Gausman, 4.09 earned run average. It's a pretty decent earned run average for the righty here. 77 innings pitched, 1.51 whipped though, so he's allowing a lot of base runners even with that ERA not so high. Gonna face the top of the Mets order here, Ahmed Rosario, Jeff McNeil, and Pete Alonso.
Getting ready to get underway here at Oracle Park. First pitch of the game, fastball outside from Gausman to Rosario. Like Justin said, Rosario, McNeil, Alonso, the top three. Rest of the Mets order, Michael Conforto hits fourth, Yoenis Cespedes fifth, Robinson Cano sixth, Wilson Ramos seventh, Brandon Nimmo eighth, and the pitcher, Corey Oswalt, hits ninth. 1-0 to Rosario, swung on and ripped to the left side, foul, 1-1. Giants taking 2 of 3 from the Miami Marlins over the weekend. Down in Miami, so a long flight home for the Giants, a long flight cross-country for the Mets, too, who beat the Philadelphia Phillies 3-2 yesterday to save a sweep, 1-1. He is in there for a strike on the outside edge. Splitter catches the black, 1-2. Defensive alignment for the Giants, starting on the infield, Evan Longoria at third, Brandon Crawford at short, Yolmer Sanchez at second, and Pablo Sandoval at first. Ahmed Rosario goes down swinging on the slider for the first out of the game. Outfield. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, big strikeout there from Gausman. Fooled Rosario on that outside pitch and got things off to a nice start.
Outfield for the Giants is Belt, Yastrzemski, and Pence left to right. First pitch to McNeil, a fastball for a strike. You see McNeil hitting at .322, fourth in the NL. He's actually seen his batting average drop about 20 points since the start of play on Wednesday.
I was about to say, 320 for McNeil. He's struggling.
Grounded sharply to Sanchez, throws over to Sandoval for the second out. Sanchez mostly just filling in while Mauricio Dubon was day-to-day. We should see Dubon back in the Giants lineup tomorrow, with Gabe Kapler giving Mauricio an extra day or two just to rest up and be full strength before getting back in there. Here's Pete Alonso. First pitch is in there for a strike at the knees, 0-1. So both of these teams making a couple of little roster moves, shuffling up the bench after their weekend sets. Mets bringing Matt Adams back to the major league level, having him come up from Syracuse. Luis Guillorme heads to AAA. Pitch to Alonso high, 1-1. Meanwhile, as the Giants return home, Donovan Solano heads to Sacramento, while Alex Dickerson makes his way back to the big club. Neither of them starting today, but could feature in the game later. The 1-1. Rounded to the right side, Sandoval picks it up, takes it to the bag himself. It's a 1, 2, 3 inning for Kevin Gausman to get things going. Giants coming up in the bottom half of the first. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. As Justin Money, tell us a little bit about Corey Oswalt making his 4th start.
Well, only his 4th start, like you said, so not many numbers. Only 35 innings pitched, a 3.82 earned run average. Number that sticks out to me, though, is 20 strikeouts and 10 walks in only those 35 innings. So seems control is a bit of an issue for him.
First pitch of the game to Brandon Crawford is swung on and ripped foul. 0-1. Oswalt moved into the Mets rotation a couple of weeks ago around the continued struggles of David Peterson and Rick Porcello. Porcello's back in the rotation full-time now, and Syracuse has welcomed David Peterson back with open arms as he tries to rebound from a tough start to his major league career. This one is lined over the glove of McNeil at third. Yoenis Cespedes fields it in the corner, fires it in. Leadoff single for Brandon Crawford to get things going.
Well, that one was hit pretty well down the line. I thought Crawford had a chance for a double there, but doesn't seem to run that well, and the Mets are able to hold him to a leadoff single there.
I'll bring up third baseman Evan Longoria. Rest of the Giants lineup. Brandon Belt hits third. Mike Yastrzemski fourth. Mike Pence, Hunter Pence sixth. Fifth, Buster Posey sixth. First pitch is low, 1-0. Pablo Sandoval seventh. Yolmer Sanchez eighth, and Kevin Gausman ninth. Defensive alignment for the Mets, same as usual against the right-hander. Jeff McClure, Ahmed Rosario at short, Robinson Cano at second, Pete Alonso at first, Wilson Ramos catching. Right in the outfield, Cespedes, Nimmo, and Conforto. Now the 1-0. Long grounded, foul down the first base side, just on the outside of the bag. That's inside the bag. Pete Alonso picks it up, probably starts himself an unconventional double play. Instead, it's a 1-1 count. And the pitch. In there for a strike from Oswalt, 1-2. Oswalt loves turning to that sinker.
Well, he's got a difficult bat here facing the longtime Tampa Bay Ray, Evan Longoria.
And misses with a curve, 2-2.
Now, Longoria was such a face of those Rays teams in those mid to early 2000s.
Fouled off. Yeah, you think about Evan Longoria. You think, of course, playing with the Rays in the 2008 World Series. I think the lasting highlight for me with Evan Longoria is that walk-off home run in extras against the Yankees. And the famed Game 162 in 2011. Truly one of the best regular baseball days in history, if not ever.
Were you watching all of those games live at the time?
I was. 3-2. Just misses. Longoria takes a walk. Luis Rojas kind of shouting down the home plate umpire. Does not like that call. So it'll be runners on first and second. No out for Brandon Belt, who has been struggling most of the year. Interesting to see him in the 3 spot, only hitting .234. You see there, no home runs in the month of June, just one in the entire month of May. But Gabe Kapler continuing to put the trust in Brandon Belt.
Well, Belt's got that long track record of being such a good hitter. It's really surprising to see him struggle this much.
First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. So to answer your question, I was actually interning at WRC-TV in Washington, the local NBC affiliate in Washington, D.C., in the sports department. 0-1 pitch from Oswalt to Belt, way outside 1-1. And I was on shift that night. I was on my intern shift. And, the game started going late. Started going later. 1-1. This one is lifted to right field. It's going to get foul. And it was me, another intern, and one of the sports producers. And we were all in our office chairs with the wheels on the bottom. We just kind of kept sliding between 3 different screens. We had the 3 games up on 3 different monitors. Stayed all the way to the end. 1-2, outside and high, 2-2. Took it all in, watched it all happen. Didn't end until like 12:30 or something. And I live in New York City. You know New York City very well. New York City is different from Washington D.C. in that on weeknights, The subway, as it always does, runs 24 hours, 2-2 pitch. This one is hit foul, another good swing by Belt. So the DC Metro had stopped running, and my only option was to call a cab service. Didn't really have Uber yet. It was 2011. And the next time that I came into the office for my next internship, 2-2, fouled off again, Oswalt working hard. I presented my receipt from the cab, and they told me they were not going to authorize it. So I had to spend $30 to watch all that happen, but definitely worth it. Another 2-2. This one is hit towards right field on a sharp line right into the glove of Conforto. Chases Crawford back. First out reported by Oswalt.
Well, I was following along at work as much as I was able to. I had the game day up as much as I could. I had 2 of those apps open. And as it started to get later, I was very tempted to put on the MLB.TV at work.
Don't blame you. Here's Mike Yastrzemski, who's really broken out since leaving the East Coast. Grounder back towards the middle, fielded by Oswalt over to Rosario. On to first base, double play. Nifty little double play started by Corey Oswalt. The 1-6-3 gets him out of runners on first and second with no outs, no score after 1. And the Mets will lead it off with Michael Conforto in the second.
I've got a job now that I think would be okay if I was watching those games live.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think I also have that same kind of job. First pitch to Conforto, a strike. It'll be Conforto, Cespedes, and Cano here in the second for the Metropolitan. The 0-1. Swing, but a strike anyway. It was a good pitch to hit. Not sure what Conforto held up for. Brings the bat through the zone. Could have himself extra bases. Instead, it's an 0-2. Pitch from Gausman. Way inside, nearly hits Conforto with the slider, 1-2. And now that 1-2 pitch. In there, strike 3. Couple of strikeouts early on for Kevin Gausman. 1 out in the second.
Yeah, he seemed to have things really under control so far in the early going of this game. This is his second strikeout already.
Now the first pitch to Cespedes is grounded sharply to the right side. Diving stop by Sanchez, knocks it down, gets up, but he's going to run out of time. Yoenis Cespedes gets the Mets' first hit with an infield single knocked down by Yolmer Sanchez, and he'll be on base for Robinson Cano.
Well, that's why you have Yolmer Sanchez in the lineup. He is very, very good defensively out there in the field. Made a great play on that ball just to get a glove on it, but unable to make that throw to get Cespedes at first. But still, just really impressive, I thought, getting a glove on that ball.
Yeah, not like it was a chance for extra bases if it got through. First pitch to Cano is high, 1-0. But, you still want to see, if you're a major league manager, you want to see the hustle from your guys, not giving up on a play, even if it's a tough one. Count 2-0. Cano hit a little bit out of order, so to speak, in yesterday's game at home. Hit second against the Phillies yesterday, the 2-0. This one is hit towards center field. That one is going to drop for a base hit. Couple of hits back-to-back off the bats of Cespedes and Cano. Have the Mets in business in the top of the second. Bring up Wilson Ramos.
The catcher, number 40.
Yeah, just a nice piece of hitting there by Cano, able to go right up the middle. Surprised they weren't shifting on him. I guess they had to honor the runner at first there with Cespedes. So Cano's able to get a base hit up the middle.
Yeah, you got to honor the base runner on first. You got to be in double play depth. But that was hit so sharply by Cano. Even if you had the shift on, that's one of those that might, beat the shift, just get through the moved over third baseman and shortstop. Now here's Ramos with an RBI opportunity. First pitch to him is swung on and floated into deep right field. Moving over on it, making the catch, Hunter Pence. Tagging at second, moving up to third is Cespedes. So a productive out for Wilson Ramos. First pitch swinging as runners on the corners for the Mets and Brandon Nimmo coming up.
Brandon Nimmo.
Well, with 2 outs and the 8th hitter up, I don't really expect Kevin Gausman to give Nimmo too much to hit here right now.
First pitch is a fastball high, 1-0. Yeah, Justin, they might just comfortably pitch their way around Nimmo. Nimmo happens to reach it one, poke himself into an out. Even better, 1-0. Shot foul off the end of the bat, 1-1. Could have been ball 2, but Nimmo took a hack. Would have been a borderline pitch.
Yeah, I guess it was a pitch he thought he could handle, knowing he's probably not going to get anything much better than that. Although that one looked like a better pitch.
Yeah, that was something to hit. Splitter on the outside half from Gausman. Looked like Nimmo was sitting on the fastball. Now he's going to have to readjust on this one, too. Way outside, 2-2. Gausman tries the split finger again, but can't pinpoint it the same. 2-2. Fouled off. We'll do it again. See on the sidebar, we're going to stay on the West Coast, or at least in the Pacific time zone for our next two games. We got the AL West up next, the Rangers and Mariners, and Dodgers and D-backs. Another 2-2, another foul ball. So kind of the hardest at bat so far for Gausman. 6 pitches in this one.
He's coming right after him with these fastballs. I'm pretty surprised he's attacking him that way.
Would have been ball 3, but it's grounded weakly to short. Crawford flips to Sanchez for the fielder's choice, and that'll do it. So Brandon Nimmo reaches for it and grounds out. Couple of hits in the inning for the Mets, but can't do anything with it. Of the second, no score in San Francisco. Five, 6, and 7 due up for the Giants here in the bottom of the second. Hunter Pence, Buster Posey, and Pablo Sandoval. Now, how about the resurgence of Sandoval? Went to Boston, completely flamed out, just coming back to the Bay Area really revitalized his career.
I mean, you could say the same thing about the guy at the plate. How about the resurgence of Hunter Pence, too? I mean, these are two guys you really would have expected to be out of baseball and find themselves everyday jobs here in San Francisco.
Not going to miss at the curve by Pence, 0-2. Pence did have himself a reasonably solid year in mostly designated hitter work with a little outfield work for the Texas Rangers. But Sandoval and Pence back in the Bay Area, back in the lineup. The 0-2. Check swing, but he went around. Pence fooled badly by the high fastball. First strikeout for Oswalt. Does it on 3 pitches to start the bottom of the second. We'll bring up Buster Posey. Gave the Giants all 3 of their runs in Miami yesterday with a 3-run shot in the second inning and a 3-2 win.
Well, he was the longtime, one of the most important players of that World Series championship Giants team. Still probably one of the best catchers in the league.
Yeah, he has moved over, played a little bit of first base here and there. Catchers aren't built the way they're used to. This one is hit sharply foul, quickly 0-2. So 5 straight strikes for Oswalt here in the second. 5/9 of the way to a potential immaculate inning. Let's focus in, see if Oswalt can set down Posey on 3 pitches. The 0-2. He sure can. Back-to-back 3-pitch strikeouts for Corey Oswalt. He's 2/3 of the way to an immaculate inning.
Wow. Now, have you ever seen an immaculate inning live like this before?
I do not think so. I've seen quite a number of things. I've seen a no-hitter. I've seen some one-hitters. First pitch to Sandoval is a strike. There's 7. Not a lot of immaculate innings in Major League history. Corey Oswalt, 2 pitches away from potentially joining that group. Keep an eye on it. Oswalt set. Brings home the 0-1. Ripped foul. So it is an 0-2. And that means that Corey Oswalt just needs to strike out Pablo Sandoval on this pitch for an immaculate inning. Oswalt winds the 0-2. Way inside 1-2. Tried to drop the curve on the Panda. Just lost the handle on it. So ball 1. Oswalt's bid for immaculate inning is done. Now he needs to refocus and just work on getting Sandoval out. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. It takes 10 pitches, but Corey Oswalt strikes out the side swinging here in the second. No score after 2 at Oracle Park. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
It took him 10 pitches. That wasn't that impressive.
Leading off to the bat,
9, I would have been.
pitcher, number 55.
You and I could strike out a side on 10 pitches, but 9 is a different story.
Absolutely.
Here's Corey Oswalt to hit for himself starting the third. Oswalt's got 9 at-bats to his name so far this season. Recorded hits in 2 of them. Oswalt, then Rosario and McNeil. here in the third. Pretty quiet so far. Both teams have had a situation with runners on first and second, and one out at least, and have not been able to do anything with it. Giants had the first two runners of their first inning on, but a nifty double play started by Oswalt snuffed that out as he fouls it away 0-2. First of 4 between the Mets and the Giants in the Bay. After this series, the Mets will stay in California, head south to play 3 with San Diego. Check swing by Oswalt doesn't go 1-2. Now that 1-2. In there, strike 3 called. 3 strikeouts for Kevin Gausman in his first trip through the New York order. And it'll roll over for Ahmed Rosario, who struck out leading off the game.
Yeah, Gausman was a former top draft pick of those Orioles. I think he was 4th overall in a 2012 draft. So he was a big, high draft pick from Baltimore. They had a lot of hopes for him, and he just never really fully fulfilled things for him.
That slider outside 1-1, and that's the thing. Sorry, splitter. With pitching prospects, there is so much volatility. 1-1. Big swing and a miss by Rosario. There's the slider 1-2. You think of a guy like Mark Appel, who the Astros worked so hard to sign, and then he just completely turned it to nothing. He was supposed to be one of those sure things, and he just didn't get there. 1-2, misses inside 2-2. Read a piece, and I think The Athletic recently, about the 4 aces from Oakland in the 90s.
4 aces.
And none of them turned. Van Poppel, what was it, Dressendorfer? Something like that. Just 4 guys.
Van Poppel's the only one I remember, because I think he's the only one that made the majors.
Back-to-back strikeouts looking. Rosario down on strikes for the second time. 2 outs here. One of the other guys made the majors for a few appearances. I think it said 7 appearances, and then continued getting hurt and just never made it back to the bigs. 2 of the guys never made it out of them in total. And it completely altered the direction of the Oakland franchise. It ended up driving them towards Moneyball. And here's Jeff McNeil. First pitch is a strike. Also, want to give out a shout to Nivek Luap1 in the chat, who has subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. That means your Twitch Prime donation dollars, as this one's inside 1-1, will go to support the Black Play-by-Play Broadcaster grant, started by a colleague of ours here at Major League Baseball, Adam Giardino, as this is low 2-1. Adam, a broadcaster for the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, AAA affiliate Yankees. I haven't checked in a couple of days, but I would imagine the amount of money they've raised for that grant has passed $20,000 by. It was over $18,000 in the first handful of days. 2-1 to McNeil. Swung on and lifted into shallow left center field. Coming on is Belt. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Gausman. We head to the bottom of the third. Still no score. Bottom of the third now from Oracle Park in San Francisco. The Big Fund, Eric Arment, J-Man 1990, Justin D'Ambrosio, bringing you game 1 of 4. Between the couple of teams who are struggling in the National League this year. The Giants coming into this one 33-44. The Mets 32-45. Giants expected to have a bit of a struggling 2020. Mets have been dealing with injuries, bad pitching. This one is a floater into shallow right center. Moving over is Conforto to make the catch on Sanchez for the first out. And the Mets just trying to get back into form.
The pitcher, Kevin.
Cannot do it.
And what do you think the course of action the Mets should take this season? They are 16 games out of first place, and it's a crowded wild card picture too. You know, the Reds are at 48-30, the Braves are at 46-32 right there with the Diamondbacks.
And if you're the Mets, you got to think about maybe if Yoenis Cespedes would agree to it, consider trading away Cespedes. Maybe you see if somebody wants to pick up Mike or Rick Porcello on a flyer. Waka's been pitching pretty well for the Mets. Porcello not so much. 0-1 to Gausman. Swung on and missed 0-2. Maybe you try and get something for the Astros have on expiring deals. Maybe you let go of someone who's got a little more control, like J.D. Davis. 0-2 misses badly, 1-2. Maybe you try and find a taker for Robinson Cano's contract, eat a lot of that money, maybe slide McNeil over to second base full time, grounded towards third. There's McNeil with the jump throw. Probably didn't need to do it with Kevin Gausman running. A little bit of flash from Jeff McNeil for the second out of the bottom of the third.
It was a pretty nice play, I thought, by McNeil there at third.
Probably had time to set his feet and throw, but he'll take it any day.
That defensive versatility he offers down at the hot corner is pretty useful for the Mets. No chance of, I can't even remember his name anymore. Jed Lowry. No chance of him making an appearance?
Well, Lowry's still dealing with the mysterious leg injury that plagued him for the vast majority of 2019, as this is chopped weekly by Crawford. Coming off the mound, Oswalt sets and throws in time. A couple of strong defensive plays from Corey Oswalt here in the first few innings. 8 straight set down by Oswalt after 3. Still no score. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. All quiet on the Western Front through 3 innings. Just 3 hits between the Mets and the Giants. Pete Alonso hoping to change that. It'll be Alonso, Conforto, Cespedes to face Gausman here in the top of the 4th. First pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1.
Alonso's a guy that can break a scoreless game open with one swing of the bat.
0-1. Misses badly, 1-1. You saw that Alonso tied for first on the Mets in home runs with 17. Michael Conforto with a home run yesterday against Philadelphia, also 17. Big swing and a miss by Alonso at the slider. That all down and away. Alonso comes into this game with 105 strikeouts against him. Not what you want for the sophomore. Now the 1-2. Slider misses too badly, a little too far outside.
What's
taking a
interesting,
hack at.
He's got 105 strikeouts, and over on the Yankees, Aaron Judge, he has over 100 strikeouts, and Alonso is, of course, the guy that broke Aaron Judge's rookie home run record.
I don't know if they'll be threatening any strikeout record. I believe, who is that? Adam Dunn that probably hangs on to that? Here's a 3-2. Swing and a miss. Two-seamer, not particularly heated at 93 miles an hour, but it's enough to beat Alonso. As we take a look at the Giants' AAA clubs, the Sacramento River Cats and the Richmond Flying Squirrels, both hanging out above 500. Richmond doing a little better for themselves over in the Eastern League. River Cats, the BCL, at 36 and 34. Good strikeout for Gausman. He'll face Michael Conforto here and deal a strike, 0-1.
Actually, Mark Reynolds struck out 223 times in 2009. That's apparently the most strikeouts in a season.
That sounds right. Probably Dunn or Reynolds, as this one is shot the other way on the ground. Making the pick is Crawford. Low throw, but pulled out of the dirt by Sandoval. The second out.
Adam Dunn had 222, so he's in second place.
Yeah, Adam Dunn, what an odd career Adam Dunn had. You ever see, there's the video series on SB Nation called Dorktown. Kevin Gausman hits the zone for a strike, 0-1. They did one on Adam Dunn, and the very weirdness of his career, 0-1 pitch outside, 1-1. And if you count a hit by pitch as one of the true outcomes, where everything involving the pitcher, the catcher, and the batter, this misses 2-1. Adam Dunn, for his career, across all of his plate appearances that ended in home runs, strikeouts, walks, or being hit by a pitch, this one is hit sharply. Diving stop by Sandoval, knocks it down, flips to Gausman for the out. Great play by Pablo Sandoval, the Panda, getting dirty. Another 1-2-3 inning, and it's 8 straight set down by Gausman as well. No score in the middle of the 4th. So to continue, as we get 2-3-4 Longoria, Belt, Yastrzemski. Adam Dunn, for his entire career, all of his plate appearances, more than half of them did not require any fielders. I think it was something like 51.4% or 51% even, but that number, that percentage, as is fouled off by Longoria 0-1, did not require any fielders, so they kind of did the math and estimated that approximately $7 million, as the 0-1 is low, 1-1, was spent on fielders who did not necessarily need to be there over the course of Adam Dunn's career, if you go by average salaries. This one's hit foul, 1-2.
Yeah,
not a sponsor, but watch all of the Dorktown videos from SB Nation on YouTube. Watch any content that SB Nation churns out. Really great stuff. Count 2 and 2. To Longoria. Check swing. Did he go around? He did. Evan Longoria goes around. 4 strikeouts now for Oswalt. He has set down 9 straight. Oswalt.
Down in the first base line looked really excited to punch out Longoria on that one.
And in his dreams for an eternity. Here's Brandon Belt. First pitch swinging, lifts it to left center. Cespedes to his left. Puts it away, 2 outs in the inning. So how about Corey Oswalt? He was doing pretty well for the Mets as a long man. Got drafted into rotational duty almost out of nowhere, and spoke to the media, said he wasn't necessarily expecting it, happy to help the team out wherever they best need him. Long man, short relief in the rotation. And since then, he's done pretty well for himself. Only got 4 innings his last time out in Chicago. Surprising to see him only 4. But he had been flipped in the rotation, so maybe he was a little tired. Mets had changed their rotation to get Oswalt going Wednesday against the returning Tyler Chatwood and put Steven Matz up against Kyle Hendricks. First pitch to Yastrzemski, a curveball in for a strike. And that paid off as Matz gave the Mets in that series finale against the Cubs in Chicago. 0-1 is in there for 0-2. 8 shutout innings. Part of a 5-0 win that was called by a couple of special guests here on Botball. Mets broadcaster Wayne Randazzo and Mick Gillespie from the Cubs organization, former minor league broadcaster of the year. 1-2. Fouled into the body of Ramos. Keep it 1-2.
Of course, Yaz is the grandson of former great Red Sox Carl Yastrzemski.
1-2. Up high, 2-2. And what a great moment when the Giants visited Fenway last year. That Carl Yastrzemski got to throw out a first pitch to his grandson. 2-2 up and away, 3-2.
Moments like that really make this game show you how beautiful it is.
It really does, and really a heartwarming moment. I don't remember, was that on Thursday? I literally couldn't tell you. Here's a 3-2. Just misses. So Corey Oswalt sets down 10 in a row, but loses Mike Yastrzemski with 2 outs in the 4th. Second walk issued by Oswalt. We'll bring up Hunter Pence with 2 out.
Hunter, don't call me Mike Pence coming up to the plate. He had that big rebound season last year with the Texas Rangers.
I've always thought that Hunter Pence kind of the consummate pro. First pitch swinging now at 1. But man, Hunter Pence just looks like a guy, and this is just me. Hunter Pence looks like a guy where you showed him about. This one is lifted into left field. Cespedes moves over towards the line, and he will make the catch to end the inning. Tell you about it on the other side of the break. No runs, no hits, 1 left on after the walk. No score after 4. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. As we talk over Heidi Watney, who we've never been able to. Hunter Pence looks like a guy where you kind of explained the basics of baseball to him in a half-hour cram session, or you just gave him, an instructional video to watch, and that was it. And he just kind of went out there on that basis and began playing the sport. His batting stance looks kind of funky. The way he throws looks kind of funky. The way he runs looks kind of funky. But he has put together quite the major league career.
Yeah, if you're a minor league hitting instructor and you saw Hunter Pence come up through your minor league system, you're probably pulling your hair out. It's such a weird, ugly swing, but it definitely works for him.
First pitch to Cano, a fastball low, 1-0. I mean, what about if you're a minor league fielding instructor or a fielding coordinator? How do you look at that throwing motion and not say anything. 1-0. Great pitch to hit, but Cano takes it all the way at 1-1.
Yeah, and he embraces that weirdness, which I think is what makes him such an endearing person. It made him so endearing to his fans.
Big swing and a miss on the splitter, 1 and 2. Gausman has had that splitter working this evening here. 1-2. And Cano lines this one into right field, but moves a couple steps to his right is the aforementioned Hunter Pence. You know, a pretty standard looking throw there to get it back in, but he has had some funky mechanics that we have seen before, and he still manages to get it in there. He can throw him out with the best of them. This pitch to Ramos, slider outside, 1-0. What's your next game, Justin?
My next game is not until Saturday. I am going to be calling the Blue Jays and the Angels. Angels come to Rogers Center. That'll be an interesting one because Mike Trout in the friendly confines of Rogers Center with facing home run pitcher Chase Anderson. Led the National League in home runs. That could be a problem.
Could be. Problem right here for Kevin Gausman behind Wilson Ramos, 3-0. Now the pitch is upstairs, ball 4. So once again, a long out-recorded streak goes by the wayside with a walk. Stremski walking in the bottom of the 4th after Oswalt had set down 10 straight. And Ramos walking here after Gausman had set down 9 straight. Brings up Nima with a man on for pitches low.
Count 1-0.
Yeah, it's their first base runner since that second inning when the Mets squandered that first and third scoring opportunity.
Nimmo grounded into a fielder's choice to end that inning. Takes that one. It looked like it could have been a high strike. Gausman frustrated with the call. Now he's behind 2-0. And, you know, you see it all the time where a tight pitch on 1-0 or 0-1 goes the other way where, you the batter or you the pitcher, you think it's supposed to go your way, completely changes the complexion of an at-bat. Here's the 2-0. Line sharply foul. Gausman decided he had to hit the zone and hit it big with that one. Got lucky. Nimmo could have pulled that one over the right field fence. Got a better read on it. 2-1. Outside 3-1. Corey Oswalt on deck. Will probably be bunting. One pitch. Up and in. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Moves Ramos to second. Nimmo trots down to first. It'll bring out a visit from the Giants pitching coach, who I do not know offhand, so I'll look it up so I can tell you. I believe that is... I almost had it.
Well, yeah, back-to-back walks here by Kevin Gausman and
I think I lost you there for a second. I have you back now?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So Andrew Bailey, Giants pitching coach, comes out, talks to Kevin Gausman, fires a high ball. 1-0. Corey Oswalt was squaring to bunt, pulled it back. Lost a little connection in my headset here. But we're back in action. The 1-0. Oswalt squares. Gets the bunt down. Perfectly placed bunt. Throw to second is in time. Return to first. Double play! It was a perfectly placed bunt. It was over to third base just where you want it. But Longoria starts the 5-4-3 double play. Mets once again wasting an opportunity with 2 on and 1 out. Middle of the 5th, still no score.
Yeah, that one was bunted just a little bit too hard, and Evan Longoria shows why he's won all of those gold gloves all those years in Tampa. He still has the glove. The bat has declined a little bit, but the defense there is still excellent, as we saw on that double play.
So some creative double plays in this one. The 1-6-3 in the first inning by the Mets to end the bottom of the first, and now the 5-4-3 on the attempted sacrifice bunt. Cut down a couple of base runners for the Mets. And now, bottom of the 5th, it'll be Posey, Sandoval, and Sanchez. Posey and Sandoval struck out their first times up as part of that near immaculate inning from Oswalt. Only 49 pitches through 4 for Oswalt. Big swing and a miss by Posey. 1.
Yeah, both of these pitchers have their pitch counts under control, and coming into this game, I didn't expect it to be a pitcher's duel, but here we are, scoreless in the 5th.
Now the 0-1. Up and in, 1-1. And especially, both of these teams had a couple of relievers go yesterday, including their closers, Tony Watson, Gallen, saves. You have the cross-country flight, even though you're now on Pacific time. You have a couple as this one is lifted towards the field line, high in the air, caught by Cespedes for the first out.
What do you think of that weird train that peaks above the fence level there? They anthropomorphized it. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, they made some changes to the ballpark here in San Francisco. They got rid of Triples Alley. It's always been one of my favorite looking ballparks. I've never actually been inside of it, though.
Yeah, I haven't either. I was in San Francisco for a few days a long time ago. God, it would have been 2012 at this point. 0-1 to Sandoval. It is low, 1-1. Didn't really get myself anywhere close to the ballpark. Didn't really know where in the city it was.
2012, they were. That was the year they won the World Series.
Yeah, but it was January.
Oh, okay.
Rounded foul passed first by Sandoval, 1-2. Yeah, I went to San Diego a few years ago. I did gas outside of Petco, 1-2. Misses low and in, 2-2. Nice looking park, but it was set up for a monster truck rally, it looked like, so I didn't really get the appropriate view. Petco Park in my time in San Diego. Also in January, 2-2. High, count now 3-2. Sandoval working the count. Olmer Sanchez waits on deck.
Well, if there's a good time to be in San Diego, I think January is an excellent time to be there.
Oh, it was a wonderful time. Here's a 3-2. Inside ball 4. Oswalt tries the changeup, but kind of loses it out of the hand. Late release. Sandoval on first with 1 out.
I was in San Francisco, I think it was 2014, right around the World Series. Yeah, it was 2014 because they were playing the Royals. And I saw a game right outside the stadium. I went to one of the local bars, and that was a very fun experience.
Runner, yes.
Joe Sanchez. Running is Sandoval. Pop and throw by Ramos, and Sandoval is out easily. Let's take a look at it on replay. He was just full steam ahead. Might have even run on his own. Good throw by Ramos, and Rosario had ample time to lay down the tag. Not sure what Pablo Sandoval was thinking there. But now, it's an 0-1 with 2 outs, grounded weakly back up the middle. Cano to his right makes the throw, probably a double play ball anyway. But a strange turn of events clears the bases, with gives it 2 outs, then Sanchez grounds out weakly. No score after 5, just 3 combined hits here at Oracle Park between the Mets and the Giants.
I mean, that had to have been a missed hit and run by Sandoval there. He is as slow as they come. I can't imagine he got the green light to go stealing by himself.
Well, to be fair, Sandoval does have a steal this year. Rosario takes it high, 1-0. But not really ever an opportune time to run for Sandoval, unless maybe he's the backside of a double steal. Rosario takes a hack, lines it into the glove of Crawford for the first out of the top of the 6th. I mean, maybe the back end of a double steal, but that's all I can really... Pablo Sandoval, not really a guy you about stealing bases.
Yeah, maybe if the ball rolled past the catcher and the catcher broke his legs on the play, then I could see him steal.
Here's McNeil, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Or maybe, he starts running, catcher drops the pitch. Steals the steal, any way you shake it out. Here's the 1-0 with low, 2-0.
Or maybe a Rudy situation where you just let him have it.
Neal lines it off the glove of a leaping Crawford, picked up by Longoria, but no shot. Crawford with an impressive attempt on that one, and good thing that he was able to knock it down, because that liner from McNeil gets down in the outfield grass. It's probably going all the way to the wall. 2 bases, maybe 3. Pete Alonso, first pitch swinging, lifts this one to center field, moving over to Yastrzemski. He'll make the catch, send McNeil back, and there are 2 outs from the top of the 6th.
Yeah, that McNeil hit, it was almost a carbon copy of the Rosario play right there. Crawford able to squeeze and hold on to the Rosario hit, but ball McNeil hit just deflected off of his glove.
Here's Conforto, struck out looking in the second, grounded out to short in the 4th. 2 of the Mets' 3 hits have been of the infield variety, as this one is grounded. Nice diving stop by Longoria, and he throws it over the second baseman's head. And Pence misplays it in right field. McNeil is going to make his way up to third on that one. Let's see what happens. It's an error on... Yeah, it's an error on...
I think it's an error on both of them. There's a fielding error right here by Longoria, and then Pence, you see, he overruns the ball. That is what allows McNeil to go to third. It's that additional error. I think there's got to be 2 errors on the play.
Yeah, we'll have to see in between innings what it says, if it's 1 or 2 errors. Definitely at least 1. So the inning continues. Rushing the play a little bit was the usually sure-handed Evan Longoria. First pitch swinging, Yoenis Cespedes grounds it off the camera well, 0-1. So now it's McNeil on third, Conforto on first. The inning extended by the high throw from Longoria, the 0-1. Check swing, ball, 1-1.
Well, Cespedes has his batting average up to 154, and that's actually a higher number than I'm used to seeing.
Lifted towards center field, sending Yastrzemski back, and he'll make the catch, kind of putting it in his pocket. So, no harm, no foul. I guess we'll still have to wait to find out, as they're not going to tell us. But the Giants get out of runners on the corners with 2 outs after the error. No score, middle of the 6th.
Maybe the official scorer is still deciding on himself.
Gausman will get to keep going. It has been a shocking pitcher's duel. Just 4 hits combined through 5.5. 3 for the Mets, 1 for the Giants. Kevin Gausman takes a strike from Corey Oswalt. Gausman has bounced around the National League since leaving the Orioles. Got traded to the Braves, spent some time with the Reds, now himself here in San Francisco. Lives at foul, down the right field line and foul ground. Conforto with a nice running catch for the first down of the inning.
Oh, he had a long way to run to get there, and I didn't think he was going to make it. There's a lot of foul territory here in San Francisco, but Conforto showing off excellent range there to make the first out.
Rolls over for Brandon Crawford as the only hit for the Giants, way back leading off the bottom of the first.
Yeah, it looked like things were going to get off to a rocky start for Corey Oswalt. He let the first 2 batters reach there in that first inning. Since then, it has been relatively smooth sailing.
The 0-1 swung on and missed, 0-2. Yeah, it looked like the Giants were going to be cooking early. The single from Crawford, the walk from Longoria had first and second, nobody out. Then a line out to right field, followed by the 1-6-3 double play. And since then, the Giants haven't had a runner get past first base. Now another 0-2 from Oswalt to Crawford. Grounded towards short, coming in on it Rosario. Sets and throws in time. Looked like it might have pulled Alonso off the bag. Kind of had to shovel his feet there. But it is a ground out. And there's 2 outs in the 6th. Corey Oswalt has just proven himself to be at least for the time being, valuable part of the Mets rotation.
Well, yeah, in his last start out, he went 4 innings against the Cubs and didn't allow a run. So this is 2 outings in a row for Oswalt where he's kept the other team off the scoreboard.
First pitch Longoria, fastball high for a strike. Oswalt has been getting that high fastball that Gausman has not been getting. Interesting to see. We'll see if that continues as the game gets into the later innings. Slider bounces in 1-1. Sorry, the curve just looked like a slider with that sharp downward action.
You were having trouble with the curve?
Heyo. Counts up there 2-1. Boy, that movie sounded bad.
Was that the Clint Eastwood one?
I think so.
With Amy Adams and Justin Timberlake?
Maybe? 2-1 is lifted into deep right center. It is sending Conforto back. He'll make the catch. So Corey Oswalt and Kevin Gausman, 6 scoreless innings apiece. Mets will have Cano, Ramos, and Nimmo due up in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is that movie. MLB Network was playing it a couple weeks ago, and
A couple of weeks in a row.
yeah, in a row ago. They play everything a million times. It's it's either that or Major League or Naked
Field
Gun.
of Dreams.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams. Well, they don't do 8 men out so much. You'd think there'd be more 8 men out on that.
No, they don't like to show anything negative about cheaters.
Liner into the glove of Crawford. Been a pretty solid day for Brandon Crawford. At shortstop, first out of the top of the 7th on 1 pitch. Kevin Gausman down through 6 1/3, just 77 pitches. The impressive thing about these guys who are not really heralded starters, pitching the way they have, is they've kept their counts down. First pitch to Ramos is in there for a strike. Ramos walked in the 5th, got to second base after Nimmo walked, but then saw the inning end on the 5-4-3 double play on the attempted sac bunt by Corey Oswalt.
Yeah, like you said, it's keeping that pitch count down that's also been the impressive thing for me watching these starters work. You don't force your manager to pinch hit for you in the 5th or 4th inning because you've got your pitch count all the way up to 80 or 90 by then.
Here's pitch number 80 from Gausman. It's in the dirt, 2-1. So should the Mets lineup get to the pitcher's spot here in the 7th, 2-1. This one is hit up the middle, and it's going to get through. Crawford gave it a look, but could not get the glove there. Probably throwing his body at it wouldn't have done much more either. Wilson Ramos with a hit. Mets' 4th hit off of Kevin Gausman gives them a base runner here in the 7th, and Brandon Nimmo coming to the plate. So to finish up that thought, if Corey Oswalt comes to the plate, and you say it's 1st and 2nd, what do? Do you try to bunt again? It did go well last time. First pitch to Nimmo, outside 1-0. But he's pitching so well.
Yeah, well, the Mets bullpen a little bit better than me. How do you feel taking him out in a scoreless game here in the 7th inning?
Nimmo yanks it foul, deep down the right field side, 1-1. Well, you could turn to Edwin Diaz. That's probably the guy you'd go to. If you go to Diaz, you consider going to Justin Wilson or Seth Lugo, the 1-1 to Nimmo. Rounded, Longoria to Sanchez in the dirt, picked out by Sandoval. The question will not need to be answered. Another 5-4-3 double play. It's stretch time at Oracle Park. No score, as you see there. Only the 1 error charged on that play in the 6th. No error on Hunter Pence.
I disagree with that.
I don't disagree with your disagreement, but can't go against it. Mets have double-barrel action in the bullpen behind Oswalt, Edwin Diaz, and recent call-up Chasen Shreve. Gave the Mets a second lefty out there.
I'm going to write a simulated letter to that simulated scorekeeper. I very simulatedly disagree.
Corey Oswalt, only 70 pitches through 6, hits the knees with a strike. Brandon Belt not happy, 3-4-5. For the Giants here in the 7th, Belt, Yastrzemski, Pence. No movement from either side. Corey Oswalt, just the 1 hit.
Yeah, he's been
0-1 to
very
Belt.
impressive today.
That one misses a little high, 1-1. Yeah, Oswalt. Impressive.
He almost had that immaculate inning in the 2nd inning. He's got 4 strikeouts on the day, and he's just kept the Giants uncomfortable all day in that batter's box.
Ramos setting up outside for this 1-1 pitch. Oswalt kind of missed the spot. He got a lot of the plate with that 4-seamer, but clearly Belt was looking for something off-speed as he's only able to foul it away. Count 1-2. Ramos now setting up high. Oswalt's like the high fastball, the 1-2. It is a high fastball, but it's too high. 2-2.
Yeah, usually you expect Brandon Belt to punish those kind of mistakes, but this year, really struggling, only hitting .234 coming into today, but it's that .327 slugging, and he's in that 3rd spot in the order. When the Giants signed him, they expected a lot better power numbers out of him.
3-2. Ripped foul by Belt. Count will stay 3-2. And Belt's been a major cog in the Giants' machine for a long time. Bat speed might just be slowing down as he gets older. Another 3-2. Rounded foul. So Oswalt having to work a little bit here. 7 pitches in the at-bat already. And this is the kind of at-bat that could threaten a guy. Another 3-2. Fouled off. It'll be pitch number 9 coming to Bell.
Well, he probably swung at ball 4 there. That one was a high fastball outside, but Oswalt's been pumping those in this whole at-bat, and Bell, used to seeing those, unable to lay off.
Another 3-2. This one is hit into shallow right field. Coming on, making the catch is Michael Conforto. Little dink shot off the end of the bat of Belt is caught by Conforto for the first out of the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, that was a really good sequence right there by Oswalt, throwing all of those fastballs and then speeding up that bat of Belt's, tossing that changeup in there. He's way out in front of it and just lazily dunks that one into right. Conforto there for the out.
Oswalt here in the 7th, starting to lose control a little bit. Misses with the first one too. Yastrzemski, the 1-0. Swung on and missed. Good fastball inside to Yaz. 1-1.
He's scheduled to lead off the next inning, so you figure this has got to be his last inning of work. He's got to know that too, so you figure he's pumping everything he has into this last inning.
1-1 just misses low. 2-1. That 2-1. This one is popped foul. Out of the crouch is Ramos. Heads over by the Mets dugout on the first base side. Reaches over, makes the catch. Wilson Ramos stretching out to catch that ball on the other side of the railing there for the second out. Big second out for Corey Oswalt.
I always get nervous seeing catchers go right up to the dugout. I'm always worried they're going to fall down the steps there, but Ramos able to get that one, hold on to it. That's a difficult play and a big second out.
First pitch from Oswalt to Pence, a strike. Pence struck out in the 2nd, flew out to left in the 4th. Corey Oswalt just 1 hit through 6 2/3. He has allowed 3 walks. Looking to set down Hunter Pence here. The 0-1 is low. 1-1 around the shins. 85 pitches for Oswalt. Here's number 86, a 1-1. Easy fly ball to left center field, drifting over a little bit. Brandon Nimmo makes the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning. 7 shutout innings each for Kevin Gausman and Corey Oswalt. We head to the 8th. No score at Oracle Park. You're watching Major League Baseball. TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And that is going to do it for Oswalt. So if he's going to get the win after going 7 innings of just 1 hit ball, he's going to need the Mets to pick something up here in the 8th. Almost surprising that we're not seeing Matt Adams pinch hit. Adams, a left-handed power bat, could have been great here in his first appearance as a Met, but it will be Eduardo Nunez, first pitch swinging, fouls it off to the right side, 0-1.
Yeah, they just called up Matt Adams before the game for that lefty bat off the bench. I'm also surprised to see that call here.
Nunez takes a strike 0-2. Good splitter from Gausman. That splitter has slowed down by a couple miles though. Now the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Kevin Gausman slider fooling Nunez badly for the first out of the 8th.
The batter, number 1. Shortstop.
Oh, working into the 8th inning, and Gausman still has his pitches working here. Big strikeout to get that first out. And how do you feel when you take your pitcher out of the game for a pinch hitter and the pitch hitter makes an out anyways?
Well, it's kind of a necessary evil, as back in the real world, the discussion of the universal DH is a hotly debated issue. First pitch to Rosario was a strike. Rosario 0 for 3. The 0-1. This one is grounded, fielded by Gausman, putting the glove down to make the play. Throws on to Sandoval for the out. Kevin Gausman now 7 2/3 scoreless.
The batter, number 6.
Yeah, this is a very impressive start for Kevin Gausman today, showing off why he was that number 4 overall pick.
Now here's Jeff McNeil. McNeil lined a single off the glove of a leaping Brandon Crawford, 1 out in the 6th. Ended up on third base after the Evan Longoria error and the Hunter Pence misplay. Could not be brought home. Takes a ball 1-0. way high 2-0.
32,000 in attendance today here. It's a bit chilly. You see the puffy coats in the background.
Always a little bit chilly by the bay, as that one's a strike 2-1. It sounds so pleasant, though, to go to a baseball game in July and think about having to bring a jacket. I love wearing a nice light sweater to a ball game. Just getting the edge with that splitter is Gausman, 2-2, 1 strike away from 8 scoreless innings for the former Baltimore Oriole. Pitch lifted towards right center field, but Yastrzemski moves over, makes the catch. 8 scoreless for Kevin Gausman. Still nothing across, middle of the 8th. Posey, Sandoval, Sanchez due up. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. Corey Oswalt is going to take a hard luck no decision. Chasen Shreve is going to come on. Only 2 1/3 inning pitched for him. Struggled mightily his last time out. Going to hope to do better here in the 8th against Pence, Posey, and Sandoval. Interesting that they go to Shreve instead of Diaz or Seth Lugo here, as it's a couple of right-handed hitters and then switch hitting Sandoval, and the switch hitting Sanchez. Sorry, it's Posey, Sandoval, Sanchez. Misread my card. So it is just the one right-handed hitter and then a switch hitters. First pitch outside, 1-0.
Well, the final line for Oswalt is 7 innings pitched. He struck out 4 guys, walked 3 batters, and just the 1 hit. That's what sticks out for me, and that came all the way back in the first inning.
Lifted deep down the left field line by Posey, but it's going to drift foul. That is arguably the best hit ball we have seen all game.
Yeah, you think Buster Posey's happy to see Oswalt out of this game.
As he drops that one foul, 1-2. Shreve ahead in the count now. Shreve making his 4th appearance as a New York Met. Spent some time with the Yankees, now doing it for the Queens-based club. Grounder, weakly up the line, basically right on the plate, actually. Ramos throws down for the out. Looked like that one was trickling up the line from our view in the booth. Instead, it just kind of sat on the plate. Ramos with a good play for the first down of the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, it's a very difficult play for a catcher to make that ball right in front of him because the baseline is actually on the field. You know, that first baseline. You see often, and usually this argument always comes up in the playoffs when a big play comes up and the catcher throws the ball down to first and it hits the runner in the back. Was he in the baseline? The baseline's out of the field. But that was a very difficult play that Ramos made look pretty easy.
As a change has been made, former Met Wilmer Flores replacing Sandoval here in the 8th inning. Flores loves left-handed pitching, so Sandoval is done in this one. Flores will almost certainly stay in the game at first base as we continue into the 9th inning. Sandoval done, went 0 for 1 with a walk and a caught stealing. Now Flores facing Shreve. Kind of a weak swing pop-up caught by Alonso for the 2nd out. Wilmer Flores, of course, a big part of the New York Mets 2015 playoff run, has a special place in Mets lore. The quote-unquote 5 days in Flushing. From Wednesday of that series against the Padres all the way through the end of that series, finishing off that homestand with the National. Yolmer Sanchez takes it inside 1-0.
Yeah, it really shows that, you know, these ball players, they are people. They have feelings, and he was very devastated to be leaving the New York Mets.
I remember when I was outside 2-0. I remember watching that game, kind of being between Twitter and the game, seeing all the crazy stuff that was going on back and forth. 3-0 out of Yolmer Sanchez. So Kevin Gausman's remarkable start could come to an end if Sanchez walks. Got to imagine Cade Kapler turn to his bench. Maybe we'd see Alex Dickerson come off the bench in his return to the Giants. 3-0. In there for a strike at the knees. But I watched that whole game. I went to the day against the Padres with the multiple rain delays, the Justin Upton 3-run homer in the 9th inning off of Jerry's Familia, and I ended up having to go into work when that game was still in rain delay, and I caught the end of it at work. In there for a strike again, a couple of close calls, gets Chasen Shreve back to a full count. Use the splitter there. 3-2 to Sanchez.
That pitch is up.
Ball 4. Shreve worked his way back from 3-0 to 3-2, but loses Sanchez. Fourth walk issued by Met pitching. And we'll see if Kevin Gausman's going to get the hit for himself, but I do see it happening. I would imagine a pinch hitter will be coming up here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And it is going to be Mauricio Dubon.
Pinch hitting for the Giants.
Middle infielder made his way over from the Milwaukee Brewers to the Giants, so it'll be Dubon pinch hitting for Gausman here. And now Gausman needs the pinch hitter to come through to have a chance at winning his remarkable start. First pitch to Dubon in the knees for a strike. Shreve loving that splitter.
Well, you hate to see a night end prematurely that way because of a pinch hitter, but Kevin Gausman is out of this game, and he threw a very, very impressive game. 8 shutout innings.
This is inside, 1-1. Pitch. Grounded weakly foul, 1-2. Now the 1-2 from Shreve to Dubon. Lifted down the right field line, shallow, coming on for Conforto. He's going to make the catch, crossing into foul ground, and that will do it. So Dubon almost drops one in, but a good break from Michael Conforto ends the bottom of the 8th. No score. We head to the 9th.
This game for the Giants.
No, you're right. Wilmer Flores stays in the game at first base. And we'll see who the new pitcher is. It's Trevor Gott. This is a 12-team match. 11.2 innings pitched, 4.63 earned run average. You got an average against left-handed batters, though. Lefties are hitting 310 off of him. And he will face Conforto and possibly Cano.
We'll have to face at least Alonso, Conforto, and Cespedes. First pitch misses 1-0. So 2 stunning starts from guys you wouldn't necessarily expect to deliver them go by the wayside as this one is in the hand. Pete Alonso sharply hits this one to Crawford, spins, throws in time for the first out. And here is Michael Conforto will get a shot against Trevor Gott. As you look at Gausman, 94 pitches over 8 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 6 Ks, a couple of walks, and a tough luck no decision for both him and Corey Oswalt. Andel Gustave and Nick Vincent in the bullpen behind Gott. Conforto, first pitch swinging, and it's going to get into center field. So the Mets, with their 5th hit of the game, have a runner on with 1 out in the 9th inning of a scoreless game.
Well, I mentioned before this inning started, Trevor Gott has those struggles with the lefties, and Conforto just pushes that ball right through the middle. And he's going to be replaced with a pinch runner, and I'm sure Marisnik will stay into this game. He is a very good defensive outfielder, may slide over to center field.
And Marisnik is running off the bat, steals second base. How about Jake Marisnik making his mark on this one instantly? First pitch that he is in, he runs, beats the throw from Posey, and now the Mets have a runner in scoring position. Cespedes swings and misses, count 1-1. Or Yandel Gustave. I want to get all my stuff correct. Yandel Gustave in the pen. 1-1 to Cespedes. Popped foul behind the screen, 1-2. Marisnik on second base. 1 out. 1-2 to Cespedes. Grounded sharply. Diving stop by Longoria. Saves the run. A huge play from Longoria. If that gets under his glove, the Mets have the lead. Instead, it is the Mets' 3rd infield hit of the game, the 2nd for Cespedes, and instead of the run scoring, it'll be 1st and 2nd for Robinson Cano. Trevor Gott will stay in. Gabe Kapler not going to turn to a lefty. Wilson Ramos, who loves left-handed pitching, is on deck, and Cano, a double play threat. First pitch, low and inside, 1-0. You take a look, Cano has been terrible all year with runners in scoring position, just a 159 average.
Yeah, struggles with runners in scoring position. You saw Cespedes also had a low batting average with runners on base. It's part of the reason why this Mets team has struggled so much this year. But Cano finds himself in a good hitter's count here, 2-0.
He's going to need to find the zone fast, doesn't want to load the bases. 2-0. In there for a strike. Good curveball from Trevor Gott. Cano looked like he was sitting fastball. You see a lot of fastballs on 2-0. Gott switching it up, going with the bender. Just catches the zone, gets himself back into this at bat. Count now 2-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Gott goes to the sinker. That late movement gets Cano. Now a 2-2 is going to be on the way. Marisnik on second. Cespedes on first. Pitches inside. 3-2. Ramos waits on deck. 1-4-2 with a walker to single. Gott checks Marisnik. 3-2. Low and away. Ball 4. The bases are full of Mets with Wilson Ramos coming to the plate.
What an at-bat there by Robinson Cano. He stayed patient, didn't go and chase a pitch that he couldn't hit, couldn't drive, and now the Mets have the bases loaded.
Here is Ramos. Ramos, of course, one of the slower runners in the game. Definitely a double play candidate. First pitch is a fastball high, 1-0. So it's Marisnik who ran for Conforto on third, Cespedes on second, Cano on first. No score, top of the ninth. 1-0. Low, 2-0. Gott is going to need to find the zone and find it fast. Do not want to walk home the first run of the game in the ninth.
And that'd just be a terrible way to waste such a great start by Kevin Gausman just to walk in a winning run.
Finds the inside corner around the knees for a strike. 2-1. Not having it. Thought that was all three. Talked earlier, Justin, about the pitches that change the complexion of the bat. That could be one of them. Here's the 2-1. Outside ball 3. And now Luis Rojas must be steaming after that 2-0 pitch was called a strike, because that could have been ball 4. Got to imagine Ramos is sitting on one pitch and one pitch only. If he doesn't get it, he's taking it. Huge pitch from Gott. 3-1. Grounded back towards the middle. It is going to get through. Base hit. Rounding third and coming home to score is and Ramos breaks it open with a 2-run single in the top of the ninth. The Mets score the first 2 runs of the game, and they're up 2-0.
Big hit by Wilson Ramos there. You see, he just drives the ball up the middle. Infield drawn in. They couldn't get to it. Brandon Crawford, usually so good defensively, and 2 runs come in to score. Mets up 2-0 now. This game had been scoreless right up until the ninth.
And that is going to do it for Trevor Gott. So he allows 2 to score, leaves 2 on base. Harlan Garcia will come on to try and clean up the mess. So just a third of an inning for Gott. First pitch from Garcia misses inside 1-0. Now it's Cano on second, Ramos on first, Nimmo at the plate. Cano and Ramos belong to the stat line of Trevor Gott, who only goes a third of an inning. Allows 3 hits and at least 2 runs. 1-0. This is inside 2-0.
That's tough. Kevin Gausman, he gets 24 outs, and the Giants bullpen can't get 2 without giving up a run.
Garcia checks second, the 2-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. Mets will have a pinch hitter up next, barring a double play. Got to imagine it would be J.D. Davis. Loves that left-handed pitching. 2-1. Long on ground to the right side. Diving stop by Sanchez. Turns, goes to second for the first out. Nimmo beats it out down the line. Advancing to third is Cano, so Ramos is retired. Nimmo reaches on the fielder's choice. 2 outs. It'll bring up the pinch hitter. Almost assuredly, J.D. Davis.
I've seen this simulation make some funky moves. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt Adams face the lefty.
Well, we're going to find out in a moment's notice. And it will be J.D. Davis. Now, the question for the Mets is, does Dellin Betances go in this one? He has pitched the last 2 days. Blew his first save of the year on Saturday in a 7-3 loss to the Phillies, and then came back yesterday to get the save against those same Phillies. First pitch to Davis outside. Could be Edwin Diaz, could be Seth Lugo, could be Justin Wilson.
Yeah, Lugo's been very good for the Mets down there in the bullpen ever since he's left the starter's role.
All in the dirt from Garcia, 2-0.
But I see Edwin Diaz has blown 3 saves already down there for the Mets.
2-0. Inside 3-0. I think the first 2 of those he blew while he was still in the closer's role back in April. And then the other one he blew, it was a game when he 7th inning, allowed some inherited runners of Jacobs Brahms to score. This one is fouled into the body of Posey, 3-1. Davis with the green light on that 3-0 pitch. Three-one. Low and inside, ball 4. It'll move Nimmo up to second. Davis will take first, and Ahmed Rosario will come up with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and a chance to blow this one open. Rosario in this one 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts, a line out, and redeem himself here. First pitch. Fouled off 0-1. Remember, folks, stay tuned. We've got AL West bot ball up for you next. The Rangers and the Mariners. Game 4 of 7.
Rosario is 0 for 4 today. He'd love to get his first base hit here right now. You can see Cano is the runner at third. Nimmo is at second.
Giants still with just 1 hit. They're going to need to do some damage in the ninth. 1-1 to Rosario. Line foul to the right side. Count 1-2. Harleen Garcia 1 strike away from stranding 2 inherited runners. One of them has actually already been knocked off the board as Ramos was taken away on the fielder's choice. The pitch fouled off 1-2. So Cano on third belongs to Trevor Gott. Nimmo on second, and Davis, the pinch hitter, on first, belonging to Garcia. 2-0 pitch. Sorry, the 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul. 2-0 is the score. Might say I need to get my eyes checked, but I'm wearing glasses.
Well, maybe you need a different prescription.
Hope not. Another 1-2. Fouled off. Rosario staying in the at-bat against Harleen Garcia. 15 pitches already for the Giants' second pitcher of the inning. Garcia ready. Rosario ready. Another 1-2. Upstairs, 2-2.
I thought that one had hit him.
Almost did. Would have brought home another run. Garcia's going to have to recenter himself on the rubber. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Rosario strikes out for the third time today. And the Mets leave the bases loaded, but they pick up the first 2 runs of the game. A 2-run single back up the box off of Trevor Gott gives the Mets a 2-0 lead as we head to the ninth.
Your attention, please.
Jake Marisnik will stay in the game in right field. He came on and ran for Michael Porto. Still second base came home to score on the Ramos single, and Dylan Betances is going to work 3 straight days. Interesting to see.
Well, I guess Rojas is desperate for W's at this point, and you want to go with your best guy out there. I'm not sure if he's still your best guy when he's pitched 3 days in a row, and he'll face the top of this Giants lineup here in the ninth inning.
Crawford, Longoria, and Belt face Betances. First pitch in there for a strike. That knuckle curve from Betances hit the zone. So Trevor Gott currently on the hook for the loss with 1/3 of an inning pitched, 3 hits, a couple earned runs. Harleen Garcia had allowed 2 more runners to reach, but left the bases loaded. Could have been worse. This one is laced to left field, foul. Shot by Crawford, who has the only hit for the Giants way back in the top of the first. 0-2. Swung on and missed. Crawford goes down on strikes to start the ninth inning.
Well, that's a big strikeout here. You never want the first batter to reach in an inning, and Dylan Betances gets a big strikeout on Crawford. What a way.
Evan Longoria, who is 0 for 2 with a walk, strikeout in this one. First pitch. Outside, 1-0. Mets looking to complete a combined 1-hitter. Crawford with that lone hit. A few walks scattered around between Corey Oswalt and Jason Shreve, 4 among them. Giants have otherwise done nothing at the plate. The 1-0. Curveball misses badly outside. Actually, the slurve. A little bit of a curveball.
It was a curve that was a little drunk. It was slurvy.
Slurry. Oh, it counts 2-0 now to Longoria. Chance is ready. The pitch. Hit foul. 2-1. Chance is set. Looking for saves on back-to-back days on two different coasts. Count now 3-1.
Still strange to me to see Betances in a Mets uniform, but a longtime Yankee still staying in the New York area. How can you leave New York once you're there?
No place like it. 3-1 misses high. Fifth walk of the game issued by Mets pitching. But this one a little riskier, as it'll bring up the first of two potential left-handed bats and potential tying or winning runs. Brandon Belt will come to the plate as the potential tying run. Longoria on first. Belt 0 for 3. First pitch. Rounded foul. Belt does not run particularly well. A grounder hit a little bit too hard to the wrong spot could end the game.
Yeah, Yastrzemski is the bat that I think Mets fans are the most worried about this inning, though. He's coming up next. He was the Giants' only All-Star last year.
Inside 1-1. Yeah, Yastrzemski could turn out to be a diamond rough. A shot here in the ninth. 1-1 from Betances. Soars high, 2-1. Maybe Gallen just does not have it. Not really sure why Luis Rojas turned to him for a third straight game. Seth Lugo right there. Edwin Diaz right there. But Betances has the ball. And he's going to have to face at least Belt before he's taken out. Belt fouls it off, count 2-2. 99 miles an hour fastball.
Well, the velocity is still there for Betances, but the command maybe not what it used to be for him.
2-2. Inside 3-2. But now Mike Yastrzemski, who has been arguably the Giants' best bat all season, could come up as the potential winning run should Belt walk, get on base in any way, shape, or form that doesn't retire Longoria as well. 3-2 from Betances. Hit to right field, and this one is going to hook foul. Liked the pitch. It was a pitch to hit, just had the bat out in front a little bit as it's in the seats down the right field line. Belt will get another 3-2. Francis brings it home. Lifted easy into left field. Cespedes waits for it, makes the catch, and the Giants are down to their final out.
That's a big, big second out here for the Mets in the ninth inning. Yastrzemski can only tie it now. He cannot win it with one swing of the bat, so that's a big, big plus here for the Mets.
Yastrzemski, 13 homers, 43 RBI. Hoping to add to that total right here. First pitch. In there for a strike. Betances goes to that slurve. Uses it on the outside edge. Backdoor slurve. For the first strike to Yastrzemski. 0 for 2 with a walk in the fourth. The 0-1. In the dirt. But nicely knocked down by Ramos. No chance for Longoria to advance. Longoria's run not really too impactful, though. Yastrzemski's the man that counts. The 1-1. Inside 2-1.
Yeah, you could almost forget about the runner there at first. He could do whatever he wants. You want to get the batter here.
Popped up on the infield. Right in front of the plate. Alonso races in, makes the catch, and the New York Mets shut out the San Francisco Giants. A combined one-hitter between Corey Oswalt, Chasen Shreve, and Dylan Betances. Chasen Shreve in relief picks up his first win as a New York Met. Dylan Betances, his 14th save.
Well, if I had to guess a player of the game, it would be Wilson Ramos for me, driving in both runs in that ninth inning. But you could also go with Mets starter Corey Oswalt. You know, both guys have a claim for player of the game.
Well, we're going to see. Final line score, 2 runs on 7 hits. No errors for the Mets. Those 2 runs coming in the ninth inning off the bat of Wilson Ramos. No runs, 1 hit for the Giants, 1 error. And it is Corey Oswalt, player of the game. 7 innings of 1-hit ball set the tone that the Mets bullpen was able to follow.
No error.
Yeah, you can't go wrong giving player of the game to a guy that only gives up 1 hit in 7 innings, and he was fantastic today. He's the player of the game and the story of the game. Kept the Mets scoreless toe-to-toe with Kevin Gausman.
We're going to start the highlights here in the top of the 7th. Not a lot going on with a runner on first, Wilson Ramos. Brandon in play. It was the second 5-4-3 that the Giants turned in 3 innings. Then we jump ahead to the 9th inning. With the bases loaded, Wilson Ramos, this grounder to center off of Trevor Gott, scored 2 runs, the only 2 runs of the game. As you see here, a good play from Yolmer Sanchez. This diving stop could have saved another run from scoring. Nimmo did reach, ended up making it to second after J.D. Davis walked, but Ahmed Rosario stranded the bases loaded with 2 out. And then in the 9th, Dellin Betances, working his 3rd straight day, struck out Brandon Crawford on 3 pitches to start his outing, walked Evan Longoria, but then got Brandon Belt to fly out to left, and Mike Yastrzemski to hit a sky-high pop-up between home plate and the mound to end the game. Once again, the Mets a combined 1-hitter, starting their 7-day West Coast swing. Final thoughts on this one, Justin?
Just a very well-pitched game overall on both sides. You know, Corey Oswalt is the player of the game, but really enough cannot be said for the start that Kevin Gausman did. 8 innings, 6 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed. He's the tough luck no decision in this one as the Giants bullpen gives up 2 runs in that 9th inning. You see Evan Longoria made an error, but he made several amazing defensive plays in this game, and it could have been less close if Longoria doesn't make those plays.
Yeah, Evan Longoria keeping the Giants in this one. Him and Brandon Crawford both doing fantastic on the left side of the infield. But it's all for naught, as we are running right on schedule, so I'm going to finish us off here. For J-Man 1993, I am the Big Fund Eric Garment. In San Francisco, it was the Mets 2, the Giants nothing. The winning pitcher, Chasen Shreve, the loser, Trevor Gott. Dellin Betances picks up his 14th save. We now throw you to the American League West. It is the Rangers, it is the Mariners, it is Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Well, thank you for that, Eric. Another beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest for some AL West action. I am joined today in the broadcast booth by Kyle DeSantis. How are you doing today, my friend? Perhaps we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll take a look at the Mariners lineup for today. It's going to be pretty much the same as we see most days. Kyle Lewis sitting in the number 2 spot against the right-handed pitching. It's going to be a pitching matchup of Nick Margevicius getting the start for the Mariners and Jordan Lyles getting the start for the Rangers. We're going to have an interesting ball game here. It's going to be a 3-game set here in Seattle, Texas in town for the next few days here as we get ready to head in to Safeco Field. Not Safeco Field anymore, my bad. T-Mobile Park. It will never stop being Safeco to me, just to be completely honest. Of course, the AL West division. Oakland still out in front, about 5.5 games from the Angels, who are sitting in 2nd place. And, well, today's matchup is going to be between a couple of teams in the bottom of the division. Texas sitting in 4th place, the Mariners sitting in 5th. 37-42 for these Rangers, 34-45 for the Mariners. Mariners sitting about 3 games back from the Rangers. take a look through. I believe we had a couple of roster moves to take care of for the Rangers here today. I believe that's what's going down here. We'll get into the ball game on this beautiful Monday afternoon. We get started at about 4:15, probably about 4:17 after we get going here. Imagine it's going to be roofs open. Get all of that beautiful Pacific Northwest sunshine. Thank everybody for coming out to the ballpark and sticking with us here on Twitch.tv. As we get ready to start up here, we'll see the Texas Rangers facing off against the Seattle Mariners. Of course, another wonderful day here for these ball clubs to battle for, well, they're battling for pride, really. These guys out here developing their teams as needed. Of course, the Mariners, a young team looking to build for the next couple of years out. Rangers
Leading off tonight for Texas,
joining us in the basement of the division.
Andrew.
Not exactly putting together a great season so far, but there's still a lot of baseball left in this ML Bot Ball season as we finally get underway here. First pitch, 4:16 here on the West Coast. In there for strike one. Elvis Andrews leading off for the Rangers. He'll swing at the second pitch. That's going to get over Crawford's head into left field. Kyle Lewis is going to chase it down. So that'll be a leadoff single.
The left fielder, Nick Solak.
And Nick Margevicius leaving this one right out over the heart of the plate. Not exactly a great way to start off the ball game. He'll face Nick Solak now. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play, or should have been a double play, except for Solak is able to beat it out down the line. The quick throw there just barely gets Andrews at second. They don't get the play at first. And I see Kyle has joined me back in the booth. Did you get it all taken care of?
Yes, I am back. I would like to Xfinity because I have that in my house, and I know at ML Bot Ball, Xfinity, not necessarily the best person out there or best team out there in terms of Wi-Fi. Willie Calhoun, DH, now up to the plate. We're back.
Well, it's good to have you. It's always good to have company here as we get to watch some Mariners baseball as Nick Margevicius delivers the second ball to Willie Calhoun, 2-0. And the big lefty, the young lefty, winds up, and that'll get fouled off. 2-0's, 2-1's the count here.
Here, he looked for a double play earlier. Black beat it out. Now a fielder's choice. Man on first. That fouled off right there. Obviously, after the leadoff single from Andrews, you're going to want to get some sort of double play, get that runner off the base, and Avicius is trying right here. Pitch to Calhoun.
Full count here. So Solak with the full count over at first. 3-2. Misses low, ball 4. So the leadoff single, the ground ball fielder's choice, and now a walk. And we'll see Joey Gallo stepping in, hitting just over 200 on the season. had an abysmal month of May and has picked it up a little bit here in the month of June.
That's one thing the Rangers are going to want. They're going to want Gallo, their big bat, today in the cleanup spot. They're going to want him to produce. There's still only 8 games out of the West. Still time. Oh, it is near the end of June. There's still time for the Rangers to potentially make a run. The West Division's a lot tighter, or in this case, a lot tighter as compared to past years. Rangers can still have a shot at this.
The 1-0 pitch. Gallo takes a hack at this one. He'll foul it off. 1-1's the count. This 1-1's foul. Yeah, fouled off.
Oh, that's it.
We'll see a 2-2 here to Joey Gallo. This one straight at the second baseman. Jake Shiner putting his glove up to make a defensive catch. And there's 2 away here. Runners stay right where they are.
What Margevicius needed in that situation. 2 outs here. Runners still on first and second, and Frazier. And then Frazier a lot better on the road as compared to home.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Well, first pitch missing there, ball 1. Fouled off here. Counts even at 1 now. We'll see a 1-1 Frazier now. That's at the top of the zone. He'll foul it off. 1-2. One, two. Ooh, a nice curveball sweeping across the plate there, but nothing, no offer from Frazier. Count goes to 2-2.
Gav just in this situation would not or do not want the bases to be loaded in any way. Also, want to get Frazier out if possible because you don't want to hurt your offense in the deficit.
Definitely, and with Danny Santana stepping up on, if Frazier is able to get a board here with 2 away, a dangerous hitter who's doing a bit better than some of his counterparts on this Rangers lineup. Is grounded down the third base line, but it's hooking foul. Of course, with a 3-2 count, the runners will be going. Runners take off, and he takes a swing at it. That's strike 3. Got him to chase a changeup on the outside, and the inning is over. Texas not able to score anything here in the top of the first. They get the 1 hit and a walk and strand a couple. We'll go to the bottom of the first, and Jordan Lyles is going to take the mound for Texas. His 15th start of the season, a 5-4 record with a 3.71 ERA across 68 innings of work, giving up the 57 hits, 23 walks, and struck out 69.
Leading off for the Mariners.
Malik Smith is going to dig in here. As you see there, he's on quite the hitting streak.
Ball, that's out.
He'll watch the first pitch outside for ball 1. Lyle kicks, delivers the 1-0. That's in there for a strike. 1-1.
Fastball down the middle from Lyles. Smith deciding to hold off.
The 1-1 pitch now. That misses. 2-1.
down.
The 2-1 pitch. Low and inside, 3-1.
Lyles aboard or on the field here. He is a speedster. Had 36 stolen bases last season, which led them to
Well, that's going to be a base hit. Not exactly sure what happened as we get another look here.
Well, he poops down, I believe, in front of Santana out in center. They got a speedster on first. Smith can streak up to 16 games now. Kyle Lewis stepping in at the dish.
Comcast is hitting all sorts of bot ball here today as we have a wonderful internet provider. We'll get a steal attempt here from Malik Smith. The throw is going to be high, so he's in there safely. He takes off running, and that throw, if that throw is down closer to the ground, he might have had a chance to get him out. We'll get a throw back to second. He's back in plenty of time.
Mentioned Smith, a speedster in his own mind. Last season, he had 10 stolen bases against Texas. Case, that was the third Mariner with 10 steals against a single opponent in single season club history.
The 2-1 pitch. Of course, those 10 stolen bases against Texas, he's probably already topped that. I would have to go back and look at the games, but I imagine he's probably already topped that so far this season against the AL West anyways, as he's sitting at 32 stolen bases now after that one, leading the American leagues. The 3-2 pitch. Kyle Lewis flaring this one. Ronald Odor is going to be able to track it down. Not a lot of luck on Kyle Lewis's bat so far this homestand, as he has only gotten 2 hits out of 16 plate appearances in the previous season, previous series against the Royals. First pitch missing, ball 1. Haniger digging in. They'll throw back to second once more.
Second time they've done that today. They also pitched out to Smith the first pitch. He got on to first.
Well, a pop out to his counterpart in right field. That's 2 away here in the bottom of the first. And Malix is still stuck out at second. They're going to need a base hit out into the outfield to score him here. Luckily, Daniel Vogelbach has had a hot bat of late. He's brought his batting average up to 221 so far this season. They'll watch the first pitch over for strike 1. They'll miss inside with that curveball, 1-1. The 1-1 to Vogelbach. Strike 2.
Curveballs in a row by Lyles. You got to think be going towards a fastball here. Choose change of speeds.
1-2 pitch. They'll say that got him. He'll take his base. This curveball, or perhaps a slider? That looks more like a slider to me. Either way, it graces the back of his back foot, the top of his back foot, and he'll take a free bag. We'll see Kyle Seager step in. First pitch to Kyle's going to just miss the top of the zone, ball 1.
Kyle Seager, he's been pretty much a mainstay in this Mariners organization his entire career. The Mariners organization, he was drafted in the 3rd round, the 2009 draft, 82nd overall. 2014 is an AL All-Star and also a Gold Glove winner at third base.
We'll see strike 2 here to Kyle Seager. Yeah, he's definitely been the gem that they've built this team around on an offensive side. Of course, until last season, it was Felix on the mound as far as the gem to build around. But Kyle Seager is going to get thrown out here for the 3rd out. No score through the first inning. Danny Santana is going to lead off for the Rangers.
That's the ball.
First pitch is going to miss low, ball 1. You see there, Danny Santana on a 6-game hit streak. No matter what, he's able to get it done at least once a day. He'll foul this one off. 1-2 now is the count. Swing and a miss. Danny Santana strikes out swinging. That's a 2nd strikeout racked up by Nick Margevicius.
So back-to-back strikeouts by Margevicius. We count Frazier striking out. And once again, back push off the first. A bit of a streak. Be a little bit of a streak.
We could call it a streak. Why not? As he gets Ronald Odor to swing through this one. 0-1. Or was that a foul ball? I love Comcast. I just love Comcast. It's great. Ronald connects with this one, but it's going to hook foul as well. 0-2. Swing and a miss. So 3 straight strikeouts from Margevicius. And after a little bit of struggle to start the ball game, he's been lights out here.
His first 3 batters, he was a bit shaky, but in the last 3, has turned it completely around. 3 straight strikeouts. Number 4 here.
He'll face Ronald Gausman. The 1-0 pitch to Gausman misses inside, ball 2.
Inside, ball 3.
Ball 3 as he tries to work that inside half of the plate. Three and 0. That pitch is in there for strike. The 3-1 pitch now from Margevicius.
Ball 4. Perfect.
That'll say ball 4 with that fastball. So after 3 straight strikeouts, he walks Ronald Gausman. A good bit of patience at the plate there.
It was patience for sure. Can walk on the day for Margevicius. Willie Calhoun. Listening first, Chirinos, the 9th hole hitter, steps in.
Chirinos' bat has been ice cold of late.
One thing, if you're in the MLB, there are going to be opportunities where you're on hot streaks, and then they're like a roller coaster. There could be some days where hitting everything that's thrown at you, and then there could be some times, as if Chirino right now, only in where he's 1 for 15, last 15 at bats, and he's on a bit of a down curve. He gets something to get back into it.
I think this this most recent series against the Royals is a perfect example of that. At least in the Mariners baseball, and hold that thought as this one is going a long way. Gone! A big 2-run shot by Robinson Chirinos. And the broadcaster Jinx strikes again as he puts 2 on the board. Now Texas leads 2-0.
Talking about slumps, but that swing right there looked like someone in a slump there. It was over 400 on the radar. Believe that went into the second deck. Rangers now up 0.
The batter, number 1, shortstop Elvis Andrews.
Well, the first pitch to Andrews is going to miss, ball 1. And, you know, like you were saying, there's going to be opportunities when you're doing well to slump and when you're slumping to do well. As Elvis Andrews lines one out into left field, that gets down for a double. He'll stand up as he coasts into second here, and we'll get a visit to the pitching mound here. That's 2 straight big flies, and that second one hit just a little bit more solidly. Could have been over the wall again. Well, first pitch here to Nick Solak is strike 1.
Match Margevicius versus Solak in this case.
He'll swing and foul this one off over into the foul territory.
For 1 today for Solak in his last 3 games, 0 for 5, currently on a little 0 for 6 spell.
You wouldn't know by the way he's connecting with these. Late and early here. They'll just look to split the difference. Ooh, a good check there as that fastball come in on his hands. 1 and 2. An easy ground ball over to Crawford. The throw over to first gets them in time. And the inning is over, but not before Texas does some damage on this big 2-run shot by Chirinos. Rangers lead 2-0.
Leading up for the Mariners, the first baseman.
Evan White's going to step in, look to answer here in the bottom of the second. Swinging at the first pitch as that's right down Main Street. Get a foul ball.
In this case, last season, played in the 2019 All-Star Futures game. We're 17th overall pick in the 2017 first-year player draft. Only right now, back in November, signed a 6-year contract with Seattle through 2025. With options in the next 3 seasons, so he's going to be on this team. Foreseeable future. The sounds of it, they got some interest in this kid.
Yeah, and his the interest in him is on display here as he's able to hit to both sides of the field here. He's been hitting the opposite direction of late, but he just sneaks this one past the outstretched arm of Todd Frazier over there at third base. He can get on base, he can hit with the best of them, and you know, on top of that, he's got all of the defensive range, skills, and reactions that you want out of a solid defensive first baseman. And like you said, he recently signed that 6-year contract. A guy that who's only played in a few major league games, I believe about a month's worth of ball games, getting the late season call up last season. Well, we're going to see an 0-2 pitch here from Lyles.
Nope, that's the ball.
This one missing inside on Crawford. 1 and 2.
For another former first-round pick in the 2013 draft, 16th overall to the Phillies.
Ball, that pitch is up.
Missing with this one, 2 and 2. Yeah, the Mariners have brought in a lot of first-round draft picks either those that they have drafted themselves or those they have traded for. They're looking for a lot of good young talent that they can bring in and build and develop over this the next 3 to 5 year period. As Crawford draws the walk here, with nobody out here in the bottom of the second, runners on at first and second. That'll bring up the catcher, Tom Murphy.
Right now for Seattle to get back into this game. First and second, no man out. Catcher at the dish.
Strike one here to Tom. You see there in the last 3 games, he scored 3 runs. A couple of those, 2 of those coming on big home runs. 2 of them in the same game against Kansas City a couple of days ago. 1-1. That's going to get fouled off. 1-2. One-two pitch. He's going to foul it off. Count remains 1-2 now. Lyles delivers the 1-2. This one gets out into the outfield. That'll get down for a base hit. It's going to go all the way to the wall. That'll be an easy stand-up double here for Tom Murphy, so he drives in the run. His 11th double of the season, and he tacks on an RBI to boot.
It's been tied game there. Both of the runners stopped to watch the ball as it was close. Case Gallo went over him, backed up to the wall. Deficit in half, and in third now. Shiner.
Shiner has been on an absolute tear since getting the call up from AAA Tacoma. He takes a cut at this one, trying to put it back over there into Edgar's Bar and Grill out in the left field. The 0-1 pitch. Outside, counts even at 1 now. Ooh, a big cut at that changeup. You had him looking for a fastball.
Shiner, who obviously just got the call up, he's on a little tear right now. He wants to make an impact in this game, and that swing showed it right there.
And that'll be a ground ball to the first base side. They'll take it 3 unassisted, and the runners are going to stay right where they are. Neither feeling very confident in their ability to outrun that throw, and perhaps rightly so. As we got Malik Smith digging in here. We'll go back to the top of the lineup. 1 away, runners in scoring position. First pitch to Smith, that's going to be lined out into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Murphy's going to move up to third. In comes Crawford. So just like that, Malik Smith with an RBI single ties up the ball game here in the second. You want to have a little Matt Vasgersian moment?
It's interesting because just last inning or a few minutes ago, we were talking about the Rays coming out to an early 2-0 lead, just like that. We're at a tie ball game.
2 runs apiece here in the second inning. You have the number 2 hitter, Kyle Lewis, coming up. Jordan Lyles about to deliver his 42nd pitch of the ball game. 2's everywhere, man.
2 runs for both teams. Second been on. We don't have 2 outs yet. Was 42 pitches. 3. The 1-2 pitch will come here.
And he bobbles it out in right field. That's going to drive a run in. Malik Smith is going to go all the way from first to third. Kyle Lewis with a big single here out to right field.
Hits the opposite side of the field. Allo ran over it, and as we mentioned, or has the speed. Able to go from second to third, first and third now. For the right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
Well, the Mariners coming back in a big way here in this ball game today after being held scoreless last night. Very tight 1-0 ball game yesterday and on the getaway day for Kansas City. They split that series with the Royals, 2 games apiece. We'll see the 1-0 pitch here from Lyles. It's a curveball that didn't break. 2-0.
That pitch count on Lyles here, about four pitches. Be there this inning, could not. Up to the big 50 number. He threw 4 outs.
Yeah, not a great start here from Lyles. You never want to be 50 pitches in the second inning. That's never a good sign. The 2-1 pitch. That one's right down Main Street, 2-2.
Pitches, a slider and a changeup. Got Lyles back into this at bat. And 2 now. First and third. Now.
Looks over to first. Delivers a 2-2. Haniger takes a cut at it. That's going to hook foul. We'll see another 2-2 here. That one's just a bit outside on the 51st pitch of his outing. I'm sorry, the 50th pitch of the outing. Haniger lifts this one out into center field. Ranging back is going to be Danny Santana. The throw in is going to be up the line, so Kyle Lewis able to come in to score. The sacrifice out to center drives in the runner from third, and the Mariners are up 4-2 here in the bottom of the second.
Their offense, having only 1 hit, sitting, done a complete 180. 4 runs in the second so far.
You know, and like you were saying before, it's a feast or famine game. It seems like, especially with these Mariners, when the bats are on, the bats are on, and everybody's on, and when they're not, they're not. Jordan Lyle digs in. Delivers the 1-1 pitch. That one misses. 2-1 here against Daniel Vogelbach.
Daniel Vogelbach's first at bat. He got hit by pitch in the first inning. That slider, looks like, bounced off his foot. And here, drive in potentially another run.
2-1 pitch, high and outside, 3-1. And of course, you got the ever dangerous bat of Kyle Seager behind Vogelbach as well. A couple of big swingers. Ball 4 here from Vogelbach. His second base on balls today. Well, no, first. Technically a walk, but it's a hit by pitch. I suppose a base on balls is a different stat than a hit by pitch.
It means the same thing. It means a runner getting into a free base. I don't know why would they differentiate the two from one another. Want to do that? They could do that just fine.
Well, and if there was ever a game that was going to differentiate between two types of the same outcome, it would be baseball. This pitch is going to be in the dirt. Runners are going to stay right where they are with 2 away. You don't want to be the 3rd out on the base paths.
Out there by Chirinos, left both runners staying at their positions.
Ooh, a big cut from Kyle Seager. Is that four-seam fastball perhaps getting past him? One, 2. He'll foul it off. We'll do it again.
To 60 pitches now, Jordan Lyles.
One, 2. Foul it off again. Kyle Seager has definitely taken a much better approach at the plate over the last week or so, as he was hitting below 200. This one's going to be, he might be able to beat this one out, and he does. A good defensive play over at first base by Ronald Gausman. He's able to stop it but not come up with it, and Kyle Seager is able to beat it out. So base is loaded, and we go back to Evan White, who led off this inning, got this whole rally started.
Started this rally, and for some opportunity to make it more. This is loaded, 2 outs.
Evan White takes a big hack at that one. Fouled off, counts even at 1 now. One pitch. No, he chased the ball low, and that'll ground out to the 3rd baseman. He'll take it over to 2nd to get the out. And the inning is over. Mariners strand 3, but they're able to put up 4 on the board here in the 2nd. We'll go to the top of the 3rd. We'll see Willie Calhoun lead off for the Rangers.
Willie Calhoun.
Calhoun currently with the Rangers, acquired from the LA Dodgers, the 2017 trade deadline. Deal in this case for Yu Darvish, now a member of the Chicago Cubs.
Well, we'll get a foul ball here from Willie Calhoun. 0-1. Another foul ball here. Quickly 0-2.
Cut from Calhoun there, looking for number home run 17 on the year. 16 homers, currently leads the Rangers.
Well, Nick misses low with that one. 1-2. Ball 2 here to Willie Calhoun. Strike 3 swinging. Nick Margevicius finally gets his 4th strikeout of the ball game.
The right fielder.
And it's to the leadoff hitter in the 3rd.
Out there, at least 4th of the game for Margevicius. He's a formidable hitter in Gallo, who although is not hitting to par this year currently, still a dangerous hitter. Averaged 12 bats per home run throughout his career, 5 years here with the Rangers.
Yeah, the ever-dangerous bat of Joey Gallo. He's been on a slump so far this season, but he's always got the power to put one over the fence. This one's going to be a dribbler out into center field. Ranging over is going to be Kyle Lewis. They'll contain him to a single.
Now batter, 3rd baseman.
So a base hit here with 1 away. That'll bring up Todd Frazier.
Well, more of a full hitter per se was against him there. Did opposite way. On base for a single. One out here. Frazier at the dish.
The 0-1 pitch. Frazier pops it up. Moving into position is the catcher Tom Murphy, and that's 2 outs.
Now batting, the center fielder, Danny.
Well, an unfortunate pop-up here for Frazier, as that curveball was low in the zone, but he gets his bat underneath it. We'll see Danny Santana step in. Margevicius is going to take it himself to end the inning. Throw over to first in time. Here in the top of the third, Mariners still lead this 4-2. Well, this Mariners lineup has been on a bit of a roll here today so far, as they hit around in their last time to the dish. Now look to see if they can't replicate some of that success here. Crawford walked in his first plate appearance back in the second. Still no recorded AB today.
1-0.
First pitch misses, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch.
Nope.
Inside, ball 2 to Crawford.
Mentioned Crawford walked his last at bat. It's technically his first plate appearance here. Something I just kind of thought about, and I can understand why. Or my question is, when a batter in this case walks, I wonder why it's not written down as a bat, and in this case it just says, okay, he's still 0 for 0 on the day. Why that came up with that rule, or why it was put into play?
Well, I don't know why, but I believe the reasoning is that it's not a batting outcome, because it's a missed opportunity by the pitcher. So it's a pitching stat as opposed to a hitting stat. So it's not technically an official at bat, as he draws the walk here still with that plate.
I can, now that you say that, I can understand why it looks down. It's not really, I can see where it, yes, is, obviously, is going to, the batter in this case is going to bat, but he walks the free base. It's not as compared to grounding out in this case, or this line. Ground double.
Tom Murphy with the big ground rule double out to left center field. Sorry to cut you off. As this one hops off of the warning track and just over the yellow line. So instead of scoring a run here, runners at second and third for Jake Shiner. Deja vu all over again.
Great innings, 2 straight walks for Murphy. This time a ground rule double. In our last inning, 3 unassisted. His first hit, and on second and third.
The 0-1 pitch. The 75th of the ball game is a swinging strike 2. We'll see an 0-2 now. Ooh, rack him up, says the home plate umpire. I disagree. but they don't pay me to call balls and strikes. Well, they don't pay me anyways.
Which looked like from that angle and from the little box there on the lower hand corner that might have just is the zone. It wasn't exactly on the corner, more in her inner half, but not enough, at least enough for the home plate umpire in this case to bring up Shiner.
Yeah, and that's the nature of having the strike zone being determined by the umpire. Obviously, they try and make it as consistent as they can, but they are just humans. One of those things I actually really enjoy about baseball, outside of playoffs, because I feel like when it comes to the playoffs, it's too important to mess up. But I do enjoy the human aspect of that part of baseball.
Getting the strikeouts there, back to back as Smith goes down swinging.
Unfortunate here from Alex is he had gotten 2 base hits already today. He goes down swinging. We'll see Kyle Lewis step in with runners at second and third. A 1-0 pitch.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
They'll take it to 2-0 now.
Ball 3. 3-0.
Well, losing a bit of control here is Jordan Lyles as he takes it to 3-0.
Chirinos in this case from the plate, telling him to calm down a bit. Only up to a 3-0 count.
That one right down Main Street. Kyle Lewis with the stop sign.
Aye.
3-1 pitch in there for strike 2. Well, with 2 outs and a 3-2 count. I guess the runners don't have to go, but chances are they probably will. 3-2 swing and a miss by Kyle Lewis, and the inning is over. Well, stranding a couple on the base paths are the Mariners here as we go to the top of the 4th. Still in front, 4-2. Another beautiful evening here in Seattle. We got the roof open. It's a little breezy today. Another beautiful 72-degree day here in Seattle. Couldn't ask for a better day to play baseball.
One thing about baseball stadiums, when you get a great night like this one, the atmosphere is just irreplaceable. And you're in there watching a ball game, nice weather, you're able to get some food and hang out there. Just Safeco Field, a stadium like this, really great atmosphere.
Yes. Oh, how I will miss being able to actually call it Safeco. The house that Griffey built has a new name. As this one gets in there for strike 2. That 89-mile-an-hour fastball sitting in a dangerous spot on the inside against lefties. But Ronald Odor leaves it be. 1-2 is the count now. This slider misses outside, 2-2. And Odor is going to hit against the shift here. Kyle Seager shifted over into the shortstop position. He tries to and successfully takes second, as they'll rule that a double. The throw in was way off target, pulls Jake Shiner off the bag. The shift coming to bite the Mariners in the backside. That's a leadoff double.
Most of the shift in this case, for me, what I kind of see it as like a 50-50 scenario where you got the at-bats where you're gonna the ball hit right into the shift and it's gonna be no problem, and then you get hits like Odor just had his 14th double on the season where it's completely against it. And normally you would have in that action Kyle Seager at third there to get the ground ball, but into the outfield for a double.
Oh, Guzman's going to hit a ball out into left here. Odor's going to round third and score. There's a little bit of bobbling out in left field. That's an RBI single for Ronald Guzman. Let's take another look at it on the outside of the plate. Takes it the other way. That's a good line drive looking straight at Kyle Lewis. We'll see Chirinos step in here, 1 for 1 on the day. We'll watch the first pitch high and inside, ball 1. Of course, go ahead. I'm pretty sure you're going to make the same point.
In Chirinos 1 for 1 on the day. Not to forget that hit was a 2-run home run. First situation here.
Indeed, a 2-0 pitch here from Margevicius. He takes this one the other way out to right field, ranging over his Haniger, and that drops in just fair, but a ground rule double. Take another look at this one. The pop is in his bat today, as that is like feet short of the wall. Any further, and that just bounces harmlessly off the wall. Instead, it's a ground rule double.
Well, interesting here. Murphy had a ground rule double earlier, the catcher for the Mariners, and now a ground rule double for Chirinos, the catcher for the Rangers.
It's the day of the doubles. We take a look at the Mariners minor league report here. The Rangers losing to the Cubs last night. Well, with 1 away here and runners at second and third, Nick Solak gonna try and do something other than ground out here, because that's all he's been able to do today.
Mentioned earlier on the game of doubles, both teams are currently up to 5 here for the 4th. 5 doubles combined.
And this one lifted out into center field, just short of the center fielder Malik Smith, so the runners are going to have to advance here. The runner at third holding to make sure that that drops in. So Texas ties it up. Solak finally gets a base hit and an RBI to boot. See Willie Calhoun here. 1-0 pitch from Margevicius. Fouled off, 1-1. We'll see a 1-2 pitch here. This one right out the middle, an easy double play ball. Can they turn it? Yes, they can. And the inning is over just like that. 6-4-3 double play. Rangers able to tie it up here. We're 4 runs apiece. We'll get a call to the bullpen for the Rangers. Colby Allard going to get the duties here in the 4th. An early call to the pen, so they'll probably look to get a couple of innings out of him.
Allard is his full season with the organization for Texas. Formerly with the Atlanta Braves, came in a trade. Line deal in this case, 730-19. Hand pitcher Chris Martin. The last two months of last season in the Rangers starting rotation. His strong first impression. He won 4 of his first 6 starts with the club. He was one of the youngest pitchers in that case of the league.
The 1-1 pitch here, in there for strike 2 to Haniger. Haniger grounds this one over to the second baseman. Odor with the easy play to get the first out.
Now batting, number 20.
So the book is closed on Jordan Lyles. He only goes the 3 innings pitched, having to pitch 85 pitches, gives up the 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts.
In this case, he could be up for no decision. A tie game. Out early enough where it wouldn't be enough for a win, but got taken on a point in game where everything's tied up and he responsible for any runs on base.
Well, a 2-0 count here to Vogelbach. Allard delivers. Big breaking ball that catches the outside. 2-1. Two-one pitch, high, ball 3. In there for strike 2. A full count to Daniel. Ooh, got him swinging at a fastball up and in. That's going to be the first strikeout for Colby Allard.
The third baseman, Kyle.
And in fastball, Vogelbach didn't get it. Drops now on the bottom of the 4th of Seager.
We'll see strike 1 here from Al. Quickly 0-2 on Seager.
Ball 1.
We'll see a 1-2 pitch from Allard now. Got him looking as he checks his swing. And the inning is over. Kyle Seager not happy about the call.
Leading off the Texas, the right fielder, number 13, Joey Gallo.
Ball, that's upstairs.
Nick Margevicius missing with the first pitch here, ball 1.
Gallo 1 for 2. Goal. The 3rd. Against the shift. So lined out.
Ball, that's inside.
3-0. The 77th pitch of the ball game. And he walks him. No! Strike 1. Joey Gallo had me fooled.
the camera angles in this because you showed him walking, you saw the ump get the strike, you never got to see his reaction afterwards. Back to the full count.
Three-two pitch. Joey Gallo with a big fly ball out into right field. That one's over the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Joey Gallo's 12th home run of the season. This one going 348 feet into right field. Rangers take the lead 5-4.
Mentioned earlier about Gallo. In terms of at-bats per home run, in this case, a line shot almost 108 on the exit velocity. Edgar tried to jump for the catch. Went over his head, and now we're going to have a pitching change.
Yeah, that's going to do it for Margevicius here. As he gives up the lead, and he's getting up over 80 pitches. They don't want to push this young guy too much. As we'll see.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Mariners.
He went for the lefty Nestor Cortez Jr. Going to make his 16th appearance on the season. About 21 1/3 innings of work. Has a 5.06 ERA. Struck out 19 and only walked 7.
Cortez, originally drafted by the New York Yankees in the 36th round of the 2013 MLB draft out of high school. Was selected by Baltimore in the 2017 Rule 5 draft, but returned to the Yankees in 2018. Came over in this past November in a trade to the Mariners in exchange for international bonus pool money.
The more you know.
Ball one. One ball.
Ball one here to Todd Frazier. 1-1 is the count.
Nope, outside.
We'll see a 2-1 here. This is going to be grounded up the middle. Shiner's there playing over in the shift. He'll take it in time for the first out.
Now batting.
Well, the book's closed on Nick Margevicius. He pitches 4 full. Can't quite get the third of the 5th. Gives up 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, and struck out 4 on 79 pitches.
He's currently in line for the loss. All those runs, those 5 for Texas are earned. In this case, best scenario could be a no decision if this Mariners offense comes back in. Mariners bullpen. Brady's up. Arms.
Yeah, Eric Swanson and Carl Edwards Jr. getting loose out there. Couple of righties.
Nope.
It's going to be a bullpen game from here on out, folks. As Cortez gets a strike over. Counts even at 1. We'll say strike 2 here.
Just looked at the bottom of the zone. Got the call. 1-2 count now.
One-two, swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging.
Now batting.
And hey, there's something to be. Oh, wait a minute. Mariners with the worst overall team ERA in the American League. 4.96 across the organization.
Never guess what this game is going to give you in terms of those standings. You could get scenarios, and you can get scenarios like this for Mariners, as you mentioned before. ERA just short of 5.
The 0-1 pitch to Odor. That's going to be strike 2 to Roned.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
See ball 1. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. Joey Gallo with the offense for the inning here. A big home run out to right field. That put the Rangers up 5-4.
Leading up for the Mariners, the first baseman,
Evan White's going to dig in here to lead off for the Mariners. Swinging at the first pitch, driving it out to center field. There to make the catch is Danny Santana. One away here to start the bottom of the 5th.
Pitch 1 out for Allard. Is going to get a second inning of work here. Team pitched his last inning. Pretty efficient. Starting out pretty well there. Pitch 1 out. Crawford stepping in.
First pitch to the shortstop, J.P. Crawford, is over for strike 1. Still without an official at-bat here today, as he's drawn a couple of walks. Take a look down at the Rangers bullpen. Righty, Jesse Chavez. Alarm's getting warmed up out there. You see a 1-1 pitch from Colby Allard. Bullpen's all the way down for the rest of this one.
For the Texas Rangers, they had a lefty up there in the bullpen, I believe, Brett Martin.
Thank you. It flashed off before I could actually read it. Well, a strike 3 swinging here by Crawford. So he finally gets an at-bat, but it's an over. We'll see Tom Murphy stepping in, 2 for 2 on the day. As he crushes this one deep to left center field, and that one ties the ball game. A big solo shot for Tom Murphy. His 10th of the season. It's going to go 401 feet out to the bullpen. And just like that, this ball game is tied once more.
He's been on fire today. 2 doubles earlier on. This home run, 401 feet, almost 108 on the exit velo. Back at a tie game this time. The 5-year score.
Up next for Seattle, the second baseman,
Jake Shiner is going to watch the first pitch in there for strike 1. This curveball just catching the zone, says the home plate umpire. So Nick Margevicius will indeed get a no decision here. So we can close the book on both of the starters. Strike 3 swinging here from Shiner. That makes him 0 for 3 on the day. Well, Mariners tie it up on a big home run by Tom Murphy. At the end of 5, we're tied at 5. I swear Matt Vasgersian would have a heyday with this one.
Ronald Guzman.
Nestor Cortez is going to come back out and work the 6th. The 0-1 pitch to Ronald Guzman in there for strike 2. No beating around the bush here. He's attacking the strike zone. High and inside with that one, 1-2.
His 3rd straight strikeout.
Looking on 4 pitches, he sneaks a changeup on the inside corner. Take another look here. Throws him. As that's the first out here in the 6th. Robinson Chirinos, the dangerous hitter, is going to ground out to Kyle Seager. It's a 5-1 put out.
The shortstop, Elvis.
Not to mention that-
5-3. Sorry, go ahead.
About to mention that both catchers were 5-5 up until that point, but now they're a combined 5 for 6.
Well, back to the top of the order, and Elvis Andrews stepping in. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He's been hitting well so far in the last couple of games. 5 for 16 batting average in his last 3 games.
1-1.
This case, it's kind of a similar situation to Bill Seager. Or not that he's been with the team his whole career. He's one of the longest tenured players in Rangers history. He's been with the organization since 2007. A similar situation where a long-term player, one team.
Yeah, you see these guys that really develop good working relationships with their team, and well, Elvis Andrews is going to get a base hit to drop in right center field. A little blooper. Haniger's not able to track it down. You know, you saw the same sort of thing with Felix Hernandez. You know, this is a guy that wanted to stay in Seattle and be a Mariner his entire career because they saw promise in him as a young kid, and they took a chance on him. And Kyle, of course, being drafted by the Mariners coming out of college ball, originally from North Carolina, but was a big prospect coming out of that College World Series. This one gets driven deep into left field. That's a 2-run shot for Solak. Something tells me we're not done seeing the scoreboard switch sides. I think I used the term shooting gallery the other day against the Royals, but this time it's a double-sided shooting gallery as another home run here in this ballgame.
Run in this case, third for the Rangers. I believe the fourth of the game with both teams combined. Texas takes the lead once again, 7-5.
Designated hitter, Willie Calhoun.
Willie Calhoun's going to watch the ball over for ball 1. That'll even the count. Strike 1. The 1-1 pitch, and left in a nice spot. Ranging over is going to be Malik Smith in the right center field for the catch, and that's the third out. But Nick Solak with this big 2-run shot puts the Rangers back on top 7-5.
Leading up for the Mariners, the center fielder, Malik Smith.
Well, leading off is going to be Malik Smith. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He'll watch the first strike. He'll say that missed. Counts even now, 1-1.
It's already matched his hit counter yesterday. He went 2 for 5.
2 balls, 1 strike.
The 2-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Adam looking for a fastball there. Threw the changeup instead. Malik Smith grounds it up the middle. Making a nice play is Elvis Andrews. And he gets him out. 1 away here in the 6th.
Colby Allard staying on for his 3rd inning of work in the bullpen. I believe this is something the Rangers need in this case. I have to think, could they have decided to keep him out another inning as compared to that run by Solak?
Well, we'll never know, as he seems to be working quite well here. Of course, coming in back in the 4th inning. It's always rough on the bullpen when you have to go out to it that early. And if you can get 3 innings out of one of your guys, you take that opportunity. And Colby Allard has done well here into the 6th inning. I think it's really just a matter of limiting your mistakes so that you can allow your team to be able to put the last points up on the board. Big swing and a miss here by Kyle Lewis. Full count now, 3-2.
And keep in mind, this is the first game of a new set. In this case, they're going to be playing tomorrow, same matchup on ML Bop Ball. Good choice to conserve as many bullpen arms as needed.
Well, Kyle Lewis is going to pop up to the first baseman here, 2 away. Ronald Guzman just making a light jog in to the short grass. Now we'll see Mitch Haniger 0 for 2 on the day with a sac fly RBI. He'll watch the first pitch over for strike 1. Another look down at the Rangers bullpen. Nick Goody and Rafael Montero. A couple of right-handed arms getting up and loose out in there in the bullpen. Swing and a miss by Haniger. 0-2 is the count now.
Change of pace, or in this case, change of pitchers for the Rangers. If they end up going to one of those 2 righties, Allard a lefty. Through a couple innings of work.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
Well, this cutter's low, ball 1. One-two pitch. Haniger puts a drive into this one, but it's going to hook foul.
Be looking for number 12, in this case, in the home run column.
Strike 3 looking. Instead of the home run, he's going to go find his glove and head on out to right field as the inning is over. We've reached the end of the 6th here in Seattle. Texas on top, 7-5.
Leading off for the Rangers, the right fielder, number 13, Joey Gallo.
First pitch to Joey Gallo is going to be swung on and grounded over to Kyle Seager in the shift. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Nestor Cortez in his third inning of work. Had to think about that for a second, as he came in after the 1 home run given up by Margevicius. First pitch over to Todd Frazier, 0-1.
When you think of offense in this game, been nothing short of offense. Combined 19 hits so far through 6 innings between these 2 teams. Within the bottom half of the AL West, but then 5th seeded.
Gotta love baseball. You never know what you're gonna get as we get a strikeout swinging. Nestor Cortez celebrating out there on the mound. Big slider gets him out in front of it. And that's 2 away as he gets Todd Frazier to strike out swinging there. First pitch to Danny Santana. In there, missing for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. 1-1 is the count now.
Well, that's off the plate.
It's inside, but he checks his swing. 2-1. This one right back up the middle, off of the pitcher. Murphy's able to come out and corral it, and he'll get the 3rd out.
was a traditional.
So the inning is over here in the top of the 7th. But you wonder how Nestor Cortez Jr. is doing after taking that ball off of the shin.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers, number 59.
We'll see a pitching change here for the Rangers. Brett Martin's going to step in and work the bottom of the 7th. His 42nd appearance on the season.
He's up to 42 appearances on the season. Made his MLB debut last season. And the most used pitchers on the staff, finished second among Texas pitchers in games to 51 in this case. Looks like he's going to shatter that. So through 60 innings in relief.
Sounds like a good solid workhorse, and just looking at him, a big tall lefty like that, you gotta love the stuff that comes off of a big southpaw like Brett Martin. So he gets Vogelbach to swing through this fastball, 95 miles an hour. 1-2 is the count.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
We'll see a 2-2 here. Missing high, a full count. Here to the big lefty, Daniel Vogelbach. Strike 3 swinging. Another strikeout by Vogelbach here today. We'll see Kyle Seager dig in now.
Rangers had a righty starter. In this case, they've gone with 2 lefty relievers back-to-back out of the pen. And good in this case of silencing or keeping this runner's offense high enough for Texas offense to produce in themselves by 2 runs.
The 0-2 pitch to Kyle Seager. Missing ball 1. Kyle takes this one for a drive deep in a right field at the warning track, and he makes the catch on the wall. Joey Gallo staying with that one. I thought that was gone.
Thought it was gone as well, except Gallo went right up to wall. Didn't have to climb anything. He reaches his glove out. The catch, 2 outs now.
Well, as we get later into the ball game, it's starting to cool off here in the stadium. Does tend to die in the outfield, but nonetheless, we'll see Evan White here. An 0-1 pitch. White connects with this one, takes it out into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Another single for him here today.
The batter, number 3.
Mentioned another single, second one on the day. This time a little bloop out in front of center fielder Santana. B. Crawford 0 for 1 on the day with 2 walks. For his first hit, 2 outs.
Yeah, Crawford still hitting below the 200 mark. He's really needing to turn his batting around here. He's been patient today, of course, drawing those 2 walks, but also striking out in his last AB. Swinging and a miss at a ball outside the zone. Chasing that slider, 1-1.
Nope, that's down.
1-1 pitch, missing low, ball 2-1 now. Two-1 pitch. Crawford fouls it off. Even at 2 now. Well, a full count here to the young JP Crawford.
Yeah, bat here, 3-2 count, 2 outs. If you get Crawford, if you walk him, if he finds a way on base, you got Murphy on fire today. It's to give Seattle the lead.
Crawford gonna stay alive, fouling this one off here. We'll see another 3-2 count. Of course, with 2 away, runners are gonna be taken off. There he goes. Crawford lifts this one out into left field, but it got a bit too much underneath it, and that'll be an easy out number 3 for the left fielder Nick Solak. Texas still on top here through 7. 7 of 5. We'll go to the top of the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Eric Swanson gonna get called in here, making his 40th appearance on the season. 6-2 record across 56 1/3 innings of work. A 5.43 ERA. And he'll just look to get 3 outs here in the 8th. Turn it over to the lineup to get a couple of runs on the board. We'll see Ronald Odor step in. He'll swing at the first pitch. Kyle Seager in the shift is going to take it cleanly for the first out.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Back to Swanson here. He is a former Ranger technically, as Texas selected him in the 8th round of the 2014 draft. Former Yankee as well, traded on the Texas for the Carlos Beltran trade back in 2016. To Seattle on the James Paxton trade, that Paxton, in this case to the Yankees. Pitches there today.
19,817 here in T-Mobile Park today. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out here, and everybody for watching on twitch.tv, on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you find your bot ball. Keep in touch. Don't forget, we are raising money. We're still going with the Black Play-by-Play grant here today. We believe we're going to be starting a new charity tomorrow as we get into a new week of baseball. And of course, stay tuned. We've got some good matchups coming up after this one. We're going to see a base hit up the middle. Crawford's not able to put a glove on it. So 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the 8th.
The catcher, Robinson.
Second single of the day is for Gausman. Go right through the heart of the shift, similar in this case to where Gallo hit. Right now you're going to see a replay of Robinson Chirinos.
Of course, the big 2-run shot back in the 3rd. One of many home runs here tonight. Both clubs unloading. First pitch to him is going to be lifted out into right field. Ranging over is going to be Haniger as he tracks it down. Runner is going to have to retreat back to first. And they'll get the throw in. 2 away here in the top of the 8th.
Shortstop, Elvis Andrews.
We'll go back to the top of the lineup for the 5th go-round. Elvis Andrews stepping in. 3 for 4 on the day. First pitch to him, misses low, ball 1.
Andrews just producing the way a leadoff hitter produces. The singles and a double if you're a leadoff man. Gonna want to get on base in this scenario.
Well, hold that thought as Andrews flies out to right field. Haniger is going to track it down to end the inning. 8, 9, and 1 hitters due for the Mariners. Tom Murphy is going to lead off with that hot bat. He'll face off against Nick Goody,
number 41,
making his 32nd appearance of the season. 12 holds to his record, 27 1/3 innings of work, 2.63 ERA. Respectable numbers for a reliever. Of course, he's got a tough AB to face off against Tom Murphy. The power bat is his friend today. A home run and 2 doubles.
That's inside.
First pitch missing inside. Slider that didn't slide. 1-0.
Christian Murphy looking to go 4 for 4 today, having a game that he would like to remember. Doubles in the second and third, and obviously home run back in the fifth.
1-0 pitch. They'll say he offered at that. I don't know. Strike one. One pitch. Outside, ball 2. Goody comes set. Kicks and delivers. Murphy turns on this one, but it's going to be a pop-up into shallow left center field. Ranging back is going to be the shortstop, Andrews. And there's one away.
Got him inside. Got him to chase. No contact there. Up in the air to Andrews. Routine, 1 out.
Well, Jake Shiner still looking for his first hit of the ball game here. We'll see an 0-1 pitch.
Ball 1.
Ball 1. That one just misses the bottom of the zone.
I got to count 1 and 2.
1-1 pitch in there for strike 2.
I got to count 2 and 2.
There's ball 2 here. 2-2 now to Shiner.
Now batting, center fielder.
Kick out there. This case, third strikeout on the night for Shiner. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they came in back-to-back at bats, caught looking in the third, and in both the fifth, and the bottom of the eighth. It'll be Peter Smith.
Yep, that ball went out.
Yeah, tough break there for Shiner. 3 strikeouts in a row. We'll go back to the top of the order. Malik Smith stepping in. 2 for 4 on the day. Had a good start to the ball game.
1 and 1.
Struggled since his first couple of hits.
Ball, that's low.
Ball 2 here. 2-1's the count. Malix gets a hold of this one, but it's going to hook foul down the right field line.
I got 3 and 2.
They'll say ball 3 here. Full count. 3-2 pitch from Goody.
Ball 4, that's up.
Ball 4. A dangerous man to walk here in the bottom of the 8th. He is yet to record a stolen base. But don't count him out, even with 2 away.
Lewis now in, the tying run. Dad at the plate. First pitch out in the first pitch. Similar to what happened back in the first.
Of course, Malik Smith with 32 stolen bases on the season. They're going to keep a close eye on him over there.
13 off of his season total last year, 46. And Ichiro Suzuki with 56 and 01 is the only Mariners to lead Dodgers and steals.
Well, Malix is making a run at that here this season as he takes off for second and is in there without a trouble. 33 stolen bases so far this season, and we're not even to the All-Star break. in there for strike 2 to Kyle Lewis. Fouled off here. We'll see another one too. Swing and a miss, and Kyle Lewis get that man a sombrero, as that's his third strikeout of the ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Texas still on top, 7-5. We go to the top of the 9th. Mariners running out of outs.
The left fielder, Nick Sola.
Swanson going to stay and work the 9th. The first pitch swinging. We'll get one pitch, one out.
The batter, number 5.
Talk about efficiency.
Willie Calhoun.
9 pitches for an inning and a third. Willie Calhoun steps in, over 3 on the day. He'll watch strike 1 over.
For 3, strikeout in the 3rd, 6-4-3 double play in the 4th. 2 out, our field, 6th.
You go 1 pitch is in there for strike 2. Slider on the outside, just catching the edge. The 0-2. That one's lifted deep into right field. Back, and gone. Willie Calhoun adding to this Texas lead, as the score is now 8-5. That's his 17th home run of the season, of the ball game. It seems like it.
Side. A cutter, a slider, he pulled it. Similar spots where Gallo hit it earlier. 17th on the year, which I believe Aiken leads Texas Rangers. Considering Gallo here, home run hitter in his own way.
Well, with all the home runs here today, we'll take another look at Joey Gallo.
Ball 1, no strike.
First pitch missing to Gallo, ball 1. The 1-0 here.
Outside, that's
Missing outside, ball 2. Of course, in addition to that big home run by Joey Gallo, he's also got that ground rule double.
Ball 3. It counts 3-0.
3-0 here to Gallo. Gallo rips this one down the first base line, but hooks foul. 3-1's the count now. Three-one pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. They'll set up for the 3-2 pitch now. Fouled off. We'll do it again.
On the day, Gallo has not struck out yet. Situation here, full count.
3-2 pitch. And that one, well, we'll just add that to the pile. And we'll split the Texas home runs over here. That's another one. Joey Gallo with a big shot out to right field, 391 feet. His second of the ball game, his 13th of the season. Texas now leads this ball game 9-5. And a big mistake here by Eric Swanson, leaving that one out over the middle of the plate and high enough that he can just put it over the wall.
Now pitching for the Mariners.
And so they'll bring in Carl Edwards Jr.
Edwards Jr.
His 28th appearance of the season. 23 innings of work, a 4.7 ERA. And with a 4-run deficit, they'll just look to get the last 2 outs.
Count 1-0.
And I believe now up to 6 total on the game. Threw my card a bit more just to confirm, but we're up to 6 or 7 in terms of the home run column. 9, that is.
And this one taken deep into left field, but it's going to hook foul. Kyle Lewis not able to track it down, so we'll go back to a 1-1 count.
One ball, 2 strikes to count.
1-1 swing it. Gets a swing and a miss, 1-2. This one's taken into left. There in time is Kyle Lewis. 2 away here in the top of the 9th.
The center fielder, Danny.
Just that off the bat looked like the 7th homer on the game. I did check again. We're up to 6, but the thing, Texas Rangers, 5 home runs on the day.
Incredible. And Edwards tries to set him up for another one here as Danny Santana lays off. Just in case we need him, Taylor Williams and Matt McGill up stretching. The 0-1 pitch here from Edwards. Missing high, ball 1. One. They'll say he went around 1-2.
One thing I just looked up is even though they're up to 5 home runs, it doesn't even match their total. They got 8 home runs in the game one time. Edwards gets that strikeout.
Well, we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Mariners trailing by 4, but we've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up. I would say if anybody can get it done here, it's these guys. They'll face off against Jesse Chavez, his 45th appearance of the season. About 50 innings of work and a 3.06 ERA. 40 strikeouts and only 11 walks to his record.
Chavez returns to the Rangers again. The back end of a 2-year deal he signed this November of 2018.
Nope, that's the ball.
He misses outside, ball 1 here to Mitch Haniger. In this particular matchup, Mitch Haniger is 3 for 12 against Jesse Chavez with a couple of strikeouts. 1-0 pitch, grounded out to second base. Ronald Odor is going to corral it and take the easy throw on to first for the first out.
Number 20.
Really needed to get a leadoff hitter here. And so we'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in. 0 for 2 on the day with a hit by pitch and a walk to his record. Chavez delivers the first pitch. It popped up. Shallow left field. Running in is Nick Solak, and quickly 2 away on 3 pitches.
Now batting, third base.
Mentioned Chavez being as efficient as they come. Pitches resulted in 2 outs, and we're now down to leave if out of Mr. National in this case for the Nationals. If there's ever was a Mr. Mariner, it might be Kyle Seager here, and allowed here. Opportunity.
Oh, that's out.
Well, I mean, if we're giving out Mr. Mariner awards, it would be very remiss of me to not mention the actual Mr. Mariner, Alvin Davis, Kyle Seager puts it right into this one. Can it get beyond the wall? No, it cannot. And the ball game is over. Texas takes this one 9-5 on the backs of 5 home runs. It was a shooting gallery of sorts as the Mariners got in on the fun to put up 5 on the board, but not enough to keep up through the second half of the ball game.
One thing, both offenses really came out today with their A game. Texas obviously a bit more. It's going to get the win. The loss is going to go to Cortez Jr., his first on the season. Texas takes the first game in this set 9-4.
The final line score for our ball
This game 7:15 tomorrow. We're going to have the second game of this set. Brother Beard again will be on the call with Mike Hosky. And have Corey Kluber on the mound for the Rangers and Marco Gonzalez for the Mariners.
5 runs on 9 hits.
That should be a good one, as we'll be back here tomorrow with that one. Of course, the player of the game today, Joey Gallo, going 3 for 5 with 2 big home runs and a ground rule double. Let's start off the highlights here with this big 2-run shot by Robinson Chirinos in the top of the second. That one getting out over the scoreboard, the manually operated scoreboard out and left. We'll jump ahead to the bottom of the second. Tom Murphy with this big RBI double out to right. That scored the Mariners' first run of the ball game. And then we go to the top of the fourth. Ronald Guzman lines out to left field. It deflects off Kyle Lewis. That's an RBI single. And then Nick Solak with this liner to center. It drops down just short of Malik Smith there. An RBI single that tied the ball game. And then Joey Gallo with his first home run in the 5th put him up 5-4. To be answered by Tom Murphy with this big home run out to center field. That tied the ball game at 5 in the 5th. And Nick Solak getting in on the action here. This put the Rangers out in front and would ultimately be the difference maker, as this 2-run shot to center field would be enough to win, but they weren't done yet. Billy Calhoun with a big homer to right of the solo variety. That one in the top of the 9th for the cherry on top. And Joey Gallo says this pitch was just too tasty to not feast on it. A big 391-foot absolute moonshot into right field. And that would be the end of the ball game. Kyle Seager flying out to right field for the final out of the game. Final score here today, Texas 9, Mariners 5. Texas scoring 9 runs on 14 hits, no errors. Seattle 5 runs on 9 hits, no errors. A rare error-free ball game here for this Seattle ball club. Who said Colby Allard's going to get the win. Nestor Cortez Jr. is going to get the loss. Joey Gallo with the player of the game. Any big takeaways from this one, Kyle?
For one thing, both offenses, I mentioned this earlier when the game just finished, both offenses put up 23 combined hits between both teams, 6 of them being home runs. The slugfest first in this set. Starters didn't last too long, so both the bullpens had to take some of the brunt of the offense, as we saw later on. In this case, it could be a good series. We look at you tomorrow again, like I mentioned. Corey Kluber and Marco Gonzalez, the pitching matchup, 7:15 again on ML Bop Ball. Next game here, we're going to be going on the western coast, in this case, of the United States. We the Dodgers, the the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Snakes. David Price and Zach Gallen on the mound. I believe Cookie Eater, Special Effects, you're going to be on the call as Cookie Eater just joins in. You want to tell us about the game?
Kyle, I think I missed the start of what you said there.
Well, we're just wrapping up here. Wondering what you're looking at coming into this Dodgers Snakes game.
Well, Brother Beard, essentially what we're looking for is a Dodgers win. It's going to be a matchup with David Price and Zach Gallen, the second this week between those two guys. And Price looked awful last time out, but somehow the Dodgers ended up coming away with the win late. So we'll see if they can do it again.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here in Seattle. I want to thank Kyle for coming out and being a part of the broadcast booth today. For myself and my partner Kyle DeSantis, we're going to finish off this game here and send it off to you, Cookie, and Special Effects. Have a good one.
Thank you, Brother Beard. Thank you, Kyle. Good call, as always. We'll get ready for these Dodgers to head to the desert for the first game of 3 in the All Dodgers booth. Joined by Special Effects tonight.
How you doing tonight, Cookie?
I am doing as good as I can for a day that's the start of a week that some call Monday.
Monday, not the most beloved of days, but for us in the ball community, it does mean that we got a new series kicked off, and we're going to see a very big one indeed. Dodgers and Diamondbacks battle for the top of the division.
Yeah, I believe these Diamondbacks won yesterday, so they stay 2 games back. These Dodgers, so a sweep by the D-backs here would give them a chance to grab the lead in the division for the first time in months. Dodgers will look to hold them at bay. Last week, these two teams faced off, split a 4-game set. This week, they'll play a best of 3, so somebody's going to come out on top and gain at least a game. Chase Field in Arizona. Get loud. Snakes and Dodgers coming your way.
Like Cookie mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we've got Zach Gallen on the mound, having an incredible season so far. 12 appearances. This is his 13th. 4 wins, 2 losses, 2.40 ERA, and probably the biggest number, or smallest number really, is that 1.15 whip that you can see right there on the screen. But it's very important
Leading off tonight
that
for
the Diamondbacks get off to a good start against this tough Dodgers lineup, and none tougher than the leadoff hitter, Mookie Betts.
Yeah, Mookie Betts first in the NL All-Star vote in right field. He's been doing great things since coming to the National League this year in a trade with the Boston Red Sox. He'll take strike 1 to get things underway here. 9:08 on the East Coast, 6:08 out in the desert.
Looks like we got a little bit of a throwback Monday going on, at least for the Dodgers side of things, wearing the old Brooklyn uniforms with that big B emblazoned across the front of their uniforms.
See if they can kind of show some Brooklyn pride today. Get a win on Zach Gallen. Betts is going to ground one to second. Flip to first to be in time for the first out of the day.
Batting second, the first baseman.
Just a nice, simple 4-3 put out, and at least it was a good job by Betts there, trying to go the other way with it, just hit it right at a guy. Not much you can do about it otherwise.
So in will come Max Muncy, who's hopefully going to stay healthy for the entirety of this series between the two teams. He missed Zach Gallen when these two teams faced off last week with an injury. going to be a swing and a miss right through it.
Yep, Muncy, one of the most important bats in this lineup, and you think every bat is important in the Dodgers lineup, but he stands out really amongst everyone else. He's really the only one outside of Mookie Betts that's not having a rough season. You know, everyone's had to bounce back from terrible starts, including the reigning NL MVP, Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, we'll see Cody next, but like you mentioned, Betts, Muncy, and Justin Turner were the only ones who were really having good seasons. And with Turner out, probably only a week or two left on that injury at this point, but it was really important for Muncy to be there, so Mookie Betts wasn't completely alone trying to carry this lineup. Although Bellinger has been bouncing back, so this team does have a few decent hitters now.
Bouncing back at the right time. It's a hot division race, you know, only between the top two teams, but still, Diamondbacks not really, you know, cooling down, pumping on the brakes at any point. And why should they? The Dodgers have been inconsistent all season. They still hold that 2-game lead, but like we said, if they sweep, they're taking over the lead in the division.
They have a really good chance to take one today. Maybe their best chance all week. Not that they're necessarily far down in the count going forward, but David Price has really struggled, and Zach Gallen's been exceptional on the mound. It's a full count to Mookie Betts. Going to foul one off to keep himself alive. Next 3-2, going to be a big swing and a foul, and special. You got to like seeing this from Max Muncy. 10 pitches already. Like we mentioned, Gallen's been doing great. It's important that they tire this guy out, maybe get into the bullpen early.
What do you got?
See Muncy take ball 4, get the walk.
Yeah, I was going to wait for the call right there. Important pitch of the at-bat, 11th pitch of the at-bat. And like you said, not only is it important to drive that pitch count up, but it's early in the ball game. So you're going to have your guys, they're not able to see this guy too often. You know, luckily they did see him last week, so maybe they're still kind of in that same mindset. But you need to see what this guy is throwing and what the movement looks like on his pitches. So getting to throw even, you know, 5-6 pitches in an at-bat is incredible. He got 11.
Nearly double the 5-6 number you mentioned. Well, in fact, pretty much exactly double. So we'll see Cody Bellinger have a runner on, righty on lefty, favorable matchup. Quickly up to 2-0, taking the first 2 pitches out of the zone.
Yeah, Bellinger's been in a little bit of a cold spell, but playing here in the desert here in Arizona, it's not really regarded in the same realm as, you know, Coors Field out in Colorado, but it's pretty high elevation here, thin air. And balls do tend to travel out here a lot more than you would think. And Cody's in a good spot to launch one here, 3-0.
Yeah, definitely more of a hitter-friendly park, you would say. Though I do believe they installed humidifiers or dehumidifiers or air conditioners or something a few years ago that was supposed to hopefully make it a bit more pitcher-friendly as Cody works the wall.
Back-to-back walks. You don't want to see that from a guy who's been having, like we said, an amazing season so far. But you don't want to put men on base. This Dodgers lineup can strike with one swing of the bat. Not most notably, but still, you know, very big bat. Jock Peterson stepping up.
Yeah, JP in that dish now.
Off the plate, ball 1.
We'll take ball 1. So Gallen's struggling with his command early.
And that's what I was saying, you know, with the Max Muncy driving that pitch count up. Maybe these Dodgers are able to see the movement on the pitches a bit better. Takes that one for a strike, but it's not a bad take. You know, you need to get your pitch. You need to keep this pitcher on the ropes and make him come to you.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Swing this through a changeup. It'll be strike 2.
And on the flip side, that's exactly what Gallen needs to do. He needs to attack the strike zone, get ahead in the count like he is right here.
That's ball 2.
Nice take. Opens things up. Even count, 2 on, 1 away. Peterson's going to swing and miss through the pitch. Fastball at 95, so Zach Gallen gets his first strikeout of the day. And that'll make it 2 away for Corey Seager.
Got a big punch out right here. Gets the second out of the inning. And, you know, Seager is a bit less dangerous of a bat than Peterson, but still not a guy to take lightly. And, you know, just 1 out left in the inning, but it's a big out that they're going to have to get.
0-1.
Corey Seager don't want to lose this opportunity, especially when you got David Price on the mound.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Price obviously is a great potential pitcher. He's won a Cy Young in the past, but he operates best, as most pitchers do, when they've got a lead to work with. And, you know, looks like Seager almost delivered that lead to him. Cutter right down the middle, just a little too excited.
Very excited, Corey Seager. Let's see what he does. 1-2, fouls it back, stays alive.
Lucky to get a piece of it. He was well in front of the knuckle curve, and not going to do anything good with a swing like that.
1-2, swing and a miss. So a couple of strikeouts get Gallen out of a sticky situation. Allows a few walks, but no further damage. Arizona to get on the board first as we head to the bottom of the first. You're watching MLB Bat Ball. Cookie and special. Call us a special cookie or a FX eater. Like?
Maybe cookie special, you know, maybe it's a specialty at the cookie house that you're ordering from. And, you know, if you're going to get a cookie, you might want to know what the price is on it. We'll talk about David Price having a rough start, like we said, to his Dodgers career. ERA over 5, not something you usually would see from him in his previous seasons. But ever since he signed with the Red Sox, he's kind of taken a dip in the statistics realm. And he's got the stuff, he just needs the confidence and the consistency.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Price has really been spiraling down since signing with the Red Sox. Beautiful play by Max Muncy and right to rob Tim LaCastro. How about that?
Mookie Betts leaving his feet. I give that a 10 out of 10 in a belly flop competition any single year. Laying his body on the line, making the catch. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the first pitch of the game. So what a way for the Dodgers to get their first out.
1 pitch, 1 out for David Price. Tim LaCastro is retired just like that. Ketel Marte, Eduardo Escobar going to be the next 2 to round out your top 3 for the Diamondbacks. And Marte will take ball 1. No Marte Parte today with Starling Marte on the bench and the lefty Price on the mound.
Still do have a dangerous Marte at the dish, though. Ketel Marte, of course, breaking out last season, really hadn't done anything much until he, you know, started smacking all those home runs in 2019. He's been continuing that trend here in the 2020 season. And that's a big reason, you know, him along with the other Marte and Eduardo Escobar, they were the big 3 leading this team to their spot in the NL West.
Yeah, Ketel, I know at least last week I didn't check to see if it's still the case, but for at least the majority of the season, he's been leading the NL in doubles and runs scored. So he's been having a really nice campaign. You can see the average up over 300 as well. Got an even count, 2-2. Pearson, this outside, tried to paint the corner, but no luck. I'll make it full.
Yeah, I was trying to get that to break and hit the outside corner, but if it starts outside, it's a lot easier to take it. And, you know, that's when you want it to grab the outside corner, but didn't just quite get it.
Throwing basically down the chute, literally be fouled off by Marte, so maybe Price going to get the Gallen treatment here. Seeing 11 pitch at bat from Marte. We got a while to go before that, but well, I guess we won't. Pitch number 8 will be inside for ball 4.
Still, though, 8 pitches and drawing the walk. I'm sure his teammates are going to appreciate it for the same reasons I mentioned before. I mean, up in that pitch count, getting Price to show his hand a little bit. And now Diamondbacks have 1 on, 1 out.
Oh. He toggled away from the screen for a second, not realizing just how fast Eduardo Escobar would hit one right past the shortstop and get on base.
Yep, 8 pitches of 1 at bat and ended in a walk. Eduardo Escobar said, "I've had enough of that. We're just going to take the first pitch into left field." And now we've got another great bat that I can't believe we forgot to mention, David Peralta, 3rd best on-base percentage in the National League and one of the best WAR, wins above replacement, for position players.
Yeah, Marte, Escobar, Peralta, they're been dubbed by your Diamondbacks announcers as the Black Ink Boys. I suppose they've kind of become more gray ink boys as the season's gone on, but all 3 of them have been exceptional in almost every offensive category.
And something that the Snakes fans are going to be looking forward to probably this series, but we can hope that it doesn't happen. Peralta sitting at 99 career home runs, just 1 away from triple digits. Not, the most impressive milestone by any means, but still something that happens a lot less than I think we all would believe.
Yeah, 100 home runs. That's 100 more than I'm ever going to hit in the major.
That's something less than 1,000 people have ever done, which I was surprised to hear that, thinking about the hundreds of thousands of guys that have ever put on a Major League uniform.
And 2 going to be fouled off. Price is working hard. He does have the advantage, lefty on lefty right now. Seth Beer, the rookie first baseman, stands on deck. Couple plays in order. Just going to look for a K.
Outside, that's the ball.
Get it. That's ball outside, even count.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to find that put-away pitch. Tried it with the 2-seamer inside, 4-seamer outside as well, but neither of those were able to get the job done. I don't know if he trusts his breaking stuff just yet. He's had some troubles with it this season.
Well, whatever he went to, it works out. High pop-up. Kike Hernandez will handle it, charging in. Route number 2.
Yep, and he did have to make the catch. The infield fly rule was not called because third base was abandoned, so it's going to be tough for the Dodgers to drop the ball intentionally and turn the double play, which is why we have the rule in the first place. So, had to make the catch. Batter was not automatically out. And I don't know where I was going with that.
Well, what I will tell you where we're going with this is down the line and left. Seth Beer is going to have an RBI double. Give the Snakes an early 1-run lead.
I mean, we've seen it, first guy goes down on 1 pitch, second guy has a long at-bat that results in a walk, then we get a 1-pitch single, and then another long at-bat that ends in a pop-up. Now we get a first-pitch double. So are you picturing a long at-bat here with Nick Ahmed?
I mean, I guess so when you put it like that. Ahmed's silently had a pretty solid season with the bat, as well as not so silently being one of the better gloves in the league.
Look out, 1-1.
It's got a 1-1 count. A couple of runners in scoring position with 2 away. Those went off to make it 1-2.
Yeah, and just because you got the lead now doesn't mean you don't want to pad on later. Price has this stuff to dominate even after this early struggle.
I got to count 2-2.
Pearson is down with 2-2, 2 out, 2 on. Not inning number 2.
But he's already thrown pitch number 22.
Haha. So pitch number 22. See if pitch number 23 does anything good with pitch number 23. He doesn't. Instead, he makes it 3-2.
No one's forcing the runners. Nobody will be off with the pitch. Carson Kelly, big home run off of Kenley Jansen in the most recent series between these two, waiting on deck.
Could have an opportunity with the bases.
Ooh!
He won't, though. Nick Ahmed thinks he gets ball 4, but it's a called strike 3 on the outside part of the dish. So that'll end the rally there, but not before Seth Beer. It's a nice double down the line opposite field to give his guys the early lead. Dodgers look to respond. You're watching the Malbappos. We see Will Smith come to the plate, Gavin Lux and Kike Hernandez to follow.
Yep, the Fresh Prince of LA stepping into the dish. Probably the weakest part of this Dodgers lineup, 6, 7, 8, if you exclude, of course, the pitcher spot.
1-0.
Smith is an all-or-nothing guy. He'll hit a bomb or he'll strike out. There's not really much of an in-between.
Oh, that counts.
I mean, he might draw a walk, and I'm sure the Dodgers would be happy with that after surrendering the lead.
Definitely. Got a 2-0 count. Take one in there, strike one. Grounds it. Hey, that'll be a base hit. Past Nick Ahmed. So leadoff base hit for the Dodgers to get things going off Zach Gallen. And rookie of the year candidate Gavin Lux could have a big opportunity right here.
Oh, looks like there is something between all or nothing. We'll give you that or right here. Ground ball into the left side and just out of reach of Ahmed over at shortstop. So, like you said, leadoff runner on. Lux in a good situation, but he doesn't need to swing for the fences just yet, although that swing begs to differ.
A huge swing. Could be strike one, no connection. Lux has power.
Nope.
Take outside, 1-1.
You can see already 35 pitches for Gallen through an inning plus a batter. So not being very efficient so far.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss, strike 2. Lux has been heating up his last week or so. He had a big grand slam, not off Zach Gallen, but in the game Gallen started last week. Here he'll just go down on strikes. That was off Hector Rondon. He hit the big bomb.
Yeah, it's a fairly simple strikeout there of Gavin Lux. Not much analysis to it. Good pitch, and see you later.
Say 1, 2, 3 strikes are out.
That's a ball.
The new ball game.
Ooh, Kike Hernandez. He's struggling third base.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Holds up, takes ball 2.
Yeah, he's come in for Justin Turner, who, like you said, was on that 2-month injury, almost done with it. He's filled in decently over at third base, mostly in there for his defensive value. But offensively, hitting below that Mendoza line. Does have a couple of home runs to his name.
Yeah, they'll have to see if Hernandez heats up a bit here. Probably end up back on the bench as soon as Turner's back, which, like we said, is sooner than later at this point.
And you got to wonder, this might be a make-or-break series for Hernandez, even with Turner just about to come back, as this one's sent into center field, will be caught out there for the out. But you've got another guy who can also play third base fairly well, Chris Taylor, and he's been swinging the bat better than Hernandez has, to say the least.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially we'll have to see. Maybe Taylor does get the reps the last week or so before we see Turner back. Taylor plays left against the right-handers. Or my bad, the left-handers, but against right-handers, Taylor's on the bench, so maybe he works his way into the lineup.
0-1.
Make a difference here today, though. David Price batting just over a buck. Bucko 5. Call it a George Washington and a
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson, that's right. I thought that was it, but I was trying to make sure, really picture it in my head. Make sure it wasn't like James Madison or something weird like that.
Ball, that's out.
But, yeah, he's got a 2-1 count, so he's working things a little bit. 2 away hitting as the pitcher.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird spot for Price to be. He wasn't even really prepared for this move. He was just sent over in a trade. But he's been an AL pitcher all of his life, making his first years of the National League this season. He's gotten a couple of hits to his name like you see, but still by no means a veteran NL pitcher.
2-2. Crushes this pitch down the line and left, and that's going to go foul.
I was so excited.
David Price nearly gets a home run down the line. Then he nearly rockets one inside the bag at third, but the umpire says it ended up just going foul. He'll go down on strikes to end the inning, but not before playing with these D-backs emotions a little bit.
Yep, Dodgers get their first hit, can't bring anyone around to score, and D-backs still have the lead.
Nothing Diamondbacks, Carson Kelly.
The catcher, Carson.
Veteran catcher. David Price, after nearly hitting, I believe what would have been the first home run of his career, has to come back out to pitch. Ball 1 to start the inning.
Yeah, and his adrenaline's got to be running high. Almost kept that one fair, launched it down the right field line, but he's got to remember he's still got a job to do out there on the mound.
He's not doing that job right now.
Yeah, you got to attack a hitter like Kelly below 200, and you're not helping yourself by putting yourself down in the count.
That pitch is up. Ball 4.
Yeah, ball 4, so
Batting it.
Price.
The pitcher.
Let Carson Kelly reach on 4 pitches. Boy, special. It's been a pretty eventful day so far. The long first inning for Zach Gallen as he walks a couple guys, shows some control issues, but ends up getting out unscathed. Then a bunch of hits, walks, and eventually that big 1-run double by Seth Beer in the bottom of the first gives Arizona the early lead. Then David Price nearly hits his first career home run, top 2, and now we're going to see Zach Gallen bunt a couple foul to get down 0-2 with now the walked runner on first here in the bottom of the second.
And they decide to bunt. He will get it fair, and it's going to be a good one. Second baseman only flips it on to first. A little interesting seeing him still with the bunt on with 2 strikes, because if you bunt it foul for strike 3, it's a strikeout.
Dangerous play, but hey, it works out. You got that runner on second now, and Ildemaro Vargas in the 9th hole as a runner in scoring position.
He's going to check that runner over at second and deliver ball 1 high. Vargas, of course, the Venezuelan international with these Diamondbacks. A little surprised to see him in the number 9 spot, despite his 277 average. You know, batting below the pitcher, but at the same time, maybe you think that he could act as a second leadoff hitter, get a couple guys on base instead for the middle part of the lineup. Fouls that one back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carson Kelly over at second. Price will check on him. and deliver one almost in the dirt, ball 2. That one is swung on and foul. We will do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just 1 out here in inning number 2, but a man on base number 2. So almost at Deuces Wild.
Hope he gets that Deuces Wild. The 2-2, flat foul. See the next 2-2, Vargas inside, full count. Tim McCaskill will be on deck. Silver lining to the walk, though, puts the double play in order. Not that Timmy Lowe is an easy guy to double up. Neither is Ildemaro Vargas, but at least it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be pretty much hit right at, either Lux or Seager if you want to turn 2 against Tim LaCastro, but Vargas battling here is still 3-2.
He'll swing and miss. That was probably ball 4, but it'll be a strikeout. Placed his second of the day.
The right fielder, number 16.
Second one, a D-backs player is not happy about. Of course, he has no one to be angry with other than himself on this one.
Maybe hit something earlier in the count that he was upset about, but if you swing and miss when you got 2 strikes on you, you got to go to the dugout, no questions asked.
Nope, ball 1.
So still got that runner at second. 2 away now. Tim LaCastro flew out on 1 pitch. A beautiful diving play by Mookie Betts to start the ball game. For better fortunes here. Swings through an inside fastball to even the count at 1.
Count is 1-2.
Nice change piece by David Price special.
Yeah, he's really starting to embrace his breaking balls. He hasn't been doing that early on, but now that he's been able to command those and get those looking more tempting, he's gotten some good swings and misses.
Fastball miss low, even at 2-2. Let's see what he does. Looks like he goes back to that change piece, and the timing was still off. So Timmy Lowe goes down on Ks. 3 Ks for Price, and looking a lot better than he was last week. He allowed the 1 run through 2. Dodgers coming back up. We're watching him about ball.
We're checking in with Heidi Watney, who is reminding us to donate to the Black Play-by-Play grant, of course, started by Adam Giardino, one of our own Bop Ball broadcasters, as well as being the broadcaster for minor league team. It's just to increase the diversity in the broadcasting world and raise funds to, help encourage those that are going to school for broadcasting that may not get the same opportunities as others.
It's a very good program, and if you want to donate, of course you can on your own anytime, but through us, today's your last chance. Tomorrow we'll be changing our cause, and we'll be fundraising for the LGBTQ community. I hope I got those letters in the right order. They're easy to type, but not to say out loud.
I believe you did get those in the right order.
I swear I'm dyslexic sometimes. Pop up for Seth Beer, be a first out for the Dodgers. Mookie Betts pop outs. We look at the standings, like we mentioned, Arizona only 2 back. They sweep the series. They will take the division lead from the Dodgers. If they win 2 of 3, they'll be tied for the division lead. So a big chance for these Diamondbacks.
I believe if they take 2 out of 3, they're only going to be 1 game back because.
Oh yeah, that's your There's a reason we pay you the big bucks.
I mean, there's also a reason that they pay you the big bucks. You've got the silky smooth voice reminiscent of famous Dodgers broadcaster Vince Scully. This one's slapped over to first. Beer dives and knocks it down, flip over to Gallen at first for out number 2.
Cody Bellinger.
Brain isn't all there. I'm calling the Dodgers, the Tigers, and the Nationals today. So, well-known Tiger National Cody Bellinger will be up now 2 away. A couple nice plays by Seth Beer to start the inning. He'll slap one the opposite way. A foul ball will get strike 1. Gallen's bounced back nicely after the long first inning.
Yeah, pitch count's still up there, but that's mostly because of the first. And, I mean, if he can keep this going, of course, he hasn't allowed a run just yet. And he could definitely work through 5 or 6 solid shutout innings even if he can keep up this work.
0-2 will miss inside. So yeah, big chance for Gallen to have yet another big start. Of course, only up by a run. He's got to stay careful because this Dodgers team could very quickly turn this game on its heels. They've got the potential in all these bats. Even some of their lesser-known bats, David Price nearly went yard earlier. So
yeah, I was just about to say, you're not kidding when you say all these bats have some potential in them.
Nice curve, gets a swing and a miss from Cody Bellinger to end the inning, though. So 1-2-3 inning for Zach Gallen. Puts us halfway through the third. D-backs look to extend the lead. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. You're watching MLB Baseball. Beautiful Chase Field. Heidi Watney. Reminding everybody, we got Twins and Astros coming up for After Dark. Beardy Buddha is going to be on the call, which means we're going to see some squirrely action at that point.
Hide your acorns, everybody. Ball After Dark featuring Beardy Buddha.
I really love Beardy. So excited to see him on the call tonight.
And of course, don't want to oversell him and not even talk about his partner. He's going to be joined in the booth by Matthias Wildman as that one slapped over to short. Corey Seager over to first for out number 1 here in the third inning. Matthias hasn't been with us for too long, but we've really appreciated what he's done. Provided some great insight, as all of our broadcasters do here on Bop Ball. And, if there's anything that you want to see from us, anything you want to critique or compliment, we've got a broadcaster feedback link down below, or you can even just type in ! broadcaster feedback, no spaces in any of that, and that will just take you a link where you can tell us how we're doing over here at Bop Ball.
Big fly ball, but foul. Plenty foul, but Escobar put something of a charge into it. Yeah, you're right. Hasn't been around as long, but still, great broadcaster, great part of the community. Another one ripped foul by Escobar, straightens out a bit more, but still goes foul at the last second.
Getting his timing good on that pitch. I might see a breaking ball here.
So 1-2.
Or I could be completely wrong and it's a fastball. That's why I'm up here.
You're up here because you got that silky smooth voice of Special FX.
Thank you. Can't, talk about Vince Scully's partner, of course. He never really had one.
I was like, oh yeah. Like, well, I can't just say Vince Scully's partner. Well, like you said, Scully was known for going solo and was one of the best in the business at doing that. Escobar's not going to hit one out, though, despite the deep fly balls on foul territory. He just grounds out to Muncie for the second out at the end of the day.
And like we were talking about with Gallen earlier in the game, David Price bouncing back so far. He's only allowed that 1 run in the first inning, got into just a tad of trouble in the second, but looking for a 1-2-3 inning here in the third.
1-0.
Peralta's on a 7-game hit streak. Still young, but They all start somewhere. He's in a 2-0 count. Saw him pop up last time. Better fortunes here.
Well, we've all heard of the famous story, David versus Goliath. We've got David versus David here.
Slices it foul for strike one. Yeah, they're both DPs too. David Peralta, David Price.
Looks like DP 33 is battling his way back into the count, 2-2.
Yeah, unfortunately, no DP double play in order. 2 outs and nobody on. But hey, a nice strikeout. Another one with the changeup for Price. He gets out of the 3rd inning. No base runners across. And facing one of the best parts of that Diamondbacks order, the Greg Ink boys, Marte Escobar Peralta. Brings up Jock Peterson, JP. Be followed by Seager and Smith, facing Zach Gallen.
Count 1-0.
Starts the inning with a curve in the dirt. Make it a change for ball 1. Taps it towards second base. Vargas will flip it. And that'll be out number 1.
The batter, number 5, shortstop.
Yep, technically that was into the shift, but at the same time, I don't want to give the shift too much credit. Probably could have got that one playing straight up at second base. And we'll talk to you about the top speeds from Topps baseball cards. David Price reaching 94 miles an hour. Zach Gallen just besting him by 1 at 95. And Gallen's team is also besting the Dodgers by 1. It's 1-0. Dodgers offense with only 1 hit and, a couple of walks scattered in there. So you got to wonder if they're going to, be dominated by Gallen all day today, if they're ever going to break out of this.
For what it's worth, I believe the Diamondbacks are only sitting at 2 or 3 hits themselves.
1-1.
But you're right, Special. Gallen has been dominant, and Price has looked surprisingly good as well. Big swing, but it's more of a fly out than a deep fly ball. But Castro will charge in to retire. Seager to make it 2 away, and Gallen keeps rolling. One of the guys with a base hit today, Will Smith, going to have his cuts 2 down. Single to lead off the second. Hero hit a deep fly ball. What a charge. But on the track, they'll be handled by the left fielder, David Peralta. So Beer, Ahmed, Kelly going to be up in the bottom of the 4th. Dodgers firing with the bats.
Leading up for the
down in order.
The first baseman, Seth Beer.
Seth Beer definitely wasn't drunk his last time up. Did a great job to track the ball and slap it down the opposite line for a double.
Got the only ribby of the game attached to his name. And, like you said, we weren't really expecting a pitcher's duel so far, but we got it. David Price almost matching Zach Gallen pitch for pitch. Just that 1 run separating the 2 of them.
Pull, that's inside.
And, big reason for that run being scored. Some of the command issues he's shown early on. Already down 3-0 to Beer.
If he bounces back, he will. Gets one in there for a strike. Two and 1, gonna go foul, make it 3-2. But something I'll discuss with Special once we see this at-bat come to an end. Seth Beer's not going to make it easy for us. Fouls off another. driving up that pitch count for Price and giving a good look for Ahmed on deck.
That pitch is in.
Eventually going to work the walk. So Beer will head down to first base, but special. Pretty big stuff coming out of that Major League Baseball today.
Very big news indeed. It sounds like, Commissioner Rob Manfred, almost called him Commissioner Gordon because I've been watching too much Batman of late, but it looks like he's going to enact his powers to force a season. All the owners have agreed to, waive any proposals that had gone through and just play with maybe a universal DH for 2020, and then everything goes back to normal in 2021. Only thing is, it's going to be contingent on whether or not the players are willing and able to come back by July 1st.
Hold up a second. We got a deep fly ball to left, and we're just going to see them look up and watch that one go. Nick Ahmed, a 2-run shot to left. The Snakes extend their lead to 3.
Ahmed, not known for a lot of pop in his bat, but we mentioned it earlier. Arizona, you can start to see some balls fly out a little bit more than in other ballparks. Not much on the swing, the exit velocity is at around 96 miles an hour, but still had enough legs on it. And like you said, Jock Peterson, Cody Bellinger, all they could do is watch it fly over the wall.
Now batting, the catcher,
So Jimmy Nelson will be up in the pen now. Prices start quickly falling apart. That ERA on the day is up to 9. He's allowed 3 runs and 3 innings worked. From the Carson Kelly now. Pace at least 7, 8, 9. Kelly, Gallen, Otamaro, Vargas. Get through the 4th, but yeah, special. I believe University DH was a part of that proposal. Don't quote me on that, but definitely looks like we'll see baseball back, at least in some capacity. In the potentially as soon as a week from now with Spring Training 2.0.
Yep, could call it summer training, although that would feel a bit weird, but it's exciting in thinking that baseball could be back. I'm still a little bit worried about the future. There still seems to be a lot of tension between the owners and the players, and we might even see that extend into the 2020 season, as we might see some notable names sit out. It's Carson Kelly trying to wave this one fair and not going to be able.
No dice. Nearly another big bomb by these Dodgers. Or Diamondbacks. Yeah, I don't know, Special. I think we might have to retire me here. I don't think I even know the names of the teams anymore. Kelly of the Diamondbacks will swing and a miss and give David Price of the Dodgers 5th K of the day.
Yep, at the very least, he's able to bounce back, get the punch out, but these Dodgers bats need to wake up. There's no getting around it. Zach Gallen going to get his first actual cuts of the day. Of course, sacrificed himself to get Cousin Kelly over to second in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, he even bunted in the 0-2, or it might have been 1-2 count, I don't remember, but regardless, down to two strikes he bunted. Look at the count 0-2 here, though, not looking great.
Which, honestly, Gallen's actually a decent hitter at the plate, 286 on the year. Not too shabby for a guy who's not expected to swing the bat every day.
Said it, that average is pretty sparkly. You gotta think a lot of that's probably gonna come down to luck. Probably a really high VABIP. Dribble this one. Next, Muncie will take it himself. Out number 2.
Yeah, our Tigers would love to, see a batting average like that somewhere on the team. Because they've been struggling. Lots of guys have been struggling on that team. And, even if it was just out of a pitcher's spot, anybody who can kickstart this season for them would be appreciated.
Deep fly ball down the line. It'll slice foul for Vargas. Yeah, Tiger Squad, don't want to make them the highlight of this, but their offense is about as bad can be. One going to be fouled off. 1 and 2 to Ildemaro Vargas. Price already up to 83 pitches. With him due to hit in the bottom half, you gotta think his day's probably done.
Yeah, it would make sense. And you're just going to hope he can get out of this inning so you don't have to burn a relief pitcher in that situation either.
So this one's going to drop in for a base hit off the bat of Vargas. So we'll see if Dave Roberts sticks with him to try and get that last out in the form of Tim LeCastro. If he will stick with him. LeCastro blew out in the first, struck out his last time. Here he'll take a nice cutter for strike one. Good pitches pitched by David Price.
And occasionally we've seen some really good pitches from Price. The problem is he hasn't been able to string them all together. And the Diamondbacks have been able to capitalize when they needed to, up to that 3-0 lead.
Changeups really looked beautiful for him today. He gets the swing and miss there. And like you mentioned, Price definitely is putting something together in this start, but still not quite there yet. But you gotta hope maybe this something he can build on in his next time out. Pitch more like David Price we saw in the early 2010s. Ground ball for Hernandez. He'll flip it to Lux to get out of the inning. And I suppose the real highlight's going to be this Nick Ahmed bomb to give the Diamondbacks a additional 2 runs as a cushion. So it's 3-0 Diamondbacks as we head now top 5. Dodgers looking for their first run of the day off Zach Gallen, and Heidi Watney will check in again. Heidi Watney gonna remind us all again that I mentioned this on the Bot Ball Discord earlier, but I know there's a lot of people wondering with the fact it sounds like baseball more than likely now is going to be back, pending some sort of COVID outbreak or mass sit-out of some kind. Bot Ball's not going anywhere, so don't worry about that. We're not sure how it's going to look going forward. Those are specifics we're working to get to you as soon as possible, but rest assured we will see this through the World Series and hopefully have a lot of fun with you all. Built a nice little community, and we love having you all here. Let's see, maybe these Dodgers, maybe these Diamondbacks, one of the 2 teams could win a World Series. They've been doing great things in that NL West. Gavin Lux will ground out to start the inning.
I was going to say a big reason for, the Diamondbacks' success and even the Dodgers' success, those team ERAs, Diamondbacks second in the NL, Dodgers not too far behind. But, Dodgers, of course, haven't done too well so far today. David Price just making a couple of bad pitches, getting punished for them. And the Dodgers only with 1 hit today.
Well, gotta think without David Price, this Dodgers team would probably be up there in second place. The margin between second, third, fourth, and fifth, even sixth, those team ERA categories isn't much. The only really thing that jumps out at you is Cubs are running away with the best ERA, 2.88 as a team nearly 3 months in.
I mean, those are Cy Young type numbers if you can get it for just one pitcher. Maybe in a high offense kind of year, but if you can get it across your whole team, you're doing something right with that pitching staff. I'm sure the pitching coach over there is going to get a hefty pay raise next time his contract's due up.
Gallen's 3-0 to Hernandez going to be in there for strike one. And the Cubs have been far and away the best team in this National League. Nobody else has truly run away with anything. The Nationals and Dodgers and the Diamondbacks, Reds haven't looked awful, but it's It's really been the Cubs dominating so far this year. Gallen will walk Hernandez. Meanwhile, in the American League, it's been a trio of teams in the AL Central that have kind of capitalized early. So Price's day is indeed done. Chris Taylor, who we mentioned earlier, going to hit. Now you see Twins, Indians, and White Sox might be the first 3 teams to reach 50 wins there in that AL Central.
The White Sox not too far away, just the 1 win away. And they do have a game coming up today. Not going to broadcast it, but I believe they do have a chance to make it to that 50-win mark.
Of course, those teams, they've been doing a great job. They do have the Tigers and Royals as nice punching bags, but even still, to have 3 teams doing that good in the same division, exceptional.
I've said this multiple times, the White Sox sitting in 3rd place in the AL Central, but, you know, they would be leading every other division except for the NL Central, and even then they'd be in 2nd place, only a couple games behind the Chicago Cubs.
Nice to see the Central Division's looking good in ball this year. We'll see if this West Division can get any clarity in the series, though. Gallen will strike out Taylor to make it 2 out here in the top of the 5th. Like we mentioned, the top of the NL West up for grabs in this series. The AL West has looked pretty shaky, too. Astros have been surprisingly quiet. Outside of the Athletics, it's really become kind of a free-for-all in the AL West.
Yeah, almost a fight for 2nd place. You know, 2nd place and 5th place only being separated by 5.5 games. But then there's also a 5.5 game difference between the 1st place A's and the 2nd place Angels. So you might see the Astros start to pick it up. Of course, Justin Verlander had been injured earlier this season. He's about to come back. And I highly doubt that the Astros are going to stay cold for too long with the numbers that Yordan Alvarez has been putting up this year.
Already over 100 RBI, if I'm not mistaken. Base hit back up the middle for Mookie Betts. Going to extend the inning for the Dodgers.
Now batting, the first base.
Yeah, just wraps this one right up the middle. Just the 2nd hit of the game for Los Angeles. And, you know, they've had a couple walks mixed in, but of course, if you can't get a hit, you're not likely to drive anyone in. And it might be a little bit too early to be talking about this, but the tying run is at bat.
Yeah, tying run at the dish. It's a big bat indeed. Max Muncy has been cooling off, but overall, one of the Dodgers, like we said, better hitters, more consistent hitters.
One ball, 1 strike.
Puts a glider down and in. Make a changeup, 1-1. I've been calling Gallen's changeup all sorts of things today. I've called it a slider. I've called it a curve.
Count is 1 and 2.
All in the dirt. And we'll see both runners advance. So it's going to be 2 in scoring position. So that means a single will at least bring the Dodgers back within 1.
Yep, although Max Muncy did chase that pitch in the dirt, so he's got, you know, only 1 strike to work with. Still, he's a great 2-strike hitter, doesn't try to do too much. Finds the good pitch and does something good with it.
Righty on lefty matchup. Inside, gonna foul it off. I suppose it wasn't inside, but inside part of the dish it hurts.
Inner half.
Ready for the next 1-2. Down to deliver. Muncy grounds to 3rd. And it's going to be routine for Escobar. Throws it on the 1st. The Dodgers get 2 on, but can't do anything else. We'll see a bullpen arm trying to tackle the heart. The Gray Ink Boys for the Diamondbacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention,
Jimmy
please.
Nelson.
Now pitching for the Dodgers.
Nelson, you know, one of the key examples why pitching records usually don't matter. 7-1 on the year, but a 5.08 ERA he's been allowing a lot of guys to reach base, allowing a lot of them to come around and score, but you know, he's got the great offense behind him, and he's been put into situations where he needs to hold a deficit usually, and he's been fairly decent at least doing that, holding it, maybe allowing a run or two here or there.
Yeah, I suppose, Special, that's really where it comes into play. Seeing that 7-1 record kind of tells us something about his ability to hold the deficit. Because at least 7 times he's held it long enough that his team's been able to overcome it and grab the lead, giving him the win. But like we said, that's about the only value you can get out of a win-loss record is how your offense kind of comes back to help you and how well you can do to kind of work with them. Definitely not as indicative as something like his ERA, which is up at like 5. First pitch, fourth pitch, pop up to see rather than first out of the inning. Yeah, go ahead, Special.
I was just going to say that ERA is going to tick a little bit lower, maybe even below 5 as he gets a pop out to number 5. I know he's going to face number 5 here in inning number 5. Can't say the number 5 enough.
I wore number 5 when I was in high school, so.
There you go.
5-5-5-5. Bardo Escobar, 2 for 11. Good strike one.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Swinging through the fastball. Escobar singled his first time. Retired his last time up. We'll see what happens here. Rips one foul, so he's going to get to see another pitch.
Are now having to bat from the other side of the dish as the lefty has, you know, left the ball game, and he's a switch hitter trying to get that advantage going the other side of the plate.
Well, advantage won't help him here. Swing and a miss. Escobar looks awful. He'll trot to the dugout, upset with himself. He knows he chased. Going, dang man, he'll chase that off-speed pitch or sinker or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put too much blame on Escobar. That was a really good sinker. Looked like it was going to hit the bottom of the zone. And with 2 strikes, you got to just protect. And, you know, just ended up dipping out of that zone by the time he missed it with his bat.
David Peralta just about keeps one fair down the line to the first baseman Muncie, but he'll go foul. Evens the count at 1-1. Nelson, next pitch going to be a high pop-up. We'll see Lux work back, and he'll make the catch to end the inning. So 2 straight times we see 2, 3, 4 go down in order for the Diamondbacks. We'll see if 3, 4, 5 for the Dodgers can do any better. Down by 3, 5. Watching him out that ball.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the center fielder, number 35.
Speaking of 3s and 5s, number 35, Cody Bellinger, will take his cuts, looking for his first hit of the game. Drew a walk back in the first inning, where it really looked like the Dodgers were threatening Zach Gallen, putting him on the ropes already. Allowed 2 walks to the first 3 batters, but he got out of it with a strikeout and I believe a ground out. Excuse me.
No, you're not excused.
Alrighty. I will exist unexcused in the booth. This one's lifted out to right. Bellinger once again not able to wave it fair. As the Dodgers.
Team specials. Both sides today hitting those down that right field line and just seeing them go foul.
Getting a lot of teasing from that fair foul determination.
David Price nearly hit a 2-run shot down there earlier. Bellinger obviously nearly got one right there, and I forget who, but we definitely had a Diamondback. I think it might have been Vargas or Kelly. Nearly hit one out down that line as well. Cody ultimately goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning. Gallen's 7th K of the day.
He's been working beautifully, holding this Dodgers team to no runs scored. You know, has had trouble finding the strike zone at times. Few walks, more walks than hits allowed. And, you know, he's been able to spread those out across these 5 1/3 innings. So his pitch count is climbing up there. Diamondbacks will likely have to go to their bullpen after this. But, you know, barring any Dodgers rally here in the 6th, I think Gallen can be very pleased with what he's put in today.
We'll see how pleased Gallen can be. Like we mentioned, he had that rough first. Could get out of 6, right about 100 pitches though. Jack Peterson's got a 1-1 count. One's wild. It was a 1-1 with 1 away. Number 31, now it's 1-2.
Instead of deuces wild, you got aces wild, maybe?
Oh, aces wild, I like that. Reminds me of euchre. Could go for some euchre.
Euchre is a very fun game out in the Midwest as we confuse most of our audience.
I was about to ask, anyone out in the desert or in Hollywood watching today, I'm curious, do you know what euchre is? Shark doesn't count because he's from the Midwest, and neither does Duggo. Is anybody else watching? Feel free to let us know if you know what euchre is, and if you do know what it is, if you like it.
And if you're any good, I'm looking for a partner for a tournament coming up.
3-2 count to Jack Peterson. 1 away. Below ball 4. So Gallen's going to give a free pass to Mr. Jock. Corey Seager could bring this game within 1.
But before he tries to do that, first goal is to get on base, something he has yet to do today. Something a lot of the Dodgers have not done today. As, like we already mentioned, Zach Gallen pitching a beauty, you know, with a couple of bumps in the road along the way.
Ball 1. 1-1.
1-1 to Seager. That's the century mark for Gallen, 103.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Well, that was just about everything that could be bad for the Dodgers. It's a ball in the dirt, way past the catcher, but Seager swings and misses through it. Meanwhile, Peterson at first holds, despite the ball going to the backstop. Keeping the double play in order. Secretly brushed off for ball 2 there on a knuckle curve. Boy, that was bizarre.
I almost wonder if he was trying to slide back to first, thinking the catcher had got it, and by the time he realized it was past him, it was too late to get back up, go to second.
Bizarre nonetheless. You can see Seager kind of slammed the bat down because he was upset he popped out for out number 2.
Now batting.
Probably upset about a lot of things, chasing that pitch in the dirt, popping up for out number 2, and his teammates not being able to score anything today. Really quickly before it, escapes my mind, but Shark in the chat asking if either of us know how to play pinochle, another, very Midwestern game. And I will say for myself, the only person in my family that knew how to play was my grandma, and she would ramble and ramble and ramble and would never actually get to how to play the game. So I have not, been explained of that yet.
Yeah, I've never done pinochle either. I say that like it's some sort of drug or something. I've never played pinochle. I really hadn't played euchre until the last 3 or 4 years. 0-2 to Will Smith, gonna be a swing and the miss. The Dodgers will go down again. They'll get a base runner on the walk, but still no capitalization. So we're headed to the bottom of the 6th. D-backs look to cushion that lead and get within a game of the Dodgers. The NL West. Beer, Ahmed, and Kelly.
Beer.
Downs one foul to start the inning.
We're almost playing golf with that one, digging it out of the dirt, but you know, he's able to slap it foul and do something decent with it.
Not going to slap that one foul. Gets down just in front. Mr. Hernandez, he'll flip it to first and get the out.
The batter number 13, shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Yeah, surprisingly a tough play there for Hernandez. Had to pick it up and throw it all in one motion, as it was a light hit ball. One that was hit a little bit harder, came back in the 4th inning off David Price. Nick Ahmed taking him deep for a 2-run shot that really, I want to say, broke open this game, but it's still a 3-run ball game. Dodgers are definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get back into it. First up there, though, of course, is Jimmy Nelson having another scoreless 1-2-3 inning. He's gotten 2 down so far. Ahmed grounds out up the middle. That means Carson Kelly with the quote last shot. Takes strike 1. 0 for 4 yesterday and struck out at least once. 0 for 1 today. Worked a walk. Down 0-2 here, though. Slider hitting 90 for Nelson. It's one of the faster ones in the game.
Got good speed on that slider and good break. Another pitch with good break. That sinker running in, and he can get the 1-2-3 inning here in the 6th. Dodgers got some work to do, though.
We're heading to the top of the 7th. I'm sure our resident shark is about to be in the water, and I think I detect him. We'll see the double switch for the D-backs to start the 7th, but really cares about what move Torrey's making. What we really care about is you, Shark. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Enjoying this game between the D-backs and the Brooklyn Robins, I think. Fresh out of the time machine.
Now playing shortstop and batting 8, number 85.
Brooklyn.
Andy.
I believe these uniforms are from when they were the Robins. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know, to be perfectly honest.
Very possible. You know, I don't know exactly which year these uniforms were from. At one point, they were the Brooklyn Robins before they became the Brooklyn Dodgers, and that was all before they moved out west to become the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Back outside.
Not to be confused with the Los Angeles Dodgers of Anaheim.
I almost called them that. I don't know why.
7-8-9 for the Dodgers to face Steve Crichton, known for writing the Jurassic Park series. He'll get a fly out for Nick Ahmed. Deep range there for the first out.
The third baseman.
It's a nice running catch there. Not an easy play by any means, but he made it look easy. Sprinting out onto the outfield grass, making the catch. And the Dodgers quickly only have 8 outs to work with.
Hernandez, swing, fly ball to center, but that's going to be routine for Marte. So do an over-your-shoulder catch for out number 2. Make it down to the last out for the inning, a quick inning. Eager for the stretch here, Navy Shark.
Your attention, please.
Seems to be that way. 4 pitches so far this inning.
Beatty.
Looks like, I believe that's Matt Beatty's going to pinch hit.
Yes, sir.
Lefty Beatty with 2 away.
Nope, that's down.
Got his first taste at starting this year on a somewhat consistent basis with the Muncie injury last week. Back to the bench now, though. anyone in Twitch chat, if you want to confirm, I have Boat in catch and Creighton in the 7 hole for the Diamondbacks, but confirmation would be much appreciated, so I'm kind of guesstimating. Maybe going to power the 1-1 back.
Creighton, like you said, working a very quick 7th inning, just 1 strike away from keeping the Dodgers scoreless.
We do have a correction. It's Andy Young who's making a nice play at short. A couple nice plays for Andy Young at short this inning, and it's stretch time in the desert. Shark, that was beautiful, but the only thing that can make this day better is seeing the Dodgers win.
Well, as I said, and don't believe the Dodgers are present here, so it's going to be hard for them to pull out a win, but regardless, agree to disagree, don't step out and snack, and with that being said, have a great rest of your call. Look forward to seeing this game.
All right, Shark, thank you as always. We appreciate it. Let's see if I guess the Brooklyn Robins can try and top the Arizona Nakes, and they're going to bite on Ross Stripling, a leadoff base hit for Andy Young, newly entered in the ballgame. A couple nice defensive plays, now a nice base hit.
Yeah, just slaps it right up the middle. And not much other to it than that. Ildemaro Vargas going to try and continue the train that's been rolling here in the 7th.
Eli Vargas, IV they call him. You just want to attach his brand of baseball into your veins. 0-1, and take outside 1-1. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give these guys a nickname special.
That was a pretty good nickname, or maybe IV if he's the 4th best or something. Trying to give him a nickname as well, but Ildemaro is just a cool enough name as on its own. You might as well just call him that.
Yeah, Ildemaro will foul one off, make it 1-2. Stripling not looking too happy. I don't think I'd be either if I gave up a base hit to start my outing.
Yep, he's got some work to do coming out of the stretch. And a fast guy at the dish, not going to make it easy for a double play.
Yeah, and he'll go ahead and make things fairly straightforward. No double play. He'll strike out. Stripling's first. But the double play just gets even harder with Tim LeCastro.
Very hard indeed, as Tim LeCastro, of course, is the fastest man in baseball. Maybe not reflected in this pop ball scenario, only rated at 98 speed, but
Off the plate, ball 1.
He's one fast guy. Any ground ball, you gotta hurry if you want to turn 2, or even just turn 1.
Foul ball. 1-1.
This is where Price really lacked, during his start. He wasn't attacking hitters. If he was getting ahead, it's because they were chasing after his pitches. But Stripling doing a good job getting ahead in the count and making sure he pounds that strike zone.
Let's see what Stripling does. 1-2 to Tim LaCastro. Fouled off inside. Of course, I guess the storyline right now, like we mentioned, the series was split last week. The Diamondbacks took games 2 and 4. Dodgers took 1 and 3. Dodgers then took 2 or 3 in a series with the Tigers this weekend, while these Diamondbacks hosted the Brewers, who they promptly swept. So we got the Diamondbacks on a 4-game win streak right now. Looks like they're in line for number 5. Dodgers on a 1-game win streak, if you can call it that. They're looking to alternate back and forth, win-loss for another time here today. So, they still got a chance, only down by 3, and Stripling's starting to look pretty sharp.
Yep, great job on that, off-speed pitch with the changeup. Pulled the string on him, got him out in front of it. 2 away after that leadoff single.
Oh, that's low.
Want to know to Ketel Marte, most dangerous part of the order due up. The only black ink boy that hasn't turned gray yet. He'll ground out to second. Gonna send the throw to second. He grounds out to second, but the throw will go to second. Believe it or not, that sentence actually makes sense. Through 7. Diamondbacks still up by 3. We could be down to the last 9 outs of the ball game as the Sheriff Andrew Chapin is going to look to get the last 3 of the last something outs for something baseball bets.
He could, get credit for a hold if he does complete this inning without giving up the lead. So, maybe that's a baseball term he can throw in there. But Mookie Betts going to try and stop him from doing that. 1 of 2 hits today for the Dodgers. Betts along with Will Smith. Lots of walks given up by Zach Gallen, but just those 2 singles.
Dodgers look like they might have had Gallen's number early. They really made him work that first inning, but hey, he ended up having a really nice start. Of course, Creighton pitched a nice 7th. Chafin now 1-1 to Mookie Betts. Muncy and Bellinger to follow. 1, 2, 3. They want to get at least 1 run here, I would assume, special. You don't want to leave all the pressure for the 9th inning.
Yeah, you would have rather them chipped away throughout the game, but you got to deal with the situation that's at hand. Luckily, Mookie Betts getting into that good hitters count, 3-1. If he can find his pitch, he could, give it a good ride, or at the very least, could draw a walk.
He'll take the walk, so that'll put the tying run on deck.
The batter, the first baseman, Max.
Chafin's not happy.
Yeah, but the main reason he was brought in was to face this load of lefties. So, as much as he would have liked to retire Betts, he's got at least the on-paper advantage, but not in person. Max Muncy out to right field. And just like that, this game is turned on its head. 3-2. Diamondbacks still out front.
Max Muncy. Lefty on lefty. He bounces back with a big home run. Boy howdy. Nearly 110 off the bat. It was a no-doubter, folks. And the Brooklyn Robins lead. Almost. Not quite. But we can dream special.
We can dream, and we might not have to dream much longer as we've got still dangerous bats in this lineup. 3, 4, and 5 are guaranteed to be coming up this inning.
Cody Kelly up now. 0-for-2 on the day. Jock Peterson, Corey Seager to follow. If one of them can reach and not ground into a double play, they'll get you Will Smith as well. Dodgers back within 1 late. Anyone's game. A bloop and a blast gives them the lead. Just a blast ties it up. Swing and a miss on a slider. Chafin doing a good job putting that pitch right where he should to the lefty to get it 1-2.
Yeah, that slider's really working well for him in this at-bat. Got him to 1-2.
Get ready for the next 1-2. Going to be a swing and a grounder into the shift. Not too much credit to the shift, though, says Special. Second baseman will get it over to first for the first out.
Well, I'll give credit to the shift on that one. That was hit a little bit harder. I'm just saying the first time it came up, it was a soft tapper. Second baseman probably has enough time to make his way over. But I am a shift hater, not in the sense that I think it should be banned. I think hitters should just, force it away by hitting the other way.
Ball 1, no strike.
Well, yeah, I hope my special voice didn't offend you. That's just my imitate other people voice. You sound like that.
2 balls, no strike.
No worries. I probably do sound like that. The voice in your head doesn't always sound like what you actually sound like. So I know we'll check. We'll check the tapes tomorrow, see if there's any resemblance.
I gotta say, that's one thing that kind of gets to me, is anytime I speak as somebody else, I use that voice. A lot of times people get offended with me, and I'm like, it's nothing personal to you, that's just the voice I use when I'm pretending to be somebody else. So your voice is normal, don't worry.
No worries.
Jock Peterson, though, 2-2. He's going to slap this one opposite way. It'll get down in front of Tim LeCastro. My bad, David Peralta. I know my right from left. So usually I have to look at my hand to find the L. That's going to run it on.
Pretty weird, too, if you turn your hands the other way. The other one will make an L. We're going to see DJ Peters coming in to pinch run for Jock Peterson, representing that tying run over at first base. And that swing right there, that's exactly what I want to see, so we can help get rid of the shift permanently. Go the other way with the pitch. Don't try to do too much by pulling it, and really only pull it if you think you're going to have a good swing.
He does a great job going the opposite way. Like you mentioned, the speedy DJ Peters and pinch running. Dave Roberts definitely wants to try and grab this one. Corey Seager's down 0-2, though. Not going to make things much easier for that pinch runner. Let's get ready for the next 0-2. Going to take it on the bottom. He doesn't like the call. I think that was probably correct, though. It's out number 2.
Yeah, I don't know what Seager's doing there. 2 strikes in the count. Taking, a pitch that looked like it was going to be right down the middle, and then, of course, with the sinker did dip down, but stayed in the zone. And with the last lefty, for the moment at least, retired, we're going to see the last of the lefty Chafin. Instead, Hector Rondon will try and get that final out here in the 8th. 4.22 ERA automatically stands out to me as fairly average, so it's going to be a small task that they ask him to do. Will he be able to do it is the question.
Will Smith is what stands in the way of him at the end of the inning. Of course, on deck is Gavin Lux, who hit a grand slam off Hector Rondon 5 days ago. Won't matter, though. Grounded to second, and they'll make the throw to first. Easy for Vargas. But Max Muncy brings the Dodgers back within 1. And with Archie Bradley coming in for presumably the save some Diamondback runs here in the bottom half, things could get interesting in the desert. Peters will stay in and left. Go ahead and see Beer, the pitcher spot, and Kelly. My bad. Escobar, Peralta, and Beer. For the D-backs, Ross Stripling going to stay in there.
Yep, and now Stripling is pitching in a totally different ball game, still down, but the pressure is just that much more to not allow a run. That's going to be a great start. 1 pitch ground out over to first, easy for Muncy, takes it to the bag.
Now that.
Yeah, little do-it-yourself play. 1 quick out. Now the most dangerous guy standing in your way is David Peralta. Not to knock on Seth Beer, he does have the, I suppose, no longer the winning run, but he gave the first run of the ball game to the squad here in the top of the first.
Although he does have the only RBI of guys left in the lineup. Of course, Nick Ahmed, removed during the double switch, had that 2-run home run in the fourth.
So you hit a 2-run home run. You're one of the best defensive guys in the league, but sorry, you're the one that's out on the double switch.
Makes sense to me. I don't see what the problem is.
Guess that's just how they roll in the desert.
Getting some heat stroke out there in the dugout.
0-2 going to be taken. Strike 3. Stripling's got his third K. There's 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th.
Pitching beautifully with a very nice number on his back. Not quite the nicest. But he's, like I said, he's pitching great. 1 pitch ground out, now a quick strikeout. And, all of a sudden, 1 guy left to go through.
That's Seth Beer, the last hope. Could be the last batter of the day for the Diamondbacks, should they hold on to get the save in the top half. He chases a changeup, so he's down 0-2. Let's see what Stripling goes to. Looks like it's going to be a slider. Just going to bounce on the plate, though, not go anywhere. Foul ball.
A little surprised I didn't see, Will Smith pounce at that. Even if it is a foul ball, you don't want to take a chance and let him get a free bag because he didn't try the play.
Knuckle curve taken for a ball this time. Yeah, a bit surprising, but I guess he knew what he was doing. It didn't come back to bite him.
So he will say, I knew it all along. That was my plan all along.
Stripling tried getting cute, tried to pin a fastball, didn't work, and he comes back and one's fouled, ripped foul by Beer. Count will hold it 2-2 though. 2-2 count, 2 away. Number 80 will take one in the dirt to bring it full. After Rondon in the pitcher spot due up, Pearson Kelly follow. Just none of that matters if Stripling can get out Beer.
Yeah, great job of battling. He was down 0-2 in the count. Now it's 3-2 with a couple of foul balls mixed in.
Next 3-2 on the way. Gonna miss inside, so that'll put a runner on, and we'll see a pinch hitter for the D-backs. Probably Starling Marte if I had to gamble.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Diamondbacks.
And if you were a gambling man, you would have been getting that payout, although I don't know what the odds would have been on that. Probably not getting too much. Regardless, Starling Marte will be taking the cuts here with 2 out in the 8th inning.
The D-backs broadcasters kind of been talking about it. Marte's been in a horribly long rut. I don't know if he got anything going this weekend. I didn't really tune in that much, but he's definitely been rough as of late. Not a guy you want to see up when you're only up by 1 in the late going looking for insurance runs.
If you just look at the numbers, you'd say that's the case, but if you look at his track record and his composure being a veteran, I think this is just the guy you want up.
Slider will drop in 2-1.
Ball, that's inside.
Stripling might be starting to get tired. He's missed the zone a few times to Beer, not looking the best to Marte right now as well.
Yeah, looking straight at the face of back-to-back walks. Dodgers, of course, have a couple of guys in the bullpen, but yeah, 35 pitches out of the bullpen. That's probably a little bit past his limit.
High fly ball off the bat of Marte. I was about to say, he might have been playing 4D checks, because if they got Carson Kelly up this inning, he couldn't hit a home run off Jansen in the bottom half if the Dodgers take the lead. But they get the fly out to left instead. So it's going to be Lex Hernandez and a pinch hitter, probably A.J. Pollock.
Your attention, please.
Facing Archie Bradley.
Number 25.
Bradley only blown 1 save on the year. His ERA is a little bit high for what you want. Coming close to 3.54. And probably the most surprising stat of them all, dominating lefties, batting below 100 against him this season.
They start by facing a lefty. Gavin Lux hit a grand slam off the Diamondbacks. Like I've mentioned about 1 million times this broadcast in their series last week, and we saw this pitching matchup. So if he could do it again, well, he can't hit a grand slam, but a solo shot at least sends us to extra.
If you're trying to speak it into existence, but you know, Lux at least in a good count got a little bit of a favorable call on the 1-0 to make it 2-0. Now it's 2-1.
2-1 to Gavin down low, so it's gonna go 3-1 if he walks. Like we said, Kike on deck. Bench a little shallow though. It's just Austin Barnes and AJ Pollock left after the DJ Peters pinch run, and we've already seen Taylor and Beatty pinch hit.
Third baseman, PK.
It will indeed be a walk. Bradley's upset.
Understandably so. He got squeezed on a couple of those pitches, but Dodgers are going to take any help that they can get in a one-run ball game. Kike Hernandez at the plate, representing the go-ahead run. Of course, doesn't normally have the stats to back that up, you know, whether that's in the season or against Bradley in his career.
Yeah, 1 for 8 in his career, batting under 200 on the season. Strike 1. Bradley wasn't squeezed on that last one. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Be a big out right here, especially if he can get a double play ball. He'll take outside, 1-2.
Yeah, a bit of a waste pitch there on the fastball outside. Would have liked to see, you know, maybe more of a breaking pitch, or if he does have that fastball, try and jam him inside. But that was a fairly easy take there for Hernandez.
To the arch. I kind of just realized with Brother Beard calling the game before us and Beardy Buddha coming on for a squirrely late night matchup, we've kind of been sandwiched by Beard's special.
A bearded cookie sandwich, you could call it, and I don't want to know what the Urban Dictionary definition of that is, if that even exists.
Archie Bradley's got a nice beard too. He's 3-2. Shame he's not going to get to face Justin Turner, who has one of the best beards in baseball, if you ask me, instead of Kike Hernandez today. But, oh well. Full count. Down low, so he walks 2. So that'll put the tying run in scoring position. Winning run will stand at first.
I think the most important thing about those 2 walks, especially the last one, is that he was up in the count 0-2. He just wasn't able to put anything away. And yes, we will see AJ Pollock facing against his former teammate Archie Bradley in the pinch hitting role.
Up and in, ball 1. Bit of history. Like you mentioned, Pollock played for the Diamondbacks, but most D-backs fans hate him now.
I mean, it's very understandable, you know, if your guy goes to a division rival, especially one that's traditionally a lot better, that's great cause for hate, you know. I mean, you can take it way back to, I'm not necessarily trying to compare these 2 players, but take it back to Babe Ruth going over to the Yankees, and I'm sure Red Sox fans hated him way back when. But Pollock, very interesting so far, up 3-0 with 2 on, nobody out.
And he'll take ball 4, so the bases are going to be loaded by Archie Bradley on walks.
Now batting, the right fielder, Mookie.
And I mean, do you trust your pitcher to get out of this inning? Maybe not even with the lead, just with, you know, a tie ball game. I mean, his command has been awful. He's going to have to face the best part of this Dodgers lineup, 1, 2, and 3.
Strike 1 to Mookie Betts. I suppose the double play and triple play are in order, but Betts, Muncie, Bellinger, the best 3 hitters in this lineup, are the next 3 up. Betts is going to get one, third base, second for 1. Relay to first will be in time, but we got a tie ball game.
Now batting, the first baseman, Max.
I mean, not quite the best scenario. You do give up the tying run, but you do get 2 outs in the innings. So as much as it pains Diamondbacks fans, and especially Zach Gallen, who will not be in line for the win anymore, you got to take that for what it's worth. 2 outs now, just 1 out away from having a chance to walk it off in the 9th.
Gotta wonder why these Diamondbacks didn't go home with the throw, but hey, still got 2 outs, I suppose. Max Muncie has a chance to drive in the winning run if he can get a base hit. Alex Young and John Duplantier up in the pen, one of those two likely to come in should Bradley screw this up anymore.
One might argue they should have been in the game already after those 3 straight walks. Of course, he couldn't come out any earlier than that with the new 3-batter minimum rule. But, I mean, when a guy doesn't have it, he doesn't have it.
Definitely doesn't have it today. 2-1 up. Right down the chute for Muncie. Don't know why I took that. 2-2. So a blown save for Archie Bradley. See if he can avoid the loss, though. 2-2 to Max Muncie. Swing and a miss. Play outside. But not before the Dodgers tie this one up. Bradley blows the save. Let's see if his team can pick him up and walk it off. We head to the bottom half of the 9th, 3-3. You're watching ML Ball. Dylan Floro in the pitch for the Dodgers.
Number 51.
You've got some interesting reverse splits, just like Archie Bradley, doing a lot better against lefties than he is against righties. You know, almost a 200 batting average difference between the two, and this might even be a strategic move, knowing that Carson Kelly is up. You know, you might have brought in Kenley Jansen in a situation like this, but with their history together, especially this season, I don't know if you want to risk it.
Have Jansen and Trinan will be up in the pen. It'll be Kelly, Young, and Vargas to start things out for the Snakes. Of course, I suppose if one of these guys walks it off, we won't see all 3. One and 1 to Carson Kelly, the catcher, 0 for 2 with a walk. D-backs catchers have a knack for doing good things late in the game. There's Kelly and Stephen Vogt.
And he almost had something to do with that pitch. Left, right down the middle. Smashed foul, and this one is smashed again, but right to the glove of Gavin Lux over at second base. So tough out for the Diamondbacks and a bit of a lucky out for the Dodgers.
Yeah, lucky, hard hit, but hard hit right at somebody. Works out. Nice job by Gavin Lux to snag it, better than I would have done back when I played second base. Brings up Andy Young. Shortstop, 1 for 1 today. He had a nice base hit, his first at bat of the day. Twins Astros coming up. We'll get that to you as soon as this one's over. Like I mentioned, Yuri and Matias call. One guest, Score, is going to call tomorrow at 2. I forgot about that.
Yep, he's got the Oakland A's and the Tampa Bay Rays, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey!
Two fouled back, staying alive. Staying alive.
I was just about to say he might be a member of the Bee Gees, Andy Young, staying alive this many times.
I'm not going to sing much more than that. I'm pretty sure that breaks some sort of Twitch rule or something nowadays. Look, he'll get a second opportunity. This time he'll have to throw it to first. He'll get the second out. And Ildemar Varius. It's going to be the last chance before we hit the extras. This time without...
Gavin Lux being very involved this inning. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's a bit interesting to see a Diamondbacks game threatening extra innings and Duggo not freaking out in the booth.
To see Duggo freak out in chat, though, wasn't very happy when that throw didn't go home to, well, it would have ended the ball game, presumably, if they got the out there. But instead, this wad's looking, well, on a favorable count now, 2-0 count, with 2 away for Vargas, but he'll pop it up. Corey Seager takes a couple steps back and he'll make the catch. So, folks, we got extras in the desert. Will it be 17? Will it be 19? Or will it just be 10? Find out after this. Billinger, Peters, and Seager coming up. You're watching ML Bat Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Yep, as Nightbot is reminding us in the chat, free baseball here in the desert. Alex Young going to take over now for the recently departed Archie Bradley. And, you know, recently departed from the game, recently departed from a lot of the fan clubs, you know, that the Diamondbacks are hosting. He's been having a solid year so far, only with the one blown save, but with a chance to close in on the Dodgers lead, he blows the save. As this one's launched out to right field, going back is LeCastro. He'll stop on the warning track for out number 1.
Oh, big there from Cody. Another 10-15 feet. We got a late lead. But hopefully that shakes up Alex Young a little bit. See DJ Peters in for Jock Peterson now hit. Corey Seager to follow. My back just locked up for a second. I felt like I was about to break my back or something. I don't know. We'll see if that heals as the game goes on. As we strike 1 to Peters.
You see a couple of righties warming up for the Diamondbacks.
The one will get in there 0-2. For those people in chat using the today command, it goes over the character limit. If you're curious, that's why it didn't work when you did the tomorrow command yesterday, the today command today. Alex Young will strike out DJ Peters, a big second out, his first K of the day. I'll put it all on Corey Seager to try and break the tie in the 10th if the Dodgers want a shot at winning it here without going 11.
Yeah, Peters still has some work to do as a young bat in his rookie season. Chasing a lot of pitches, he does have that high batting average in a very limited sample size, but, you know, he's got to learn to observe the strike zone as it is and not get fooled by a lot of these pitchers. Because, you know, he's up to the major leagues now. The intensity is going to be amplified.
1-0, they're going to be grounded foul, make it 1-1. Side 2-1. Alex Young, the lefty, one of 2 lefties in this pen. We already saw the Sheriff Andrew Chafin come in and give up a 2-run bomb. Young looking better so far. He'll give up, a nice diving play to Ketel Marte in center to get out of the inning. And a lucky thing he got to that when it would have been extra bases if that got past him, but he'll just snag it. We'll see if they can ride that momentum. LeCastro, Marte, Escobar, top of the order for the Diamondbacks, looking to walk it off in the 10th.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the right fielder, Jim Castro.
Dylan Floro, of course, looking to experience the same success he found in the 9th inning with a clean bottom half, sending it to extra innings.
And the Lowe's got it 2-0. Castro's known for his speed. 0 for 4 today, though.
That's ball 3.
They're going to look to try and get one on the ground. Of course, might also just look for a walk, already up 3-0. You want to see Floro bounce back. Last thing you want is this guy on first, because he's basically already on second.
But he will make it by the base on balls. Leadoff man on. He hasn't, tried to steal as many bases as you would expect, being the fastest man in baseball. As even though he does have quite a few bags swiped, he's nowhere near the NL leader, Trey Turner.
So with him on first, Marte's going to try and drop down a bunt, so it'll go foul. Not the worst idea. Get that runner in scoring position with just one away. A base hit's all it would take at that point for Castro to come home. That was the bunt too.
Yeah, Buzz does bunt himself into an 0-2 count, and that's what you don't like to see when the bunt is put into play, because now you've basically wasted your offensive opportunity with, no gain. I mean, still got a chance, but it's going to be tougher.
Ground ball to second. They'll go to second for 1. Relay to first. Just in time. Risky double play by Gavin Lux, but they get 2.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think going to second was the right move, because you want to get LaCastro, make sure he doesn't make it into scoring position. I just didn't think they had a chance to turn 2, but strong throw there from Seager coming across the bag. And now there are 2 outs, and we're 2 steps closer to heading to the 11th.
Escobar, all that stands in the way. He'll hit a high fly ball left field. DJ Peters on the warning track will grab it, and we're heading to the 11th. 3-3. Dodgers have Smith, Lux, and Hernandez looking to break the tie. You're watching ML Bop Ball.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Smith's 1 for 4 with a single. Alex Young and lefty going to stay out there.
Yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to waste your bullpen arm, especially A, after he went so few innings, and B, you didn't really come up to his spot in the batting order. So why not roll with him? Maybe not getting the best matchup with 2 righties due up, and then Gavin Lux, the lefty, sandwiched in the middle, but work with what you got, not knowing how much longer this one might go.
Yeah, who knows how long? And bigger now, Price was able to go 4. Sounds weird to say, oh, he managed to go 4, but hey, that's huge if you're David Price. Smith is having a temper tantrum after Young gets the strikeout, though.
Now batting.
Boy.
The second baseman. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know what he has to complain about. Maybe just frustrated at himself. He's got one of the Dodgers' only 4 hits today. It's not like he's the only one in a rut, but still just 1 hit and now 5 attempts. And Gavin Lux drew a walk in the 9th to lead it off, ended up scoring that tying run.
Yeah, he's in the lefty-on-lefty matchup now. Took a cutter inside for ball 1. He's going to ground this one, though. It's going to get past both infielders, so a base hit. Puts the winning run on first base.
Now batting. Third baseman. PK Hernandez.
Great swing there, pulling it through that hole on the right side. And Kike Hernandez once again will step up in a clutch spot here in the late innings. He has drawn a couple of walks today, so, hasn't raised his batting average, but I still think he's going to be happy with that productive day at the plate.
Hernandez takes ball 1.
Good take there, making sure that, he looked like he was about to swing, but
They get 1 and 2. High pop-up. Seth Beer. Handle it in foul territory for out number 2. If we have any Diamondback regulars, I know it's one of our bigger fan bases, feel free to give a shout out to the largest Ackman, who is your Duggo in chat, who's not calling today as he prepares for a fun surgery. All picked up on drugs tonight to prepare for the procedure, so good luck tomorrow, Duggo. Don't think it's very high risk, but surgery is always surgery.
as we will see the Dodgers burn through their last guy off the bench, Austin Barnes, and you got to wonder, will they keep him in, as the form of a double switch? Well, we'll see what Dave Roberts wants to do. Slap over to second, flips onto first, and the inning is over. Diamondbacks once again can walk it off in the bottom of the 11th this time.
Yeah, that empties the bench. I was actually wrong. Duggo got sliced open today. It's just still on the drugs now. I guess that makes more sense. For some reason, I was thinking it's tomorrow morning. So. Whatever. Duggo is recovering, though, folks. He hasn't died yet. And I don't think the odds are very high at this point. So we're all happy to see him still around. I think he's not in the booth. I'm sure the Diamondbacks miss him today, maybe losing that Duggo charm as they're heading to the 11th inning. Still looking to win it. Peralta, Beer, and a pinch hitter as Blake Trinan comes in the pitch.
Yeah, Trinan having a monstrous season out of the bullpen in that middle relief spot. ERA just around 2, but he did blow a tie ball game against the Tigers the other day. This one's sent over to short. Seager slings it over to first for out number 1.
Now batting, first baseman.
Nice routine play. Jansen and Kelly up in the pen. Beer. You mentioned only guy left in the game with an RBI for D-backs. A double back in the first. Got things going early. Looks like Price was going to be awful as per usual. I suppose he was.
I mean, if you look statistically at it, he definitely didn't perform too well going 4 innings, giving up the 3 runs, but we saw some flashes of great stuff with him. He just wasn't able to consistently have it. And, it's very tough to see a guy that you're paying so much money not perform as well as he definitely can.
Swing and miss by Beer makes it 1-1. Of course, David Price coming over in that Betts trade was probably more or less just to lower that prospect cost. I think they didn't really get David thinking they were going to get another Clayton Kershaw. They were just trying to basically give salary relief to the Red Sox, who are, they were in desperate need of clearing salary. Of course, with now Price and Betts both gone, they kind of did a good job of eliminating about 40-50 million of it. But they got to be hopeful Price can maybe turn it around. The potential's in the arm, and Dodgers are known for having really good pitching staffs, so if they'll get something to click. Trinan gets a K of Seth Beer for the second out.
And that sinker is working well today for Trinan, getting swings and misses, and right there was fooling the hitter on the outer half. 2 away, and we will see a pinch hitter coming in. Number 53.
The first baseman Christian Walker to get a pinch hit. 15 homers, batting .270, but sits against the lefty. It's part of a first base platoon where they both have opposite splits. Beer, the lefty, actually hits better off lefties, and Walker, the righty, hits better off righties.
Definitely an interesting combination, but if it works, it works, and it's working for the Diamondbacks so far.
Side, make it 2. My bad, 1-1. Thought the count just hadn't updated yet on the screen. There's all the talk about anesthetics and coming back from surgery and stuff. Reminds me of when I got my wisdom teeth out. The time I've really gone under I can remember. Didn't really do that much weird other than imitate my old computers teacher, but that was pretty normal for me. Hernandez to Muncie for the last out. So, okay guys, we're headed to the 12th inning, guys. Anybody hear about that one? Special, you ever heard of the 12th inning?
I have heard of the 12th inning, and we're going to take take a normal batting lineup and gut it, make sure it compiles.
Number 61.
The Savino Bronco, guys. He's got that ERA under 4. It's important.
Yeah, very important as we bring it back to our normal voices. Leaving you guys in the dark on that joke. But if you met the man, you would understand his ramblings and why we adore him, not just as a teacher, but as a person who is truly, a spectacle of a man.
Some of the best memories in high school came from that class. We retired, though, the same year we graduated, so I feel bad for the future generations. But hey, we got another generation of baseball fans maybe being born here already at Chase Field. We've gone 12 innings. Feels like the game might never end. Fly ball to right. Retreating will be Castro to make the catch for the first out.
Now batting.
Well, and don't threaten that with the Diamondbacks. They already know how to never end some games. Had a 17-inning affair with Duggo in the booth, and then, a couple weeks later had a 19-inning game. Duggo also in the booth, so who knows? We'll make it 3 times the charm for a very long ball game out here, or one of these teams can actually take a lead in extras.
1-0 to Muncie. Special, I remember there was an 18-inning game in one of our simulated matchups recently. Do you remember what teams that was?
Yes, that was the Rockies and the Cardinals. 2-1 victory. I believe it was the Cardinals at home walking it off. So 18 innings and all you see is 3 total runs on the board. Must have been very exciting for all those pitching fans out there.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Swing and miss by Muncie brings it 1-2. Yeah, NL West heavy situation if you're looking for deep extra inning games. A couple of NL West teams today. Popped up to second. And good old B. Vargas to make the catch. Or my bad, that might be Andy Young. Who knows what the shift on?
I was going to say that looks a little more like Andy Young, number 85, with the shift on lefty at the dish. And we got another lefty who's had a cold streak coming into this game. It's continued 0 for 4, but chance to be the hero with 2 out.
Cody. 2 outs. Up high, 1-0. Yeah, folks, we're going at least 12. No signs of this ending either. 1-0 to Cody, swing and a miss, makes it 1-1. Definitely going to be extra squirrely tonight for you on the late night, folks. Especially if we keep going deeper into extras. Dodgers aren't going to have a chance to win unless they push it to 13. Pop out, going to end the inning here. Right up the chute for Kelly. To the bottom of the 12th, Arizona. has a 4th consecutive chance to walk it off. You're watching ML Botball.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the catcher.
Yeah, tough part in the lineup if they do want to walk it off. 7, 8, and 9. Carson Kelly, Nick Young, and Ildemaro Vargas.
0-1 to Carson Kelly. Like you mentioned, 7, 8, 9, so maybe an easier part of the order for Trinan to tackle going a second inning. That was a reverse jinx to perfection there, though. Tests Lux in the right for a base hit to start the inning. Kelly's on.
Yeah, great swing there. Just the 6th hit of the game for the Diamondbacks. As even though they had the lead for most of the game, they really weren't doing much in the hit department either. Just able to do more with their hits. Andy Young already with a hit today. Gonna try and bunt the man over. Here's a bunt over to first. Throw goes to second. Got him. Relay to first. Not in time. So wasted opportunity there.
Yeah, Young tried to be fancy, but what that does is erase the lead base runner. Now make it double play in order 2 away. Maybe Vargas can bunt into a double play. Vargas is 1 for 4. I assume there has to be a walk mixed in though. So now in the bottom of the 12. Most career wins as a pitcher for a Latin American ball player. The big guy joining us for trivia, this game went so long. It's of course going to be Big Sexy, the big guy. Bartolo Colon, the last remaining active player who played for the Montreal Expos as well. Fly ball to center field, retreating. It's Cody Bellinger. He'll make the catch for out number 2.
Big cut out there out of the number 9 hole for Ildemaro Vargas, but hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark, unfortunately. Center field, long run for Bellinger, but he does make the catch, and we will see the fastest man in baseball.
I still think Terrence Score is fast. Of course, Terrence Score is not really a big league regular, so hard to gauge it. More of a pinch run.
I mean, we will have to, maybe introduce you to some foolish baseball. Maybe he can sway your mind with, I love, I know you big proponent of the numbers guys, and he's also a big numbers guy. So I think that's really the origin of, LaCastro being the fastest man in baseball. Of course, Duggo and Jake and all of our other Snakes fans are not going to disagree with that.
Well, I guess you got a piece of that. That was a bet. Sometimes hard to see from up here in the booth with big Will Smith blocking our view. It's 1-2 pitch on the way. And in fouled back.
Leaving that sinker high in the zone. Maybe he's losing it a little bit, but got away with it. Just a quick foul ball. Stays 1-2.
Broken bat. First base. Muncie's gonna flip it. Flip it good. We're heading to 13, an unlucky number. Peter Seeger-Smith for the Dodgers looking to grab the lead. You're watching ML Botball on Twitch TV of, I suppose at this point it's an After Dark variety. Although the After Dark game is yet to come.
The left fielder, DJ Peters.
DJ Peters struck out his last time. Pinch ran for Jock Peterson earlier in the ball game.
Way back in inning number 8. And, it maybe seemed like the right decision, but you did take away a pinch hitting option, in that pitcher's spot, so pitchers are going to have to bat for the rest of the game. And, you also did take Jock Peterson, big bat, out of the lineup, of course, not doing too well against lefties. But against this righty, I think Peterson is a lot more of a threat than DJ Peters.
Yes, Silvino Bronco I said that right. Back out for another inning.
I believe it's Bracho. That's how you would pronounce it.
Bracho Taco. Go for a taco. Peters takes a 3-1. Curveball gets in there, stays up high. It's 3-2.
I will say the only taqueria open around us might be one Taco Bell.
It is getting pretty late. This one's going to get down, though. A base hit for DJ Peters. Past the infielders to the left side. A little salute to his dugout, a pat on the chest, saying, "Let's go, boys." Got a pinch runner on first already.
And Corey Seager still has a chance to get his first hit of the game, but he's going to forego that, it looks like, offering to bunt and then pulling back. Ball one.
Dave Roberts looking for that bunt, too. A good job by Seager to recognize that one in the dirt, pull back. Next bunt opportunity goes to first. Runner's going to be getting the second fine, and hey, Seager's going to reach first, too, so that'll put 2 on with nobody out.
Likely a sacrifice situation, but Corey Seager, maybe not Tim LaCastro speed, but he's still a fast runner. Beats it out, a little bit of a tough play out in no man's land.
So they'll stick with bunt. This time Will Smith, they'll go to second, and they'll get the out there, but that'll put runners on the corners with 1 away.
Now batting, the second baseman, Gavin. Look.
So with 1 out runner at the corners, that does mean a fly ball should be enough to break this deadlock here in the 13th. We'll see if Gavin Lux can deliver here with just the 1 out.
They'll take outside. Good start by not chasing that. That would have completely messed with your mental speak for the rest of the at-bat. It's 1-0. Like you said, a fly ball deep to be all it takes to tie with DJ Peters at third. Or my bad, get the go-ahead run. Base hit would work just fine, too. Seeing lots of bunt hate in chat. If you hate the bunt, come to the American League where there is no pitcher, no bunting, no small ball, and just lots of dingers. Nelson Cruz and Jordan Alvarez, too. A couple DHs are good to see. After dark, we got the fly ball. That'll be pretty shallow, though. Andy Young, the pitcher, not the left fielder. It's David Peralta will make the catch for out number 2 and get it in.
Yeah, Gavin Lux not able to finish the job off. So Diamondbacks 1 step closer to escaping this dreaded 13th inning. Kike Hernandez will try and have something to say about it.
Runners on the corners, 2 out, all 1. Top of the 13th inning. Ready for the 1-0. Hernandez has struggled, but a big opportunity here. He has walked a couple times today. Get ready, the 1-1 pitch going to be on the way to Kike, up high, 1-2.
1 strike away.
Will he get the last strike? He will. So Dodgers get runners on first and second, nobody out, but end up stranding them on the corners. Heels of a fly out and a strikeout after a bunt also allowed a force out. Yeah, not really in order those calls there, but oh well. Joe Kelly, limited action this year out of the bullpen, going to pitch the bottom of the 13th to try and get us to the 14th in a 14th inning stretch.
Kelly, the right man to do it, having a wonderful season with the Dodgers, ERA between 2 and 3. And, you know, the old saying is if you can't beat them, join them, but kind of the reverse happened with Kelly. If you do beat him, then why not join him as well? Of course, beating the Dodgers in that 2018 World Series and then coming over as a free agent just the next year.
That's bolted.
Yeah. You beat him, join him, I suppose, and then try and beat again. 2-0 to Cattell Marte, middle of the order, best part of the order. Marte, Escobar, Peralta. If any of them reach, Seth Beer, who's had a pretty good day to follow.
Ball 3.
3-0, so danger time.
Especially with one of those gray ink boys waiting on deck, Eduardo Escobar.
Let's make it 3-1.
101 miles an hour, and he had 2-seam action on it. That's incredible.
That's the filthy thing with Joe Kelly's. He's got that filthy 2-seamer that can get hot and move quick too. Doesn't stop a good hitter like Marte though. Back up the middle. First base hit for the D-backs. Who knows how long. Well, you can almost bet that we'll see Eduardo Escobar try and bunt.
Of course, that is the optimal strategy here in the late innings. Or no, we're going to see him swing and line this one into center field, but it's going to hang up a little too long. Cody Bellinger makes the catch. And I'm a little surprised that we didn't see a bunt, although, you know, I'm not upset in terms of managerial decisions.
Yeah, a little mistake there. Well, I wouldn't call that a mistake, I guess. Just kind of in a trance at this point, inning number 13. Fly out to center, like you mentioned, not far to go for Bellinger, and now double play will be in order for David Peralta, who'll take strike one. See some people wondering about I think these are Brooklyn Robin jerseys, Shark pointed out to us. That was courtesy of our TARDIS 16 rookie janitor. Made a mistake loading into the game. It happened for the best of us, though. So that's why you're seeing these unis on a not throwback Thursday. This ball is going to stay inside the bag at third, though it's fair. Going to be a base hit for David Peralta to put 2 on, 1 away.
And that will extend his hitting streak to 8 games. Getting a little bit lucky that he's had some extra innings to do it, but slaps it down that left field line. Keeping it fair, and, you know, both these teams now in the 13th inning getting a couple men on. Question is, do the D-backs walk it off with Seth Beer?
Yeah, Beer had runners on first and second in the first inning. He slapped that opposite field double to give the Diamondbacks their first run of the game. He could go full circle doing that again to walk it off. Flip side, though, you could see him ground out, and you could get a 14th inning stretch, which is what I'll be rooting for. He's quickly down 0-2. Takes a curveball he could have crushed for a 3-run shot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he was looking for right there. Maybe he wants to get to hear that 14th inning stretch, too. As I did see in the chat, Shark Shavery does have it loaded up and ready to go if we do manage to make it out of this inning unscathed.
0-2 to Seth Beer. Fouled it off. Last pitch, staying alive. Next pitch from Kelly going to be down and in on the sinker. My bad, make it a curve. I also meant to say slider, not sinker, so 3 pitches, only one of the ones was right, and it wasn't even the one I was trying to say. 1-2. He'll ground it first base. Next one, he'll go to second for 1. Relay to first in time. Nice job to cover the bag by Kelly. So we're heading to the 14th inning here in the desert. 9-1-2 due up for the Dodgers. Mostly Joe Kelly hit for himself with the bench empty for the Dodgers.
It is no coincidence that as we go to the top of the 14th, I hear thunder outside.
For the Dodgers, the pitcher, number
Brewing up a storm here.
Joe Kelly.
I'm so happy.
We'll maybe see some lightning strike here in the 14th inning, hopefully for our Dodgers.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any Dodgers here.
See a Dodgers fan right behind home plate. Fouled off by Joe Kelly. Of course, AJ Pollock pinched hit earlier. All you got to do is ask him to realize. Most of the fans here are Dodger fans, of course. At this point, they're long gone. Especially since beer sales ended 7 innings ago. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, not much you're going to expect from Joe Kelly, relief pitcher. Swinging the bat, but you got no one left on the bench, so you got to trot him out there.
He bets. Swing through strike one. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Beardy and Matias, who are going to be calling Twins Astros. That game was slated to start about 45 minutes ago now. So we got to get underway. I hear they're giving delay beers out in the booth. So at least they got that to help tide them over. One to Mookie Betts. Down low, 2-1.
I mean, I'm trying to think of things I haven't already said about these guys. You know, Betts, of course, is a great hitter, and he's going to drive this one out to right center field deep. Going to get up the gap. Is it going to get out of here? No, it will not. At least not without taking a hop first.
Yeah, nice ground roll double by Mookie Betts. Dodgers got to the 14th inning. They're going to get to hear their stretch, but they don't want to go any further. So, nice job by Betts to get in the scoring position, one away. Going to give a nice opportunity to Muncy and Bellinger. He hit a 2-run bomb after Betts reached base to get the first 2 runs of the ball game for the Dodgers. See if he can do it again.
I'm sure Dodgers will even just take a single to drive in Betts, which is, you know, fairly likely unless he rips it at that 110 miles an hour like he did that home run. But, you know, Betts is quite speedy out there at second base. And Muncy, even down 0-2, he's got a .333 batting average with those runners in scoring position.
Favorable call on that 0-1 pitch for the pitcher. Brings it to 0-2, like you mentioned. Let's see what Muncy can do to the baseball. He'll take it to ball 1. Punishment here. Get to see a 1-2 pitch. And it'll be grounded second base. Ildemaro Vargas will flip to first, but the runner does advance 90 feet. Now at third base with 2 away.
The center fielder, number 35.
Yeah, but at very least, he does move him over to third base, albeit with 2 outs. But catcher's got to be on his toes now. Any ball that gets by him likely scores the go-ahead run. Cody Bellinger still looking for his first hit of the game in a big spot here in the 14th.
Silvino going to finish his 3rd inning of relief, which is ball 1. Ball 2. Maybe a bit of danger time. Of course, might just want to pitch around Cody Bellinger with DJ Peters on deck. A lot easier of an opponent. But we did hit a base hit his last time.
would also get that ready-on-ready matchup to favor him, but this one's grounded towards second. Great job to get over in time, and the throw gets him, so get up and stretch yet again. Shark, take us away.
14 innings, term out, boys.
Hate me. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Damn, son, where'd you find this? Damn, son, where'd you find this? Thank you for trying this demo.
Special
Pure
field for her.
magic.
Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. It worked.
Stephen Vogt, the pinch hitter, grounds it through the shift, and maybe those D-backs were inspired by that 14th inning stretch. That's just what they needed to get off the schneid. But Diamondbacks did burn through their last pinch hitter with that, so benches are empty for both sides.
This is where it gets really exciting, but hopefully they can put it away here now that I got that out of the way. So have a great rest of this call here.
Okay, Shark, we'll see you in the 21st.
Potentially.
Kelly on Kelly action now. Carson Kelly, Joe Kelly. Like you mentioned, we have a pinch hitter Vogt on first base, the 1-0. Drops in for a strike, evens the count at 1. Kelly looks to bring his boys to the 15th inning. Pitching down in the zone, looking for the double play. Gets a swing and a miss on the changeup. Works just as good. 1-2. Go to Kelly for a second inning special. Interesting call. He definitely didn't look too sharp in the 13th. There's this one in the dirt. The runner will hold. Ready for the 2-2, fouled back.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprising to see Kelly back out there, but he was a long reliever at one point in his career, so he does have the stamina to keep going. And of course, you want to save your bullpen arms as much as you can with it dwindling, and you'll want to keep him in if he keeps getting swings like that. Ugly swing from the opposite Kelly Carson as he chases well out of the zone for out number 1.
Kelly wins the Kelly matchup. See Andy Young, runner on first, 1 away. Young's 1 for 3 with a single. Of course, entered playing short on a double switch many a moon ago. Oh, 1 pitch. Down. But called strike. 0-2. Special getting late on the East Coast, and like you mentioned, running out of things to say about both sides, but also running out of attention span for a 20-year-old yet to fully develop his frontal lobes.
Yep, you and me both. I've been zoning out a little bit here too. But we're still calling some bop ball for you. We're still hoping the Dodgers can pull it out, make it maybe in the 15th inning so we can actually go to sleep sometime soon. And, you know, here's an interesting fact. I think Andy Young is now going to be having more at-bats than the guy he replaced today, Nick Ahmed.
At-bat number 4, Andy Young singled his first at-bat. It's 0 for 2 cents. It's got a 2-2 count now with the runner on first. Outside, full, 3-2. Ildemaro Vargas stands on deck. at bat here. Walker put a runner in scoring position, make it that much easier to walk it off winners for the D-backs. 3-2, going to be grounded though. Hernandez going to second for one in time, I think. Relay to first won't be though. Was indeed in time at second, so 2 away.
It's going to be a tough turn with that slow chopper. Good job there by Andy Young, hustling it out. And Ildemaro Vargas, in his 6th at-bat of the game, will once again try and walk it off for these Diamondbacks. Each of these guys probably had 2 or 3 chances already.
Vargas will take strike 1 up. Yeah, like you mentioned, Special. Kind of surprising even to see him try to go to second. I mean, obviously it paid off, but that could have very easily turned into no outs instead of at least getting the safe one first. But that'll turn out to be huge right here as the base hit up the middle likely was scored. Winning run had they not tried to go 2. Instead, it just advances the runner to second.
Yep, Ildemaro Vargas knocking out Joe Kelly. Let's see the left-hander Scott Alexander coming in trying to get that final out. Send us to 15. We can do this, but 5.67 ERA going to suggest otherwise. And it also is betting average against lefties going to suggest otherwise. Luckily, he's facing a righty, Timel Castro, and if he doesn't get through him, heads the bases loaded, he will be facing another guy batting righty, Quintel Marte.
Opposite splits for Alexander. Like you saw, struggles against the lefty as a left-hander. Castro and Marte, his first 2 opponents. Runner on second and first. 2 away, chance to walk it off and end this one in 14 for the Diamondbacks. Putting them within a game of first place in the NL West. Dodgers look to send it to the 15th and take the lead then. 1-0 is a swing and a miss, make it 1-1. 1-1, going to be outside, fly ball to center, and Cody Bellinger will send us to the 15th inning. It's 3-3 through 14 here in the desert. You're watching ML.Ball on Twitch TV. Cookie and Special.
You need me a special cookie to get me through the rest of this one.
The one on Lopez. Sparkly 1.88 ERA.
We'll look to tarnish that perfect 2-0 record on the season. Going to be 4, 5, and 6 DJ Peters. Aiming a pinch run for Jock Peterson, and then Corey Seager. The fresh Prince of LA, Will Smith, is in the hole.
Peters will hold up on the fastball at 96. McDillon 1. Lux and Hernandez to follow should any of these guys that Special mentioned reach. Not as good as their top 3, but still got a pretty deep part of the order before we see a pitcher hit again. That'll be Alexander. First couple of pitches miss outside from Lopez to make it 2-1 to DJ. Lovely strikeout in DJ's first plate appearance. That single got the rally going in the, I think that was the 13th last time up. Then the 12th. It's hard to keep track nowadays. Two and one, high pop-up, going to be handled by Seth Beer. Surprised to see him not pulled from the game, seeing as Beer was no longer allowed 8 innings ago now. That's out number 1. Fontier up in the pen. Corey Seager to face Lopez Fernaldo.
Inside, ball 1.
Side, so we want to know. There we see Duplantier in the pen.
I don't think there's too many guys left in either bullpen. I know we haven't seen Kenley Jansen yet for the Dodgers, and Duplantier also yet to be used for these Snakes. And you got to wonder, maybe we're going to start to dip into the starting rotation.
Rips this one foul. Yeah, as far as my notes tell me. We got Pedro Baez and Kenley Jansen left in the pen for the Dodgers. I believe Duplantier would be the last guy in the pen for Diamondbacks. I'm not sure if Cole Calhoun pinch hit or not. He would be the only other player beyond those three, other than the starting pitcher, is not in the game today. Swing and a miss by Seager for out number 2. Meanwhile.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing Calhoun today, so I do apologize. I had said the D-backs bench was cleaned out, but they do have one guy left, and Dodgers have one guy left in this inning to try and keep things going after that strikeout of Corey Seager. Will Smith in his 7th at-bat.
Yeah, Smith is 0-1, looking to try and break the tie. If he doesn't, odds are Scott Alexander will try and pitch a complete inning in the 15th after coming in to save Joe Kelly in the bottom of the 14th. High pop-up. Coming over the Beer. A little abrupt stop there by Smith to avoid a collision. But that'll end the inning. Marte Escobar Peralta, 2-3-4 for the Diamondbacks, looking to walk it off against Scott. See Jansen and Baez up in the pen. That's going to be a hit by pitch. Marte is going to take first base. Not the way we want to start an inning.
Yeah, that breaking ball just ran too far inside, and could we see a little bit of a, muted Marte Parte get started in the chat, as I'm sure we're just going to take any offense we can get at this point.
Escobar's 1 for 6, done nothing since he singled back in the first. Alexander will be pitching to the double play, runner on first, nobody out. They're going to try and bunt, though. It's going to get down the line to first. Will they try and go 2? They won't. Muncy bluffs, but decides to instead turn around and tag Escobar. Didn't have the time. He gets 1 out.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try and go for the play at second base. Didn't look like he had a chance on Marte. And Escobar does his job, gets his man into scoring position for David Peralta, lefty-on-lefty matchup. And a single is probably all he needs to end this game, although singles have been few and far between so far tonight.
Runner at second, David Peralta is going to take strike 1. A slider dips towards the outside part of the plate. Make it a sinker. My pitch recognition is awful today's special.
I mean, 15 innings is going to do that to you. I got to give credit to those guys who are out there actually exerting physical effort for these 15 innings. We're just sitting here talking.
0-2 to Peralta after the changeup. They'll try and get him to chase. That time it was a slider. Could have stalled 1. Seth Beer to follow. 2 pitch. Going to be grounded foul. Ground ball to short. The runner will have to go back to second. Throw will be really there for Muncy, and Seth Beer, again, the only guy left in the game for the Diamondbacks with an RBI today. A chance to walk him off, as he's had his last couple of times up an opportunity to do that. Hasn't capitalized.
Yeah, not many clutch hitters in this lineup so far today.
And that might just do it. That's going to get past the jumping PK Hernandez, and the run will cross the plate. So the Diamondbacks take it in 15 innings. A walk-off RBI base hit. Probably would have been a double ultimately for Seth Beer. Diamondbacks get within 1 in the NL West.
And at this point, even as a Dodgers fan, I'm just happy it's over. Fun calling with you, Cookie. But, you know, very tough outing. Tough to lose when you're going that long. And it's just that much more impressive of a win for the Diamondbacks, a testament to their determination. I gotta think Seth Beer is going to be the player of the game. Had 2 ribbies, including the game winner. And instead, we're going to give it to Zach Gallen, who, you know, we'll be honest, was a great pitcher. Didn't give up a run through 6 innings of work. But I forgot he played today. That's how long this one went. We played a full game without him, pretty much.
Yeah, that Gatorade, that virtual pop ball Gatorade dump was really bad, but they'll give player of the game to Zach Gallen. Pitched an absolute gem today for the Diamondbacks. But that's not how we're going to remember this one. Like you said, that was almost an entire ball game ago at this point. 6 innings of no-run balls, striking out 8. But his bullpen blew that 3-run lead to tie it up and make us go 15. Then will go to Yohan Lopez. Scott Alexander will be tagged with his 3rd loss of the year. Diamondbacks win it by 1 in 15. Final score 4-3. See how this affects the bullpens for the rest of the series.
The final line score for the ball game.
Lots of missed opportunities for both sides, though, especially in the extras, as we'll give you a quick look at the highlight reel for just about an hour late. We get to the Bob Ball after dark. It all started with Castro. Beautiful diving play by Betts to start the first inning. Looked like the Dodgers were getting off to a great start despite the price. Good start despite the price start. We saw Seth Beer double down the line and left, hitting an RBI double after we had runners on first and second following a walking single.
And apparently we're going to skip the 2 home runs in the game that were the most scoring we saw. But a double play with the bases loaded, nobody out, ended up forcing across another run so Betts doesn't get the ribby. But it tied the game in the 9th. And that was all we were going to see for a while. Max Muncy to end the inning on a strikeout, going outside with the fastball.
And then you saw Corey Seager line out to left field in the 10th. A beautiful stretch. Oh, that says center. I can't even read. It's been so long. But beautiful diving play. Lots of great play by the outfielders today. Just keep on going. A missed opportunity for the Dodgers in the top of the 13th. Hernandez pulled out on strikes. Pearson, Seth Beer, who hit the eventual game-winning RBI, grounded into a double play in the bottom of the 13th to guarantee us. Well, no, that might not have been what guaranteed us 14, but we got a beautiful stretch from Shark. Top 14, Bellinger grounded out to second with runners on corners. Ended a threat there. First saw Arizona try and threaten in the 14th as well. Tim McCastro to fly out to center. Still nothing going in the 14th. Pretty crap camera work there, but oh well. It all comes down to this. Seth Beer lined it down left field line, hit a single just the same way he did back in the first inning. Only 2 hits on the day, but they scored the first and last RBI. And I gotta say, Seth Beer is the player of the game in my book.
He is in your book, he is in my book as well. Although Zach Gallen did stick around all this time to see his team pull out this late night win. But I don't have much to say. I'm pretty much drained of energy after that one. And hopefully these two guys aren't drained of energy having to call a game that's starting more than an hour later than it should have. We got Beardy Buddha and Matthias Wildman. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. You guys are joining us in the booth. How you doing tonight?
Doing just dandy. We're ready to call this one, boys. Gonna bring the energy here on After Dark Football now.
Oh yeah, I'm on the East Coast. I'm ready to go here.
Well, hopefully yours does not go 15 as well. That's all I got to say for you, being on the East Coast and in the Central time zone. You guys don't need to stay up as late as we did. David Peralta, though, looks like he sustained a torn calf and he's going to be out 1 to 2 weeks. Not sure
I wonder when
that happened, but...
Well, especially since you had Cole Calhoun on the bench, so it must have happened maybe even during the post-game celebrations.
Oh,
that's the story. That's the story I'm going to go with. He's too excited jumping around at home plate.
So David Peralta, one of the most consistent hitters for the Diamondbacks all year, will go down for 1 to 2 months.
Yeah, that's a big one for the Snakes.
Yeah, that kind of sucks to see a guy like that out, even as a Dodgers fan. You know, one side of me's happy we're not going to have to see him tomorrow and Wednesday, but at the same time, for the game of baseball and the league of football, that's a big loss.
Yeah, you see here we're going through some lineup changes ourselves on the Twins side of things as Mitch Garver has a sprained knee ligament, going to miss about 2 weeks it looks like. So your good friend Cookie Alex Avila, former Tiger, going to be starting catcher for the Twins for the next few weeks.
Excited to see Alex get everyday reps.
Not to be confused with his father, Al Avila, still with the Tigers organization as the general manager.
So I just want to really quickly, for those of you Snake and Dodgers fans, we'll be back 10:45 tomorrow night. Mike Gay and Tardis, our Phillies crew, going to have the call for that one. And we'll finish that up back in the 9 o'clock slot with your Snake crew, Duggo and Jake calling. But for now, we're going to have After Dark, Alex Avila catching. You can't miss this, folks. Special, any last words?
Nothing for me. I'm just getting ready for bed right now.
All right, so on behalf of me and Special, thanks for tuning in. Stick around, though. A great matchup with a couple of great announcers coming right up from Minute Maid Park. Beardy, Tias, take it away.
Thank you very much, Cookie and Special. Always good to hear those two on the call, and always good to be on the call with Matthias. We've done a game before now, and we're potentially going to see some fireworks here in Houston tonight with a couple of pitchers with high ERAs and a couple of very powerful lineups.
Yeah, the calling card for both these teams has to be the offense. You look at the struggles for Josh James all season long. I got to do one of his games earlier, and he got rocked by the Mets in a really tough stretch for New York. And then you look at the Twins on the other side. Devin Smeltzer has been pitching quite well to round up that rotation. They didn't know if he was going to take that 5 spot. Of course, Chassin was the other guy he was competing with. He ultimately won, but he expects some fireworks in this one. This is not going to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah, we have a couple of great offensive talents anchoring down that Houston lineup with Bregman and Alvarez. They're top 5 in a number of categories in the American League in offensive statistics, and they'll be trying to give some run support to Josh James, who will, judging by his stats, need some tonight, although I did see he had a little flame by his name, so perhaps recently things have been turning around for James, but that 2-8 record and 5.57 ERA, something you can shake a stick at, and Max Kepler is going to shake the sticks to start out things for Minnesota.
Well, the problem for James this season has been the home run numbers. You look at 40 earned runs through 64 innings is not the end of the world maybe, but 16 home runs compared to 10 given up by Smeltzer. That's a high home run number for James. He needs to be careful against a really dangerous Twins team.
And as we saw in the pregame there, it was some lineup adjustments being made. Mitch Garver, he is the second leading home run hitter on this team with 20 dingers, 21 dingers. Can't remember the exact number, but Mitch is going to be out for a couple weeks. All right, there we go. Nelson Cruz does lead, and we saw Eddie Rosario at 19 sliding up into cleanup spot tonight. So we'll see how the Twins' new adjusted roster handles things with Mitch Garver's powerful bat out of the lineup. Max Kepler has a 3-1 count here against Houston starter Josh James.
Yeah, well, thankfully for Minnesota, they've got Eddie Rosario's 19 home runs right behind Garver, so he can fit into that fourth spot perfectly. They prefer Cruz to be at that fourth spot batting cleanup, but Cruz has been a great hitter all season long. He's up to 292 on that average, and he has been hitting well recently.
Max Kepler draws the leadoff walk against Josh James. That's his 38th walk on the season, given up by James. And Jorge Polanco, this 1-2 punch